Lin Fan, an ordinary worker battered by the harsh realities of society, unexpectedly traverses into the era of Earth before Luo Feng's rise. After an all-night binge of the novel Devouring the Starry Sky, as the apocalypse descends, monsters run rampant, and martial artists reign supreme. In the depths of despair, he awakens a mysterious talent, damage absorption. Any harm inflicted upon him can be absorbed and converted into 100-fold energy feedback, enhancing his cells and elevating his genetic potential. Getting beaten makes him stronger? Lin Fan laughs maniacally. Bring on the damage. Thus, a uniquely unconventional being enters the world of Devouring the Starry Sky. A scratch from a beast soldier? He retaliates with 100-fold force. A Lord-level roar injures him? He rebounds with 100-fold mental force, crushing the attacker. A full-force strike from a planetary-level powerhouse. He graciously accepts the 100-fold upgrade gift. With decisive actions and an indomitable rise, he consolidates Earth, breaks through the galaxy, leading humanity to battle in the cosmos, forging an unparalleled legend. Yuan Zhu, Zhu Fu, Luo Feng. In this life, I, Lin Fan, shall protect humanity. Chapter 1. Transversing into the Devouring the Starry Sky, awakening to toughness from beating. A throbbing headache overwhelmed Lin Fan, akin to being crushed by a hydraulic press. With great difficulty, he opened his eyes, only to be greeted not by the familiar chaos of his small rental room, but by a stark white ceiling, the air thick with the acrid scent of disinfectant. Am I in a hospital? He struggled to sit up, discovering his body was achingly weak, his throat parched and burning. Memories surged like shattered waves. After an excruciating 72 hours of overtime, he had finally completed that infernal project and eagerly opened Devouring the Starry Sky, intending to reward himself, only to have everything go dark. Awake? Lin Fan, you finally woke up. A voice, tinged with surprise, emerged from beside him. Turning his head, he beheld a middle-aged nurse, clad in scrubs, her face marked with fatigue and concern, standing beside his bed. You reckless child, with the martial arts assessment approaching, how could you be so careless as to faint from overtraining in the dojo? Your body is the foundation of a martial artist. If you injure your roots, what will you do in the future? The nurse nagged while expertly checking the instruments by the bedside. Dojo? Assessment? Martial artist? A sudden jolt coursed through Lin Fan, fully awakening him. His eyes widened as he surveyed his surroundings. The modest hospital room, antiquated medical equipment, and the distant sound of an alarm. Moreover, the nurse's earlier words. These terms coalesced into a world he was intimately familiar with yet deemed impossible in reality. Nurse. Ani, what year is it? Lin Fan's voice trembled, strained with anxiety. The nurse glanced at him quizzically, sighing. It seems you really have gone a bit daft. It's 2056. Rest well and refrain from overthinking. Though your academic performance is mediocre, perhaps you'll pass the martial arts assessment. 2056. The year when the story of Devouring the Starry Sky commences. Just before Luo Feng takes the college entrance examination, Lin Fan felt as if struck by lightning, his entire being frozen in place. Had he truly traversed into the world of his beloved novel Devouring the Starry Sky? And at this particular juncture, shortly after the Great Nirvana, with the base city established, monsters rampant, humanity perpetually on the brink of extinction, a wave of icy dread surged up his spine. In this realm, ordinary lives were as fragile as grass. A single beast tide could obliterate entire populations. Lacking power meant relying solely on luck or becoming a martial artist, possessing the strength to combat the monsters. The original Lin Fan shared his name, a boy harboring the same dream of becoming a martial artist, who had fainted from overtraining in the dojo. This opening scenario was nothing short of hellish. A colossal wave of panic and confusion engulfed him. How could a desk-bound worker like him survive in this perilous world? Engage in hand-to-hand combat with monsters? Deliver takeout to beasts? In his moment of despair, an emotionless, chilling voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Beep. Host's strong will to survive resonates with world rules. Talent system activated. Scanning host's soul traits. Compatibility assessment. Talent awakening in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the unique, primal talent, damage absorption. Passive. Damage absorption. When the host receives any form of damage, physical, energy, mental, spiritual, etc., they can automatically absorb 99 of the essence energy of the inflicted damage and convert it into 100-fold pure life energy / genetic potential / mental power, adaptively transformed according to the type of damage, to enhance the host's cellular structure, genetic potential, and spiritual consciousness. The absorption and transformation process incurs no loss and has no upper limit. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned, his pupils constricting abruptly. Absorb damage? 100-fold enhancement. This talent was extraordinary. Getting beaten makes him stronger? The more serious the injury, the stronger he becomes. As long as he survives, the next time, he would ensure they could not strike him again. This was tailor-made for him, a novice with no background, a traveler. The prior panic and despair were instantly replaced by unbridled ecstasy. This world was fraught with danger? Monster attacks were ferocious? Martial artist battles were brutal? Splendid. This was a feast of resources delivered to him. Lin Fan could not restrain his laughter, drawing the nurse's bewildered gaze that he quickly stifled his mirth, yet the excitement in his eyes was unmistakable. At that moment, woo woo woo, a piercing alarm suddenly shattered the air, far louder and more urgent than the distant sound he had previously heard, filled with an atmosphere of urgency and danger. The nurse's expression shifted dramatically, turning ghostly pale. Level 3 alarm. Monster horde attack. Quickly, Lin Fan, can you move? We must head to the underground shelter. Chaos erupted outside the hospital room, cries, footsteps, and roars merging into a cacophony. Lin Fan's heart raced violently. A level 3 alarm indicated the imminent assault of numerous beast soldier-class monsters, potentially even beast general-class creatures breaching the base city's outer defenses. The danger was extreme. He had just acquired his remarkable ability and had not yet undergone any enhancements. He remained that fainting, defenseless boy. Quickly, the nurse urgently attempted to assist him. However, in her panic, she stumbled, crashing into Lin Fan's hospital bed. A metallic tray with sharp edges clattered to the floor, striking Lin Fan's shin with a resounding thud. Lin Fan inhaled sharply, the searing pain causing his vision to momentarily blur, a visible bruise blossoming on his calf. Almost simultaneously, the cold voice reverberated again. Detecting physical impact damage to the host, commencing absorption. Absorption complete. Energy conversion in progress. Conversion successful. Obtained 100-fold life energy feedback. A warm, pure stream of energy materialized within him unexpectedly, flooding his body like a refreshing rain, with every cell akin to a parched sponge, ravenously consuming this energy. The excruciating pain vanished instantaneously, replaced by an indescribable sense of comfort and fullness. He distinctly felt his strength escalating, his exhausted body rejuvenating rapidly, and even his vision and hearing sharpening significantly. The bruise on his calf dissipated at an observable rate, cell activity enhanced, bone density slightly increased, neural response speed marginally improved. The system succinctly reported the effects. Though it was merely a trivial enhancement, Lin Fan trembled with exhilaration. Indeed, it is all true. This talent is genuine. He gazed towards the direction from which the alarm echoed, his eyes no longer filled with fear, but rather glimmering with a blend of perilous excitement. A monster attack? Danger? No, it was an opportunity for a grand experience package. Refuge. Lin Fan licked his parched lips. Amidst the nurse's astonished gaze, he abruptly leapt from the hospital bed, his movements exhibiting an agility that belied any semblance of weakness. He turned to the panicked nurse, flashing a brilliant smile that revealed his white teeth, yet carried an unsettling hint of madness. Auntie, thank you. However, I believe the underground refuge may not be quite suitable for me. I prefer to confront challenges head-on. With that, disregarding the nurse's frantic calls, he forcefully pushed open the ward door and sprinted against the tide of frantic escape, heading towards the most harrowing sound of the alarm, where combat was most likely to ensue. His journey as a traveler began with this sudden surge of beasts. The first step was to seek out a few adorable beast soldiers for a hearty chat. Chapter 2. The Initial Battle. 100-fold retaliation. Fist of fury against the iron-haired wild boar. Lin Fan raced against the tide of panicked individuals towards the outer defense line of the base city. Around him, the piercing alarms, cries of despair, and the distant rumble of explosions mingled with the roars of monsters filled the air. The scent of gunpowder and a faint metallic tang of blood wafted around him, heightening his senses. The power surging within him from the recent tray collision still coursed through his veins, albeit faintly, yet it instilled an unprecedented confidence that propelled his speed beyond that of an ordinary youth, allowing him to nimbly evade the throngs of people and scattered debris. Hey, kid, what are you doing? Get back. It's dangerous over there. A soldier in uniform shouted as he spotted Lin Fan moving against the flow. Lin Fan did not look back. He simply raised his hand high in a wave, quickening his pace. Danger? He was well aware of it. Yet he also understood that this was his only shortcut to rise swiftly and survive in this terrifying world. If he missed this beast wave, where would he find so many enthusiastic monsters to deliver experience to him? As he approached the outskirts, the streets grew increasingly chaotic, with wrecked vehicles, collapsed walls, and sporadic traces of blood and shell casings. The sounds of gunfire and the roars of monsters became ever clearer at last. He dashed through a ravaged residential area, and a magnificent wall of concrete and steel loomed before him, a bastion of defense where gunfire erupted continuously, and a multitude of soldiers and warriors engaged fiercely with the attacking beasts. This was merely a weak point in the defense line, where the attacking monsters were predominantly the most common beast soldiers. Lin Fan concealed himself behind a partially collapsed shop wall, cautiously peering out. The battlefield resembled a meat grinder. Bullets whizzed past, shells exploded into fiery bursts, and warriors wielding cold weapons roared as they engaged in close combat with monsters that had breached the fire net. He spotted a familiar creature, nearly 2 meters tall, its body covered in hard, needle-like black fur, with protruding tusks and crimson eyes, an H-class monster, the Iron-Haired Wild Boar. This type of monster possessed immense strength, its charge comparable to that of a truck, and its hide was resilient enough to withstand ordinary handgun bullets, making it a formidable adversary among beast soldiers. At that moment, an iron-haired wild boar bellowed as it knocked over a soldier, its tusks tossing the unfortunate man aside with a pained scream, leaving his fate uncertain. A small vacuum formed around it. Now was the time. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes as he took a deep breath. Fear still lingered, but it was overshadowed by a reckless determination and an insatiable thirst for strength. He burst forth from his cover like a hunting cheetah, his target set on the isolated iron-haired wild boar. Hey, kid, are you trying to get yourself killed? Come back. A soldier on the defense line, reloading his magazine, shouted in a mix of shock and anger. A seemingly unarmed youth charging at the notoriously tough iron-haired wild boar? It was sheer madness. The iron-haired wild boar also noticed the approaching insignificant figure, its red eyes flashing with a mix of brutality and mockery. It pawed the ground, lowered its head, and aimed its hardened skull and razor-sharp tusks directly at Lin Fan, charging forward with tremendous force. The ground trembled ominously, the sheer force enough to terrify an ordinary person. Lin Fan's heart raced, every muscle in his body tensed to its utmost. He had no weapon, no combat experience. His only reliance lay upon the untested talent that had yet to see the battlefield. There was no escaping it. The speed was too swift. The range was too vast. With a gritting of his teeth, he did not retreat. Instead, he slightly turned at the last moment, deliberately presenting his left shoulder and a portion of his chest to meet the glinting, terrifying tusk. Thud! A searing pain tore through him in an instant. Lin Fan could even hear the sickening sound of his bones grinding against the impact. The tusk pierced his flesh, the tremendous force sending him hurtling through the air. It's over. The soldiers and warriors watching from afar felt a sinking dread in their hearts. Huh. The iron-haired wild boar emitted a triumphant grunt, seemingly anticipating its next victim to be torn apart. However, at the moment Lin Fan was flung away, his body severely injured. Detection of host experiencing severe piercing and impact damage. Initiating absorption. Absorption complete. Energy transformation in progress. Transformation successful. Gained 100-fold life energy and genetic primal energy feedback. Boom. A torrent of energy, 100 or even 1,000 times greater than the previous tray collision, erupted within him like a river breaking its dam. The excruciating pain was instantly replaced by a searing power, nearly explosive in nature. Every cell screamed in a frenzy, consuming, evolving. His fractured bones began to mend and reshape, becoming more resilient. Damaged muscle fibers tore and reformed, unleashing a newfound strength. Even his blood seemed to boil, brimming with astonishing energy. His body twisted mid-air, defying the laws of physics, landing firmly on the ground. The concrete beneath his feet cracked under the force. Roar! The iron-haired wild boar's triumphant grunt abruptly ceased, a flicker of bewilderment crossing its crimson eyes. It felt as if it had not just collided with a frail human, but rather struck a volcano on the verge of eruption. The feedback from the impact sent a tingling sensation through its sturdy neck. It shook its head, refocusing on Lin Fan, preparing for a second charge. But this time, Lin Fan raised his head. His gaze had transformed entirely, the previous frenzy and anxiety replaced by a profound calmness and sense of control. The terrifying power surging within him bestowed an immense confidence. He watched as the iron-haired wild boar charged once more, feeling the tingling sensation at his left shoulder, a sign of the wound healing rapidly under the influence of the 100-fold energy. He slowly clenched his right fist. The sound of cracking bones resonated as an invisible force began to coalesce. Come at me, Lin Fan exclaimed, not retreating but advancing, his feet driving powerfully into the ground, causing immediate fissures. His speed became a blur, leaving a phantom in his wake, with his right fist drawn to his waist, all his strength channeled through the hundredfold genetic primal energy. Accumulating at the tip of his fist, this was no longer the fist of an ordinary person. The power converging upon it was enough to instill fear in any H-class beast. Die, with a single punch unleashed. Simple, brutal, and devoid of any embellishment. Yet it carried the crushing force of absolute power. The iron-haired wild boar sensed a lethal threat and attempted to evade, yet inertia rendered it unable to halt its momentum. A thunderous crash resounded, reminiscent of a heavy blow against leather. Lin Fan's fist, arriving late, but with tremendous force, struck the most resilient part of the iron-haired wild boar's skull with unyielding ferocity. For a fleeting moment, time seemed to stand still. Then, with a crack and an explosive roar, the boar's formidable skull, capable of withstanding bullets, shattered like a watermelon crushed by a colossal hammer, erupting in a chaotic spray of red, white, shattered bones, and brain matter. The headless carcass, propelled by inertia, staggered a few steps forward before collapsing in a thunderous crash, convulsing twice before succumbing to death. A peculiar silence enveloped this small area of the battlefield. Whether soldiers firing their weapons or martial artists engaged in combat with other beasts, they all stood agape, fixated on the young man standing before the headless boar. They observed him unscathed. No, beneath the tattered fabric of his left shoulder, his skin was pristine, devoid of any scars. They watched as he slowly retracted his fist, his demeanor relaxed, as if he had merely swatted a fly. Unarmed, he had obliterated an H-grade iron-haired wild boar, renowned for its defensive prowess. With a single punch, what manner of monster had emerged from nowhere? A martial artist? But how old could he possibly be? Moreover, he had not even harnessed the radiance of genetic energy. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Fan's strength stemmed from internal transformation rather than conventional energy projection. Lin Fan exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling the torrent of power within him, far surpassing anything he had previously known, and the corners of his mouth curled into a chilling smile. He gazed at the other beast soldier-level creatures that had been stirred and were slowly encroaching upon him. His eyes glimmered not with fear, but with the thrill of the hunt. Next, he murmured softly, stepping purposefully toward the beast horde. The slaughter had officially commenced. The feast of experience had just been laid upon the table. Chapter 3. The Feast of Slaughter. The war god emerges. Lin Fan was in motion. His figure darted with the swiftness of a specter, no longer relying solely on brute force, but rather exhibiting an emerging grace, a nascent mastery of his own power. Two other creatures, enraged by the demise of their companion, charged forth. Another iron-haired wild boar and a swifter shadow cat simultaneously launched their assault. The iron-haired wild boar lowered its head, employing the same tactic of brutal collision. Meanwhile, the smaller, agile shadow cat transformed into a gray blur, silently flanking Lin Fan, its claws poised to pierce his vulnerable back. "Watch out!" a soldier cried out from a distance. Yet Lin Fan seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. The amplified energy feedback enhanced not only his strength, but also his neurological response speed, dynamic vision, and auditory perception to extraordinary levels. Faced with a dual assault, he neither flinched nor evaded. "Come," he growled, lowering his center of gravity, positioning his left arm defensively in front of him to absorb the wild boar's charge, while simultaneously presenting his back to the shadow cat's claws, capable of rending steel. Bang! Ryup! The heavy impact of the collision and the piercing sound of claws tearing through fabric resonated almost simultaneously. Lin Fan's body jolted violently. Pain shot through his left arm like the fracturing of bones, while his back felt as though it had been seared by a red-hot iron. But at that very moment, a system notification resonated within him, confirming the absorption of significant impact and tearing damage, initiating the process of assimilation. Assimilation complete. Energy conversion underway. Conversion successful. He received 100-fold life energy and genetic energy feedback. A more vigorous torrent of energy surged forth, mending the excruciating pain in his left arm, rendering his bones stronger in the process of regeneration. The torn muscles on his back writhed and healed, the newly formed skin shimmering with a faint metallic sheen, dramatically increasing his defenses. In that instant, his aura surged once more. Now is the time. Seizing the fleeting moment as the two beasts attacked, Lin Fan surged forward. He braced against the wild boar's tusks, his reinforced left arm suddenly encircling the boar's neck with a vice-like grip. The immense force elicited a terrified shriek from the iron-haired wild boar, halting its momentum in an instant. Simultaneously, he engaged his core, using his left arm as a pivot, propelling himself into the air, his right leg coiling like a tightly wound steel whip, unleashing a devastating kick towards the shadow cat, which had just landed and was preparing to pounce again. Thud, his kick landed squarely against the slender waist of the shadow cat. Meow. The shadow cat emitted a horrific wail. Its spine shattered instantaneously by the immense force of his kick. Its body flew through the air like a discarded sack, crashing against a distant wall before tumbling down, lifeless. A swift kill. Almost simultaneously, as Lin Fan dispatched the shadow cat, he exerted tremendous force through his left arm that remained locked around the wild boar's neck, unleashing a torrent of 100-fold power. Crack. The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed clearly. The iron-haired wild boar, weighing over a ton, was mercilessly choked to death, its limbs convulsing before it crumpled to the ground, blood oozing from its mouth and nose. Clearly on the brink of demise, in the blink of an eye, 2 H-grade beasts lay slain. The entire process was executed with precision and a certain violent elegance. Every witness on the battlefield was left utterly petrified, strangling an iron-haired wild boar with bare hands, delivering a fatal kick to a shadow cat known for its agility. Could this truly be the feat of a human being? And such a young one at that. Monster, a young soldier muttered, his grip on his weapon faltering. He is not merely a martial artist. He is more terrifying than an ordinary martial artist. A middle-aged warrior, engaged in combat with a ferocious hound, gasped in disbelief, nearly leaving himself open to attack. Lin Fan stood his ground, breathing heavily. The cumulative absorption and conversion of 3 substantial injuries left him with an overwhelming urge to release his pent-up energy. He could distinctly feel his physical capabilities escalating at an astonishing pace, tantalizingly close to the standard of martial artists. His gaze burned with intensity as he surveyed the other beasts on the battlefield. Those creatures, once perceived as fearsome by soldiers and martial artists alike, transformed in his eyes into mere experience packs awaiting collection. Continue, he whispered, once more charging into the throng of beasts. This time, he no longer relied solely on his victim's strategy of countering injuries. With the formidable physical prowess afforded by the 100-fold feedback, he instinctively began to utilize his strength, evading and seeking out weaknesses. Although his techniques remained rudimentary, the sheer force and speed at his disposal, along with his near unnatural defensive and regenerative capabilities, rendered him the most fearsome reaper on the battlefield. Fists, feet, elbows, knees, every part of his body became a weapon of slaughter. One beast soldier after another fell beneath his might. Occasionally, attacks landed upon him, but the resulting damage paled in comparison to his earlier injuries, and the energy feedback from these minor wounds continued to propel his evolution steadily. His movements grew increasingly fluid, his gaze sharper, and the aura of death surrounding him took on a palpable form. The pressure on the front line diminished significantly due to his presence. Soldiers and martial artists found a moment to breathe, organizing a more effective counteroffensive. They gazed at the young figure, moving with the grace of a war god amidst the beast horde, their eyes filled with shock, gratitude, and a hint of reverence. Who is this young man? An officer queried in disbelief while firing at distant beasts. That I've never seen him before, judging by his age. He resembles a martial arts student, but which dojo could possibly produce such a monster? His resilience is truly terrifying. I witnessed him being clawed by a mastiff, and as soon as the blood flowed, the wound healed. As Lin Fan delivered another punch that shattered the skull of a tiger mastiff, suddenly, a wave of heart-stopping terror descended from the heavens, as if an invisible mountain had pressed down upon everyone's hearts. That in that moment, all the monsters on the battlefield, whether vicious beast soldiers or the scattered beast generals, emitted mournful cries of fear, their movements slowing to a halt. Lin Fan felt his breath catch, the power coursing within him momentarily stagnating. He abruptly looked up that a streak of light raced towards him from the direction of the city center, moving with unparalleled speed, instantly reaching the battlefield above. As the brilliance faded, a figure suspended in the air came into view. It was a middle-aged man clad in dark red battle armor, his face stern and his gaze sharp as an eagle's. He floated effortlessly, radiating a chillingly powerful aura, as though he were the very center of the universe, suspended in midair, a god of war-level powerhouse. Lin Fan's pupils constricted, waves of emotion surging within him. This was an entity beyond the battle general rank, a pinnacle of planetary combat strength. The middle-aged god of war's gaze swept across the battlefield, lingering for a moment on the area with the most corpses, where Lin Fan stood, with a flicker of barely perceptible surprise in his eyes. Then, with a cold snort, he did not descend but raised a hand, pressing it towards the densest cluster of beasts in the distance. Buzz! The energy in the world erupted instantaneously. A colossal crimson hand, entirely composed of primal energy, materialized out of thin air, blotting out the sun and carrying an aura of annihilation as it came crashing down upon the densest part of the beast horde. Boom! The earth shook, and dust soared into the sky. As the dust began to settle, a vast handprint appeared in that area, and all the monsters within its range, be they beast soldiers or powerful beast generals, were reduced to dust. The might of a single strike was terrifying. The battlefield fell silent. The remaining monsters emitted desperate wails, beginning to flee in a frenzy. The crisis had been averted. After completing this feat, the middle-aged god of war did not even glance below, his figure shifting once more into a streak of light, soaring off towards another part of the city, clearly with other crises to address. The survivors on the battlefield erupted into cheers of relief after a brief silence. Yet Lin Fan remained rooted in place, his fists clenched, gazing towards the direction where the god of war had vanished, flames of ambition igniting in his eyes. God of war level, flying in midair, annihilating beast hordes with a mere wave. This was true power. Just wait. Lin Fan whispered to himself, feeling the nearly overflowing power within him. Soon, I too shall reach that level. Perhaps even surpass it. He was confident that with the talent of damage absorption, this day would not be far off. Chapter 4. Warrior Certification. Astonishing physical data. The aftermath of the beast tide gradually subsided, as the fleeing monsters were eliminated by military firepower, and rescue personnel busily treated the wounded and cleared the battlefield. Lin Fan stood still, silently sensing the overwhelming power within him that was on the verge of overflowing. After continuously absorbing and converting the attacks from multiple monsters, particularly withstanding the heavy blows from the iron-haired wild boar and shadow cat, the feedback energy had propelled his physical prowess to an unprecedented peak that he could feel an invisible barrier deep within his body being relentlessly battered by the surging energy, teetering on the brink of collapse. This was the boundary of life levels, the critical threshold for an ordinary person to ascend to a warrior. Young brother. Young brother. An excited voice called out. Lin Fan turned to see the officer who had previously warned him, now approaching briskly with several soldiers and a few individuals clad in warrior combat gear. Their eyes were filled with astonishment, gratitude, and curiosity. The officer stepped forward and saluted earnestly, saying, I am Zhang Hao, captain of the 3rd Squad of the Yangzhou City Guard. Thank you for your heroic assistance just now. Without you, the casualties on our front line would have been far greater. The warriors and soldiers behind him cast admiring glances at Lin Fan. They had all witnessed his performance on the battlefield, which was nothing short of that of a humanoid beast. Lin Fan collected his thoughts and calmly replied, It was nothing, just doing what I could. His tone bore a maturity beyond his years, coupled with his earlier achievements, making others reluctant to underestimate him. Captain Zhang Hao studied Lin Fan's youthful face, noting his tattered and blood-soaked training uniform that bore few injuries. The hospital gown he had worn had been destroyed in battle, and he had hastily donned the outer garment from an unclaimed warrior's corpse, and could not help but inquire, Young brother, which martial arts school do you belong to? Just now, have you already broken through to become a warrior? This was their greatest curiosity. Lin Fan's displayed strength and resilience far surpassed that of advanced students in martial arts schools, yet he did not exhibit the characteristics of Gene primal energy. Projection, which only battle generals could stabilize externally, while warriors primarily focused on internal enhancement, making it quite peculiar. Lin Fan felt a stirring within. The identity of a warrior was of utmost importance, as it pertained to social status, resource acquisition, and future development. He seized this opportunity to clarify that I have yet to undergo certification. Lin Fan shook his head. I was just about to. Everyone was even more astonished at this revelation. To be so powerful without certification? What would he become after certification? A warrior clad in the emblem of the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School stepped forward, enthusiastically saying, Young brother, I am Wang Hung from the Thunderbolt Martial Arts School. Given your impressive skills, would you be interested in coming to our school for testing and certification? Our facilities are top-notch, and the benefits are unparalleled. His eyes sparkled with the excitement of discovering a gem. Meanwhile, representatives from the Extreme Martial Arts School chimed in. Young brother, our Extreme Martial Arts School is the #1 martial arts school in the world. Our resources, techniques, and guidance are second to none. Captain Zhang of the military added with a smile, Young brother, our military also needs talents like you. Defending our homeland, the opportunities and rewards will be no less than those offered by martial arts schools. Lin Fan had instantly become the center of attention. After a moment of contemplation, he made his decision. In the original narrative, Luo Feng had joined the Extreme Martial Arts School, While he did not need to follow Luo Feng's path entirely, the Extreme Martial Arts School, being the world's leading institution, undoubtedly offered the most robust resources and intelligence systems beneficial for his early development. Thank you all for your kind offers, Lin Fan replied politely. I intend to go for certification at the Extreme Martial Arts School. The representative from the Extreme Martial Arts School instantly beamed with joy. The Thunderbolt Martial Arts School members looked a bit disheartened, but refrained from further comment, as the choice lay with Lin Fan. Great. Young brother, I will take you to our Extreme Martial Arts facility in Yangzhou City right away, the Extreme Martial Arts representative eagerly stated. Under the envious and congratulatory gazes of Captain Zhang and the others, Lin Fan followed the individual who introduced himself as Zhao Gang. They boarded a specialized off-road vehicle and headed towards the Extreme Martial Arts facility located within Yangzhou City. On the way, Zhao Gang enthusiastically shared the various benefits and responsibilities of being a warrior, while occasionally casting curious glances at Lin Fan, unable to fathom how this seemingly youthful boy possessed such terrifying strength. Before long, the vehicle arrived at an imposing and magnificent complex, the Extreme Martial Arts facility. Under the guidance of Zhao Gang, Lin Fan directly entered the physical fitness testing area of the training hall. Upon hearing the news, the hall supervisor, Zhuge Tao, also hurried over to a genius who exhibited remarkable prowess amidst the beast tide, suspected to be an unverified warrior, certainly warranted his attention. Young friend Lin Fan, there is no need for anxiety. Simply follow the testing procedure. Zhuge Tao, a middle-aged man exuding an elegant demeanor, spoke, his sharp gaze revealing considerable strength. Lin Fan nodded and approached the punching power testing machine that he did not deliberately summon the surging force within. Instead, he recalled the sensations from his previous battles and executed a straightforward punch. Bang! Following the muffled sound, the numbers on the display screen fluctuated wildly before finally stabilizing at 3568 kg. The surrounding staff responsible for recording and Zhao Gang gasped in astonishment. Over 3,000 kilograms. This was nearly 4 times the standard punching power for a beginner warrior, 900 kilograms, and approached the threshold for intermediate warriors, 3,600 kilograms. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Zhuge Tao's eyes as he nodded slightly. Next came the speed test. Lin Fan stepped onto the track and surged forward with incredible speed, creating a gust of wind in his wake. The result displayed 58.6 meters per second, once again shocking the onlookers. This far exceeded the speed standard for beginner warriors, 25 meters per second, and even surpassed that of intermediate warriors, 50 meters per second. Finally, the nerve reaction test commenced. Lin Fan entered the testing room, where red beams shot in from various angles. Without fully concentrating, he relied on his astonishingly enhanced reflexes and dynamic vision to naturally execute slight evasive maneuvers. As the test concluded, the assessing officer glanced at the results, his voice trembling slightly. Excellent, excellent level. And it meets the intermediate warrior's excellent standard. In all 3 tests, Lin Fan's punching power neared that of an intermediate warrior, his speed achieved that level, and his nerve reaction was rated as excellent. The cumulative assessment unequivocally indicated that he had reached the warrior standard, and impressively so. At the intermediate warrior level, the most astonishing aspect was his age and the fact that he had not yet undergone systematic guidance in genetic energy cultivation. A genius. A true genius, Zhao Gang exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Zhuge Tao's smile deepened as he approached Lin Fan, solemnly stating, Lin Fan, congratulations. Your physical fitness has fully met the warrior standard and even surpasses that of an average beginner warrior. On behalf of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, I formally invite you to join us. Simply sign here, and you will immediately receive startup funds, the right to reside in an independent villa, as well as the opportunity to select martial arts techniques, guidance methods, and body movements. However, Lin Fan shook his head in refusal. Zhuge Tao and Zhao Gang were taken aback. Supervisor, Lin Fan calmly began, presenting a request that left everyone in stunned silence. I wish to proceed directly to a practical combat assessment. According to the standard procedure, after passing the physical fitness test, one would typically engage in a practical combat assessment alongside an H-class beast to ensure that the warrior possesses the courage and experience to combat such creatures. However, this was usually a mere formality, dealing with a domesticated H-class beast. Zhuge Tao furrowed his brow slightly. The practical combat assessment is certainly feasible, but given your strength, Lin Fan interrupted him, his gaze sharp. I hope that my practical combat assessment subject is not merely an H-class beast. He paused for effect before boldly continuing. I request to simultaneously engage in practical combat assessment with 3 H-class beasts, or 1 G-class beast general. The testing room was instantly enveloped in silence. Everyone stared at Lin Fan as if he were mad, just certified and already seeking to challenge beasts of a higher tier. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. A bold challenge. Confronting the G-Class Beast General. The testing chamber was engulfed in a profound silence. All eyes were fixed on Lin Fan, their expressions filled with incredulity. Even the seasoned supervisor Zhuge Tao wore a frozen smile, unable to conceal his astonishment. To directly challenge a beast general, and within a novice practical assessment at that, was utterly unprecedented. Young Lin Fan, Zhuge Tao exhaled deeply, attempting to regain his composure. Do you comprehend what it means to face a G-Class beast general? Such a foe can only be reliably hunted by a well-coordinated team of seasoned warriors. Its strength, speed, and defense far surpass that of beast soldiers, and it possesses a certain level of intelligence and formidable combat instincts. This is no trivial matter. Zhao Gang hurriedly interjected, indeed. Lin Fan, while your physical attributes may meet the standards of a mid-level warrior, G-Class beasts typically possess the power to overwhelm mid-level fighters. It is far too perilous. The practical assessment is merely a formality. There is no need to take such risks. Their concerns stemmed from a desire to protect a prodigious talent from the folly of arrogance leading to his demise in the assessment arena. Yet Lin Fan remained steadfast, his gaze sharper than ever, akin to a sword unsheathed. Supervisor, Brother Zhao, I am acutely aware of the prowess of G-Class beasts, he replied calmly, yet with an undeniable confidence. That is precisely why I have made this request. Ordinary H-Class monsters no longer present any challenge or opportunity for growth to me. He clenched his fist slightly, the joints cracking softly, as the immense power accumulated from repeated injuries surged within him, restless and yearning for release. I require greater pressure to truly test the limits of my strength. Please grant me this opportunity. His gaze locked onto Zhuge Tao, burning with intensity. If one does not dare to confront the stronger adversaries, how can one ever hope to become a true powerhouse? If I cannot stand against even the most basic G-Class beast general, then the title of genius is but a jest. Zhuge Tao scrutinized Lin Fan, perceiving not the arrogance of ignorance in his eyes, but a profound and unwavering confidence rooted in something substantial. Recalling Lin Fan's terrifying performance during the Beast Tide and his extraordinary recovery abilities, Zhuge Tao felt a stirring in his heart. Could he possess hidden trump cards? Was his true strength far beyond the test data? After a moment of silence, a flicker of resolve ignited in Zhuge Tao's eyes. As a supervisor, he was a man of decisive action. Very well, he declared solemnly. I shall make an exception this once and approve your request. The target for the practical assessment shall be a G-Class beast general, the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf. Supervisor, Zhao Gang exclaimed in shock. Zhuge Tao raised his hand to silence him, commanding the staff, prepare immediately. Activate the highest specification enclosed assessment venue. Elevate safety measures to the utmost level. Notify the medical team to be on standby. With the orders given, the entire Extreme Club was thrown into a frenzy. A newly certified warrior was about to challenge a beast general? The news spread like wildfire, attracting a multitude of club staff and even some seasoned warriors who rushed to the observation room to witness this audacious spectacle. Lin Fan was escorted to a vast, fully metallic enclosed assessment arena. Behind the thick special glass walls, a simulated ruinous environment awaited. Soon, a cacophony of metal scraping echoed as the enormous gate on the opposite side began to rise. A howl resonated, filled with brutality and a thirst for blood, sending chills through the observers outside. Instantly, a massive gray silhouette darted forth from behind the gate. Its size was comparable to that of a compact car. Its body cloaked in a metallic gray fur, powerful limbs ending in glimmering claws. Most striking was the crescent-shaped tuft of silver fur on its forehead, and its wolf-like eyes gleamed with a cunning and cruel emerald glow. The G-Class beast general, the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf, renowned for its speed, claws, and certain shadowy abilities, possessed a strength rivaling that of a mid-level human warrior. This is truly the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf. This young man is far too presumptuous. Such a creature cannot be dealt with by mere brute force. Murmurs of disbelief and concern rippled through the observation room, as few held any hope for Lin Fan. Inside the arena, the cold gaze of the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf locked onto its sole living target, Lin Fan. It sensed an unusual aura emanating from this human, one that was both weak and threatening. The beast's intelligence prevented it from launching an immediate attack. Instead, it lowered its body, growling a menacing warning, circling Lin Fan in search of a flaw. Lin Fan inhaled deeply, his muscles taut. This was his first direct confrontation with a beast general, and the invisible pressure was indeed incomparable to that of beast soldiers. Yet, rather than fear, exhilaration surged within him. The mightier the attack, the richer the reward. It moved. The Shadow Moon Demon Wolf's speed was beyond imagination, a gray blur leaving behind a faint afterimage as it lunged toward Lin Fan's left side. A paw the size of a millstone slicing through the air with a shrieking whistle, aimed directly at Lin Fan's head. Quick, fierce, accurate. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the observation room. Lin Fan's pupils constricted. This speed far exceeded that of his previous opponents. Relying solely on reflexes, he could barely turn sideways. Crossing his arms defensively before him. Bang! A thunderous crash resounded. Lin Fan felt an irresistible force hit him. Pain radiating through his arms as if he had been struck by a speeding truck. His feet left the ground, and he was sent hurtling backward, smashing into the metallic wall several meters away. Cough! Blood spilled uncontrollably from his mouth. His arm bones groaned under the strain, his insides jolted violently. Detection. Host has sustained severe impact damage and shock damage. Initiating absorption. Absorption complete. Energy conversion in progress. Conversion successful. Gained 100-fold life energy and genetic original energy feedback. Boom. An unprecedented torrent of energy erupted within him like a tsunami. The energy he had absorbed from beast soldier injuries paled in comparison to this. His cells rejoiced, ravenously consuming, as cracks in his bones healed instantaneously, becoming denser and stronger. The turbulence in his internal organs was smoothed out, and his muscle fibers tore and restructured, unleashing a surge of greater power. His physical prowess soared with a frenzy. From the pinnacle of a mid-level warrior, he ascended rapidly to the realm of high-level warriors. Coughing, Lin Fan slid down from the wall, straightening up and wiping the blood from his lips. His gaze shone with a terrifying brilliance. Outside the observation room, gasps of astonishment turned into sharp intakes of breath. He has risen again. He withstood the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf's attack? Just a mouthful of blood? His arms appeared unscathed. The Shadow Moon Demon Wolf, poised to pounce and finish off this human, was taken aback as Lin Fan stood as if unscathed, even appearing to have become slightly stronger. Confusion and fury flickered in its emerald eyes. It howled again, muscles coiling, its massive form transforming into a gray lightning bolt. Its gaping maw aimed directly at Lin Fan's neck. Should it succeed in its bite, it could crush steel. This time, however, Lin Fan did not attempt to withstand the blow. With the surge of power from the 100-fold feedback, his dynamic vision and neural reflexes heightened, enabling him to barely keep pace with the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf's movements. He pushed off the ground with force, advancing rather than retreating, executing a daring low slide beneath the wolf's belly. Simultaneously, his right fist tightened, the tumultuous power within him exploding forth as he delivered a fierce uppercut to the demon wolf's relatively soft underbelly. Boom. A muffled sound echoed as the Yingyue Yaolang emitted a pained howl, its forward momentum abruptly interrupted, landing in a disheveled manner. Although this punch failed to inflict a fatal wound due to the angle, it thoroughly enraged the beast general. It spun around violently, and the silver crescent fur upon its forehead suddenly glimmered with a faint light. In the next moment, its figure appeared to merge with the surrounding light, becoming indistinct, and its speed surged once more, even conjuring several indistinguishable phantoms. The innate ability, Yingshi. This is bad. Outside the observation room, Zhuge Tao's expression changed. It had activated its talent. Countless wolf shadows pounced towards Lin Fan from all directions. The sound of claws slicing through the air came from various angles, rendering defense nearly impossible. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. He understood he could not evade. Since evasion was futile, he chose to embrace the onslaught instead. He stomped his foot forcefully, lowering his center of gravity, and astonishingly abandoned defense altogether, merely slightly turning his body to shield vital points, completely exposing his back and flanks beneath the rain of claw shadows. He has lost his mind. Someone outside the observation room screamed in disbelief. The sound of tearing filled the air. Lin Fan's combat suit instantly shredded into tatters. Horrifying claw marks that revealed bone appeared on his back, shoulders, and arms. Blood immediately drenched him, transforming him into a figure of crimson. Intense pain surged like a tidal wave. But at that same moment, detecting the host has sustained multiple severe lacerations. Initiating absorption. Absorption complete. Energy conversion in progress. Conversion successful. Acquired 100-fold life energy and genetic primal energy feedback. An even more powerful and frenzied tsunami of energy surged through him once more. This time, the energy even carried a hint of the unique shadow attribute of the Yingyue Yaolang. His wounds began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. His strength, speed, neural reactions, and even cellular vitality surged towards a higher echelon at a terrifying speed. The invisible barrier within him cracked under the strain. Peak of an advanced warrior. In that moment, his physical prowess was forcibly elevated to the limits of a warrior. Only a hair's breadth separated him from the rank of a battle general. Now is the moment. Lin Fan abruptly lifted his head, drenched in blood with rapidly healing wounds. He appeared like a vengeful spirit returned from hell. A cold and frenzied light flickered in his eyes. He locked onto the Yingyue Yaolang, which had momentarily paused due to consecutive attacks, revealing its true form. In the next moment, the ground beneath him erupted. His body shot forth like a cannonball, surpassing his previous speed by more than double. The hundredfold feedback provided not only enhanced strength, but also an extreme acceleration. For the first time, fear flickered in the eyes of the Yingyue Yaolang. It attempted to activate Yingxi once more, but it was already too late. Lin Fan instantly closed the distance between them, his right fist, infused with terrifying power, tore through the air like a cannonball, carrying an unstoppable momentum as it struck towards the massive head of the Yingyue Yaolang. It was over, even before the punch landed. The dreadful wind generated by it sent shivers down the spine of the Yingyue Yaolang. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated throughout the examination arena. Amidst the horrified gazes of all, the seemingly indestructible head of the Yingyue Yaolang burst apart like a smashed watermelon. Blood and flesh scattered in all directions. The headless wolf carcass trembled slightly before crashing heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud. Outside the observation room, a profound silence ensued. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Only within the examination arena, that blood-soaked figure stood straight, slowly retracting his fist. He turned around, gazing at the petrified faces beyond the special glass wall, and calmly stated, his voice resonating clearly through the amplification system. The assessment is complete. May I inquire if I have passed? Chapter 6. A Surge in Power. The Ninefold Thunderblade and Astonishing Rewards. Silence. Outside the observation room, the sound of a pin dropping echoed. Everyone stood transfixed, as if under a spell, staring at the bloodied figure in the assessment arena and the massive, still twitching headless wolf carcass beneath him. A G-level beast general, the Yingyue Yaolang, had been obliterated by a youth who had just undergone martial artist certification with a single punch. The image was so shocking that their brains struggled to process this inconceivable information. The officer responsible for monitoring the assessment data responded hoarsely, almost instinctively answering Lin Fan's question. The instruments indicated that the target's life signs had completely ceased. Suddenly, like ice shattering, the silence was broken, and a thunderous uproar erupted. My heavens! He did it. He truly accomplished it. Just one punch. That was the Yingyue Yaolang. A monster. This is the true essence of monstrosity. Look at his wounds. They are healing. All eyes once again focused on Lin Fan, noticing that the horrifying claw marks on his back and arms, which had previously exposed bone, had now ceased bleeding, the muscle at the edges of the wounds visibly writhing, closing, and forming scabs. In just a matter of seconds, those injuries, which would have left an ordinary martial artist on the brink of death, transformed into mere shallow red scars. This terrifying recovery ability once again struck at the very limits of everyone's understanding. Zhuge Tao took a deep breath, forcing down the tumultuous waves within his heart. But his gaze had turned incredibly fervent, even tinged with a hint of awe. He pushed open the door to the observation room and strode towards the entrance of the assessment arena. The heavy metal door creaked open. Zhuge Tao approached Lin Fan, his complex gaze scrutinizing him as if he were a rare treasure. He inhaled deeply and solemnly declared, Lin Fan, as the supervisor of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy in Yangzhou City, I officially announce that you have perfectly passed your practical assessment. From this moment forth, you are a true martial artist. Furthermore, you are now a member of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Welcome to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. He extended his hand. Lin Fan reached out to shake it, a faint smile gracing his face. Thank you, supervisor. The strength transmitted through their handshake startled Zhuge Tao once more. This was no mere intermediate warrior's strength. Your performance has surpassed everyone's expectations, Zhuge Tao exclaimed, his voice laden with disbelief. To single-handedly slay a G-level beast general is exceedingly rare in the entire history of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. Rest assured, the Academy will never shortchange any talent. He paused, raising his voice to ensure everyone could hear. In light of your extraordinary performance and remarkable potential, Lin Fan, I have decided to grant you the highest level of contractual benefits. Initial funding of 200 million Huaxia coins. A standalone villa located in the core area of the martial artist community. A complimentary combat suit worth 50 million and a weapon set, selectable within the limit. A complimentary copy of the first 4 volumes of the Ninefold Thunderblade. A complimentary copy of the first 4 volumes of the Annihilation. Choose one. A complimentary purchasing privilege for SS-level combat suits and weapon sets at half price. And direct qualification for the elite training camp. A series of rewards spilled from Zhuge Tao's lips, each announcement eliciting gasps of astonishment from those around. This treatment was extraordinarily generous, far surpassing the typical genius contract. An initial fund of 200 million. Complimentary first 4 volumes of 2 top-tier manuals. Choose one. Even half-price privileges for SS-level equipment and qualification for the elite training camp. The latter is a coveted opportunity sought after by geniuses from all over the world. Lin Fan's heart stirred as well. These rewards are indeed exceptionally practical for him, particularly the Jiuchong Lei Dao and Miesher. Both represent the pinnacle of guidance techniques and offensive skills on Earth, significantly enhancing his strength advantage. The SS-grade equipment further provides formidable protection, allowing him to absorb higher intensity damage more safely. Thank you, Supervisor. Lin Fan nodded in gratitude, remaining unfazed by the accolades or criticism. Zhuge Tao grew increasingly satisfied. Lin Fan's temperament far exceeded that of his peers. You may wash up and change your clothes shortly. I will have someone deliver the contract and detailed information to you. A specialized individual will also explain the selection of techniques and equipment, Zhuge Tao instructed. Understood. Guided by the admiring gazes of the staff, Lin Fan left the assessment area to cleanse himself of the bloodstains. Half an hour later, in a luxurious conference room at the Extreme Meeting Hall, Lin Fan donned a pristine training outfit, radiating vitality as he sat on the sofa. His internal strength surged, and through his interaction with the Shadow Moon Demon Wolf, his physical prowess had firmly ascended to the pinnacle of a high-level warrior. A mere veil away from the War General tier, Zhuge Tao personally accompanied him, alongside a senior instructor responsible for explaining the techniques. Lin Fan, here are the details of your contract. Please review, Zhuge Tao said, sliding a document across the table. Lin Fan examined it thoroughly. The terms were generous and devoid of any traps, prompting him to sign without hesitation. Congratulations. Zhuge Tao beamed, collecting the contract. Now, the selection of techniques is paramount. Miesher was created by Master Hong, focusing on overall physical enhancement and explosive power, a steady and methodical approach. In contrast, Jiuchong Lei Dao, crafted by Master Lei Shun, strives for unparalleled offensive power and speed. Though the difficulty of cultivation is immense, its lethality is arguably the highest in the world. Which one do you wish to choose as your primary focus? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan declared, I choose Jiuchong Lei Dao. The pursuit of supreme offensive capability resonated perfectly with him. He did not require a steady approach. What he sought was a weapon capable of unleashing the ferocity within him. The challenge? With the comprehensive enhancement provided by damage absorption, he was confident in overcoming it. Excellent. Zhuge Tao was not surprised by this choice. True geniuses often possess the confidence to master Jiuchong Lei Dao. We will immediately send you the authorization for the first 4 levels of the technique to your personal communicator, and you can study it in the virtual space. Additionally, here is the equipment catalog. The instructor handed over a tablet. You can select an initial set of equipment within a budget of 50 million, including various models of the Blood Shadow Battle Knife series. Lin Fan accepted the tablet, quickly scanning through the options. He filtered out the other equipment, focusing solely on the Blood Shadow Battle Knife. A knife is the ideal weapon for executing Jiuchong Lei Dao. He swiftly selected a model of the 9 series Blood Shadow Battle Knife that matched his current strength standards, along with the corresponding shield, combat suit, backpack, and a complete set of gear. The budget was perfectly utilized. Selection complete. Lin Fan returned the tablet. Truly efficient, Zhuge Tao remarked. The equipment will be promptly delivered to your villa. Here are the keys and the address. He handed over a set of keys and a card. After finalizing these arrangements, Zhuge Tao's expression turned slightly more serious. Lin Fan, your performance today was extraordinary. I have reported the situation to headquarters. I believe it will soon attract the attention of higher-ups. This presents both an opportunity and potentially unnecessary trouble for you. Until you truly mature, it would be wise to maintain a low profile and proceed with caution. Lin Fan nodded. I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Supervisor. He grasped the wisdom behind the saying, a tree that stands out will be felled by the wind. However, in the world of tunneling stars, it is sometimes necessary to exhibit sufficient talent and value to secure greater resources and protection. Striking that balance is essential. Additionally, Zhuge Tao continued, the qualification for the elite training camp is merely a stepping stone. Assessments occur annually. You must swiftly elevate your strength to the War General level and master Jiucheng Lei Dao to have a chance at passing the assessment. That is where the true stage for global geniuses converges. I will, Lin Fan replied, confidence gleaming in his eyes. War General level? For him, it may only require a substantial instance of damage absorption. As Lin Fan exited the extreme meeting hall, dusk had begun to settle. He gazed at his brand new warrior identification, Villa Keys, and personal communicator, which contained the first 4 levels of Jiucheng Lei Dao and an account balance of 200 million Huaxia coins. In just one day, he had transformed from an ordinary youth confined to a hospital bed into a genius warrior of the extreme martial arts hall, endowed with immense wealth, elite techniques, and boundless potential. This transformation was all thanks to the extraordinary damage absorption talent. The new world has finally opened its doors to me. Lin Fan took a deep breath of the air imbued with the essence of freedom and strength, his gaze drawn to the ominous contours of the wilderness bathed in the glow of the setting sun. Next, it was time to venture into the wild to fortify himself. He set forth, making his way toward his own independent villa, his silhouette elongated in the sunset, resolute and brimming with power. Chapter 7, Wilderness Zone. Level 3 Rodent Tide and the Comprehension of Slaughter. 3 days later, nearly 100 kilometers north of Yangzhou City, in the ruins of the dilapidated county-level city number 0231. Amidst the crumbling walls and overgrown weeds, the air was thick with decay and a faint scent of blood. This place was a paradise for monsters, a hunting ground for human warriors. A figure was swiftly darting through a partially collapsed residential building. Agile and nimble, it was Lin Fan. Clad in a brand new 9 Series combat suit, he bore the 9 Series Blood Shadow battle knife and shield, exuding an aura of sharp competence. Over these 3 days, he had not rushed into the wilderness but instead remained in the independent villa assigned by the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, almost neglecting sleep and food in his fervent study of the Jiucheng Lei Dao technique. The complexity and profundity of the technique exceeded his expectations, particularly the unique method of exertion, which demanded exquisite control over muscles, tendons, and primal energy. Even with his heightened comprehension and physical control, enhanced 100-fold, 3 days was merely enough for him to reach the threshold of the first level, achieving 14 times the exertion. Yet, even this was sufficient to elevate his offensive power to a new tier. Whoosh! A gray shadow suddenly leapt from the corner, aiming directly for Lin Fan's throat. It was a lurking shadow cat. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. Instead of retreating, he advanced. His right hand swiftly grasped the hilt of his blade. Clang! The Blood Shadow battle knife was drawn, glinting with a chilling light. The speed of the blade was astonishing. In the instant he struck, Lin Fan's muscles trembled subtly, a surge of greater power coursing down his spine to his arm, ultimately channeling into the battle knife. Jiucheng Lei Dao first level, 14 times exertion. Splat! The blade flashed in an instant. The shadow cat, mid-leap, abruptly froze, then was cleanly severed in 2 from head to tail. Its innards and blood splattered across the ground. Detected host has slain an H-grade monster. Weak energy automatically absorbed. Conversion in progress. The system's notification sounded, and a faint warmth flowed into his body. Lin Fan sheathed his knife, a slight frown crossing his brow. Too weak. The energy converted from this level of damage was negligible. He murmured to himself. The energy gained from killing ordinary beast soldiers was barely significant for his current high-level warrior physique. Its enhancement effect was practically negligible. He needed a more potent stimulus. It was imperative to seek out beast generals or face an overwhelming horde of beasts. Lin Fan's gaze swept toward the depths of the ruins, where increasingly dense and ferocious roars of monsters could be heard. He did not linger. With a swift movement, he stealthily advanced toward the more perilous regions of the city. The further he ventured, the more concentrated the traces of monsters became, and he could even see groups of beasts wandering about. Suddenly, he heard a cacophony of squeaks. Squeak! Squeak! A piercing, intense scream erupted from around the corner of the street, crashing upon him like a tidal wave, sending shivers down his spine. Almost immediately, the ground began to tremble faintly, as if an army of 1,000 steeds were galloping forth. Lin Fan's expression shifted subtly as he leapt onto the roof of a dilapidated 2-story building, gazing ahead. Upon his first glance, his pupils constricted sharply. Before him, the broad street was engulfed in a sea of darkness. An overwhelming tide of colossal rodent-like beasts with fiery red eyes and exposed fangs surged forth in a frenzy. The sheer number of them was unfathomable, extending to the horizon. It was a rodent tide, a level 3 rodent tide. Lin Fan felt a chill run down his spine. The rodent tide represented one of the most dreaded calamities in the wilderness, particularly a level 3 tide, which signified the presence of at least one beast king of the beast general level, accompanied by tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, of beast soldier level rodent creatures. Individually, they may lack strength, but their terrifying numbers could overwhelm anything in their path. This was an excellent opportunity to hone his skills. After a brief moment of shock, rather than fear, Lin Fan's eyes ignited with a fierce battle spirit. He craved pressure, sought an abundance of assaults to transform into energy. This rodent tide was a veritable ocean of experience presented to him. With a clang, the Bloodshadow battle blade was unsheathed once more. Lin Fan leapt from the rooftop, charging headlong into the surging black tide of rodents. He roared a battle cry and plunged into the horde. The blade shimmered instantly. The technique of the ninefold Thunderblade was employed, albeit still somewhat unrefined, yet every successful application allowed his strikes to become swifter and more lethal. The battle blade transformed into a whirlwind of death, as Lin Fan's figure flickered and darted among the rodents. Countless Bloodshadow rodents shrieked and lunged at him, their claws raking and teeth gnawing. Lin Fan did not make a concerted effort to evade all attacks. He merely guarded his eyes and a few vital points, relinquishing the rest to his combat suit and his own flesh. With a series of sounds, tearing, cracking, and booming, numerous assaults rained down upon him. His combat suit creaked and soon sustained damage. Rodent claws and fangs penetrated the torn areas, leaving trails of blood on his body. Although shallow, their sheer number was overwhelming. The force of the impacts sent his blood surging. Detection of multiple minor lacerations and impact damage to the host. Absorption initiated. Absorption complete. Energy conversion in progress. Conversion successful. 100-fold life energy feedback obtained. Detection of multiple minor lacerations initiated absorption conversion. Detection of absorption conversion. The system's notifications melded into a continuous stream. Although the energy converted from each individual injury was minimal, the frequency was relentless. Quantitative changes led to qualitative transformations. An immense, albeit relatively thin, flow of life energy surged uncontrollably into his body. It was as if trickling streams converged into a mighty river. His cells remained in a state of extreme activity, ravenously consuming this energy. His strength, speed, neural reflexes, and even his comprehension of the ninefold Thunderblade rapidly ascended under the relentless onslaught and continuous replenishment. He lost track of time, forgot his fatigue, with only the endless rodent tide and the battle blade in his sights. His swordsmanship, initially somewhat clumsy, grew increasingly fluid. The application of the first level of ninefold Thunderblade with 14-fold power became more refined, with an ever-increasing success rate. Gradually, he entered a mysterious state. His body instinctively dodged the most lethal attacks, the battle blade extending like an arm, always finding the most efficient and precise angles to strike at the rodent's vital points. His understanding of slaughter deepened. This was not mere training in a martial arts hall. This was a genuine life-and-death struggle. Each strike was a matter of life and death. Every wound signified energy. With a decisive strike, he unleashed another blow. This time the blade seemed to shimmer with a faint electric light, its speed surging dramatically. The 3 Bloodshadow rodents charging towards him were instantaneously cleaved in half. 14-fold power. The success rate soared to 90%. Lin Fan's breath surged as he sensed the barrier within him, transitioning from warrior to battle general level, thinning dangerously under the continuous influx of energy and insights from slaughter. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing roar, far exceeding that of ordinary rodents, erupted from behind the tide. The surging horde seemed to receive a command, their assault momentarily halting as they parted like waves. A massive rodent king, comparable in size to a calf, emerged from the throng, its fur standing on end like steel needles, its eyes glinting with cunning and malice. It fixed its gaze on Lin Fan, baring its dagger-like fangs, drool dripping and corroding the ground below. It was the G-level beast general, the bloodthirsty rodent king. It was evidently enraged by the human who had been slaughtering its kin. Finally, a worthy opponent had appeared. Lin Fan licked the beast's blood that had splattered on his lips, his battle spirit surging. This rodent king was the final stepping stone to his breakthrough. He stepped forward, dragging his blade toward the rodent king. The rodent king emitted a savage shriek, its limbs propelling it forward like a flash of crimson lightning, lunging at Lin Fan with astonishing speed. Lin Fan swung his blade in a horizontal arc. The rodent king deftly twisted midair, its claws delivering a fierce blow to Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan raised his shield to block. A tremendous force transmitted through the shield, causing Lin Fan's arm to dip and the ground beneath him to crack. The power of this rodent king seemed even greater than that of the previous Shadow Moon Demon Wolf. Yet Lin Fan felt exhilarated rather than alarmed. Excellent. Bring it on. He completely abandoned defense. The Blood Shadow Battle Blade spinning wildly as he countered the Rodent King's onslaught in a frenzy. The Rodent King's claws continuously raked across his body, the impacts shaking his insides. However, with each injury, a surge of energy flowed through him, triggering a new round of strengthening. The application of the ninefold Thunderblade grew increasingly adept under extreme pressure. At last, following a violent collision, Lin Fan stumbled back a half-step, his eyes blazing with intensity. His muscles, bones, and genetic primal energy harmonized in a moment of perfect coordination. The Blood Shadow Battle Blade rose, faint lightning coursing along its blade. Thunderblade. Slash. A thunderous roar erupted as the blade tore through the air, emitting a deep, thunderous howl. Speed and power surged to an unprecedented level. 14-fold power. A perfect explosion. The blade flashed. With a whoosh, the bloodthirsty Rodent King's forward charge abruptly froze, its massive head soaring into the air. Blood gushed forth like a fountain from the severed neck. The headless rodent corpse crashed to the ground. Detection of host eliminating G-level beast general. Absorption energy conversion successful. 100-fold genetic primal energy feedback obtained. An overwhelming torrent of pure energy flooded into Lin Fan's body, far surpassing any previous influx. It was as if a dam had burst, a volcano erupted. The solid barrier within him shattered under this final surge of energy. A potent aura erupted uncontrollably from Lin Fan, swirling around him. He had finally crossed the threshold into the battle general level. His power had undergone a qualitative leap. Upon witnessing their king's demise, the surrounding rodent tide descended into chaos, emitting terrified squeaks as they scattered like a receding tide, vanishing without a trace. Only the ground littered with rodent corpses remained, along with Lin Fan, standing at the center, radiating an overwhelming aura. He felt the powerful energy surging within him, far more potent than he had ever been at the warrior level. He had finally become a battle general. He gripped his battle blade tightly, gazing deeper into the wilderness, where more formidable lord-level monsters, even king-level beasts, awaited him. His journey of empowerment had only just begun. Chapter 8. Lord Level. Blood Battle and the Stunning Blade. Upon breaking through to the warrior level, Lin Fan felt as though the entire world had become significantly clearer. The flow of air, distant subtle sounds, the surging genetic primal energy within him, and the perceptible weight of the Blood Shadow Blade in his hand all reached an entirely new dimension. His strength, speed, and neural responses had all been comprehensively enhanced. This was a leap in the realm of existence. He casually swung his blade, the edge slicing through the air, producing a deep, melodious hum, its speed surpassing that of before. This was the power of the warrior level. As Lin Fan reveled in the surging strength within him, his gaze shifted towards the depths of City 0231, to the area occupied by even stronger monsters. It was still not enough. Far from it. The energy feedback provided by the Beast General level had allowed him to successfully break through, yet to ascend rapidly, he required greater pressure and deadlier harm. The domain of Lord-level monsters, above Beast General level, corresponding to Human Warrior level, was his next target. Without hesitation, he moved, gliding through the ruins like a specter. His speed more than doubled as he swiftly approached the city center. The closer he got to the city center, the more intact the buildings appeared. Yet the atmosphere grew increasingly desolate and oppressive. Here, the number of monsters had dwindled, yet each one radiated an aura that sent shivers down the spine. Large bones were frequently spotted scattered about, remnants left by the devoured weak. Lin Fan restrained his aura, proceeding cautiously. Though he craved powerful adversaries, he did not seek death recklessly. The intelligence of Lord-level monsters was not to be underestimated, as most possessed bizarre and formidable innate abilities, requiring utmost caution. Suddenly, he halted, his pupils constricting. Ahead lay a vast city square, the once lively fountain in the center long since dried and shattered. At that moment, a colossal creature lay sprawled in the square, seemingly dozing. It resembled a lion magnified several dozen times, yet its entire body was covered in dark golden scales, glinting with a metallic sheen in the dim light. A tail, akin to a steel whip, moved unconsciously, effortlessly shattering concrete slabs beneath it. Its massive head exhaled a white mist imbued with the scent of sulfur, warping the surrounding air slightly. Even lying there, it exuded a weighty pressure akin to a mountain. The dark gold giant lizard, undoubtedly a lord-level beast. Lin Fan's heart raced, his blood flowing faster. The aura emitted by this creature far exceeded that of the previous Shadow Moon Demon Wolf and Bloodthirsty Rat King, even surpassing the warrior he had encountered on the city wall. It was likely a mid-tier Lord-level monster. Danger. Extreme danger. Yet simultaneously, an uncontrollable excitement and combat spirit surged from the depths of Lin Fan's being. This was it. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening to an extraordinary degree. He did not launch an immediate attack, but instead meticulously observed the surrounding environment, searching for advantageous terrain while rapidly devising techniques for the ninefold Thunderblade in his mind. After breaking through to the warrior level, he had mastered the first level of 14-fold power to perfection and had even brushed against the second level of 21-fold power. He slowly drew the Blood Shadow Blade from his back, its blade reflecting a cold glow. The opportunity was singular. He had to give it his all. He suddenly exerted force beneath him. The power of the warrior level erupted entirely, causing the concrete floor to explode into a shallow pit. His body shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, propelling towards the slumbering dark gold giant lizard. The speed was so incredible that it left a trailing afterimage. During his sprint, every muscle in his body began to vibrate in an extraordinarily intricate manner, compounding his strength. Genetic primal energy surged wildly, flooding into his right arm. Ninefold Thunderblade second level 21-fold power. Though merely a preliminary attempt, its might far exceeded the first level. Roar! The dark gold giant lizard abruptly awoke. Its lantern-sized yellow vertical pupils instantly locked onto Lin Fan, who was charging at high speed. Enraged by the provocation from such a diminutive creature, it let out an earth-shattering roar. The sound waves spread like solid matter, shattering the glass windows surrounding the square. It raised its massive paw, comparable to a grinding wheel, bringing a devastating wind as it ruthlessly struck down towards Lin Fan. The speed was astonishing. Lin Fan's pupils contracted. This velocity was beyond his expectations. There was no escaping. Gritting his teeth, he forcibly redirected the blade's strike into a block, raising his left arm shield high, channeling all his primal energy into it. Boom! The giant paw slammed into the shield. An unfathomable force, akin to a cataclysmic wave, surged forth. The 9 Series shield emitted a groan under the unbearable burden. Twisting and contorting instantly, Lin Fan felt as though he had been struck head-on by a meteor, blood spewing forth as a bone-cracking sound resonated from his left arm. His body hurtling backward like a ragged sack, crashing through 2 walls before finally coming to a halt. Excruciating pain, a tearing agony coursed through his entire being. Detected host has suffered extreme impact damage and shock damage, initiating absorption. Absorption complete. Energy conversion in progress. Conversion successful. Gained 100-fold life energy and genetic primal energy feedback. A tidal wave, an unprecedented tsunami of energy erupted within him, magnitudes more grandiose, violent, and pure than any prior experience. His cells screamed in wild ecstasy, undergoing transformation. Broken bones were instantaneously repaired and reinforced to an extraordinary degree. Damaged organs were cleansed and healed by the torrent of energy. His physical constitution skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. From junior warrior to mid-tier warrior, a meteoric rise. More importantly, amidst this extreme pain and life-or-death pressure, his comprehension of the ninefold Thunderblade's second level became crystal clear in an instant. The method of power accumulation was suddenly illuminated. Roar! The dark gold giant lizard, having landed a strike, let out a triumphant roar. Lumbering heavily towards the ruins Lin Fan had been thrown into, intent on crushing this bold little insect that dared to challenge it. Amidst the dust of the ruins, Lin Fan abruptly lifted his head, blood streaming from his mouth, yet his gaze shone brightly like the stars. The surging power within him demanded release. He tore away the now-defunct shield and twisted arm guard, gripping the Blood Shadow Blade tightly in his right hand. The massive form of the dark gold giant lizard rushed closer, once more raising its enormous paw, imbued with a sense of annihilation, ready to stomp Lin Fan and the ruins into dust. Now was the moment. Lin Fan's eyes flashed with intensity. Instead of retreating, he stomped his feet fiercely, launching himself upwards like a cannonball. Every muscle, sinew, and genetic primal energy harmonized in an unprecedented way, perfectly compounding. An even more powerful, more ferocious force surged through his right arm, infusing the Blood Shadow Blade. The blade trembled violently, emitting a thunderous hum. Its surface even glimmered with a flicker of tangible electricity. Ninefold Thunderblade second level 21-fold power. Achieved. Thunderblade. Second level. Flash. Lin Fan let out a fierce roar that echoed through the heavens, the Blood Shadow Blade slicing upward, creating a dazzling arc that seemed poised to tear the very fabric of space. This strike was swift, fierce, and precise. The power contained within caused the surrounding air to explode with sound. The dark gold giant lizard sensed the impending threat, and for the first time, a hint of fear flickered in its dark yellow vertical pupils. It was too late to retract its giant paw. Sizzle, like a hot knife through butter. The incredibly hard, dark golden scales, capable of withstanding missile bombardments, were forcefully cleaved open before this awe-inspiring slash. The blade flashed with a force akin to breaking bamboo, slicing upward along the front limbs, chest, and neck of the dark gold giant lizard. A chilling, desperate wail erupted from the creature. Its massive body stiffened in place. A thin line of blood extended from its jaw to its abdomen. The next moment, blood gushed forth like a waterfall from the incision. The enormous dark gold giant lizard was cleaved in two by Lin Fan's miraculous strike. With a thunderous crash, the two massive halves fell heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently and dust to soar into the sky. Detected that the host has slain a medium-level Lord-class monster. Energy absorption transformation successful. Gained 100-fold gene origin feedback. A surge of pure energy flooded into him, solidifying his rapidly increasing power. Lin Fan landed on the ground, leaning on his sword, slightly panting as he gazed at the bisected giant lizard, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. The 21-fold force of the 9-fold Thunderblade, combined with his battle general level physique and the strength brought by the 100-fold feedback, proved to be terrifyingly powerful. He could sense that his strength had stabilized at the mid-battle general level, even approaching the high battle general tier. Moreover, he had completely mastered the second level of the 9-fold Thunderblade. Just then, the communicator on his wrist vibrated urgently, relaying the astonished voice of Zhuge Tao, Lin Fan. What on earth happened over there? Satellite surveillance detected a high-energy response at the center of City 0231. Suspected Lord-class monster death. Was it you? Lin Fan steadied his breath and replied, Supervisor, it was me. I just took down a dark gold giant lizard. On the other end, there was a profound silence. After a long while, Zhuge Tao's voice, trembling and incredulous, finally came through. A medium-level Lord-class dark gold giant lizard? Are you sure? Absolutely. The corpse is still here, Lin Fan answered calmly. Stay put. Don't move. I will report immediately. Headquarters will dispatch a battle god-level expert to assist you. Zhuge Tao's tone had shifted to one of awe. You've really stirred up a storm this time. Lin Fan ended the communication, gazing at the corpse of the Lord-class monster with a slight smile. Stirring up a storm? This is merely the beginning. He lifted his gaze, as if piercing through the clouds to behold the vast, boundless starry sky. Chapter 9, Rising Fame. Global shockwaves and contact with the battle god. Lin Fan concluded his call with Zhuge Tao, standing still as he silently absorbed the new power surging within him. The strength of a mid-battle general. Nearing the high battle general level, combined with his complete mastery of the second level of the 9-fold Thunderblade, endowed him with a genuine threat. Even the capability to slay a medium-level Lord-class monster. He glanced at the bisected dark gold giant lizard, now a testament to his achievements. While the materials from a Lord-class creature held immense value, what he cherished more was the leap in strength and the profound understanding of his own abilities that this battle had brought. The astonishing potential of the damage absorption talent became vividly apparent in combat with powerful foes. As long as he was not instantly defeated, he would only grow stronger with each battle. Suddenly, a piercing sound of something slicing through the air approached rapidly. A figure clad in black and gold combat gear descended like a meteor, landing steadily in the square, emanating a powerful aura that sent the remaining monsters around into a panicked retreat. Another battle god-level expert. This warrior appeared slightly older, in his 40s, with a rugged face and piercing eyes akin to a hawk, surveying the scene. When his gaze fell upon the cleaved dark gold giant lizard's corpse, even his experienced eyes widened in disbelief. His focus quickly shifted to Lin Fan, the only one standing in the arena. Feeling the still raging battle general level energy fluctuations and the overwhelming killing intent emanating from him, as well as the bloodied sword in his hand, his astonishment deepened. Did you do this? The battle god's voice carried a barely perceptible dryness. Despite being informed through communication, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different impact. Lin Fan nodded calmly. Yes, senior. The battle god took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, and stated solemnly, I am the inspection envoy from the Extreme Martial Arts Headquarters. Code name Ice Mountain. I have been dispatched by the Master to confirm and assist you. He revealed his name, a symbol of strength and sternness within the battle god community. Thank you, envoy, Lin Fan responded respectfully. The Ice Mountain battle god carefully examined the wounds on the dark gold giant lizard, particularly the smooth cut that cleaved it in half. His eyes gleaming with admiration. Such a formidable technique. The explosive power contained is astonishing. You practiced the ninefold Thunderblade? The second level? Yes, I've just made a breakthrough. Lin Fan admitted. The Ice Mountain battle god fell silent once more. A youth who had only recently been certified as a martial artist, venturing alone into the wilderness. Not only reaching the battle general level, but also mastering the highly difficult ninefold Thunderblade to its second level, and even slaying a medium-level Lord-class monster renowned for its defenses. This was no longer mere talent. It was monstrous. Your performance has caught the attention of the master. The Ice Mountain battle god said gravely, it is unwise to linger here. The scent of blood from a slain Lord-class monster may attract other formidable beings. I will escort you back to the base city. The materials from this dark gold giant lizard will be handled by the Martial Arts Hall, and the points and monetary rewards will be credited to your account in full. Thank you, Envoy. Lin Fan agreed without hesitation. The Ice Mountain battle god nodded. Refraining from further words, lifting Lin Fan effortlessly, Lin Fan made no resistance, and soaring into the sky towards Jiangnan Base City, flying through the air. This was the hallmark of planet level, battle god level and above, prowess. Yet even a powerful high battle god could achieve this temporarily with special equipment and profound energy. Throughout the journey, the Ice Mountain battle god remained taciturn, though Lin Fan could sense his probing gaze occasionally lingering on him. Upon returning to the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Yangzhou City under the protection of a battle god, the entire hall erupted in commotion. All staff members, as well as numerous martial artists who had rushed to the scene upon hearing the news, gathered in the square, gazing in awe, curiosity, and disbelief at Lin Fan and the Ice Mountain battle god descending from above. Zhuge Tao had been waiting there, rushing forward with a mix of excitement and shock on his face. Envoy, Lin Fan, you have returned. He looked at Lin Fan as though he were a rare treasure, struggling to find the right words to express his admiration. The Ice Mountain battle god nodded slightly to Zhuge Tao, then turned to Lin Fan. I will report the situation to the master. Regarding your rewards and subsequent arrangements, the headquarters will soon issue directives. Until you receive new instructions, remain in Yangzhou City and refrain from unnecessary risks. His tone carried a note of caution. Understood, Lin Fan replied with a nod. The Ice Mountain battle god cast one last penetrating glance at Lin Fan, as if attempting to fully comprehend the youth, before transforming into a streak of light and soaring away, leaving behind a crowd filled with excitement and awe. The news of Lin Fan's solitary defeat of a medium-level Lord-class monster spread like a seismic wave, rapidly reaching the upper echelons of various global forces at an unimaginable pace. Within the internal network of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, the Thunderbolt Martial Hall, the HR Alliance, and all military factions that learned of this news reacted first with disbelief and skepticism, as satellite imagery, combat energy monitoring data, and the testimony of the inspector regarding the iceberg lay bare before them. An uncanny silence enveloped the room, soon to be shattered by an unprecedented wave of shock and uproar. Who is Lin Fan? Which reclusive family does he hail from? Investigate. Immediately procure all pertinent information about him. 18 years old, a warrior for less than a week, slaying a mid-tier lord single-handedly? What nonsense is this? The second level of Jiuchong Lei Dao? Is he the illegitimate child of the Thunder God? This young man possesses terrifying talent. We must either cultivate him with utmost diligence or eliminate him. Across the globe, various factions stirred restlessly at the mention of Lin Fan. His sudden emergence shattered all preconceived notions of genius. At the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, within the virtual realm, a shadow shrouded in endless darkness, Hong listened intently to the report of the iceberg. The situation is as follows. Master, this young man's talent and potential far exceed our expectations. He seems to harbor great secrets. His terrifying recovery ability and the trait of growing stronger with every battle cannot be solely attributed to Jiuchong Lei Dao. The shadow in the darkness fell silent for a moment, before a calm yet authoritative voice resonated. Everyone possesses secrets. What is crucial is his temperament. Is he worthy of cultivation? After a moment of contemplation, the iceberg replied, according to Zhuge Tao's report in my brief interaction, this young man is decisive in combat, possesses clear objectives, and has an unwavering resolve. Though somewhat radical, he is not a mindless braggart. He harbors no aversion towards the academy at present. Hong's voice betrayed no discernible emotion. Since he is a genius, he shall receive the treatment befitting one. Elevate his contract privileges, allocate resources favorably, and arranged for him to enter the elite training camp, ensuring that the enchanting focus is directed towards him. I wish to see how far he can go. Yes, master. Meanwhile, Lin Fan was in his villa, cleansing himself of the bloodstains, glancing at the frantic notifications on his communicator and the nearly overwhelmed unfamiliar numbers. Shaking his head in resignation, he understood that his tranquil days were likely coming to an end. Fame brings both opportunity and the onset of a storm. Chapter 10. A Turbulent Tide. Underlying Currents and Promises. News of Lin Fan's slaying of the mid-tier, Lord-level beast, the dark gold giant lizard, rippled across the upper echelons of the globe like a stone cast into a serene lake, creating waves far beyond his initial expectations. Naturally, within the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, there was jubilation, and Lin Fan was regarded as the most promising treasure since Hong and the Thunder God, with discussions of resource allocation and confidentiality at an all-time high. However, the external world was rife with hidden currents. Outside Lin Fan's standalone villa in Jiangnan Bay City, there were noticeably more prying eyes lurking. Despite the Academy's efforts to enhance security and sternly warn various factions, such attention could not be completely deterred. Inside the villa, Lin Fan remained oblivious to the happenings outside, deeply engrossed in solidifying his recently attained realm and mastering the power techniques of Jiucheng Lei Dao. His battle with the dark gold giant lizard had yielded immense gains, and he needed time to digest them. The communicator chimed. It was Zhuge Tao. Lin Fan, how have you been feeling lately? No troubles, I hope? Zhuge Tao's voice exuded concern. I'm well, thank you for your care, Lin Fan replied. That's good. The headquarters has approved your rewards, surpassing the previous contract. Zhuge Tao's tone brimmed with excitement. In light of your exceptional contribution in independently slaying a mid-tier Lord-level beast, the headquarters has decided. First, you are awarded 100 billion Huaxia coins. Second, you receive a complete set of SS-level equipment, weapons, combat suit, shield, aircraft, etc. Third, you are granted the complete set of Jiucheng Lei Dao manuals. Fourth, a portion of Dragon Blood as a reward. Fifth, your spot in the elite training camp is officially confirmed. A private plane will collect you in a week to take you to the global headquarters. Even with Lin Fan's composed nature, he couldn't help but gasp upon hearing this reward list. 100 billion. A complete set of SS-level equipment. The entire Jiucheng Lei Dao collection, and Dragon Blood, which significantly enhances physical attributes. Such generosity is staggering. It is enough to make any war god envious. This clearly illustrates the extent of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy's regard for him. Please extend my gratitude to the headquarters, Lin Fan said solemnly. You deserve it. Zhuge Tao chuckled. However, Lin Fan, a tall tree attracts the wind. Your reputation is now widespread, and apart from our Extreme Martial Arts Academy, the HR Alliance, the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, and even some underground forces and foreign entities will likely seek to make contact with you, whether to court or suppress you, or even to assassinate you. Exercise utmost caution before heading to the training camp. I understand. Lin Fan's eyes glinted with cold resolve. He never underestimated the malicious intentions of others. Sure enough, in the following days, various forms of contact inundated him. First, a supervisor from the HR Alliance approached him with a jaw-dropping collaboration proposal and astronomical promises of wealth, attempting to invite Lin Fan to become an honorary advisor of the HR Alliance, with conditions that were almost ludicrous, yet were firmly rejected by Lin Fan. He held little affection for such a purely commercial organization. Next, a high-ranking war god from the Thunder Martial Arts Academy personally visited, expressing profound admiration for the Thunder God and insinuating that if Lin Fan were to join the Thunder Martial Arts Academy, perhaps the Thunder God himself would personally guide him in the further cultivation of Jiucheng Lei Dao. Lin Fan likewise declined politely, having chosen the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. He would not easily waver, especially since he had confidence in forging his own path. There were even clandestine overtures from underground forces, laden with a chilling and menacing air, which Lin Fan coldly dismissed by hanging up the communications. All of this was anticipated. However, one particular communication left Lin Fan in prolonged silence. It was from the Huaxiao military. A venerable elder bearing the star of a general appeared on the screen, his gaze sharp and weathered, exuding an aura of iron will. Comrade Lin Fan, the elder's voice was steady and powerful. First, on behalf of the Huaxiao military, I extend gratitude for your immense contributions in safeguarding the lives and property of the people during the beast tide in City 0231 and in this recent slaying of a Lord-level beast. Lin Fan straightened his posture, his expression solemn. This is what I ought to do. He held deep respect for the soldiers who protect their homeland. The elder nodded, a flicker of appreciation in his eyes. Your talent and achievements are truly remarkable. On behalf of the military, I extend a formal invitation to you. Huaxia needs geniuses like you. Here, you will receive resources that are on par with any faction, and you can fulfill your true aspiration to serve the country, to safeguard this land and its people. The elder's voice carried sincerity and gravity, distinct from the mere temptations of other factions. Imbued with a sense of national duty and call, Lin Fan fell silent. Having traversed here, he originally felt little sense of belonging to this world. His sole thought was to grow stronger and survive. Yet, after experiencing the beast tide and witnessing the soldiers and warriors fighting valiantly on the front lines, he found it impossible to remain entirely indifferent. After a moment, he lifted his gaze, clarity and determination shining within. General, I appreciate the military's esteem and trust. I, Lin Fan, was born and raised here. If enemies invade or the beast tide threatens my homeland, I cannot shirk my duty and am willing to be the vanguard. However, I believe that currently, at the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, I can enhance my strength more rapidly. Strength is the foundation that safeguards everything. Please believe that no matter where I am, I will always remember that I am a Huaxia citizen. The elder listened to Lin Fan's words, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes, but more so, a sense of comfort. He could see that this young man was not evading responsibility, but rather possessed a clear understanding and plan for himself. Excellent. A solid foundation and strength. The elder nodded in agreement. The military respects your choice. Remember your words today. Huaxia will always be your support. Should you ever encounter any insurmountable troubles in the future, feel free to contact this number. He transmitted an encrypted number. Thank you, General. Lin Fan replied earnestly. Ending the communication with the military, Lin Fan approached the window, gazing at the distant contours of the wilderness beyond the base city, which appeared to be a colossal beast lying in wait. The reactions of various factions allowed him to grasp the intricate complexities of this world and the harshness of reality. Without strength, one lacks even the qualification to be a mere pawn, yet with power, one finds oneself ensnared in an even larger vortex. At the global headquarters of the elite training camp, Lin Fan murmured to himself, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. This place gathered the world's most exceptional talents, boasted the finest cultivation resources, and served as the most fiercely competitive stage. He yearned for stronger adversaries and more formidable challenges there, compelling him to absorb injuries swiftly and grow stronger at an accelerated pace. In a week, he would embark on a new journey. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, discussions and schemes regarding him had not ceased in the shadows. Have they uncovered his background and the secrets behind his ascension? No. The Extreme Martial Arts Hall maintains a stringent confidentiality. However, his rate of improvement is too astonishing. There must be something amiss. The elite training camp is certainly not a tranquil place. Arrange for our personnel to keep a close watch on this newly emerged genius. If necessary, employ extraordinary means to unveil his secrets. The undercurrents continue to surge. A storm may very well be brewing within the elite training camp. Lin Fan clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. No matter what lies ahead, he would forge ahead unflinchingly. Chapter 11. Arriving at the elite training camp. A show of authority before the Black Dragon statue. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lin Fan thoroughly solidified his intermediate warrior, nearing advanced strength and masterfully honed the second level of the Jiuzhong Lei Dao to a fluid proficiency, even beginning to contemplate the techniques of the third level. The SS-grade equipment and Dragon Blood rewards had also arrived, but he refrained from utilizing the Dragon Blood immediately, intending to wait for a suitable opportunity. At dawn, a sleek, jet-black intelligent fighter jet descended silently like a specter upon the lawn in front of Lin Fan's villa. This was a special aircraft dispatched by the Extreme Martial Arts Hall headquarters. Lin Fan carried minimal luggage, merely shouldering the 9 Series Blood Shadow battle blade that had accompanied him through blood-soaked battles. The SS-grade battle blade was stowed in his backpack as he stepped into the aircraft's cabin. The interior boasted opulence and cutting-edge technology. The jet soared into the skies at an astonishing speed, heading toward the Extreme Martial Arts Hall's global headquarters across the ocean. Through the porthole, as he observed the rapidly shrinking Jiangnan base city below and the vast, perilous wilderness in the distance, Lin Fan's gaze remained tranquil. Yet within him ignited a fierce resolve. Global headquarters, elite training camp, I have arrived. Hours later, the aircraft began its descent. Below unfolded an expansive lake, at the center of which lay a colossal island transformed to resemble a futuristic city, Hongning Base City, the location of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall's global headquarters. The aircraft glided over the city and ultimately landed in an area heavily guarded. It resembled a city within a city, surrounded by high walls, with formidable warriors patrolling everywhere. The air was infused with a rich cosmic energy, invigorating all who breathed it in. Mr. Lin Fan, you have arrived at the elite training camp. Wishing you prosperous martial fortunes, the intelligence system chimed. The cabin door opened, and Lin Fan stepped out. Immediately, a middle-aged man clad in a training camp instructor uniform, exuding a fierce aura, approached him. He bore the Extreme Martial Arts Hall emblem on his chest, and his strength was evidently at the God of War level. Lin Fan, I am Instructor Wang Meng of the training camp, tasked with welcoming you. Instructor Wang Meng scrutinized Lin Fan, his eyes betraying unmasked curiosity and assessment. Lin Fan's exploits were no longer a secret among the higher-ups of the camp. Thank you for your trouble, Instructor Wang. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Follow me. I'll guide you to familiarize yourself with the surroundings and complete your check-in. Wang Meng moved with decisive efficiency, introducing the vast expanse of the training camp, which was divided into teaching areas, cultivation zones, dormitories, and the trial tower, among other sections. This place boasted the world's finest cultivation facilities and instructors, but simultaneously, it harbored the fiercest competition. Do you see that 9-story tower? Wang Meng pointed toward a towering black edifice in the distance. That is the trial tower, the venue for assessing a warrior's combat capabilities. Rankings are of utmost importance, directly impacting the resources you can obtain. And over there is the ancient civilization gravity room and the challenge arena. Wang Meng continued as he led Lin Fan through a landscaped area, revealing a massive plaza. In the center of the square stood a gigantic black dragon statue, lifelike and emanating an awe-inspiring pressure. Beneath the statue, a large black stone tablet was inscribed with countless names. At that moment, several young male and female trainees occupied the square, each exuding a vigorous aura and sharp gazes. The weakest among them seemed to possess warrior-level strength, with many having even reached the God of War level. Upon seeing Wang Meng escorting a stranger, they cast curious, scrutinizing, and even slightly challenging glances toward him. That is the ranking stone tablet. Wang Meng indicated toward the stone tablet beneath the black dragon statue, which recorded the real-time rankings of all trainees. The trainee with the lowest score each month would face elimination. His voice was not deliberately subdued, and the surrounding trainees all heard him. A newcomer? A tall, well-built youth with a buzz cut and an arrogant expression approached. He glanced at Lin Fan, sensing his warrior-level aura, which Lin Fan had intentionally suppressed, and a disdainful smile crept upon his lips. Instructor Wang, why are we letting any Tom, Dick, or Harry into the training camp this year? Warrior level? Must have come in through the back door, right? A few low snickers arose from the other trainees. The elite training camp had a high threshold for entry, typically only admitting the world's most elite geniuses, most of whom came from profound backgrounds. A stranger, merely at the warrior level, inevitably sparked their imaginations. Instructor Wang Meng furrowed his brow, preparing to reprimand him. Yet Lin Fan raised his hand to stop him, calmly addressing the buzz-cut youth. If it's through the back door, wouldn't a test reveal the truth? Oh, this is intriguing. The buzz-cut youth raised an eyebrow, surprised that this newcomer dared to retort. Looks like I need to teach you a lesson about the camp's rules. Before he could finish, he suddenly lunged forward, his right hand forming a claw, unleashing a fierce gust of wind as he aimed to grasp Lin Fan's shoulder. His speed was astonishing, evidently intending to humiliate Lin Fan. The force behind this claw had already reached the level of a novice God of War. Many trainees around them displayed expressions of anticipation. Instructor Wang Meng's gaze sharpened, yet he refrained from intervening immediately. He too wished to observe Lin Fan's response. Faced with this sudden and ruthless assault, Lin Fan's expression turned icy. He did not flinch or evade. Instead, at the very moment the claw approached, he slightly shifted to the side, deliberately offering his left shoulder, seeking death. The buzz-cut youth's eyes darkened at this sight, and he exerted even more strength into his hand. Bang! The claw struck Lin Fan's left shoulder with tremendous force. The combat suit slightly caved in, producing a dull thud. Detected that the host has sustained impact damage, beginning absorption and conversion. Obtained 100-fold life energy feedback. A warm current surged into his body. Although faint, it heightened Lin Fan's mental acuity. The triumphant smile on the buzz-cut youth's face had just begun to form when it abruptly froze. He felt as though his fingers were grasping a piece of tempered adamantium, sending jolts of pain through his knuckles. The opponent remained utterly unfazed. Is this the extent of your strength? Lin Fan's cold voice echoed in his ear. In the next moment, Lin Fan struck. His right hand moved with lightning speed, preemptively attacking, rendering his actions nearly imperceptible. Smack! A crisp and resounding slap struck the face of the young man with a buzz cut. The terrifying force erupted instantaneously. The young man had no time to react. Feeling an irresistible surge of power, his head ringing as if he had been struck by a speeding train, he was lifted off the ground, spinning several times in the air before crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away like a lifeless dog. His cheeks swelling instantly with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, utterly dazed. The entire square fell into an eerie silence. All the students, who had initially worn expressions of mockery and anticipation, found their faces frozen in disbelief, eyes wide as they gazed at Lin Fan, who stood calmly, slowly retracting his hand, then glanced at the disheveled young man on the ground. A junior battle god was sent flying by a battle general with a single slap? How could this be possible? Instructor Wang Meng's pupils constricted sharply, his heart filled with astonishment. Such speed, such strength. This is certainly not something an ordinary battle general could possess. No wonder he could slay a lord-level opponent. Lin Fan's gaze swept across the stunned faces in the crowd. His voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Who else wishes to teach me the rules? No one responded. The square was so silent that a pin drop could be heard. Only the faint sound of the wind passing through the black dragon statue could be heard. In the most direct and domineering manner, Lin Fan instilled a palpable sense of awe in all the senior students of the elite training camp. He turned to Instructor Wang Meng and said, "Instructor, let us continue." Wang Meng took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, casting a deep look at Lin Fan before nodding. "Very well. I will take you to your dormitory." The two traversed the silent square, leaving behind a group of stupefied students exchanging glances, along with the still-dazed young man. A singular thought emerged in everyone's minds. A fierce contender is coming to the training camp. Chapter 12, Trial Tower Assessment. A ranking that shocks the entire camp. Instructor Wang Meng led Lin Fan away from the Black Dragon Square, leaving behind a profound silence and countless astonished gazes. "You certainly do not hold back." Wang Meng glanced at the composed Lin Fan, his tone somewhat helpless yet subtly tinged with admiration. In the training camp, strength is paramount, although Lin Fan's slap was brutish. It was indeed the most direct and effective way to establish authority. "I acted in self-defense," Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, as if he had merely swatted away a fly. Wang Meng's lips twitched, but he said nothing further. He assisted Lin Fan in completing the check-in procedures. The dormitory was a standalone building, fully equipped with excellent facilities and an ideal training environment, far superior to the villas in the basic city. "This is your training camp manual, which contains all the rules and regulations, facility usage instructions, points acquisition, and ranking criteria. Be sure to read it carefully." Wang Meng handed Lin Fan a tablet. "And once settled, you need to quickly undergo the initial ranking assessment, as it pertains to the resource allocation for your first month." Initial ranking assessment? Lin Fan took the tablet. "It primarily involves the trial tower level assessment and combat power output testing. The system will assign you an initial ranking based on your performance." Wang Meng explained. "The trial tower is in the direction we just passed. You can go there on your own. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me." After bidding farewell to Instructor Wang Meng, Lin Fan swiftly skimmed through the manual. The competition within the elite training camp was indeed ruthless. All resources, including the use of the ancient civilization gravity chamber, assistance from the spirit of flora and fauna, and opportunities for mentorship, were all tied to rankings. Those ranked lower could even face elimination. His gaze fell upon the introduction to the trial tower in the manual. This was a superb trial ground simulated using virtual space technology, testing the martial artist's agility, power output, will, and combat abilities, divided into 7 levels, with difficulty escalating at each tier. It was a perfect opportunity to assess my current combat level. Lin Fan set the manual aside and stepped out, heading towards the trial tower. Upon returning to the Black Dragon Square, most of the students had dispersed, yet many still discreetly observed him. As they saw him approach the trial tower, hushed whispers erupted. "He is heading to the trial tower. Is he about to undergo the initial assessment? Humph. He merely caught Wei Lian off guard earlier. One cannot deceive the trial tower. Let us see how far he can go. A C-grade rating at best. Prepare to enjoy the spectacle." The buzz-cut young man Wei Lian, nursing an ice pack on his face, glared at Lin Fan's back with resentment, utterly unwilling to believe that he could truly be inferior to a mere battle general. Lin Fan disregarded the gazes and stepped directly into the towering black edifice. Inside, the hall was spacious, featuring numerous independent virtual space entrances. Under the guidance of the staff, Lin Fan entered a device resembling a gaming pod. "Lin Fan, please prepare. The trial tower assessment is about to commence." The The system will evaluate your level based on your performance, the electronic voice announced. A flash of light enveloped him, and Lin Fan found himself standing on a vast expanse of silver alloy ground, with a colossal black dragon statue looming in the sky. Lin Fan, your assessment task: withstand the attacks of 50 initial-level beast general-grade raging bulls for at least 10 minutes. Your evaluation will be determined by the number of raging bulls you slay and the duration you endure. The electronic voice echoed through the space. The ground trembled as 50 massive, red-eyed raging bulls with sharp horns materialized, charging towards Lin Fan like a tidal wave. The earth quaked. The momentum was astonishing. Any ordinary initial-level battle general would likely be terrified at such a sight. Yet Lin Fan's eyes remained unperturbed, even tinged with disappointment. Only initial-level beast generals? Their quantity cannot compensate for the disparity in quality. He swiftly drew the Blood Shadow battle blade from his back, the virtual space synchronized with his external equipment data. You all shall serve to hone my blade skills. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, his form like a specter diving into the herd of raging bulls. The blade shimmered. 9-fold Thunderblade second stage, 21 times power output. His strikes were so swift that they blurred into mere flashes of light. Each slash precisely targeted the necks, eyes, and vital points of the raging bulls. Pooh, 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 pooh. Like a tiger among sheep, those tough-skinned and muscular raging bulls fell like paper beneath his blade. Not a single one managed to graze his attire. His agility flickered among the herd, perfectly illustrating the art of slaughter. In less than 3 minutes, all 50 raging bulls lay slain. The silver ground was strewn with their carcasses. First layer A-grade phase cleared. Evaluation: perfect. Time taken: 2 minutes and 58 seconds. The electronic voice seemed to pause before inquiring. Do you wish to enter the second layer B-grade assessment? Yes. Lin Fan responded without hesitation. The scene shifted. His opponents transformed into 100 initial-level beast general-grade raging bulls, interspersed with 10 intermediate-level beast general-grade iron-haired wild boars. The difficulty had clearly escalated. Lin Fan's fighting spirit surged as he once again charged in with his blade. The clash of blades and thunderous shadows intertwined. His agility became increasingly refined, and his control over power more exquisite. Occasionally, attacks landed upon him, but he easily deflected them or blocked them with a shield. The virtual space equipped him with a shield. 5 minutes later, all the beasts were vanquished. He emerged with barely a scratch. Second layer B-grade phase cleared. Evaluation: perfect. Do you wish to enter the second layer A-grade assessment? Yes. His opponents shifted to 50 intermediate-level beast general-grade iron-haired wild boars. Their impact and defense far surpassed that of the raging bulls. Lin Fan continued to dominate with overwhelming force. The essence of Jiu Chong Lei Dao was fully realized. The second layer A-level assessment was successfully passed. Evaluation: perfect. Shall he proceed to the third layer B-level examination? Indeed. In the external world, within the trial tower hall, a colossal screen on the wall displayed the ongoing assessment information in real time, hiding specific combat footage, only showing layers, stages, and duration. Some students, who had initially paid little attention, inadvertently caught a glimpse of the screen, and their gazes instantly froze. Look quickly. That Lin Fan. He achieved the second layer A-level. Perfect evaluation. How is that possible? How long has he been inside? The third layer. He has entered the third layer. The exclamations immediately drew the attention of everyone in the hall. Even passing instructors were taken aback. The third layer is a challenge that many seasoned students, even some battle god level ones, find daunting. The opponents have already begun to appear in the form of high-level beast general monsters. He is merely a newcomer. This is his first time in the trial tower. A monster. Truly a monster. William gazed at the wildly fluctuating information on the screen, his previously venomous expression replaced by disbelief and shock, his complexion turning ashen. Instructor Wang Meng had also appeared in the hall at some point, watching the screen with an expression filled with astonishment and delight. This young lad is indeed well concealed. Just then, the information on the screen refreshed once more. Lin Fan, third layer B-level examination passed. Evaluation: excellent. Lin Fan, third layer A-level examination passed. Evaluation: excellent. Lin Fan. Beginning the challenge of the fourth layer B-level examination. The hall erupted into a frenzy. The fourth layer. He actually made it to the fourth layer. Many seasoned students ranked in the top 100 are stuck at the third layer A-level. His trial tower level must exceed 30. A newcomer, with a trial tower level exceeding 30. This news spread through the entire training camp like a hurricane. All students and instructors who heard this news initially reacted with disbelief. However, minutes later, when Lin Fan emerged from the trial tower exit. The screen ultimately displayed his information: Lin Fan, trial tower level 36. Boom. The entire hall, and even the higher-ups of the training camp who witnessed this scene through surveillance, were utterly astounded. In his initial assessment, a trial tower level of 36. This achievement is unprecedented in the history of the training camp. It directly catapults him into the historical rankings. Following this, Lin Fan proceeded to test his power level. Jiuchong Lei Dao second layer, 28 times power, base physical strength 21 times, power 28 times. This once again elicited gasps of astonishment. Ultimately, the system, integrating the trial tower level and power level, assigned Lin Fan his initial ranking. When that number appeared on the enormous stone tablet beneath the Black Dragon statue, everyone in the plaza who witnessed this scene was left in a state of shock. On the ranking stone tablet, a brand new name soared like a rocket, finally stabilizing at a jaw-dropping position. 51st place, Lin Fan, 550,321. Silence. A deathly silence. All students gazed upward at that lofty new name, their faces etched with absurdity and shock. A newcomer who had entered the camp for less than half a day, and his initial ranking skyrocketed into the top 60. This was akin to delivering a resounding slap to all the seasoned students. Lin Fan surveyed his ranking, nodding slightly. Not bad. However, this is merely the beginning. He turned to leave, leaving behind a group of veteran students whose mental states were on the verge of explosion, along with instructors who had rushed over, dumbfounded. The skies of the training camp were destined to change. Chapter 13. The Madness of the Gravity Room. Transformation under 100-fold pressure. The news of Lin Fan's initial ranking plummeting to 51st spread like a mental storm, sweeping through the elite training camp. Shock, skepticism, disbelief, jealousy, and awe permeated among the students. A crowd gathered for an extended period in front of the ranking stone tablet at the Black Dragon Plaza, pointing at that dazzling new name. 51st place. How on earth did he achieve this? Trial tower level 36. Power level 28 times. Is this data genuine? A newcomer is practically rubbing our faces in the dirt. It's been verified. He is the Lin Fan who slayed mid-level lord monsters in Huaxia. So it was him. That monster. In an instant, Lin Fan's name became the hottest topic within the training camp. Those senior students who once held a sense of superiority now found their emotions to be incredibly complex. Meanwhile, William, who had been firmly slapped down by Lin Fan, had completely become a laughingstock, hiding away in embarrassment. Unperturbed by the external clamor, Lin Fan collected the resources he was entitled to as the 51st place, including precious ancient civilization gravity room usage time and portions of nature spirit auxiliary potions, before retreating to his private dormitory to continue his study of Jiuchong Lei Dao and the training camp manual. Lin Fan's gaze fixated on the manual's description of the gravity room, which could adjust various multiples of Earth's gravity, significantly honing one's physique, primal energy, and willpower, making it an exceptional venue for solidifying foundations and uncovering potential. His eyes gleamed with excitement. Gravity, the powerful pressure exerted on every cell in the body. Could this be considered a form of continuous damage? If so, would training within the gravity room allow him to continuously absorb the damage inflicted by this pressure, transforming it into 100-fold energy feedback, thereby rapidly enhancing himself? This thought made Lin Fan's heart race. If feasible, this gravity room would serve as an unparalleled accelerator for his cultivation. Early the next morning, Lin Fan eagerly made his way to the ancient civilization gravity room area. It was a silver-white complex brimming with a sense of technology. After presenting his student identification and allocated time, the staff guided him into an available gravity room. The cabin door sealed shut, and although the internal space was not vast, it was infused with advanced technological elements. Please select the gravity multiple. It is recommended that newcomers begin with 3 times gravity. An electronic voice prompted. 5 times gravity, Lin Fan declared without hesitation. Given his current intermediate battle general, approaching advanced physical prowess, 3 times gravity would likely yield minimal results. Warning, 5 times gravity poses a significant burden for newcomers. Do you wish to confirm? Confirmed. An invisible, terrifying force descended in an instant. It felt as though an unseen hand was gripping Lin Fan tightly, threatening to crush him. His internal organs plummeted. Blood flow became exceedingly arduous. His bones groaned under the immense burden. Every cell was subjected to tremendous pressure. An ordinary battle general would likely sustain injuries or even lose consciousness upon entering a 5 times gravity environment. Intense agony surged through Lin Fan's entire being. Yet simultaneously, Detection of host undergoing continuous high-pressure damage. Absorption initiated. Absorption complete. Energy transformation in progress. Transformation successful. Received 100-fold life energy feedback. A warm and powerful stream of energy flooded throughout his body, fervently repairing the cellular tissues damaged by the gravitational pressure and rendering them even more resilient. The pain swiftly diminished, replaced by a sensation of soreness and swelling, as if every cell in his body were thirstily breathing, growing, and transforming. Indeed, it works. Lin Fan's heart soared with joy. He endured the discomfort and began practicing the power techniques of Jiucheng Lei Dao under 5 times gravity. Every movement became exceedingly arduous, requiring immense strength and primal energy. Yet the refinement of power techniques was unparalleled compared to the outside world. Under the relentless feedback of 100-fold energy, his body was simultaneously ravaged by gravity and fervently repaired and enhanced, creating a flawless virtuous cycle. His physical prowess steadily improved at a terrifying pace, and his comprehension of Jiucheng Lei Dao deepened profoundly. The 2-hour allocation for the gravity chamber swiftly came to an end. As the gravity returned to normal, Lin Fan felt an astonishing lightness in his body, as if he could effortlessly leap through the ceiling. A slight movement revealed that the surging power within him was significantly stronger than before he entered. The results were astounding, and excitement sparkled in Lin Fan's eyes. In just 2 hours, his gains rivaled those from a fierce battle against a beast general-level monster in the wilderness, yet it was far safer and more efficient. Reluctantly, he exited the gravity chamber. The other students waiting outside cast curious glances at him. It was no small feat to endure the full 2 hours in the gravity chamber. He seems fine, one student remarked in surprise. Typically, newcomers who first enter the gravity chamber, especially at higher multiples, emerge pale and often require assistance. Yet Lin Fan appeared merely to have worked up a light sweat, his spirit even more invigorated. He just putting on an act. He must have chosen a lower multiple and barely managed to last, someone sourly commented. Lin Fan paid no mind and departed directly. He had already devised a plan to maximize his time in the gravity chamber, as it was of utmost importance to him. However, the time in the gravity chamber was exceedingly precious. The higher one's rank, the more time was allocated monthly. Currently, Lin Fan ranked 51st, and his available time was far from sufficient to squander. He needed to improve his ranking. His gaze shifted toward the challenge arena and the Jiucheng building, the primary venue for training and lectures. In the following days, Lin Fan's routine became remarkably structured. In the mornings, he attended lectures at the Jiucheng building, learning techniques for body movement and power generation to compensate for his foundational knowledge deficiencies. His extraordinary comprehension impressed the instructors greatly. In the afternoons, he sought ways to secure more time in the gravity chamber. Besides utilizing his allocated time, he began to pay attention to the training camp's task system and certain special challenges, which sometimes rewarded additional gravity chamber time. He even proactively sought out those ranked higher than him for sparring, despite their apparent superiority. On the challenge arena, Lin Fan, ranked 51, challenged Wang Ku, ranked 47. The referee announced loudly, and a considerable number of students gathered below. Lin Fan's frequent challenges had already drawn widespread attention. The young man named Wang Ku leaped onto the arena, his expression grave. He had reviewed Lin Fan's trial tower data and dared not be careless. Please. Lin Fan clasped his fists. The battle erupted instantaneously. Wang Ku, a psychic energy master, wielded ranged attacks with telekinetic weapons, making him quite formidable. Lin Fan unleashed the full potential of Jiucheng Lei Dao's movement and blade techniques, pressing forward against the telekinetic assaults, occasionally struck by psychic energy. His damage absorption talent silently activated, converting the energy. Once in close range, Wang Ku's defeat was inevitable. Lin Fan sliced through his defenses, the tip of his blade resting before Wang Ku's throat. I concede. Lin Fan sheathed his blade, raising his rank to 47. Over the next few days, through relentless challenges, Lin Fan steadily ascended to the 38th position, acquiring significantly more time in the gravity chamber. He devoted the majority of his time to the gravity chamber, even beginning to experiment with higher multiples, 6 times gravity, 7 times gravity. Each increment brought about more intense pain and greater destruction. Yet the ensuing feedback from the 100-fold energy grew ever more immense. His body became akin to refined iron, repeatedly tempered, growing stronger and more resilient through cycles of destruction and rebirth. His strength was steadily advancing toward that of a senior battle general. The second tier of Jiucheng Lei Dao became increasingly perfected, while the more complex power generation methods of the third tier began to take shape under such extreme pressure. This frenzied training method soon attracted the attention of other students and instructors. Is Lin Fan insane? He practically lives in the gravity chamber. 7 times gravity. That essay place only those in the top 20 dare to remain long. His rapid ascent in ranking was remarkable. It had only been a few days, and he was already close to the top 40. Is his body made of iron? His recovery ability is simply terrifying. Instructor Wang Meng observed Lin Fan entering the gravity chamber time and again, emerging each time looking refreshed, his brow furrowed with confusion and astonishment. How was this young man achieving all this? Did he possess a unique constitution that allowed him to disregard gravitational harm? Everyone struggled to comprehend, attributing Lin Fan's astounding progress solely to his extraordinary talent. One day, Lin Fan re-entered the gravity chamber. He gazed at the control panel with fervent determination. Today, he would attempt 8 times gravity. Taking a deep breath, he decisively pressed the selection button. A more terrifying pressure descended upon him instantly. Crack! He could even hear the anguished creaking of his bones. The intense pain nearly suffocated him. Yet, accompanying that was an even more surging torrent of hundredfold energy feedback. Breakthrough! Lin Fan roared inwardly, fervently channeling his gene original energy, directing this force to shatter his bodily constraints. Under the extreme pressure of 8 times gravity and the wild influx of hundredfold energy, the barrier of the Senior Battle General trembled and fissured. Chapter 14, Senior Battle General. Turmoil resurfaces, an alluring attention. 8 times gravity. The terrifying pressure bore down upon every inch of Lin Fan's skin, every bone, every internal organ, like a solid mountain. His blood felt as if it had congealed. Breathing became exceedingly laborious, and it seemed as though his eyeballs were being forced from their sockets. His bones emitted a grating sound, and muscle fibers tore amidst their lament. The agony, far surpassing previous torment, crashed against Lin Fan's nerves like a tidal wave. Severe continuous pressure injury detected. Absorption initiated. Absorption complete. Energy conversion in progress. Conversion successful. Acquired hundredfold life energy and gene original energy feedback. Boom. An unprecedented torrent of energy, several times more powerful than that experienced at 7 times gravity, surged into Lin Fan's body like a breached dam. This energy was vast and violent, nearly bursting him apart. Every cell ravenously consumed this overwhelming energy, undergoing astonishing metamorphosis amidst destruction and rebirth. Now was the moment. Lin Fan clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, channeling the guiding technique of Juchong Lei Dao with all his might. Directing this immense energy toward the formidable barrier of the Senior Battle General for a final, ferocious assault. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated within him, audible only to his ears. The solid barrier, under the dual assault of internal and external forces, finally shattered. In an instant, Lin Fan felt an overwhelming lightness, as if he had broken free from some invisible shackles. A more powerful, purer, and more magnificent force surged forth from the depths of his being, flowing through his entire body in an instant. The horrific pressure from the gravity dissipated significantly. His bones became denser and harder, muscle fibers rewoven with greater resilience. Internal organs strengthened, and meridians expanded, capable of accommodating and circulating more gene original energy. Senior Battle General. At this moment, he had successfully broken through. A powerful aura emanated uncontrollably from him, causing the air within the gravity chamber to tremble slightly. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath, filled with a scorching essence. As he felt the surge of newfound power coursing through his body, a subtle smile graced his lips. Although the 8-fold gravity still imposed a significant strain, it was no longer as unbearable as it had been moments ago. His adaptability had become extraordinarily pronounced under the 100-fold feedback. He did not leave immediately, but chose to remain in the 8-fold gravity, solidifying his realm and familiarizing himself with the explosive growth of his strength, while continuing to refine the Jiuchong Lei Dao. He sensed that the threshold for the 3rd level was almost within reach. After nearly an hour had passed, having fully utilized the allotted time, Lin Fan reluctantly deactivated the gravity. Upon exiting the gravity chamber, the expressions of the several students waiting outside mirrored that of seeing a ghost. Had he really spent the entire time? How many times had he endured this? He appeared to have grown even stronger. His aura was distinctly different. Lin Fan paid no heed to their whispered speculations and left promptly. Having broken through to the rank of Advanced Battle General, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap, far surpassing that of his intermediate Battle General days in power, speed, neural response, and energy reserves. He felt confident that should he encounter the dark gold giant lizard again, he would not find himself in a predicament and could even dispatch it with greater ease. The enhancement of his strength heightened his anticipation for the forthcoming training camp life. However, his frequent use of the gravity chamber and rapid rise in rankings eventually attracted greater troubles. The training camp was not a monolithic entity. It was commonplace for students to form factions and cliques. Lin Fan's meteoric rise as a newcomer undoubtedly threatened the interests and status of several established student groups. In particular, the group of which William, a student he had publicly slapped, was a core member, could no longer sit idly by. One day, as Lin Fan emerged from the Jiucheng building after attending a class on body techniques, he was intercepted by 3 individuals. Leading the trio was a youth with brown curly hair and a piercing gaze, who stood with his arms crossed, looking down at Lin Fan with an air of arrogance. The 2 companions beside him exuded a formidable aura, both being battle god-level students. Lin Fan, the brown-haired youth, coldly stated, "I am Calvin, the vice president of the Americas Club, ranked 29th. Lin Fan halted, raising an eyebrow. "Is there something you need?" "You are quite arrogant, newcomer," Calvin retorted, his tone unfriendly. "You have injured our members and usurped many rankings and resources. The training camp has its rules, which you, as a newcomer, cannot disregard." "Rules?" Lin Fan scoffed. "Whose rules? Yours? Rankings are earned through strength. How can one speak of usurpation?" As for the altercation, he struck first and brought it upon himself. Sharp-tongued, one of Calvin's lanky companions interjected. "Calvin is being gracious by talking to you. Do not overstep your bounds. If you know what is good for you, relinquish part of your gravity chamber time and apologize to William. We will let this matter go. Otherwise what?" Lin Fan's gaze turned icy. "Otherwise, do not blame the Americas Club for being unkind." Calvin threatened ominously. In the training camp, unexpected injuries and mishaps during cultivation are common. A blatant threat. Students passing by halted, their expressions intrigued by the unfolding drama. The Americas Club wielded considerable influence, and Calvin, ranked in the top 30, personally threatened a newcomer. This promised to be entertaining. Lin Fan regarded Calvin and suddenly smiled. "Are you finished?" Calvin was taken aback. "Once you've finished, kindly step aside." Lin Fan's smile vanished, his tone icy. "Good dogs do not block the way. You seek death." Calvin shouted furiously, not expecting such disrespect from Lin Fan. His powerful battle god aura erupted instantly, preparing to strike. Fighting is prohibited within the training camp. At that moment, a cold and authoritative female voice pierced through the tension. A figure clad in red appeared like a specter between the 2 parties. This newcomer was a striking woman in a red leather outfit, her tall frame accentuated by long black hair. Her beauty was undeniable, yet an aura of aloofness surrounded her, and her sharp gaze swept over Calvin and his companions, instantly deflating their bravado. "Enchanting instructor." A student gasped in awe. Lin Fan turned to regard this captivating woman, sensing an extremely dangerous aura emanating from her, far surpassing that of the previous Ice Mountain battle god and the current Calvin. She was undoubtedly a formidable presence. "Calvin, do you intend to violate the rules?" The enchanting instructor's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. Calvin's expression shifted, a forced smile emerging. "Enchanting instructor, we were merely joking with Junior Lin Fan, fostering camaraderie." "It is best to keep it that way," the enchanting instructor replied coldly. "Everyone disperse." Calvin shot Lin Fan a fierce glare before departing with his companions, who were clearly disgruntled. The onlookers also hurriedly dispersed. The enchanting instructor then turned her gaze upon Lin Fan, her penetrating eyes seeming to peer into his very soul. "Lin Fan?" she inquired, her red lips parting slightly. "Yes, instructor," Lin Fan nodded. "Follow me," the enchanting instructor commanded, turning on her heel without room for dissent. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan complied. She led him to a quiet terrace overlooking parts of the training camp's landscape. "You are quite impressive," she stated forthrightly, her voice still icy. "You reached the 36th floor of the initial trial tower and broke through to advanced battle general in a short span, all while bringing Jiucheng Lei Dao close to its 3rd level. Lin Fan felt a chill run through him. She had seen through most of his capabilities at a glance. However, the training camp is not a greenhouse. The competition here exceeds your imagination. The Americas Club is merely a minor annoyance. The true threats come from other factions, including some monsters ranked higher within the training camp. Your rapid ascension has already drawn the wariness and curiosity of many. "Thank you for the reminder, instructor," Lin Fan replied calmly. "I will exercise caution. Confidence is commendable." The enchanting instructor said, a flicker of unnoticeable approval in her eyes. "The curator has instructed me to keep an eye on you until you possess enough strength for self-defense. It is advisable to remain low-key." While the gravity chamber is beneficial, excessive reliance is counterproductive. The potential of the body is finite. Overexertion is not the path to follow. She clearly misunderstood the reason behind Lin Fan's rapid enhancement, thinking it was due to his reckless use of the gravity chamber. Lin Fan chose not to clarify, merely nodding in acknowledgement. I understand. Additionally, the enchanting instructor paused. Prepare for the life and death adventure a month from now. That will be the true test of your strength in a place rife with both danger and opportunity. At that time, no one will be there to protect you. Life and death adventure? Lin Fan noted this term. Very well, you may go. Train diligently. I look forward to your forthcoming performance. The enchanting instructor waved her hand dismissively. Lin Fan bowed and took his leave. Watching him depart, a flicker of curiosity and solemnity passed through the enchanting instructor's cold eyes. The speed of his ascension to advanced battle general was astonishing. Could it be, as the curator speculated, that he possessed some unique gene or constitution? Or was there another secret at play? Her figure gradually melded into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Fan reflected on the enchanting instructor's words. America's Club, other factions, life and death adventure, he murmured to himself, his eyes igniting with a fervor rather than fear. Wary? Curious? Bring it on. I am in need of worthy sparring partners. Pressure had always been the sustenance for his growth. Chapter 15. Ancient Civilization Gravity Chamber. The third level of Lei Dao under hundredfold feedback. The alluring instructor's warning did not instill fear in Lin Fan. Rather, it served as a potent stimulant. A more formidable opponent and a more intricate situation signified an escalation of pressure and a richer source of nourishment. He refrained from immediately seeking trouble with the American Association or more highly ranked students, opting instead to channel all his energy into his cultivation. Strength is the very foundation of all. The realm of the advanced battle general had become firmly established, with a surging power coursing through his body. Yet, Lin Fan's aspirations extended far beyond this. He distinctly sensed that he was but a step away from grasping the profound force of the third layer of Jiucheng Lei Dao. This final leap required an even greater pressure to catalyze it. In the ancient civilization gravity chamber, Lin Fan gazed at the dwindling time allowance for his usage of the gravity chamber, his eyes ablaze with determination. The regular allocation of time had already been exhausted, and to acquire more, he would need to seek alternative means. Training camp points could be exchanged for time, and points could be earned by completing tasks issued by the camp, challenging higher levels of the trial tower, or through gambling battles. Gambling battles were a common method for students in the training camp to resolve conflicts and seize resources, with both parties wagering points or resource shares, and the victor taking all. It seemed he would need to actively seek sponsorship. A cold smile graced Lin Fan's lips. He did not head directly to the arena, but instead made his way to the task hall of the training camp. Various tasks scrolled across the luminous screen, ranging from hunting specific beasts to collecting materials, to exploring certain perilous areas, each with varying degrees of difficulty and reward. Lin Fan's gaze swept over the options and quickly fixated on a particularly lucrative task: clear the outer passage of the No. 9 Ancient Civilization Ruins. Recent energy fluctuations from the number 9 Ancient Civilization Ruins have caused an abundance of special alloy beasts to proliferate in the outer passage, necessitating extermination. Task requirements: a minimum of a 3-person team, with members requiring a battle god level of strength. Rewards: 500 points per person, with an additional 1,000 points for the team. Note: the passage contains residual unknown force fields that exert suppressive effects on strength, rendering it extremely dangerous. Ancient Civilization Ruins? Special alloy beasts? Unknown force field suppression? Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This task description felt tailor-made for him. Danger? Suppression? This implied greater damage to absorb. Without hesitation, he accepted the task. The system informed him that he needed to form a team. Just as Lin Fan contemplated whether to search for teammates in the task hall, a somewhat familiar voice rang out beside him. Lin Fan, are you interested in this task as well? Turning, Lin Fan beheld a tall, slender youth with a stern visage, carrying a long spear on his back. It was Zhao Jun, a student he had encountered several times during classes at the Jiucheng Tower, who seemed to rank around 30 and typically operated alone. Yes, Lin Fan nodded. Are you interested too, Senior Zhao? Zhao Jun succinctly replied, I have enough points. We still need one more person. Lin Fan understood. It appeared Zhao Jun had also accepted the task and was searching for teammates. Count me in. Zhao Jun scrutinized Lin Fan for a moment, seemingly sensing his advanced battle general aura, which Lin Fan had not entirely concealed, and slightly furrowed his brow. The task requires battle god level strength. It's quite dangerous. As long as my combat power is sufficient, Lin Fan calmly responded. Zhao Jun. Recalling the rumors surrounding Lin Fan, particularly regarding his astounding trial tower ranking, deliberated briefly before nodding. All right, we still need one more. It would be best to find a mentalist. At that moment, a girl dressed in a white training outfit approached, exuding a gentle and serene aura. Two curved blades hung at her waist, her clear eyes sparkling as she smiled. Are you two seniors looking for teammates for the number 9 ruins task? I am a mentalist, rank 35th, by way. May I join? Lin Fan and Zhao Jun exchanged glances and nodded in unison. A capable mentalist would be invaluable for exploration and managing unforeseen circumstances. The team was formed, and without delay, the three set off towards the entrance of the No. 9 ancient civilization ruins, located on the back mountain of the training camp. At the entrance, guarded by military personnel, their task permissions were verified before they stepped into a downward-sloping passage imbued with a metallic essence. Upon entry, an invisible force field enveloped them instantaneously. Lin Fan felt his body grow heavier, his original energy flow considerably hindered, his strength suppressed by nearly 30%. Zhao Jun and Bai Wei's expressions also shifted slightly, clearly affected by the same suppression. Be cautious. This force field will continuously drain original energy and mental strength, Bai Wei warned, as two delicate flying knives floated before her. The deep recesses of the passage echoed with a grating metallic sound. Soon, several spider-like beasts, entirely composed of a dark silver alloy, appeared ahead. Their multifaceted eyes flickering ominously as they lunged forward with astonishing speed, brandishing sharp metallic appendages. They are sea-level alloy beasts, with exceptional defenses. Their weak points lie in the joints and compound eyes. Zhao Jun called out sharply, his spear flicking into action, transforming into a flurry of cold stars as he engaged. His spear technique was precise and ruthless, indicating formidable combat prowess. Bai Wei maneuvered the flying knives, targeting the joints and compound eyes of the alloy spiders, disrupting and damaging them effectively. Lin Fan unsheathed the blood shadow battle blade and directly confronted one of the alloy spiders. Clang! The battle blade struck the spider's back, sending sparks flying but only leaving a white mark. Such formidable defense. Seizing the opportunity, the alloy spider's claws viciously slashed towards Lin Fan's chest. Lin Fan did not flinch or evade. He boldly met the attack head-on. With a ripping sound, his battle suit was torn open, leaving several bloodied gashes on his chest. Detected that the host has sustained tearing damage, commencing absorption and transformation, obtaining 100-fold energy feedback. A warm current surged within him, and Lin Fan's eyes gleamed brighter. The attack power of this alloy beast was comparable to that of a mid-tier beast general. He let out a hearty laugh and ceased his probing. The second layer of Jiuchong Lei Dao erupted forth in a dazzling display. The blade light became extraordinarily brilliant and swift. Thunderblade. Flash. He no longer targeted the impenetrable carapace, but focused on the joints and leg connections. With a whoosh, the blade light flashed, severing several legs of an alloy spider, causing it to crash to the ground. With Lin Fan, the vanguard dealing relentless damage, Zhao Jun and Bai Wei felt their burden lighten, their teamwork growing increasingly harmonious as their pace quickened. The number of alloy beasts within the passage escalated, even presenting stronger B-level alloy beasts. While the force field suppression remained relentless, Lin Fan charged at the forefront, sustaining new wounds continuously, yet his momentum only grew fiercer. The energy within him surging with the 100-fold feedback. Zhao Jun and Bai Wei observed Lin Fan's nearly frenzied combat style and astonishing recovery capabilities, their eyes filled with awe. They finally comprehended that this newcomer's ranking was not merely a stroke of luck. Ahead lay the core area of the energy anomalies. Bai Wei pointed towards a half-open metallic door at the end of the passage, from which stronger energy fluctuations and intense friction sounds emanated. Be careful. Zhao Jun's expression turned grave. The three approached the door cautiously. Suddenly, several searing red energy rays shot forth from within. The speed was astonishing. Lin Fan was the first to bear the brunt. He immediately executed his movements to their utmost, narrowly evading the critical strikes. Though two rays grazed his left arm and right leg, zing! An excruciating burning pain surged through him. His battle suit was instantly carbonized by the intense heat, burning his skin and muscle, even exposing a portion of bone. Detected that the host has sustained high-energy burn damage, commencing absorption and transformation, obtaining 100-fold energy and special energy feedback. A torrent of even more violent, scorching energy, imbued with some peculiar characteristics, surged wildly into Lin Fan's body. This energy far surpasses any damage absorbed before. Not only does it madly enhance his physique, but it also seems to serve as a key, instantly dispelling the last veil of mystery surrounding the third level of Juchong Leidao. So it is. The third level of power not only requires the amalgamation of muscle and primordial energy, but also necessitates a spark of energy resonance. Lin Fan, blessed with enlightenment, had lightning flickering in his eyes. Ignoring his injuries, he stepped forward with vigor, every muscle, sinew, primordial energy, and the peculiar energy he had just absorbed perfectly coordinated in an unprecedentedly intricate manner, culminating in a magnificent synergy. The blood shadow battle knife was raised high, vibrating violently, emitting a sound akin to genuine thunder. Blinding arcs of electricity danced along the blade. Juchong Leidao third level, 35 times power, base strength 28 times power. Thunderblade. Triple. Break. He let out a thunderous roar, merging with the blade, transforming into a brilliant flash of lightning that tore through the darkness. Plunging fiercely into the half-open metallic door, Zhao Jun and Bai Wei only caught a glimpse of a dazzling lightning flash before an earth-shattering roar and the sound of countless metals shattering echoed from within the door. When the two rushed inside, they were left astounded by the sight before them. Inside was a vast circular hall, littered with the remnants of dozens of alloy beasts that had been violently shattered. In the center, a bizarre device that continuously emitted energy beams had also been cleaved in half, billowing black smoke. Lin Fan stood at the center of the hall, holding his blade, with small electric serpents coursing around him, his aura formidable, as if the god of thunder had descended. He had successfully broken through. Not only had his strength advanced exponentially, but he had also thoroughly mastered the third level of Juchong Leidao. Zhao Jun and Bai exchanged glances, each seeing immense shock reflected in the other's eyes. This newcomer is nothing short of a monster. The mission was accomplished smoothly. Upon returning to submit the task, Lin Fan received a generous reward of points, which he unhesitatingly exchanged entirely for usage time in the ancient civilization gravity chamber. This time, he directly entered the legendary highest multiplier gravity chamber. Gazing at the control panel, Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with madness and anticipation. This time, he would challenge 10 times gravity. Chapter 16, 10 times gravity. The body's breakthrough and the threshold of the war god. The highest multiplier of the ancient civilization gravity chamber is utterly distinct from other gravity chambers. Here, the walls are not made of cold metal, but rather a special material that glimmers with a dark golden hue, adorned with arcane patterns. And the air is thick with an ancient and heavy atmosphere. Lin Fan stood in the center of the room, taking a deep breath, as if he could sense the sweat and will of countless predecessors who had left their mark here. He adjusted his breathing, his gaze becoming incredibly focused and resolute. 10 times gravity, activate. He pressed the bright red button on the control panel, which represented the ultimate limit. Buzz. It felt as though the entire space had suddenly collapsed inward. An indescribable terror surged forth, as if the very sky had fallen, crashing down upon Lin Fan with immense force. A bone-chilling sound of grinding bones erupted instantly. Lin Fan even felt as if his height had been compressed a few inches. His organs were violently squeezed and displaced, blood seemingly on the verge of bursting through the vessel walls. His eyeballs bulged, his vision instantly turning a blood-red haze. Pain. Unimaginable agony. It felt as though he would be utterly crushed into a pulp at any moment. This was a force beyond what any human should endure. Detecting that the host is experiencing catastrophic continuous pressure damage. Absorption commencing. Absorption complete. Energy conversion in process. Conversion successful. Gained 100-fold life energy and genetic primordial energy feedback. Boom. An unprecedented energy tsunami. A torrent of energy far more furious than that experienced in 8 times gravity, surged into Lin Fan's body in an instant, as if a galaxy had been inverted. This energy was so terrifying that it threatened to burst every single cell within him, tearing him apart. Ugh! Lin Fan could not help but emit a suppressed roar, veins bulging like dragons on his forehead, neck, and arms. While fine beads of blood seeped from his skin, he exerted all his effort to channel the Juchong Leidao guiding technique and genetic primordial energy, frantically directing and refining this surging energy to its utmost limits. Destruction and restoration, annihilation and rebirth. Under this extreme force, his body underwent an unprecedented violent metamorphosis. His bones reformed through fragmentation, becoming more translucent, with a density that was astonishing. Muscle fibers repeatedly tore apart and rewove, containing explosive power. His internal organs were repeatedly refined and strengthened by the energy, their functions becoming immensely powerful. His meridians were forcibly widened, massively increasing the total capacity for for genetic primordial energy. The cultivation of a high-level warrior rapidly solidified under this frenzied infusion, advancing toward the pinnacle. More importantly, the recently comprehended method of exerting the third level of Juchong Leidao was rapidly tempered, solidified, and deepened under this life and death pressure. The energy resonance, which had initially been somewhat unrefined, became as natural as an extension of his own limbs. Time passed, each second feeling like a century. Lin Fan's body became an insatiable abyss, voraciously consuming the hundredfold feedback energy, his aura growing increasingly formidable and profound at a visible pace. Outside the gravity chamber, some passing students sensed the faint yet alarming energy fluctuations emanating from this special gravity chamber and could not help but halt in their tracks, their expressions filled with astonishment. Who is inside? 10 times gravity? Have they gone mad? This fluctuation emanates a terrifying aura, as if undergoing some transformation. Could it be one of the top 5 monsters? No. I recall that those individuals seemed to have other training arrangements today. The news spread quickly, and more people gathered nearby, curiously speculating about the identity of the person inside. Calvin and others from the American Association also hurried over, their expressions fluctuating as they gazed at the tightly shut chamber door. Even for a top 10 contender, attempting to remain in 10 times gravity for an extended period is no small feat. Who could be inside? Instructor Wang Meng and the enchanting instructor also appeared nearby. The enchanting instructor, sensing the lurking ferocious aura that could still be faintly perceived through the chamber door, revealed a hint of uncertainty in her icy gaze. This aura does not seem to be extracting potential. Rather, it feels like a breakthrough, she murmured softly. 3 whole hours passed. For a 10 times gravity environment, this is a duration that would terrify even the most formidable war god-level warriors. Just as everyone began to grow anxious, even doubting whether something had gone awry inside. Buzz. The indicator light of the gravity chamber door shifted from red to green, slowly opening. A torrent of scorching air surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming and daunting pressure. Under the gaze of all, a figure gradually emerged. It was none other than Lin Fan. His combat suit was soaked with sweat and high-intensity pressure, even showing signs of damage, his skin still bearing traces of dried blood. Yet, he stood tall, his gaze sharp as lightning, surrounded by an invisible aura that made the air around him shimmer. With each step he took, the ground seemed to tremble slightly, as if the density of his body had reached an astonishing level. A powerful aura radiated from him unabashedly, exuding a majestic pressure that was infinitely close to the war god level, even more concentrated and terrifying than many junior war gods. It is Lin Fan. It is indeed him. He remained in the 10 times gravity chamber for 3 hours. His aura, my goodness. Is he on the verge of breaking through to become a war god? A monster. Truly a monster. A cacophony of astonished gasps and murmurs erupted from the crowd, with all eyes wide in shock and reverence. The faces of Kerwin and his companions turned ashen, instinctively taking a step back, their eyes brimming with fear. They finally comprehended the dreadful existence they had provoked. Lin Fan's gaze swept over the throng, momentarily lingering on Kerwin and his cohorts, causing them to tremble in terror. Yet, he did not take any action, merely withdrawing his gaze with an air of indifference. He had no time to entertain these petty clowns. The torment and gains from 3 hours under tenfold gravity had far exceeded his expectations. His physical strength had been honed to an unfathomable degree, with sheer corporeal power comparable to that of an elementary war god. The potential of his genetic energy had also reached the absolute pinnacle of a senior battle general, merely awaiting an opportunity to condense a stellar core and ascend to planetary level, war god level. The third level of ninefold Thunderblade had achieved complete perfection, functioning as an extension of his will. At this moment, he held unshakable confidence in his ability to overpower the vast majority of elementary war gods. The enchanting instructor approached, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue. Have you made a breakthrough again? Lin Fan nodded slightly. I have garnered some gains. Thank you for your concern, instructor. The enchanting instructor gazed at him intently, seemingly attempting to discern the extent of his secrets, before finally saying, excellent. The life and death adventure is about to commence. The stronger your power, the greater your chances of survival. Return and solidify your abilities. Understood, Lin Fan replied, departing with composure under the scrutiny of myriad complex gazes. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Fan refreshed himself and immediately began to consolidate his cultivation, familiarizing himself with the surge of newfound power. His communicator chimed, revealing Zhao Jun and Bai Wei. Lin Fan, are you all right? I heard you went to the tenfold gravity chamber. Bai Wei's voice conveyed genuine concern. Crazy. was Zhao Jun's succinct assessment, though a hint of admiration was discernible. I'm fine. The rewards were significant, Lin Fan replied with a smile, grateful for their concern. That's good to hear. The team roster for the Life and Death adventure will be announced soon. It is said that the location is quite unusual and fraught with peril. Bai Wei remarked gravely. We three have good synergy. If possible, I hope we can continue to team up. Agreed, Lin Fan consented. Both Zhao Jun and Bai Wei were formidable and trustworthy allies. After ending the communication, Lin Fan gazed out the window, noticing that the night sky over the training camp appeared even clearer. Clenching his fists, he felt the surging power within him. Realizing he was but a final step away from attaining the War God level, perhaps the Life and Death adventure would serve as the optimal breakthrough opportunity. He eagerly anticipated the impending True Blood-Soaked Trial. Chapter 17, The Life and Death Adventure of Mist Island. The prelude to slaughter and the spirits of Flora in the ensuing days. The atmosphere within the training camp grew palpably tense and somber. All the trainees busily prepared for the imminent Life and Death adventure, checking their gear, purchasing potions, honing their teamwork, and gathering intelligence. Even the American faction, which had consistently targeted Lin Fan, temporarily ceased their provocations. Kerwin and his cohort now avoided Lin Fan, evidently cowed by his performance in the tenfold gravity chamber. Lin Fan, utilizing the considerable points he had recently acquired, exchanged for a substantial amount of time in the gravity chamber. However, this time he refrained from attempting tenfold gravity, instead opting for 89-fold gravity, concentrating on solidifying his realm, refining the third level of 9-fold Thunderblade, and acclimating to his augmented strength, amassing the foundation necessary to breach the final threshold of the War God. During this period, the enchanting instructor visited him once more, presenting a detailed dossier regarding the location of the forthcoming Life and Death adventure. The destination was a newly emerged island deep within the Pacific Ocean, codenamed Mist Island. The instructor's demeanor was grave, emphasizing the island's peculiarities. It was perpetually shrouded in dense fog, rendering satellite reconnaissance ineffective. Previous exploration teams and warriors had inadvertently entered, but few emerged alive. And those who did were often left mentally unstable, speaking in riddles. Based on sporadic intelligence analysis, monstrous entities on the island had undergone unknown mutations, exhibiting extreme ferocity and bloodlust, with reports of a horde of lord-level beasts. Strangely, the island also appeared to harbor peculiar flora, possessing extraordinary powers but equally perilous. The curator and the Thunder God had both personally surveyed the area but seemed hesitant to delve into the core. The decision to conduct the Life and Death adventure on this island was likely intended to test the trainees, but it also hinted at an intention to uncover intelligence. The enchanting instructor regarded Lin Fan, stating, "You are exceptional, Lin Fan. Your recovery and growth in battle may yield unexpected advantages on Mist Island. However, remember to act within your limits. Preserving your life must be your foremost priority. There may exist terrifying entities that surpass even the Lord level. Surpassing Lord level? King level beasts? Perhaps even more horrifying entities?" Lin Fan's heart raced with trepidation, yet he felt a greater swell of excitement and anticipation. The greater the danger, the larger the opportunity. Those peculiar plants sounded like they could provide ample nourishment. "Thank you, instructor. I will exercise caution." At last, the day of departure arrived. In the training camp square, over 100 elite trainees gathered, the atmosphere thick with tension. Several War God instructors stood solemnly at the forefront, with the enchanting instructor leading them. Board the aircraft. With no room for superfluous words, the enchanting instructor waved her hand. The trainees ascended one by one into a massive, specially modified transport aircraft. The aircraft roared to life, soaring into the boundless depths of the Pacific Ocean. Inside the cabin, most trainees remained silent, individually checking their gear and adjusting their mental states. Lin Fan, Zhao Jun, and Bai Wei sat together. "You all have seen the intelligence on Mist Island, right?" Bai Wei whispered. "It is said that the magnetic field inside is chaotic, severely disrupting communication and navigation devices. We may very well become separated upon entry." Zhao Jun polished his spear, his voice cold and resolute. "We will descend in squad formation and strive to remain together. If we become separated, survival must be our primary objective. We will seek safe points to regroup." Lin Fan nodded, adding, "Those mutated plants are key targets, but we must exercise utmost caution." Hours later, the aircraft began to descend. Through the porthole, they could discern the outline of a massive island shrouded in endless gray-white fog, resembling a terrifying beast lurking in the ocean, exuding an unsettling aura. "All personnel prepare. Parachuting in 1 minute." The pilot's voice echoed through the intercom. As the hatch opened, frigid winds mingled with the damp, cold sea mist poured into the cabin. Jump! At the command, the trainees leapt from the aircraft like dumplings, deploying their parachutes as they descended toward the fog-laden island below. The trio of Lin Fan jumped simultaneously, striving to control their descent toward the designated gathering area. The thick fog severely hampered visibility, compressing the range of their mental perception. Below lay an extraordinarily dense primordial jungle, towering ancient trees blocking sunlight, with bizarre plants of uncharted varieties growing wildly. Thud, thud, thud. One after another, the three landed in the thicket, swiftly cutting their parachute cords and cautiously surveying their surroundings. Visibility plummeted to less than 50 meters. The air thick with the scent of decaying leaves and an odd sweet fragrance that mildly disoriented their minds. The silence was eerily oppressive, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Be cautious, the air may be toxic. Take the antidote, Bai Wei promptly advised, and the three swiftly administered their antidote injections. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Just then, a cacophony of unsettling friction emanated from the surrounding underbrush. In the next moment, countless shadows sprang forth like lightning from the mist, lunging toward the trio. These were creatures resembling leopards, their bodies covered in dark green scales, with claws shimmering with a ghostly blue light. Their speed was astonishing, and their numbers were overwhelming, akin to a tide. Mutated hunters, beware of their venomous claws. Zhao Jun wielded his spear with a swift motion, instantly piercing the skull of an oncoming predator. Bai Wei's flying daggers transformed into shimmering streaks of light, precisely intercepting the beasts that lunged from the sides and rear. Lin Fan unsheathed his blood shadow battle blade, unleashing a flash of lightning. The third level of ninefold Thunderblade powered up to 35 times. As the blade flashed, those mutated predators with astonishing defenses were torn apart as though they were mere paper, their severed limbs and toxic blood splattering in all directions. Detection of host being infected by toxins, weak, absorption and conversion successful, gained 100-fold life energy feedback. Detection of host sustaining minor tearing damage, absorption and conversion successful. Although the damage dealt was not particularly strong in isolation, the overwhelming number of attacks and the continuous influx of energy emboldened Lin Fan, driving him to become more audacious in battle. He deliberately abandoned most evasions, actively drawing more attacks upon himself. The blade light surged like a tempest, wreaking havoc amidst the horde of beasts. His ferocity significantly alleviated the pressure on Zhao Jun and Bai Wei, while simultaneously instilling a sense of trepidation within them. This man was, without a doubt, a killing machine born for such chaotic battles. In mere minutes, dozens of mutated predators were eradicated, the ground stained in an eerie bluish-green hue from the beast's blood. These creatures proved to be even more ferocious than described in the data and seemed to possess an insane will. Bai Wei felt a lingering sense of dread. The Mist Island was indeed strange. Zhao Jun's expression grew grave. They needed to find a temporary stronghold swiftly. The trio dared not linger and quickly left the blood-soaked battlefield, cautiously advancing deeper into the jungle. As they ventured further, the mist thickened, and the surrounding flora morphed into increasingly bizarre shapes. Some vines writhed as if alive. Certain flowers exuded hallucinogenic fragrances, and there were even gigantic Venus flytraps capable of spewing corrosive fluids. Danger lurked at every corner. Suddenly, Lin Fan halted, his gaze sharpening as he focused on a seemingly tranquil swamp ahead. "There is something there," he whispered. Zhao Jun and Bai Wei immediately became alert. In the center of the swamp, a small grass emanating a soft green glow swayed gently, dew-like droplets rolling along its blades, exuding an enchanting fragrance that contrasted starkly with the perilous surroundings. "Is that the spirit of the plant?" Bai Wei exclaimed in delight, recognizing the miraculous flora mentioned in the data. It was said to contain pure energy capable of significantly enhancing physical attributes. However, just as her words fell, the swamp erupted. A giant python, as thick as a barrel and adorned with dark green patterns, lunged forth, opening its gaping maw and rushing toward Bai Wei with a foul wind at an astonishing speed, far surpassing the previous predators. This colossal serpent had been lying in wait within the swamp, guarding the plant's spirit. "Be careful," Zhao Jun shouted, thrusting his spear like a dragon, aiming for the vital point of the giant python. But the python's tail lashed out with immense force, compelling Zhao Jun to defend himself. Bai Wei's face turned pale. Her flying daggers raced back to assist, but time was running out. In that critical moment, Lin Fan bellowed, "Abomination!" and, moving with blinding speed, arrived ahead of the python's attack. The blood shadow battle blade, accompanied by a deafening thunder, struck towards the python's exposed head. The blade flashed like lightning, With a single, terrifying blow infused with 35 times the power, Lin Fan merely managed to breach the python's scaly armor, penetrating to the bone, but failing to sever its head entirely. Such formidable defenses. This python was undoubtedly at the high-tier beast general level, perhaps even approaching the lord level. Roaring in pain, the python let out an enraged hiss, abandoning its attack on Bai Wei and charging its massive head towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan did not flinch. The fire of battle ignited in his eyes. Come at me. He welcomed the assault, bracing himself against the python's ferocious impact with his shoulder. The ground trembled with a thunderous crash as Lin Fan staggered but did not retreat an inch. Detection of host sustaining severe impact damage. Absorption and conversion successful. Gained 100-fold energy feedback. Surging energy flooded into him, and with a mighty roar, Lin Fan's blade intent transformed, becoming even more frenzied and violent. Thunderblade. Third level. Flash. 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 He unleashed a flurry of blows, each targeting the wound on the python's head. Lightning erupted, scales shattered, and blood gushed forth. Zhao Jun and Bai Wei quickly regained their composure and joined forces, their weapons continuously inflicting new wounds upon the python. Though powerful, the serpent ultimately could not withstand Lin Fan, an unyielding monster who grew stronger with each strike. Seizing an opportunity, Lin Fan plunged his blade into the initial wound, cleaving the python's head in two. The massive serpent's body crashed heavily into the swamp, sending mud flying. Detection of host slaying a peak beast general level mutated monster. Absorption of energy conversion successful. Gained 100-fold gene origin energy feedback. A surge of pure energy coursed through Lin Fan, solidifying his aura. The three of them breathed heavily, casting wary glances at the slain python, their hearts still racing. This mist island is indeed fraught with danger, Bai Wei remarked, placing a hand over her chest. Lin Fan, however, turned his gaze towards the plant spirit radiating a soft green light, his eyes shimmering with fervor. He sensed that the energy contained within that small grass far surpassed the feedback he had received from vanquishing the python. Chapter 18, God of War Level. Breakthrough and counterattack mid-battle. The verdant spirit of the plant swayed delicately in the fetid and blood-scented swamp, exuding an alluring radiance and fragrance that starkly contrasted with the surrounding treachery. Zhao Jun and Bai Wei gazed at the small grass, their eyes reflecting a yearning desire. The name of the plant spirit was well known to them. It was a treasure coveted even by God of War level warriors, capable of greatly enhancing their strength. According to the adventure rules, the spoils would belong to whoever slayed the guardian beast. Zhao Jun sheathed his spear and solemnly declared, Lin Fan, this plant spirit is yours. Bai Wei nodded in agreement, though envious, acknowledging the rules. Moreover, had it not been for Lin Fan, she might have faced dire consequences. Lin Fan did not decline. He was in urgent need of any resources that could enhance his strength. He cautiously waded through the swamp and approached the plant spirit. The closer he got, the more he could sense the immense and pure life energy it contained. He extended his hand and carefully excavated the plant spirit along with some peculiar soil from its roots. The moment the plant spirit was uprooted, its fragrance intensified, and the green glow pulsed as if imbued with life. We cannot linger here. The commotion earlier will surely attract other creatures, Lin Fan said, securing the plant spirit. Let us find a relatively safe location. The three quickly departed from the blood-soaked swamp, traversing several kilometers through the mist-laden jungle until they finally discovered a concealed natural crevice formed by several massive boulders. Here will do. Lin Fan sensed the surroundings and detected no immediate threats. I need some time to absorb this plant spirit. Please provide me with protection. Understood. Zhao Jun and Bai Wei readily agreed, each taking position to guard the two entrances of the crevice, vigilantly scanning the mist. Lin Fan sat cross-legged and retrieved the plant spirit. Without hesitation, he consumed it, chewing and swallowing it whole. The plant spirit dissolved upon entry, transforming into a cool and immense torrent that surged throughout his limbs. This energy was pure and gentle, far less turbulent than the feedback from absorbing damage. Yet it was more vast and overwhelming. Detection of host absorbing high-purity life energy. Conversion in progress. Conversion successful. Gained 100-fold life energy and gene origin energy feedback. The system's notification resonated, yet this time, the 100-fold feedback was not predicated on injury, but rather on the terrifying energy inherent in the spirit of flora and fauna itself. Its magnitude far surpassed any harm Lin Fan had absorbed previously. Boom. An indescribably colossal energy surged forth, flooding every corner of Lin Fan's body in an instant. His form resembled an inflated balloon, with a shimmering green light emanating from his skin. Such formidable energy. A shock coursed through Lin Fan's heart as he immediately channeled all his power into the Jiuchong Lei Dao guiding technique, fervently directing and refining this energy. His cells danced with unprecedented speed, consuming and evolving. His genetic essence surged violently, striking toward the limits of a high-ranking warrior. The invisible barrier leading to the level of a battle god trembled violently under the onslaught of this vast energy, becoming clearer than ever. He could even perceive, at the Dantian location, a hazy energy core, requiring immense energy to coalesce, slowly taking shape. This was the hallmark of a battle god. The threshold of battle god status lay just within reach. However, at this crucial moment of breakthrough, swish, 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 several sounds of air being sliced through suddenly erupted from the mist. Following that, a hail of bullets and several sharp energy attacks rained down upon Zhao Jun and Bai Wei, who were in the midst of protective defense. Enemy attack. Zhao Jun bellowed fiercely, wielding his spear to deflect the incoming bullets. Bai Wei's flying daggers also shot out instantly, intercepting 2 energy attacks. Yet the assault came too suddenly and densely. Though both were formidable, under the pressure of passive defense, they were forced into a flurry of activity. With Bai Wei suffering a nasty graze on her arm, blood streaming forth. Humph. Indeed, here you are. A chilling voice echoed from the mist. 7 or 8 figures approached from various directions, with Calvin, the leader of the American Association, at the forefront. He was accompanied by William and several corps members. Alongside 2 ominous figures clad in the attire of other factions, their malevolent gazes fixed upon Lin Fan, hidden within the crevice. Calvin, what do you intend to do? Zhao Jun shouted angrily, leveling his spear. What do we intend to do? Calvin sneered, his eyes greedily fixed on Lin Fan, who was radiating green light and was on the verge of a breakthrough. This fog island is fraught with danger. It would be entirely natural for an accident to occur. For instance, being interrupted by a powerful mutated beast, leading to a failed breakthrough and unfortunate demise. The people behind him chuckled maliciously. Despicable. Bai Wei clutched her injured arm, her face pale. Those who are wise should get lost. With newfound backing, William's arrogance surged, threatening, or else we will deal with all of you. They had clearly been tracking Lin Fan's team for a long time, choosing this critical moment to strike. Within the crevice, Lin Fan was at the most crucial juncture of energy refinement, hearing the external commotion clearly, his murderous intent surging within, yet he could not afford to interrupt. Otherwise, the backlash of energy would yield catastrophic consequences. Dream on. Zhao Jun's gaze turned frigid, with no intention of retreating. If you wish to move against him, you must step over my corpse first. Then let us fulfill that. A glint of malice flashed in Calvin's eyes as he commanded. First, eliminate these 2 nuisances. With a single order, he and the 2 unfamiliar figures simultaneously launched their assault. Blades glimmered, shadows danced, psychic weapons, and various energy attacks rained down upon Zhao Jun and Bai Wei like a tempest. Zhao Jun and Bai Wei were instantly embroiled in a bitter struggle. Though they fought valiantly, the overwhelming numbers and the readiness of their opponents placed them in dire straits, accumulating wounds upon their bodies. Lin Fan, hurry! Zhao Jun roared, blood staining his spear as he staunchly defended one direction. Bai Wei's flying daggers whirled with relentless precision, yet her complexion grew increasingly ashen, clearly reflecting the immense drain on her energy and mental fortitude. Inside the crevice, Lin Fan sensed the peril facing his teammates, his heart racing with urgency. He accelerated the guiding technique to the utmost, relentlessly striking against that barrier. The 100-fold energy of the spirit of flora and fauna, combined with the foundation he had previously amassed, erupted at this moment. Boom. It felt as if something within him had exploded. At his Dantian, the vague energy core suddenly coalesced, becoming clearer and more substantial. A surge of power, far purer and more overwhelming than that of a warrior, swept through his entire being. His aura soared, breaking through some critical threshold. Battle God, although merely at the initial stage, with the energy core not yet fully stabilized. A qualitative change in power had already occurred. Just as Calvin cleaved Zhao Jun aside and grinned menacingly toward the crevice, a roar erupted, echoing like an ancient beast from within. The surrounding mist churned violently. A figure shot forth like a cannonball. The speed was such that Calvin could not react in time. Enveloped in thunder, the blood-shadowed battle blade exuded a terrifying intent to kill, an overwhelming force, and instantly struck before Calvin. Jiuchong Lei Dao 3rd level, 35-fold strength. Powered by battle god-level energy. What? The sneer on Calvin's face morphed into sheer terror and astonishment. He could only barely raise his battle blade to defend. Clang! The sickening sound of metal fracturing rang out. Calvin's 8th-tier battle blade was effortlessly severed like rotten wood. The blood-shadowed battle blade surged forth, shattering his energy defenses, slicing into his left shoulder and emerging from his right waist. Splatter! Blood and viscera erupted. The horror on Calvin's face froze as his body was cleaved in half, crashing to the ground. Instant kill. The 29th-ranked intermediate battle god was slain by Lin Fan, who had just broken through, in a single stroke. The battlefield fell into an immediate silence. Everyone was dumbfounded by this sudden scene of bloody violence. William and the others' arrogance evaporated, replaced by unending fear, their limbs turning cold. Lin Fan stood resolutely, surrounded by crackling lightning. An overwhelming aura of battle god-level pressure mingled with an insatiable intent to kill, sweeping forth like a reaper returned from hell. His icy gaze swept over the stunned William and the others, his voice as chilling as the frost of the abyss. Who shall be next to meet their demise? Chapter 19. Return to Fog Island and newcomers entering the camp on March 28, 2057. The intelligent warplane descended steadily onto the exclusive helipad of the Hong Ning Bay City Extreme Martial Arts Headquarters. As the hatch opened, Lin Fan stepped out, his presence subdued. Yet a careful perception would reveal the immense power that lay dormant within him, far surpassing that of half a month prior. The foundation of his initial battle god, Apprentice 9th Stage, cultivation had been thoroughly solidified, and the talent of damage absorption had been fully validated and refined through the series of battles on Fog Island. Reflecting on the experiences of Fog Island, particularly the climactic moment of retaliating against Calvin, a glint of cold light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. The vice president of the American Association, ranked 29th among intermediate battle gods, ultimately became the finest whetstone for solidifying his own realm through his desperate final counterattack. Calvin's dying curse seemed to have vaguely mentioned the name Li Yao, which made Lin Fan realize that the undercurrents within Earth might be more complex than he had initially imagined. At that moment, his communicator received an urgent notification from the training camp headquarters. Attention all trainees who participated in the Fog Island adventure. The Master has decreed, the situation on Fog Island has escalated and is now designated as a temporary restricted zone. All trainees are to immediately cease their adventures and return to the training camp. The recall order had indeed arrived. Lin Fan was not surprised. The emergence of Mu Yijing had stirred global nerves, making Fog Island the epicenter of a storm. Recalling the trainees was the best choice to ensure their safety and control the situation. He also needed time to digest the gains from this experience, particularly the enhancements brought about by the spirit of flora and fauna that required thorough assimilation. He strolled toward the core area of the training camp, intending to report his return to the instructor. As he journeyed along the way, he encountered several familiar trainees, who greeted him respectfully with a mixture of awe and curiosity in their gazes. The news of his solitary expedition deep within Wudao and his safe return had evidently spread within the camp. Upon nearing the statue of the Black Dragon, Lin Fan noticed an unusual buzz in the atmosphere, as many trainees gathered around the colossal black leaderboard, pointing and discussing animatedly. Look, he has risen again. This newcomer is astonishing. Hailing from Jiangnan City, his name is Luo Feng. A spark ignited within Lin Fan, prompting him to lift his gaze. On the vast leaderboard's luminous screen, an unfamiliar name was ascending with remarkable speed. 183rd, Luo Feng, 570,321. The score beside the name fluctuated rapidly, with the ranking shooting up like a rocket. 172nd, 159th, 148th, 135th. Ultimately, under the collective gaze of all, the name leaped decisively, settling at an impressive position. 121st, Luo Feng, 570,321. His inaugural ranking assessment had catapulted him directly to 121st. Such a feat was exceedingly rare in the history of the elite training camp. A collective gasp echoed through the square, accompanied by a hum of discussions. Luo Feng? Is he the newcomer who just arrived? From Jiangnan City, purportedly a mere junior battle general, 7th-tier apprentice. Yet this ranking. Such astounding agility and force technique. He must have practiced top-tier secret arts. Another monster. Are all this year's newcomers so extraordinary? I heard he just achieved a B grade in the Trial Tower assessment, with an excellent evaluation. In the center of the throng stood a black-haired youth dressed in ordinary training attire, his features youthful, yet his gaze remarkably serene and resolute. He slowly withdrew his hand from the testing apparatus, raising his eyes to meet his name displayed on the leaderboard, his expression devoid of pride. only exuding a calm that seemed entirely natural. He meticulously controlled his breath, not allowing a hint of the formidable spiritual force, high-level battle god level, he harbored within to be revealed. Lin Fan stood at the periphery of the crowd, observing the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar figure with keen eyes. He understood well that this seemingly ordinary junior battle general concealed within him a terrifying spiritual force capable of instantaneously unleashing high-level battle god strength. Moreover, he bore the billion-dollar bounty placed upon him by Li Yao, relentlessly pursued by a seasoned battle god. Luo Feng has finally arrived, Lin Fan mused internally. According to the original narrative, it was on March 28, 2057, that Luo Feng, relying solely on his martial prowess, passed the rigorous B-grade trial with an excellent evaluation, thereby embarking on his legendary journey. As if sensing Lin Fan's gaze, which he made no effort to conceal, Luo Feng instinctively turned. Their eyes met in the air. Luo Feng's expression slightly hardened. From the seemingly calm youth, he sensed a deep and formidable aura akin to a slumbering beast. Although the fluctuations of his primal energy seemed to indicate only a junior battle god, the intangible pressure emanating from him activated the spiritual force within Luo Feng's sea of consciousness, sending forth a warning. This individual is exceedingly dangerous. Moreover, the way he scrutinized Luo Feng seemed to carry a sense of understanding and examination. Luo Feng instinctively tightened the control over his spiritual fluctuations, a hint of vigilance creeping into his heart. At this moment, Luo Feng had just entered the camp and was unfamiliar with the experts within, thus not recognizing Lin Fan. Lin Fan took the initiative to approach, a friendly smile gracing his features. Luo Feng, welcome to the elite training camp. I am Lin Fan. Lin Fan. A jolt of surprise coursed through Luo Feng. Though newly arrived, he had heard the name mentioned multiple times during the assessment waiting period by staff and prospective trainees alike. A prodigy of the training camp, rumored to possess unfathomable strength. He hadn't anticipated that it belonged to this youth, who appeared only slightly older than himself, and who was taking the initiative to greet him. Suppressing his astonishment and wariness, he responded with respectful composure. Senior Lin Fan, hello. I am Luo Feng, newly arrived. Please, guide me. He noticed the awe reflected in the gazes of other trainees directed towards Lin Fan, realizing the esteemed status this senior held within the camp. Guidance is hardly necessary, Lin Fan replied with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the leaderboard. 121st on your first ranking assessment is commendable. Your force technique is impressive. It seems you have put considerable effort into the Jiucheng Lei Dao. Lin Fan thought. Of course. There is also your concealed spiritual force aiding you. A chill ran through Luo Feng's heart. The other had discerned the source of his force technique, Jiucheng Lei Dao, at a glance, truly deserving of his reputation. He cautiously replied, Senior, you flatter me. I still have much to learn. I was merely fortunate enough to master the third level. He deliberately withheld further information, knowing that ranking meant resources, and strength was paramount in this place. Lin Fan's words carried depth. Train diligently, and the camp will provide ample space for your growth and protection, he implied, subtly suggesting that the camp's environment might, to some extent, shield against external troubles, such as the pursuit by Li Yao. Luo Feng, being exceptionally astute, immediately grasped Lin Fan's underlying meaning, causing a flicker of gratitude to replace some of his wariness. Thank you, Senior. I will treasure this opportunity. He indeed required such a relatively safe environment for rapid development. At that moment, a staff member of the training camp approached briskly, first bowing respectfully to Lin Fan. Mr. Lin Fan, Instructor Yao Yao has requested your presence in her office immediately. Then turning to Luo Feng, his tone became businesslike. Trainee Luo Feng, your dormitory and relevant paperwork have been completed. Please follow me. Lin Fan nodded at Luo Feng. You should settle in first. The training camp is intriguing and relatively safe. I believe you will adapt swiftly. He reiterated the importance of safety. Certainly. Thank you, Senior Lin Fan. Luo Feng replied earnestly. His initial impression of this powerful, yet seemingly benign senior, whose gaze was piercing yet held no malice, had become complex, mixing admiration with the caution that naturally accompanied his status as a fugitive. Watching Luo Feng depart with the staff, Lin Fan's eyes glimmered with anticipation. He understood that Luo Feng was burdened with immense pressure and hatred, the pursuit by the Li Yao couple, but all of this would serve as motivation for his growth. Li Yao, your demise is not far off, Lin Fan thought with a cold smirk. He had no intention of directly intervening in the conflict between Luo Feng and Li Yao. That was a trial Luo Feng must endure. However, he would provide necessary assistance at the appropriate moment. He gathered his thoughts and turned towards Instructor Yao Yao's office. The experiences on Wu Dao, Calvin's death, and the possible implications of Calvin's last moments regarding collusion with Li Yao needed to be reported to the higher-ups. He sensed that within the training camp, tranquility may not be entirely assured. Chapter 20. The Ninth Relic. On June 1, 2057, in Hongning GD City, the elite training camp, Lin Fan's name firmly held the top position on the Black Dragon leaderboard, his invincible prowess recognized by all. His profound mastery of the Jiuchong Lei Dao and seemingly inexhaustible combat strength instilled awe in others. Yet, standing at the pinnacle of Earth's martial artists, Lin Fan was engulfed by an unprecedented sense of urgency. He clearly perceived the formidable planetary barrier looming ahead and understood that the terrifying crisis Earth would soon face was far beyond what even a battle god could contend with. The ninth ancient civilization relic captured Lin Fan's gaze as it pierced through the camp's dome, as if glimpsing the mysterious Amazon rainforest. According to the information he was well acquainted with from the original narrative, this relic was far more complex than the camp's records suggested. Hidden within it was an elite passage that far exceeded conventional A and B levels, specifically designed for those with extraordinary cerebral capacities. This passage had remained unopened for 5,000 years, its existence unknown even to powerful figures like Hong and Yao Yao. Within that realm lies the true opportunity capable of instigating a qualitative transformation and shattering planetary barriers. With unwavering resolve, he submitted his application to the higher echelons of the training camp to enter the ruins. The enchanting instructor personally sought him out for a conversation, her expression grave as she informed him of the terrifying risks associated with the known A, warrior, and B, mentalist, passageways, emphasizing the high casualty rate. She reiterated, Lin Fan, with your strength and talent, the probability of successfully acquiring the Haitian set through the A passage is exceedingly high. It is the most prudent choice. The ruins are fraught with uncertainty, and one must not take unnecessary risks. Like everyone else, she remained oblivious to the existence of the elite passage. Unable to divulge the source of his intelligence, Lin Fan could only insist, Instructor, I have a profound intuition that there awaits a challenge and opportunity within the ruins that is far more suited to me. Please trust my decision. Recognizing the determination in Lin Fan's eyes, the instructor ultimately acquiesced, cautioning him once more to prioritize safety and return alive. On June 1, 2057, Lin Fan arrived alone at the entrance of the ancient civilization ruins, located deep within the Amazon rainforest of South America. There stood a pyramid-like structure, partially buried underground, exuding an aura of ancient mystique. Without hesitation, Lin Fan stepped into the frigid cascade of water. As if time and space had shifted, the scenery before him transformed instantaneously. He found himself not in the lobby of passage A or B, as documented, but rather directly within an expansive corridor that stretched infinitely before him, glimmering with a dull metallic sheen. The air was cold and lifeless, suffused with an overwhelming sense of impending doom. A chilling voice, not of any known Earth language, resonated in the depths of his mind, soon translated by an unseen force. Intruder S gene sequence detected. Excellent. Energy level. Peak Apprentice 9th stage. Brain domain width assessment. Meets hidden criteria. Determination. Qualified for higher tier trials. Elite warrior passage activated. Core trial objective. Reach the control room at the end of this passage within the stipulated time frame, 30 Earth days. Failure penalty. Death. Indeed, it exists. Lin Fan's heart raced. His gamble had succeeded. Yet, the trial was merely commencing. The chilling voice continued. Simultaneously detected that the energy operation method, force application technique, of the trial taker holds immense room for optimization and is inefficient. It imposed a mandatory requirement. During the traversal of the passage, one must elevate their force application level to 6 and successfully maintain 3 standard attack outputs. The completion of this requirement will directly impact the final reward rating. Force application level 6. Lin Fan's pupils constricted sharply. The currently recognized force application levels on Earth designate 1 as 1's inherent strength, with techniques such as Jiuchong Lei Dao reaching merely 35 times the force application, i.e., force application level 35. This ruin demands an astonishing level of 6 times the force application. This far exceeds any existing martial arts legacy on Earth. It is no wonder that for millennia, this elite passage remained unknown and untraversed. Ahead, a massive metallic door, etched with countless intricate designs resembling the energy meridian pathways of the human body, began to ascend. Blocking his path, a cold numeral 0 was clearly visible on the door. There was no retreat. Lin Fan instantly entered a state of absolute focus. The techniques of Jiu Chong Lei Dao swirling within his mind as his muscles, tendons, and genetic primal energy began to harmonize at a heightened level. Thunderblade. Flash. He uttered, as the blood shadow warblade transformed into a streak of icy brilliance, forcefully cleaving towards the door. Boom. A resounding thud reverberated, the door trembling slightly as the numeral flickered. 38. This was already an exceptionally high standard, unparalleled across the globe. Yet, it was still far from 6. The chilling voice of the ruins resonated once more, analysis of force application discrepancies and optimization suggestions generated. Simultaneously, the complex energy pathway map on the door illuminated the route Lin Fan had just executed, with several nodes turning a glaring red. Beside them, a more streamlined and efficient energy operation model and subtle muscle manipulation indications emerged. In a moment of enlightenment, Lin Fan realized that this was not merely a harsh trial, but a monumental opportunity. The ruins were guiding him in the ultimate refinement of his force application techniques in a manner that transcended earthly civilization. He immediately cast aside all distractions and wholeheartedly adjusted his force application according to the guidance, once more unleashing his blade. Boom. 41. Boom. 43. Boom. 45. With each adjustment, he felt his muscle fibers and primal energy pathways being forcibly torn and reassembled, inducing excruciating pain. The damage absorption talent surged into action, rapidly converting the self-inflicted harm and the pain of transcending his limits into restorative and strengthening energy, barely sustaining him through this near self-destructive extreme training. And this was merely the beginning. The dangers within this elite passage extended far beyond. The gravitational field fluctuated erratically, at times weighing him down as if under a mountain, and at other times nearly lifting him off the ground. Mercurial metallic puppets emerged suddenly from walls and the ground, possessing terrifying strength, formidable defenses, and cunningly vicious attacks. Each collision sent Lin Fan's blood surging, forcing him to split his focus. Treacherous, lethal traps unleashed sweeping laser nets, energy fields distorted space, and illusions that incited inner demons manifested, while colorless, odorless nerve gas crept in stealthily, bringing him perilously close to death time and again. Amidst the immense pressure and distractions, he fought, evaded, and continuously struck, adjusting and discerning. Time languished painfully, day by day. Lin Fan subsisted on minimal sustenance, relying on primal energy and feedback absorption, as all his thoughts immersed in the agonizing cycles of strikes, minute adjustments, and the continuous cycle of tearing and healing. His force application level steadily advanced through unimaginable suffering. 48, 51, 54, 57. Upon reaching 57, each increment felt akin to a rebirth steeped in torment. On the 25th day, he was drenched in blood. His capillaries had ruptured multiple times, pale yet with eyes gleaming like stars. His comprehension of force application techniques had ascended to an entirely new realm, untouched by any on earth. Now was the moment. Break for me. He coalesced all the pain, insights, and indomitable will amassed over the past month, channeling every ounce of strength in accordance with the optimal energy route etched into his soul. The blood shadow warblade emitted a resonant hum, transforming into a brilliant stream of light that tore through the dark space, cleaving with ferocity. Boom! A thunderous explosion, far surpassing anything before, echoed throughout the corridor. The massive metallic door trembled violently. The numeral above fluctuated wildly before finally fixing upon a shocking figure. 60. He had succeeded, but it was not yet over. He needed to maintain it 3 times. Lin Fan coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood, his jaw nearly fracturing. Yet relying on his superhuman tenacity and the final support from damage absorption, he squeezed out the last remnants of strength within his body, following that profound sensation, explosively striking out 2 more blows. Boom, boom, 60, 60, 3 times met. With a rumble, the colossal metal door slowly descended into the ground, revealing a deeper passage beyond. Now unimpeded. Even more astonishingly, the intricately complex perfect energy pathway map on the door suddenly illuminated, transforming into a solid stream of light that surged into Lin Fan's mind. Forming a tome titled Fundamental Force Application Techniques, its contents systematic and exquisite, far surpassing his own month of insights in depth and perfection. He had no time to savor it. The final deadline loomed above him like the sword of Damocles, dragging his severely injured and precarious body. He sprinted forward with an astonishing willpower that burned like life itself, perhaps due to the successful completion of the core trials. The subsequent traps and puppetry within the passage have evidently diminished in intensity. On the 28th day, just hours before the final deadline. He finally burst into a control room adorned with countless flickering screens, at the center of which stood a colossal spherical instrument. Trialist Lin Fan. Congratulations on completing all trials of the Elite Passage. Core Trial Evaluation. Perfect. Additional Objective Completion. Perfect. Based on the assessment results, the highest specification rewards will be granted. The central platform of the control room gradually ascended, revealing 3 items that materialized amidst a gentle radiance. The first item was a pair of gloves. Entirely black, as if composed of flowing shadows, embodying the same effects as the Haitian suit, possessing extraordinary defensive capabilities and the ability to change at will. The second item was a crystal energy core, roughly the size of a fist, crystalline and transparent, with a swirling nebula contained within, harboring pure energy that could significantly enhance the success rate of breaking through planetary levels and solidifying the foundation of genetic primal energy. The third item was a battle blade, suspended in quiet stillness, its ancient and elongated shape adorned with dark red bloodlines that flowed, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. The hilt bore an unfamiliar cosmic inscription, a presence far more formidable than the SS-class Blood Shadow battle blade surged forth. This blade, named Lai Xing, was a standard Tier 3 primal force weapon, its strength and energy conductivity sufficient to support usage up to stellar levels. This was the additional reward for passing the core trial with the highest evaluation, as explained by the cold voice of the relic. Lin Fan's heart raced with excitement. The Haitian suit and the energy crystal were already monumental gains he had long desired. And this Lai Xing battle blade was a fortuitous boon that would perfectly unleash his combat prowess. He stepped forward, first attuning the Haitian gloves to himself. As the flowing shadows swiftly enveloped his right hand, vanishing beneath his skin, instilling a sensation of perfect control. He then carefully grasped the energy crystal brimming with immense power and the heft of the Lai Xing battle blade. The moment the blade was in his grasp, a sense of blood connection surged within him, and with a gentle swing, the air around the blade emitted a piercing wail as if easily severed. All rewards have been dispensed. Please exit the relic within 24 hours. Lin Fan solemnly secured the energy crystal and, wielding the Lai Xing battle blade, bowed slightly to the empty control room before striding toward the newly revealed exit. Emerging into the sunlight, breathing in the humid yet vibrant air of the Amazon jungle. Feeling the increasingly potent and pure power coursing through him after enduring numerous tribulations, with the profound fundamental force techniques in his mind, the extraordinary weapon in his hand, and the breakthrough-related treasure crystal, Lin Fan felt that the month of life and death trials, the countless times he had danced on the edge of hell, were all worth it. With planetary level no longer an obstacle, his confidence soared as he boarded the training camp aircraft that had come to escort him back to Hongning Base City for his final retreat. Ranked first in the Global Elite Training Camp Leaderboard, the sole passer of the No. 9 Ancient Civilization Relic Elite Passage, a secret known only to him, Lin Fan returned with astounding gains, the gateway to planetary level now fully opened before him. Chapter 21, Dual Element Planet, Crystal Core Armament, and the new Counselor of the War God Palace. On June 29, 2057, upon returning to the elite training camp in Hongning Base City, Lin Fan showed no signs of complacency and immediately entered the highest defense, most energy-rich retreat chamber. He understood that the transition from an invincible war god to breaking through planetary level was a profound leap in the hierarchy of life. Akin to a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate, requiring absolute focus without any interference or error. The chamber was silent, save for the faint hum of energy flow. Lin Fan sat cross-legged, 5 hearts directed towards the heavens, adjusting his state to an unprecedented pinnacle. With great reverence, he retrieved the precious energy crystal obtained from the No. 9 Relic Elite Passage. The crystal was translucent, seemingly encapsulating a miniature nebula, radiating gentle yet formidable energy waves. He pressed the crystal to his forehead, employing the energy guidance secret method far surpassing Earth standards, as outlined in the fundamental force techniques, and began to absorb it slowly. In an instant, pure and abundant yet remarkably gentle energy ceased to be a tumultuous torrent. It became a sentient force of wisdom, flowing into his body with precision and efficiency. It rapidly permeated his limbs and organs, even reaching the minutest cells, nourishing and transforming them at a fundamental level, ultimately converging towards his dantian like rivers returning to the sea. Lin Fan focused his mind and wholeheartedly guided this vast energy. Within his dantian, the once indistinct energy core, hovering between reality and illusion, became clear, solid, and radiant at an unprecedented speed, due to the influx and compression of this immense pure energy. Further compress. The energy density increased geometrically. Lin Fan felt a fierce expansion and heat emanating from his dantian, as if a miniature star was being birthed. Detection of the host undergoing a leap in life hierarchy, with energy undergoing intense transformation and bodily reconstruction, absorption and transformation success initiated. Achieving 100-fold energy feedback and life hierarchy optimization. Damage absorption showcased its extraordinary prowess once more, perfectly absorbing the pressure damage and subtle tears caused by the intense energy transformation during the breakthrough, and optimizing this damage 100-fold to assist and refine the entire breakthrough process, resulting in the condensation of genetic primal energy being incredibly smooth and flawless, establishing an exceedingly solid foundation. Uncertain of how much time had passed, when the final trace of energy from the crystal was completely absorbed, a resonant hum emanated from the depths of his soul. Within his dantian, a minuscule yet radiant and stable microcosm began to take shape, slowly revolving and exuding endless light and warmth. The surging genetic primal force flowed incessantly, instilling within him an instinctual understanding of being able to transcend Earth's gravity. First tier of planetary level. The martial artist's cultivation breakthrough. However, the astonishing changes did not cease. At the moment the martial artist's cultivation broke through, the torrent of energy and the complete leap in life hierarchy ignited the final fuse, instantly awakening his hidden spiritual power, which had also reached the critical point of the war god pinnacle. Within the sea of consciousness, the previously tranquil and vast ocean of mental energy suddenly surged with colossal waves. All liquefied mental energy frantically converged towards the central point, condensing and undergoing qualitative transformation. This process was even more intense than the condensation of primal force. A pressure, no less formidable than before, yet even more eerie, erupted from Lin Fan's body. A faint glow emanated from his forehead, radiating an invisible yet powerful wave, causing the loose objects in the chamber to levitate. Stirred by his temporarily uncontrolled and overwhelming spiritual force, the speed of the condensation and qualitative transformation of mental energy was astonishingly rapid. Moments later, a formless yet perceptibly refined and pure mental energy core stabilized at the center of his consciousness. The mental energy surged, responsive to his will, as his perception range expanded exponentially, rendering everything around him astonishingly clear. First tier of planetary level. The mentalist cultivation, simultaneous breakthrough. Dual element planetary level. This rare dual cultivation genius in the universe quietly emerged on Earth. Just as the two energy cores were fully stabilized, Lin Fan felt an extraordinary and profound transformation in his life genes, resonating subtly with a certain primordial law of the universe. An understanding naturally dawned upon him. He had awakened his unique abilities. Jing He Wu Zhuang. This remarkable ability allows one to consume vast amounts of genetic primordial energy in an instant, forming a layer of extraordinarily resilient energy armor on the surface of the body, seemingly composed of countless finely interlocked hexagonal crystal particles. This armor's defensive capacity far surpasses that of warriors of the same rank, exhibiting exceptional resistance to both physical impact and energy attacks. Moreover, the armor's shape and thickness can be locally enhanced or deformed at will. Even more wondrous is the faint synergistic effect it seems to have with his damage absorption talent, further augmenting his capacity to endure extremes. A perfect integration of offense and defense. An overwhelming ecstasy surged within Lin Fan. Enhanced protection implies he can actively withstand more intense and ferocious assaults, thereby transforming that into greater and purer energy for cultivation and counterattacks. This ability feels almost tailor-made for him. He slowly opened his eyes, and with the flutter of his gaze, it seemed as if stars were being born and extinguished. With a slight mental shift, his body naturally and effortlessly floated into the air, devoid of any need for exertion, as if it were instinctual. After a brief adjustment to the monumental power and unparalleled control brought by the dual system planetary level, the communicator in the chamber chimed with a message from the enchanting instructor Hong, summoning him immediately. In Hong's study, imbued with an invisible aura of authority, Lin Fan faced two of Earth's pinnacle powerhouses. He did not deliberately conceal his spiritual energy master level. It would have been futile before Hong, but instead focused his report on the breakthrough within the warrior system. Hong's gaze lingered on him for a moment, his eyes deep as the starry sea, seemingly flickering with a hint of mild surprise and deeper scrutiny. Yet, he ultimately refrained from addressing the matter of mental energy, offering calm words of encouragement and formally appointing him as the inspector of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, bestowing upon him significant responsibilities and privileges. Thor, maintaining his boisterous demeanor, heartily invited him to engage in more sparring sessions in the future. Upon leaving Hong's residence, Lin Fan hurried to the headquarters of the Global War God Palace, situated in the core area of Hongning Base City, for his planetary-level certification. The headquarters stands as a magnificent edifice, exuding an aura of futuristic technology, symbolizing the pinnacle of human martial prowess. When Lin Fan expressed his intention and subtly released a hint of his planetary life pressure, the reception personnel immediately adopted a solemn demeanor, filled with awe, and promptly initiated the highest standard reception protocol. This summoned a resident director from the War God Palace, an elder who was also a planetary-level powerhouse, to personally greet him. The certification process was meticulous and grand. Under a series of exceptionally precise instruments capable of detecting cellular vitality, primordial energy quality, and life magnetic field intensity. And following the elder's personal energy resonance verification, Lin Fan's identity as a planetary-level warrior was indisputably confirmed. Congratulations, Lin Fan, esteemed council member. The staff's voice trembled with excitement as they respectfully presented him with a specially prepared identity document and an intelligent wristwatch representing the highest authority. You have officially passed the certification, becoming Earth's 53rd planetary-level powerhouse. This is your identification and internal communication terminal for the War God Palace. According to regulations, you have automatically graduated from the elite training camp, and your information has been entered into the core member list of the War God Palace, granting you all planetary-level privileges and responsibilities. All members of the War God Palace Council sincerely welcome your joining. The results were promptly communicated to the upper echelons of major global factions. Lin Fan of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, at merely 20 years of age, successfully surpassed the limits of life and ascended to the planetary level, becoming the new council member of the War God Palace. The news spread like a 12-level tsunami, sweeping across the globe and causing an even greater uproar than when he topped the training camp. His age and rate of breakthrough shattered the records held by Hong and Thor, and his name was heralded by countless media as the strongest genius on Earth, inscribed in history, becoming a symbol of a new era and a new goal for countless martial artists worldwide. After completing the certification, Lin Fan returned to his residence in the training camp, preparing to pack his belongings and move to the exclusive villa area for inspectors. His personal communicator was already inundated with congratulatory messages. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Standing outside was Luo Feng, Zhao Jun, and Bai Wei, who had come upon hearing the news. Their expressions were incredibly complex, filled with genuine admiration, unmistakable envy, and a subtle sense of melancholy regarding parting and the widening gap between them. Lin Fan. No, now I should address you as council member Lin Fan. Luo Feng spoke first, his tone sincere and resolute. Congratulations on your breakthrough to the planetary level and your graduation from the camp. You are our pride. Zhao Jun stepped forward to embrace Lin Fan tightly, even though he now had to look up to him, exclaiming, "Goodness! You truly bring us glory. From now on, you are the esteemed inspector. Don't forget us brothers who fought alongside you on Mist Island. Remember to think of us during your good fortune." Bai Wei smiled as well, her eyes sparkling. Lin Fan, congratulations. You've accomplished a step we all dream of. We will take you as our example and strive to catch up. Observing these companions with whom he had fought side by side and shared life and death experiences, Lin Fan felt a rare warmth and sentiment surging within him. He reined in the pressure of his planetary level and smiled as he had in the past. Thank you all. I have merely taken a step ahead of you. The planetary level is not the end. It is merely a new beginning. With your talents and efforts, this day will not be far off, especially you, Luo Feng. His gaze turned toward Luo Feng, his words imbued with deeper significance. The power within you far exceeds your current imagination. The training camp is the best whetstone. Cherish every day here and continuously surpass yourself. Luo Feng's body quivered slightly as he nodded earnestly, deeply imprinting Lin Fan's counsel in his heart. He sensed that Lin Fan's words carried a deeper meaning. After bidding farewell to his friends, Lin Fan took one last glance at the dormitory that held such significant, yet fleeting moments, feeling no lingering attachment. He turned and departed, his steps resolute. His stage was no longer the cradle of geniuses that was the training camp. Lin Fan's planetary-level era had officially begun, and the ripples across Earth and the cosmos were about to quietly change due to his rise. Chapter 22. The Inspector's Responsibility. Beast Tide Warning and Global Deployment on July 6, 2057, following his ascension to the planetary level and joining the War God Palace. Lin Fan's life underwent a monumental transformation. He moved into an exclusive villa for inspectors located in the core area of Hongning Bay City. This residence not only boasted luxurious facilities, but was also equipped with a private training room, a gravity chamber, and a high-privilege terminal directly connected to the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and the internal network of the War God Palace. Familiarizing himself with power and privileges as a planetary-level powerhouse, especially a dual-system one, Lin Fan needed time to fully acclimate to this surging power. He spent most of his time in the exclusive training room, practicing the exquisite techniques of the fundamental power techniques, testing the strength and consumption of the Jing He Wu Zhuang ability, and mastering the terrifying might of the star-cleaving blade under the propulsion of third-tier primordial energy. Simultaneously, he began to delve deeply into the vast privileges and responsibilities that came with being an inspector of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and a council member of the War God Palace. Through the internal network, he could access real-time monitoring data for the vast majority of regions on Earth, defense force configurations across major base cities, and many confidential documents concerning relics, monsters, and even the cosmos that were not publicly disclosed. He also had the authority to mobilize the forces and resources of the martial arts academies within a certain range. First task, Southeast Beast Tide Warning. One day, as Lin Fan was reviewing the Global Monster Activity Monitoring reports, an urgent message from the command center of the War God Palace caught his attention. Alert! The Coastal Monitoring Station number 103 of the Southeast Military District reports an unusually high frequency of monster activity in the East China Sea, detecting multiple energy signals from Lord-level monsters gathering, indicating a potential trend towards a large-scale beast tide threatening Jiangnan Bay City and surrounding fortified cities. Threat level assessment, high. Almost simultaneously, his inspector communicator chimed, displaying a holographic communication from the enchanting instructor. Lin Fan, have you seen the beast tide warning from the Southeast Military District? The enchanting expression turned grave as the curator conveyed the gravity of the situation. You have just ascended and must familiarize yourself with the combat strategies employed by planetary-level powerhouses. In this impending beast tide defense, you will serve as the highest-ranking coordinating officer on behalf of the Jishin Martial Arts Academy, stationed at Jiangnan Bay City, to provide support. The third speaker, M.O. Henderson, will also dispatch forces from the global headquarters to assist, and you must coordinate your efforts. Understood, instructor. I shall depart immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan's eyes flashed with a glimmer of sharpness. Practical combat is the most effective means to test and refine new strength, and it will swiftly establish his authority as an inspector. He promptly accessed the detailed defensive schematics of Jiangnan Bay City and its surrounding fortified cities, including lists of strong warriors, weapon configurations, and the most recent data on monster activities in the East Sea. Additionally, he issued several directives: summon all divine-level warriors stationed at Jiangnan Bay City to report to the military district immediately. Allocate a batch of the latest laser cannons and plasma shields to the front lines. Notify the logistics department of the academy to prepare the most efficient medical supplies and equipment for treating the wounded. The series of commands was clear and efficient, showcasing a composure and sophistication that belied his age, prompting silent nods of approval from the enchanting figure and several senior members of the academy who were monitoring him. Upon arriving at Jiangnan Bay City, Lin Fan eschewed the use of aircraft, choosing instead to soar through the skies with remarkable speed. A streak of light racing towards Jiangnan Bay City. The flight speed of a planetary-level powerhouse far surpasses any aircraft. As he descended upon the rooftop of the military command building in Jiangnan Bay City, the high-ranking officials awaiting his arrival felt an overwhelming pressure and bowed in deference. What is the situation? Lin Fan bypassed any pleasantries and approached the holographic sand table. General Wang, responsible for defense, immediately reported, Lin Fan, the situation is grim. According to sonar and satellite monitoring, over 10 Lord-level monsters are gathering in the coastal region, among which is a suspected medium Lord-level octopus beast king commanding a horde that may exceed 1 million. The anticipated assault will target our city's main urban area, as well as 6 fortified cities, including Yangzhou and Suzhou. Lin Fan's gaze fell upon the sand table as his fingers swiftly traced several critical defensive nodes and the potential main attack routes of the monsters. The laser cannon array is to be positioned here and here, with firepower cross-covering the primary passages. Elite squads of divine-level warriors will be prepared to eliminate any Lord-level monsters attempting to breach the defenses. Notify all fortified cities to activate the highest-level evacuation protocols, and direct the populace to enter underground shelters. His commands came one after another, precisely targeting every weakness of the beast tide, even anticipating potential maneuvers from the monsters. The seasoned soldiers and warriors present were inwardly astonished. This young congressman was not only terrifying in strength, but also seemingly gifted in military command. Shortly thereafter, the support team from the global headquarters arrived, led by the third speaker of the Divine Warrior Palace, the planetary-level third-tier powerhouse, Bing Sean M.O. Henderson. Known for his calm demeanor, he was taken aback to see Lin Fan managing the front line with such order. Lin Fan, it seems you require little assistance from me. M.O. Henderson rarely displayed a hint of a smile. Speaker M.O. Henderson, you flatter me. Your presence is essential at the command center to address the Octopus Beast King and any unforeseen complications. Lin Fan responded with measured respect, entrusting the highest combat power to M.O. Henderson while focusing on overall command and identifying any gaps. Their roles were clearly defined, and their cooperation was seamless. 2 days later, the terrifying beast tide arrived as anticipated. Endless oceanic monsters surged toward the coastline like a black tide, roaring. Fire, explosions, laser beams, the warriors' shouts, and the monsters' wails intertwined, turning the battlefield into a veritable meat grinder. Lin Fan hovered above the main urban area, observing the battlefield with a calm demeanor. When 3 initial Lord-level Thunder Eel beasts broke through the fire net with astonishing speed, about to collapse a segment of the defense, he sprang into action. Without even drawing the star-cleaving blade, he merely extended his fingers as if wielding a knife, slicing through the air with a gentle motion. The planetary-level primal energy coalesced. In a flash, 3 exquisitely refined, nearly invisible golden energy blades traversed thousands of meters, precisely striking the heads of the 3 Thunder Eel beasts. The massive heads separated from their bodies, and the enormous carcasses, propelled by inertia, crashed into the sea, sending up towering waves. One strike, 3 lords slain in an instant. This scene, transmitted back to the command center through battlefield monitoring systems, left all witnesses gasping in astonishment before erupting into thunderous cheers. Long live the Inspector! The terrifying power of a planetary-level powerhouse was vividly displayed at that moment, significantly boosting the morale of the frontline warriors. Soon after, the medium Lord-level Octopus Beast King made its appearance, its massive tentacles crashing down towards Yangzhou Fort. Speaker M.O. Henderson immediately engaged, and the 2 formidable powerhouses unleashed a cataclysmic battle along the coastal region. Lin Fan, akin to a firefighter, frequently appeared in crisis zones along the defense line. At times, he would wield his blade to clear vast swathes of beasts. At others, he would precisely eliminate high-ranking beast generals. Occasionally, he would even appear directly at sections of the wall on the verge of being breached, activating crystal core armaments to withstand a charging giant beast, shattering it with a counterstrike. His presence became the most steadfast pillar of the Jiangnan defense line. Victory and reflection under the vigilant oversight of 2 planetary-level powerhouses and the valiant efforts of the frontline military and warriors, the massive beast tide was ultimately repelled. The coastline was littered with the corpses of countless monsters, and while humanity paid a significant price, the main base city and fortified cities were preserved. After the battle, Lin Fan did not depart immediately. He participated in the debriefing on the defense's successes and failures, identifying several vulnerable points in the defensive system. Utilizing his inspector privileges, he urged the Jixian Martial Arts Academy to intensify resource allocation for Jiangnan Base City to repair the city walls, compensate for casualties, and upgrade equipment. His pragmatic, powerful, and responsible demeanor earned him the genuine respect of various factions within the Southeast Military District and Jiangnan Base City. A foreboding of global developments upon returning to Hongning Base City, Lin Fan reported the detailed circumstances of the beast tied to Hong and the enchanting figure, emphasizing a crucial observation. Curator, I have noticed that oceanic monster activities have become increasingly frequent and seemingly more organized. The intensity and coordination of this beast tide surpass previous recorded events. I fear this may not be an isolated incident. Hong listened intently, his fingers lightly tapping the table. His gaze profound. Your observation is keen. Monitoring data from various global oceans reflects a similar trend. Deep within the oceans, some unknown change may be occurring. He looked at Lin Fan. Your growth exceeds my expectations. The future situation on Earth may become increasingly complex. Strive to enhance your strength. Your power will be one of the keys to navigating the forthcoming changes. Lin Fan felt a chill in his heart, aware that Hong might have sensed something amiss. The shadow of the Golden Horn behemoth had yet to reveal itself, but its signs might already be influencing monsters worldwide. He became even more resolute in his determination to rapidly enhance his strength. While fulfilling his duties as an inspector and managing sporadic monster crises around the globe, He devoted all his energy to cultivation. Being a first-tier planetary-level powerhouse was far from sufficient. He required even greater strength to confront the impending global catastrophe. Chapter 23. The Domain of Solid Earth. In September 2057, amidst the desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert, the north wind swept across the barren landscape, casting an air of grim foreboding. Lin Fan hovered in midair, cloaked in black, facing a colossal king-level beast, the Di Huang Long Gui, which resembled a moving mountain. Its shell was jagged like craggy cliffs, and its limbs stood as towering stone pillars. With a thunderous roar, the very earth trembled beneath it as countless boulders, each the size of grinding wheels, were manipulated towards Lin Fan like cannonballs, while an invisible, oppressive gravitational field perpetually sought to crush him to the ground. Lin Fan, however, did not rush for victory. He regarded this battle as an ideal sharpening stone. His figure transformed into a series of afterimages in the air, skillfully evading the barrage of rocks. He pushed his foundational energy to the utmost, occasionally cleaving the unavoidable boulders with a knife hand or the wind of his fists, savoring the overwhelming power of the earth beneath him. A notification echoed in his mind. Host detected to be enduring high-intensity impact damage and earth energy shock. Absorption and transformation commencing successfully. Acquired a 100-fold gene original energy feedback and special earth element energy comprehension. After a fierce clash with the Di Huang Long Gui, its violent, earthen shockwave reverberated through his insides. The talent of damage absorption not only transformed the energy, but also infused a profound, weighty, and ancient law of existence into his consciousness. Enlightened, he ceased to evade, slowly closing his eyes, allowing his spirit to fully immerse into the earth beneath his feet. He sensed the breath of the soil, the pulse of the rock layers, and the threads of gravity, a power that had existed since time immemorial, silently bearing all. Witnessing his opponent with closed eyes, the Di Huang Long Gui became frenzied, roaring with fury and summoning the might of the earth with even greater intensity. In an instant, it seemed as if the entire Gobi Desert had risen against it, as countless boulders fell like a rainstorm, while an even stronger gravitational field pressed down like an invisible mountain, intent on crushing Lin Fan into dust. At the moment this cataclysmic assault was about to descend upon him, Lin Fan abruptly opened his eyes. No pupils remained. Instead, a swirling, earthen-hued star gleamed within, seemingly harboring the infinite mysteries of the earth. The principle of thick virtue bearing all encapsulated the domain of earth. A tremendous, dense, dark yellow force field rapidly expanded from him as its epicenter, enveloping a radius of 1,000 meters in an instant. Within this domain, the air became as heavy as mercury. All the incoming boulders slowed to a halt, as if ensnared in amber, and ultimately crumbled into dust under the terrifying gravitational force. The gravitational field imposed by the Di Huang Long Gui was swiftly assimilated and counterpressured, causing its massive form to plummet, its limbs sinking into the ground. Emitting a wretched cry, its movements sluggish as if mired in quicksand. The domain of Earth. Achieved. This domain flawlessly fused the dual attributes of absolute defense and gravitational control. Within its confines, Lin Fan's defensive prowess surged exponentially, as if he were one with the earth beneath him, unbreakable, simultaneously. He could manipulate the gravity within the domain at will, either crushing foes like mountains or alleviating his own burdens with remarkable agility. It was time to conclude. Lin Fan's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. He had not even drawn his Liaxing Jiandao, merely stirring his will. The power of the domain surged violently. The earth's stone energy responding to his command, quickly coalescing before him, compressing into an ancient-looking dark yellow earth seal imbued with destructive energy, warping the surrounding space with extreme gravitational distortion. Seal. With a single word, the earth seal silently descended, warping the very fabric of space as it passed. Fear flooded the eyes of the Di Huang Long Gui as it desperately attempted to retract its head into its once proud, hardened shell. However, under the terrifying gravitational suppression, its struggles were futile and sluggish. Boom. The seal made contact with the shell. There was no violent explosion, only an exceedingly deep, resonant hum. The shell, resilient enough to withstand a nuclear explosion, crumbled like fragile eggshells before the seal infused with the laws of the domain, along with the beast's body, which was instantly crushed and obliterated by the condensed gravity. Host detected to have slain a king-level beast. Energy absorption transformation successful. Acquired a 100-fold gene original energy feedback. A torrent of energy surged within him, solidifying his cultivation and effortlessly propelling his gene original energy to break through barriers, ascending to a new echelon. Planetary level Tier 3. With his surroundings aglow in dark yellow light, Lin Fan hovered in the air, feeling the power within him surge like mighty rivers. As well as the firm domain of Earth at his command, his heart filled with clarity. This domain of Earth was a perfect complement to his talent for damage absorption. Ultimate defense meant he could actively seek out stronger attacks to convert energy, while the exquisite manipulation of gravity allowed him to dominate the battlefield, creating a training environment even more extreme than the gravitational chambers of ancient civilizations. It was time to return. Having gathered the most precious materials from the Di Huang Long Gui, Lin Fan moved swiftly, melding into a stream of light infused with earth-yellow radiance, racing towards the Hongning Bay City at a speed surpassing all previous records. Upon returning to the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, the report of slaying the king-level beast caused quite a stir. A planetary-level counselor capable of single-handedly defeating a defensive-oriented king-level beast and comprehending the rare power of domains had risen to a status rivaling the long-standing speaker. However, just as he returned to the inspector's villa, an internal notification and a highly encrypted urgent communication from Zhuge Tao of the Jiangnan Bay City sent ripples through his previously calm mind. The message revealed that trainee Luo Feng had entered the numbered 9 ancient civilization ruins for assessment on September 29, 2057, and had yet to return after over 3 months. In Zhuge Tao's communication, evident anxiety permeated his tone. Inspector Lin Fan, the situation is dire. Li Yao and his wife, Wenina Belina, have been unusually active recently, utilizing HR Alliance resources to frantically probe into Luo Feng's family's detailed addresses and activities. Although we have intercepted encrypted communications that we cannot fully decode, they indicate extreme danger. Various signs suggest they may have learned through certain channels, possibly related to a prior leak during a high-level discussion involving the Hong Master, the true talents of Luo Feng as a mentalist. And their intentions for retaliation are glaringly obvious. The current security forces of the Luo family may struggle to cope with extreme circumstances. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, turning icy and resolute, as the invisible aura of the Earth domain subtly leaked out, causing the gravity in the room to spike abruptly. With furniture groaning under the newfound weight, Li Yao and Wenina, you are courting death. The suffering endured by Luo Feng's family in the original narrative flashed vividly in his mind. Director Zhuge, Lin Fan's voice was calm, yet unfalteringly decisive. I shall take over this matter. Immediately transmit all intelligence to my encrypted channel. In my name, Lin Fan, I issue the highest level warning to the Jiangnan Bay City's military, HR Alliance branch, and all factions. Luo Feng and his family are under my direct protection. Anyone who infringes upon them declares war on the inspector of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy and planetary level counselor. The consequences are theirs to bear. Ending the communication, Lin Fan acted swiftly. He first dispatched a trusted team of warriors to secretly reinforce the security of his parents, eliminating any possibility of feigned attacks. Subsequently, he directly connected with the military commander of the Jiangnan Bay City and the president of the HR Alliance, exerting unprecedented pressure with his absolute strength and status as a planetary-level Tier 3 expert who had comprehended the domain. Finally, he gazed towards the direction of the Jiangnan Bay City, where the lines of Earth's laws flickered momentarily in his eyes. Luo Feng, with the legacy at stake, I shall guard your rear. Li Yao, should you dare to cross this line, I will make you experience the wrath of the earth and the true meaning of despair. As his words fell, he melded into the earth beneath him, vanishing with astonishing speed towards the Jiangnan Bay City. The heavy, oppressive atmosphere of the domain cloaked the city, as it braced for the tempest that was about to descend. Chapter 24. With the Star Splitter in hand, the deep-sea hunter of monarchs in late February 2058. In the Jiangnan Bay City, Yangzhou, within the Mingyue community, the early spring morning light bathed the serene surroundings, with the echoes of celebration still lingering in the air. On the terrace of a villa's top floor, Lin Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze calmly directed towards the eastern horizon, as if he could penetrate thousands of kilometers to behold the tumultuous and perilous expanse of the azure Pacific Ocean. His aura was subdued, yet it emanated an unsettling sharpness that could cause a shiver in the hearts of those nearby. The planetary-level third-tier genetic energy surged within him like a mighty river, while his first-tier mental power possessed a depth akin to a tranquil abyss. An invisible force field enveloped him, subtly distorting the surrounding light, a testament to his nascent mastery of the first-tier Earth domain, which harbored formidable defensive and gravitational might. At this moment, beneath his fitted SS-class combat suit, A layer of shifting black material cloaked him almost entirely, akin to a second skin, the precious reward of the Haitian suit acquired from the elite passage of the No. 9 ancient civilization ruins. This augmented his already formidable survival capabilities. A slight smile graced Lin Fan's lips as he recalled his previous venture into the No. 9 ruins. Months ago, armed with his knowledge of the narrative and the confidence bestowed by the system, he had chosen the more arduous elite passage assessment, yielding greater rewards. That harrowing trial for martial artists had tempered his resolve and brought him abundant returns. Not only did he acquire the Haitian suit, but with a mere flick of his thought, a battle spear approximately 1.5 meters long, entirely dark silver with a streamlined design, glimmering with starlit sharpness at the edge, silently hovered beside him. The Star Splitter, a third-tier energy weapon. This standardized armament was immensely superior to any Keluo alloy weapon on Earth. Capable of harnessing the full might of a planetary-level martial artist's energy, sufficient to inflict significant damage on both King and Emperor-level monsters. With this weapon in hand, Lin Fan was genuinely equipped to engage in direct combat with the monstrous sovereigns and sever them from existence. Rofeng, at this moment, you are likely still receiving the inheritance of the Yuma star within those ruins, Lin Fan mused silently. Thanks to the foresight of the Traverser, he not only succeeded in passing the ruins trials, but also, upon his return, fortified the protection of Rofeng's family using the newly acquired achievements and prestige. The forces of Li Yao and Wei Na, under his parliamentary authority and explicit warnings, ultimately refrained from acting with the same impunity as depicted in the original narrative, allowing Su Xian's family to navigate the new year in peace. Your path is yours to tread, while mine requires greater strength to forge ahead. The core of the system is to absorb damage and amplify it 100-fold. Thus, it was destined for him to actively seek formidable challenges. Ordinary king-level monsters no longer provided sufficient nourishment. His sights were set from the outset on the sovereigns residing in the depths of the ocean, the pinnacle of Earth's monsters. The Lei Long Huang and Ba Zhua Shou Huang. Only your assaults can yield the monumental energy I require to breach the barriers of high-tier planetary levels. A surge of battle intent ignited in Lin Fan's eyes, as the combination of the Earth domain for defense, the Haitian suit for survival, and the Star Splitter for offensive energy conversion was crafted for the hunt of monarchs. Ding! The host's strong desire for advancement has been detected. The task the monarch's sorrow has been updated. Task details: successfully slay at least one monster sovereign, Lei Long Huang or Ba Zhua Shou Huang. Achieving the final kill with the Star Splitter will yield additional evaluation. Task rewards: based on total damage endured in combat performance, substantial energy feedback will be calculated, along with unlocking certain high-tier system functionalities. The system has been upgraded to release tasks periodically based on the context. The system's prompt resonated precisely, adding a hint of resoluteness. No longer hesitating, with a thought, the Star Splitter transformed into a silver light, melding into the specially crafted holster on his back. He turned and descended the stairs, exchanging brief farewells with his family, merely stating it was a routine wilderness patrol task, concealing the true nature of his daunting objective. Crossing through the grand steel gates of the base city, he stepped into the vast wilderness. In the next moment, boom, a terrifying wave of energy erupted, and Lin Fan's form instantaneously broke the sound barrier, soaring like a shooting star towards the Pacific Ocean with astonishing speed. The privilege of flight, characteristic of planetary-level powerhouses, was vividly displayed in him. Doubling and tripling his speed, the fierce winds at high altitudes howled, yet they were effortlessly repelled by the flowing energy in the Haitian suit. The ground beneath him receded rapidly, mountains and rivers shrinking into mere sketches, until an endless expanse of azure filled his vision. The ocean, a forbidden zone for human civilization, a paradise for monsters. The deeper he ventured, the more densely packed and colossal the figures of marine monsters became, occasionally sensing the overwhelming presence of king-level monsters lurking in the depths. Lin Fan pressed on without pause. Using the limited nautical charts shared by the War God Palace and his own formidable perception to head directly towards the waters marked with the potential presence of the Lei Long Huang. The Earth domain around him rippled slightly, adjusting the surrounding gravity to enhance his flight's swiftness and agility. This was the spot. After approximately an hour of flight, he hovered above a seemingly tranquil, yet treacherous and unfathomably deep indigo sea. The water below plunged over 10,000 meters. One of the favored nesting environments for the Lei Long Huang. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan's gaze sharpened with the precision of a blade, his mind intensely focused. Earth domain, activate. A powerful gravitational field radiated from him, causing the surrounding space to feel denser, instantly maximizing his defensive capabilities. The Haitian suit flowed like a living entity, enveloping him entirely, revealing only a pair of eyes ignited with battle fervor. The star splitter in his hand emitted a faint hum as it leaped into his grasp, energy coalescing along its dark silver body, exuding a destructive aura akin to the collapse of stars. Lei Long Huang, come forth, Lin Fan roared, his voice booming like thunder, penetrating layers of seawater as he concentrated formidable energy and thrust his fist downward with tremendous force. Boom! A colossal energy fist smashed into the ocean's surface, instantly generating towering waves hundreds of meters high, with terrifying energy ripples surging deep into the abyss. The serene sea was shattered in an instant, and the next moment, the entire expanse of water appeared to boil. Countless low, medium, and high-tier aquatic monsters were alarmed, shadows swirling beneath the surface. Then, an overwhelmingly terrifying, tyrannical, and savage aura erupted from the depths of the ocean, as if an ancient giant had been awakened, surging violently towards the surface. Roar! A deafening dragon's roar tore through the heavens, piercing the water and reaching the clouds, imbued with boundless fury and murderous intent. Aquatic monsters within hundreds of miles quaked in terror, submitting to its might. The sea churned violently, forming a colossal whirlpool as a gigantic shadow, vast enough to blot out the sun, ascended rapidly from the depths. Lin Fan felt the oppressive royal-level pressure that weighed upon his very soul, yet he remained undaunted. His eyes alight with fervor. With the star splitter inclined towards the sea, he laughed heartily. Come forth. Today, with your strength, I shall break my boundaries. The battle to hunt the monarch was about to commence. Chapter 25. Confronting the Sovereign's Might. 100-fold feedback for the foundation stone in the boundless expanse above the Pacific Ocean, the winds and clouds shifted dramatically. Lin Fan stood amidst the raging waves, his diminutive figure contrasting starkly with the terrifying energy surging below. The pale yellow halo of his Earth domain fluctuated violently, forcibly stabilizing the distorted gravitational field around him. As the star splitter in his hand hummed softly, its tip aimed directly at the colossal entity rising from the abyss. The Lei Long Huang broke through the ocean's surface, its sovereign aura akin to a tangible tsunami, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. Its scarlet giant eye fixated fiercely on Lin Fan, rage, provoked by the insignificance of the creature before it, transformed into the most direct and savage course of action. There was no need for any tentative strikes. For the monarch, the only fate awaiting a challenger daring to intrude upon its territory was annihilation. Roar! Accompanied by a roar that shattered the clouds, the Thunder Dragon Monarch opened its massive maw, and blinding blue lightning surged within its throat, frantically gathering. The electrons in the surrounding air were ruthlessly siphoned, producing crackling explosions that even stirred the clouds in the sky, creating a localized thunderstorm phenomenon. In the next instant, a deep blue lightning beam, exceeding 15 meters in diameter and honed to perfection, tore through space like a divine spear of punishment. Disregarding the distance between them and hurtling towards Lin Fan with a terrifying aura of obliteration. Where the beam passed, the air was ionized into plasma, exuding a pungent ozone scent, while the ocean below was pressed into a massive pit by the released pressure. The power of this strike far surpassed that of a typical king-level beast's full-force eruption, capable of vaporizing a small hill in an instant. Should an ordinary planetary-level warrior of the 3rd or 4th tier be struck directly, even with the Black God armor for cushioning, they would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. A terrifying sense of crisis pierced Lin Fan's every inch of skin like icy needles, yet his gaze burned with an unprecedented fervor. This was the moment. He roared within, not avoiding with speed but instead intensifying the gravitational control of the Earth domain to its utmost, not to defend outwardly, but to exert a powerful inward pull, firmly anchoring himself in place. Simultaneously, he adjusted the domain's characteristics to maximize the contact area for this devastating energy. System. Full activation. He roared in the depths of his consciousness. Ding. Detection of ultra-high intensity mixed energy impact. Kinetic lightning. Energy level determination. Planetary level peak, stage 6. Sufficient to cause devastating damage to the host. Absorption and conversion system activated at overload. All energy channels open. The system's cold and urgent prompt arrived almost simultaneously with the lightning. Boom. It was as if only this tremendous sound remained in the world. The colossal lightning beam completely engulfed Lin Fan's figure, the blinding blue light overshadowing even the sun. A terrifying energy explosion formed a continuously expanding blue sphere in the air. with rampant currents resembling countless giant snakes wildly surging in all directions, creating towering steam waves that erupted 1,000 meters high from the ocean below, the roar echoing for hundreds of miles. Countless sea monsters trembled and fled in the face of this divine wrath. A flicker of cruelty and disdain passed through the Thunder Dragon Monarch's scarlet eye, confident that the insignificant human had been reduced to cosmic dust beneath its thunderous breath. Yet, at the very center of that explosive energy, Lin Fan felt as though he had been thrown into the core of a supernova explosion. An unimaginable torrent of terrifying energy battered his Earth domain, causing the domain's halo to flicker violently, shattering within merely 1/100th of a second. Immediately afterward, the residual energy capable of vaporizing high-tier Lord-level beasts struck his Black God armor with full force. The Black God armor, a treasure of ancient civilization, possessed remarkable energy absorption and dispersion characteristics, and at this moment, it writhed as if alive, exerting all its might to distribute the impact across every part of his body. However, the Thunder Dragon Monarch's furious strike was overwhelmingly terrifying, penetrating the domain, the impact and destructive lightning energy. Even after being weakened by the dual layers of the Black God armor, still pierced through like millions of red-hot steel needles, brutally stabbing into Lin Fan's limbs and bones. Intense agony nearly caused Lin Fan to lose consciousness in an instant, his muscles, veins, bones, and even cells crying out in anguish, as if they were on the verge of complete collapse. Yet, on the brink of destruction, absorption and conversion of energy feedback commencing. The system's voice resounded like celestial music, an incomparably vast, pure, and gentle warm current, seemingly originating from the very essence of the universe, erupted violently from the core of his body. This wave of energy was akin to a tidal wave, its total amount far exceeding that of the Thunder Dragon Monarch's previous strike by 100-fold. It tenderly enveloped every inch of Lin Fan's damaged tissues, repairing, reshaping, and strengthening at an unprecedented speed. The shattered veins were widened and reinforced, torn muscle fibers became more resilient, and the density of the bones under impact surged dramatically, gleaming with a faint metallic luster. Even every single cell rejoiced in this energy baptism, becoming more active and powerful. The bottleneck of planetary-level third-tier genetic origin was shattered like thin paper under this tsunami of energy. Planetary-level fourth tier. Moreover, the energy showed no signs of diminishing, propelling his strength rapidly towards the peak of planetary-level fourth tier. All of this transpired swiftly, almost before the explosive sphere reached its zenith. Lin Fan's presence not only remained, but surged wildly with terrifying speed. The Thunder Dragon Monarch outside sensed something amiss. The explosion's center showed no signs of life being extinguished, but instead emanated a growing energy fluctuation that even made it feel a hint of trepidation. It let out a low, questioning roar. At that moment, whoosh, a figure suddenly shot out from the still-dispersing lightning storm sphere, the Black God armor exhibiting subtle charred marks in some areas, slowly self-repairing. A trickle of golden blood, the characteristic of planetary-level warrior's blood, at the corner of its mouth, appearing somewhat disheveled. Yet Lin Fan's eyes shone with an alarming brightness. The burning fighting spirit within was even more fervent than before. He steadied himself, wiped the blood from his mouth, and felt the powerful force surging within him, far surpassing his previous strength, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Ha! Delightful. Thunder Dragon Monarch, your lightning massage has quite the vigor. Bring it on. He actively resonated with the original force, the Liaxing Jianchang erupting with dazzling silver brilliance, pointing towards the massive dragon head, issuing an even more intense provocation. The Thunder Dragon Monarch was utterly enraged. Although it could not comprehend why this insignificant creature had not perished, it clearly recognized the provocation. It let out a more ferocious dragon's roar, its massive wings flapping violently, stirring a tempest, its colossal body lunging towards Lin Fan with astonishing speed, claws tearing through the air, and its lightning-wreathed tail sweeping in like a mountain. The true close-quarters battle had begun. Lin Fan, unafraid, laughed heartily, wielding the Liaxing Jianchang as he transformed into a silver-black streak of light, meeting the onslaught head-on. He understood that this was the true beginning of the hunt. Each attack he endured was a solid stepping stone towards a higher realm. The 100-fold feedback system was his greatest assurance in challenging the monarch. Chapter 26, Late Xingshan Fomong. Zhongliang above the Pacific Ocean. The fury of the monarch collided fiercely with the fighting spirit of humanity. The massive form of the Thunder Dragon Monarch surged forward with the might of wind and thunder, casting a colossal shadow over Lin Fan. Clearly incensed by Lin Fan's ability to withstand a strike, and even grow in power. It abandoned its remote energy bombardment in favor of the most primal and terrifying close-quarters assault. Its glimmering claws ripped through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. Each claw comparable to a massive alloy battle blade, capable of effortlessly shredding the most advanced ancient-level intelligent aircraft. Even more terrifying was the dragon tail. Resembling a giant steel whip, entwined with raging blue electric snakes, sweeping horizontally at a vicious angle, its immense power threatening to tear space apart. In the face of this overwhelming physical onslaught, Lin Fan's pupils constricted, yet he showed no intention of retreating. "Come at me." He let out a piercing roar as the planetary-level, fourth-tier primordial force surged through his body with unprecedented velocity, infusing every fiber of his being and the Lishing Jinchang in his grasp. With a body enhanced 100-fold by the first breath of the log, his reflexes, neural response, and explosive power experienced a qualitative leap. The Otulinger was fully activated. This time, the power of the domain was no longer merely a form of brute resistance, but transformed instantaneously in accordance with Lin Fan's will. Gravity Mire. Lin Fan's consciousness locked onto the massive form of the log as it charged toward him. A hum resonated as an immense gravitational force, far exceeding anything before, was suddenly imposed upon the body of the log, especially targeting its attacking claws and colossal tail. This was not a uniform gravitational field, but rather a localized gravitational anomaly simulated by Lin Fan's nascent understanding of the domain. The log, in mid-attack, was caught unawares. Feeling as if its body had plunged into the depths of an ocean trench, the overwhelming pressure rendering each of its movements sluggish and cumbersome. The lightning-fast strikes of its claws slowed by a third, while the trajectory of its sweeping tail exhibited unnatural distortions and hesitations. In that fleeting moment of delay, Lin Fan sprang into action. His form was ghostly, minimally affected by the intensified gravitational field. He maneuvered like a nimble fish, narrowly avoiding the now-slowed lethal claws. The wind from the claws sliced through the air, tearing a visible ripple behind him. Meanwhile, he gripped the Lishing Jinchang tightly, its dark silver body bursting forth with brilliant starlight. Primordial force surging like boiling water into the weapon, activating the terrifying power contained within. Lishing Pojia. With a furious roar, Lin Fan seized upon the minuscule opening exposed by the gravitational influence on the dragon's tail, twisting his body, stepping, rotating his waist, and unleashing the gun. All his strength coalesced into a single point as the Lishing Jinchang transformed into a silver lightning bolt, piercing through the air with unparalleled precision toward the midsection of the sweeping tail. A sharp, excruciating clang echoed through the air. The terrifying edge of the third-tier primordial weapon Lishing was fully unleashed at that moment. The gun's tip collided violently with the deep blue, diamond-hard scales of the log, producing dazzling sparks and erratic blue arcs of electricity. The Leilong roared in pain, a mix of shock and fury. Its scales, which could withstand a barrage from human laser cannons, had been pierced by that seemingly inconspicuous spear. Although, due to the extraordinary defense of its scales and the instantaneous tensing of its muscles, the spear tip penetrated only a meter deep, a mere flesh wound relative to its colossal size. The concentrated primordial energy, imbued with qualities of tearing and destruction, violently invaded its body through the wound, wreaking havoc on the surrounding muscle tissue. Golden royal blood gushed forth like a waterfall from the wound, splashing into the sea and igniting the water into a boiling frenzy, emanating astonishing energy fluctuations. The Leilong was utterly enraged, the agony and humiliation of its injury plunging it into a state of berserk fury. It twisted its massive body, attempting to forcibly break free from the gravitational field's constraints, while simultaneously opening its enormous mouth, unleashing another breath of lightning, slightly smaller, yet swifter than before, aimed directly at the now-closed Lin Fan. At such a close distance, evasion seemed impossible. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. Without hesitation, he withdrew his spear while the thunder instantaneously transformed. Gravity barrier. The domain's power rapidly compressed and coalesced ahead, forming a visibly distorted, light yellow diamond-shaped force field shield. Boom. The lightning breath crashed violently against the gravity barrier, erupting in a deafening roar. The barrier quaked violently, ripples forming across its surface, and cracks spread instantaneously, shattering under the strain in less than half a second. Yet, it was this brief moment of delay that afforded Lin Fan precious time. He retreated rapidly in the wake of the explosion's shockwave, as the system's alert rang in his mind once more. Ding! Withstanding high-intensity energy splatter and shockwave damage, absorbing and converting for 100-fold energy feedback. Another surge of pure energy flooded into his body, propelling his strength toward the pinnacle of the 4th-tier planetary level, even brushing against the threshold of the 5th tier. His physical strength, total volume, and quality of primordial force surged once more. Exhilarating. Bring it on. Lin Fan's fighting spirit soared as he felt his power visibly increasing, akin to a volcano erupting endlessly within him. The Liashing Jiancheng buzzed in his grasp, seemingly invigorated by the taste of royal blood. He no longer relied solely on brute force, but began to employ skill. His mastery of the gravity fluctuations within the Lung grew increasingly refined, at times transforming into mire to hinder the Lung's movements, at times forming barriers to deflect ranged attacks, and at other times creating reverse gravity around himself, rendering his movement trajectory unpredictable, flickering around the Lung as if teleporting. The Liashing Jiancheng struck like a venomous serpent, each thrust targeting the Lung's joints, eyes, and other relatively vulnerable spots with precision. Though unable to inflict fatal wounds, they became a source of constant irritation for the Lung, which roared incessantly as new, albeit shallow, yet excruciatingly painful wounds appeared on its massive form. Golden blood rained down like droplets upon the sea. The Lung's attacks grew increasingly frenzied. Lightning breath, claw slashes, tail sweeps, even sonic roars. Various means converged, transforming this sea into a zone of death. Countless marine monsters perished in the crossfire. The seawater vaporized by energy and stained a bizarre golden blue by blood. Lin Fan danced on the razor's edge, narrowly evading lethal attacks time and again, absorbing the residual waves and energy shocks that he could not fully evade. Each injury was instantly converted by the system into 100-fold energy feedback, healing his wounds and fortifying his being. His combat skills rapidly improved under immense pressure, deepening his understanding of the Lung and enhancing his command over the Liashing Jiancheng. Ding. Withstanding infrasonic wave impact, minor internal injuries, absorbing and converting. Ding. Withstanding claw wind lacerations, absorbing and converting. Ding. Withstanding lightning energy corrosion, absorbing and converting. The system's notifications became a backdrop to the music of battle, as Lin Fan's aura steadily and resolutely ascended with each cycle of injury, repair, and reinforcement. Finally, after withstanding yet another scattered lightning strike, it felt as if a barrier within Lin Fan had been completely obliterated by the immense flood of energy. Boom. A stronger momentum erupted from within him. The primordial force fluctuations around him surged to a new level, becoming more refined and majestic. The Liashing Jiancheng emitted an even crisper and louder hum, its tip exuding a chilling radiance that extended a foot long. 5th-tier planetary level. Thanks to the Lung's generous contribution as the ultimate sparring partner, Lin Fan had successfully broken through, feeling the tumultuous power coursing within him. Lin Fan's eyes gleamed with a sharpness akin to a blade. He knew that he could no longer prolong this engagement, although the Lung's attacks remained ferocious. The damage and feedback energy it could provide had begun to diminish, and the sustained high-intensity battle was a significant strain on his mental fortitude. It was time to conclude this hunt. He abruptly distanced himself, inhaling deeply to forcibly quell the boiling primordial force within him that arose from his consecutive breakthroughs. Gripping the Liashing Jiancheng tightly, he slowly raised it above his head. The range of the Lung began to retract sharply, no longer dispersing, but concentrating entirely at the tip of the Liashing. The highly compressed gravitational field warped the space around the gun's tip, creating a distortion that resembled a miniature black hole, emanating an unsettling pull and terrifying pressure fluctuations. Lin Fan's complexion grew somewhat pallid. This strike had nearly drained a significant portion of his original power and mental fortitude, representing a pinnacle of domain power utilization. The Lei Long Huang seemed to sense the lethal threat posed by this attack, emitting an uneasy roar as its massive form slightly recoiled. Deep within its throat, lightning began to gather frantically once more, attempting to disrupt Lin Fan's charge. Too late. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes as he summoned all his strength, hurling the Liashing Jiancheng, which bore the weight of the ultimate gravitational field, towards the colossal head of the Lei Long Huang with ferocity. Liashing, Zhongliu Sunpan. Whoosh. The moment the battle spear left his hand, it broke free from the constraints of space. Resembling a distorted, dark meteor, silent yet faster than the limits of visual capture. Wherever it passed, the air was crushed and collapsed under the weight of extreme gravity, forming a vacuum channel. Just as the Lei Long Huang unleashed its breath of electricity, it was forcibly drawn, torn apart, and obliterated by the warped gravitational field. In the next moment, within the reflection of the Lei Long Huang's terror-stricken, enlarged crimson eye, that fatal dark meteor magnified continuously. The decisive battle hinged upon this strike. Chapter 27. Dual breakthroughs in desperation. Mental power dominates the universe. The dark meteor, transformed from the Liaxing Jianchang, carried Lin Fan's compressed might of the thick earth domain, silently and swiftly shooting toward the Lei Long Huang's head, embodying the terrifying force capable of annihilating all. This strike encapsulated Lin Fan's immense original power at the planetary level 5, a profound understanding of gravitational domains, and the full sharpness of the third-tier original power weapon, Liaxing. It was the most formidable killing move he could unleash at this stage. For the first time, the shadow of death clearly reflected in the Lei Long Huang's crimson eye. It sensed an unprecedented lethal threat. The power concentrated on that spear was sufficient to truly shatter its skull and obliterate its brain. The instinct for survival supplanted fury, and it emitted a piercing scream laced with fear and madness, desperately attempting to turn its head. Simultaneously, the enormous, lightning-wreathed horn erupted with an unprecedented blinding radiance, striving to form a thunderous shield at the last moment. However, the core of the gravitational judgment was not merely penetration, but the ultimate gravitational field that distorted space. Before the spear could reach its target, that terrifying gravity had already begun to exert its influence on the Lei Long Huang's head. Crack! The horn, incredibly hard, had not yet fully formed its lightning when it was forcibly contorted and dimmed by the invisible force. The motion of its head turning became slow and laborious, as if trapped in the thickest alloy solution. It was this moment of confinement. Hiss! The Liaxing Jianchang struck true, not at the hardest center of its forehead, but at the relatively weaker area connecting below the eye socket to the cheekbone. The highly compressed gravitational field erupted first. Buzz! A visible distorted spatial force field suddenly expanded with the point of impact at its core, causing the scales, muscles, and bones of the Lei Long Huang's head to emit a spine-chilling groan and sound of shattering under the terrifying gravitational collapse. It was as if an invisible giant hand had tightly gripped and crushed it. Immediately afterward, the sharpness of the Liaxing Jianchang fiercely penetrated. The terrifying destructive power of the third-tier original power weapon was fully displayed. The royal-grade scales, capable of withstanding a nuclear explosion, were easily torn apart, as if sliced by a hot knife through butter. The spear drove deep, carrying Lin Fan's unwavering killing intent and boiling original power, violently penetrating the depths of the Lei Long Huang's head. Howl! An excruciatingly mournful cry erupted from the Lei Long Huang's throat, shaking the entire expanse of sea and sky. Golden blood mixed with a white, viscous substance sprayed from the massive wound, resembling a horrific golden downpour. Its enormous body thrashed wildly, rolling about. Its gigantic wings flapped chaotically, stirring up towering tsunamis, while its claws frantically reached for its head, attempting to extract the cursed spear that inflicted endless agony. The terrifying thunderous energy erupted uncontrollably from within, electrocuting the surrounding seawater into hydrogen and oxygen, which then detonated, creating a series of continuous explosions. It had not yet succumbed to death. The life force of a royal-grade beast was frightfully tenacious. Yet, it was evident to all that it had sustained severe injuries and was on the verge of death. In the distance, Lin Fan, nearly depleted of original power, gasped for breath, his face as pale as a sheet, swaying even in midair. However, upon witnessing the Liaxing Jianchang successfully strike and produce such an effect, a flicker of joy crossed his eyes. Yet, the king's dying counterattack was the most terrifying. The agony and the impending death drove the Lei Long Huang to a complete loss of reason. Its remaining intact crimson eye fixated on the distant, insignificant human, filled with the most vengeful and frenzied will to destroy. No longer attempting to withdraw the spear, it began to gather the last and most potent force of its life. From its shattered skull, blue-golden blood ignited in a frenzy, creating a heart-stopping wave of destructive energy. The cosmic energy in the surrounding world was wildly drained by it, forming a colossal energy vortex. Not good. A chill ran down Lin Fan's spine as the intense premonition of death enveloped him. This strike was undoubtedly the Lei Long Huang's most powerful attack, fueled by the burning essence of life, likely far surpassing any previous assault. With his original power nearly exhausted and his body in a relatively weakened state, even with the Haitian suit and the system, he risked being vaporized before the absorption and conversion could complete. Flee. There was no time. That destructive energy had already locked onto him. Block. What could he use to defend? Original power depleted, the domain difficult to condense. At that critical moment, on the brink of life and death, Lin Fan's mind became extraordinarily clear under the extreme threat, as if time itself had slowed. He could distinctly see every detail of the destructive energy gathering in the Lei Long Huang's mouth, feeling the breath of death drawing near. Simultaneously, he sensed the boiling power within him, which had surged due to consecutive breakthroughs, as well as the mental power that had always served as an aid. Slightly weaker than the Jin original energy, now operating spontaneously at an unprecedented speed due to the body's dire crisis and heightened concentration of will, compressing and boiling. The path of the martial artist lies in the physical body, in original power, and in will. Likewise, the path of the mental power master lies in the sea of consciousness, in mental power, and equally in will. At this moment, Lin Fan's resilient will, tempered between life and death, became the finest bridge to connect both realms, breaking the barriers. His planetary level 5 Jin original energy seemed to resonate with the agitation of his mental power, spontaneously generating a new, purer force that surged forth from the depths of his cells and the core of his sea of consciousness simultaneously. Ding! Detection of hosts while breaking through limits. Jin original energy and mental power resonating. Absorbing and converting energy prioritizes replenishing mental power. The system astutely captured this subtle change, rapidly diverting a significant portion of the massive influx of energy, not yet fully consumed, to frantically infuse into his boiling sea of consciousness. Boom! Lin Fan felt as though his head might explode. But it was not pain. Rather, it was an indescribable clarity. His sea of consciousness expanded wildly in an instant, and his mental power condensed, surged, and transformed at an unprecedented speed. The bottleneck of the planetary level 1 mental power shattered under the immense pressure of this desperate situation. Aided by the vast energy converted by the system, planetary level 2 mental power master. Moreover, this newly birthed, powerful mental power surged into his sea of consciousness like a flood, perfectly merging with the will of his martial spirit. The entire tale is lengthy, yet it transpires in the blink of an eye, just as the annihilative energy breath, a culmination of its very essence, was on the verge of erupting from the mouth of the Lei Long Huang. Lin Fan's eyes, previously dimmed by the exhaustion of primal forces, suddenly ignited with a brilliance akin to that of stars. Halt this at once, he bellowed, a roar emanating from the depths of his soul, not formed by vocal cords, but rather a surge of formidable mental force intertwined with indomitable will. A resounding hum echoed as an invisible, yet immensely potent psychic energy enveloped the nearly shattered cranium of the Lei Long Huang, akin to an ethereal net ensnaring its prey. This was not a physical assault, but rather an immediate mental disruption and suppression. The Lei Long Huang, poised to deliver its final strike, froze abruptly. It felt as if an unseen needle had pierced its already wounded brain, overwhelming it with agony and confusion, extinguishing its last vestiges of consciousness. The concentrated annihilative energy spiraled out of control within its maw due to the sudden mental interruption and chaos. Boom! A terrifying implosion of energy erupted within the Lei Long Huang's mouth. Blue lightning and crimson flames spewed forth from its gaping maw, nostrils, and even its ears. A final, anguished wail escaped it, filled with pain, unwillingness, and disbelief, as its colossal body convulsed violently before the light in its remaining blood-red eye dimmed rapidly. Ultimately, the mountain-like form succumbed to its powerlessness, plummeting like a severed kite towards the roiling sea below. Crash! The titanic entity struck the water, generating towering waves that soared 1,000 meters high, as the golden royal blood swiftly stained vast swathes of the ocean. One of Earth's 2 monstrous sovereigns, the Lei Long Huang, had fallen. Lin Fan, suspended in the sky, felt a sharp pain in his consciousness following the critical mental impact, as his recently attained psychic power was nearly drained in one fell swoop. Yet, he steadfastly resisted the pull of gravity. Ding! Threat to life source, Lei Long Huang, has been eliminated. Mission, the Sovereign's Lament, is complete. Commencing reward calculation, based on total damage endured throughout the battle and final performance. Overleveled kill, psychic breakthrough. Calculating excess energy feedback. Ding! Congratulations, host. Psychic power has ascended to planetary level, 2nd tier. Ding! Certain high-tier system functionalities have been unlocked. Please check them later. A wave of energy, more magnificent, pure, and boundless than any prior, surged into Lin Fan's body like the Milky Way cascading from the heavens. This energy, gentle yet unstoppable, swiftly nourished his withered reservoir of genetic primal energy, mending the injuries incurred from his previous overexertion, replenishing his nearly exhausted psychic power, and propelling his strength towards ever greater heights. The barrier of planetary level 5 was effortlessly shattered by this overwhelming energy, instantly breached. Planetary level 6. This energy persisted in its drive, stabilizing his genetic primal energy at the mid-stage of planetary level 6, while his psychic power firmly settled at the pinnacle of planetary level 2, gradually calming. Feeling the unparalleled power coursing through him, akin to a rebirth, and the clarity, expansive reach, and enhanced control of his psychic ability, Lin Fan hovered in the sky, gazing down at the calming sea and the royal carcass that began to attract countless sea monsters eager to feast upon it. He exhaled a long, heavy breath tinged with the scent of blood. A turn of fate, a dual breakthrough. In this moment, he truly held the means to begin mastering his destiny amidst the upheavals of Earth and the future cosmos. Thank you, Leilong Huang, for your assistance. Lin Fan murmured to himself, a smile of relief and confidence finally gracing his lips. His gaze swept across the surface of the sea, locking onto the Starshatter War spear still embedded in the royal corpse's head, and his psychic energy extended forth. The hunt was over. It was time to reap the rewards. Chapter 28. New System Chapter. The secrets of the universe begin to unveil above the Pacific Ocean. The energy turbulence following the fierce battle had yet to fully subside. The air thick with the acrid scent of ozone, the sea reeking of salt and the rich, life-infused golden blood mist. Lin Fan floated in the air, inhaling deeply, each breath seemingly drawing in the dissipating royal blood energy to nourish the restless power he had just unleashed. The genetic primal force at planetary level 6 surged within him. Roaring like a mighty river, the psychic power at the pinnacle of planetary level 2 spiraled within his consciousness, clear and vibrant, with both perception range and control precision achieving a qualitative leap. A sense of unprecedented strength filled his being, as if he could shake mountains with a gesture and command the winds and clouds with a thought. With a mere thought, his formidable psychic power, like invisible tendrils, traversed thousands of meters, precisely entwining itself around the Starshatter War spear still embedded in the Leilong Huang skull. Come back, Lin Fan whispered. A hum resonated as the Starshatter War spear vibrated joyfully, easily releasing from the hard cranium, trailing a stream of golden blood, transforming into a silver flash that shot back into Lin Fan's hand. The spear tip glimmered coldly, unmarred by blood, though the dark silver shaft appeared to have developed faint, ethereal golden patterns that resonated more powerfully with the primal energy within Lin Fan. A third-tier primal weapon, truly extraordinary. It emerged from such a fierce battle and scathed. Perhaps even sharper? Lin Fan caressed the spear, feeling the surging power within it resonate with him more profoundly. Undoubtedly, it was his strongest weapon of attack thus far. His gaze shifted again to the surface of the sea. The massive corpse of the Leilong Huang floated like a sudden metallic island, emanating an aura of dread. Even in death, the remnants of the royal beast's presence deterred the numerous sea monsters gathering nearby, who dared not approach, instead circling greedily at a distance, coveting the flesh rich with boundless secrets of evolution. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with desire at the thought of the royal beast's materials. The value of this carcass was immeasurable, be it the incredibly hard scales, the horn brimming with terrifying energy, the bones, the blood, or even the organs. Each was a coveted treasure sought by Earth's scientists. Ideal for crafting equipment surpassing SS grade, and immensely beneficial for martial artist cultivation. Its worth exceeded even that of a primitive class intelligent war machine. It must be taken. Lin Fan resolved without hesitation. He summoned his psychic power once more, like countless hands attempting to envelop the enormous 300-meter carcass. However, the weight of the Leilong Huang's body was staggering, far surpassing that of steel of equivalent size. Even with his psychic force at the peak of planetary level 2, he could barely make it sway. Lifting it entirely for long-distance flight was nearly impossible. It seems I must call for transport, Lin Fan mused, preparing to contact the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts School. Just then, the system prompt that had been silent for a brief moment resounded once more in his mind. Yet this time, it was no longer a simple alert about energy absorption and conversion, but rather imbued with an unprecedented solemnity and grandeur. Ding! The host has completed the preliminary trial of the Sovereign's Lament, successfully proving their potential and worth. Portions of the system's high-tier permissions have been unlocked. Core module loading initiated successfully. Welcome to the Cosmic Source Auxiliary System. Simplified cognitive name. 100-fold enhancement system. Complete primary interface. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, his consciousness sinking deeply into his mind. The once simplistic interface, characterized only by basic prompts and a sense of energy flow, now seemed to unveil a veil of obscurity, becoming vivid and tangible. A virtual panel, emanating a gentle glow and revealing intricate structures materialized in his consciousness. At the pinnacle of this panel lay his fundamental status bar, now far more detailed than before. Host, Lin Fan. Life level, planetary, mid-stage 6. Gene primordial energy, planetary level 6, 65 energy reserves. Mental power, planetary level 2, 98 saturation. Affinity to fundamental laws. Earth law, elementary introduction. Gravitational space, elementary introduction. Note, derived from the thick Earth domain and initial system guidance. Cultivation method, none. It is advised to acquire a compatible cultivation method promptly to optimize energy utilization. Secret techniques, none. It is advised to obtain offensive, defensive, and escape techniques swiftly. Equipment, Black God set, replica, Star Splitter gun, Tier 3 standard primordial weapon. Lin Fan was struck with astonishment. The precise percentages of gene primordial energy and mental power were laid bare. It even directly indicated his affinity towards the fundamental laws. This was his first instance of comprehending his subtle state with such clarity. Moreover, the system had connections to the laws. It could even provide initial guidance. He suppressed his excitement and continued to explore. Below the status bar appeared several new icon options. Personal log, records detailed battle data, analyzes types of damage absorbed, energy conversion efficiency, etc. Resource encyclopedia, information recording and analysis of energies, materials, and life forms encountered. Currently, detailed data on the Thunder Dragon Monarch is being rapidly generated. Cultivation method simulation, gray, locked, requires higher permissions or specific conditions. Secret technique library, gray, locked, requires higher permissions or specific conditions. Fundamental space, gray, locked, requires higher permissions or specific conditions. Task list, his consciousness focused on task list. The main task remained singular, yet its content had transformed. Mainline task, path of the fundamental, task description, ascend to the pinnacle of life evolution, explore the mysteries of the universe's origin. Current stage, consolidate planetary level, advance towards stellar level. Stage goal 1. Elevate either gene primordial energy or mental power to the pinnacle of planetary level 901. Reward, permission enhancement, unlock, cultivation method simulation, function. Stage goal 2. Initially comprehend any lower level fundamental law, entry level suffices, 01. Reward, permission enhancement. Unlock basic access to secret technique library. Stage goal 3. Defeat another beast monarch, the 8-limbed beast monarch, optional. Reward, substantial energy calculated based on performance. One special extraction opportunity. Lin Fan inhaled sharply. The system's advanced permissions pointed directly to the most fundamental forces of the universe, the laws of origin. Furthermore, there were cultivation method simulations and a secret technique library. This was essentially a personalized growth guide for him. Although most functions remained grayed out, the prospects were boundlessly enticing. Indeed, defeating the 8-limbed beast monarch was listed as an optional objective. He exited the task list, curiosity driving him to click on personal log and resource encyclopedia. The log meticulously recorded every second of his battle with the Thunder Dragon Monarch, detailing each type of attack endured, energy intensity, conversion efficiency, bodily damage, and repair conditions. Even analyzing the rudimentary applications of lightning and power laws contained within the Thunder Dragon's attacks. Though exceedingly superficial, it broadened Lin Fan's horizons, granting him a vague concept of future cultivation directions. In the encyclopedia, the entry for Thunder Dragon Monarch had been generated. Name, Thunder Dragon Monarch, Earth designation. Life level, planetary level 6 pinnacle, deceased. Talent, lightning affinity, strength enhancement. Scale armor defense, law affinity, lightning law, weak, power law, weak. Value assessment. All materials are precious. The horn, heart, and marrow contain the highest energy, recommended for priority collection. Blood can be used for body tempering or nurturing plant life, if available. Scales are excellent materials for crafting primordial battle armor. Note, its life gene structure contains remnants of an ancient Thunder Dragon bloodline, extremely rare, useful for gene analysis and enriching the database. The system had even graciously provided suggestions for material collection and value assessments. This was truly powerful. Lin Fan's heart soared with joy. This unlocked advanced permission was akin to having an omniscient mentor. Not only could it aid him in accurately discerning himself and his foes, but it could also guide his future path, even advising on the most profitable ways to handle spoils. He exited the system interface, returning to reality, and gazed upon the corpse of the Thunder Dragon Monarch with an entirely different mindset. It was no longer merely a trove of invaluable materials. It was a precious sample for his system database, marking the commencement of validating system functions. Without hesitation, he promptly contacted the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy via his communication watch, requesting a high-level encrypted communication. The response was nearly instantaneous as Hong's voice, calm yet tinged with a barely perceptible concern, emerged. Lin Fan, aren't you patrolling the wilderness area? What incident has necessitated this encryption level? Clearly, Lin Fan's usage of high-level communication had raised Hong's suspicions. Master, Lin Fan's voice bore a hint of hoarseness from the fierce battle, but more so was excitement. I am in the Pacific Ocean, having just slain a royal-level monster. On the other end of the communication, there was a profound silence. After a span of 3 to 4 seconds, Hong's typically tranquil voice was laced with unmistakable, incredulous shock. What did you say? You killed a royal-level monster. Which one? Provide your coordinates. How are you? Do you require immediate assistance? The rapid-fire questions revealed the inner turmoil of this world-renowned powerhouse. It was the Thunder Dragon Monarch. The coordinates are. Lin Fan relayed the approximate location. I am unharmed, with slight gains, and my strength has increased. However, I now require the headquarters to dispatch the highest specification transport team immediately. The value of this royal corpse is too great for me to handle alone. Understood. Stay in place and remain vigilant. I will personally lead a team over. Hong's voice was resolute, even tinged with urgency. What you have accomplished is enough to shake the world. We shall discuss further upon our arrival. The communication ended. Lin Fan could only imagine the shock that would ripple through Hong and all the high-ranking individuals globally upon hearing this news. Yet, at this moment, he felt an unusual calmness, even a sense of anticipation. He gazed at the star splitter gun in his hand, feeling the surging power within him and the refreshed system interface in his mind. The Earth had begun to subtly change due to his arrival. His journey was merely unveiling a magnificent chapter. The mysteries of the universe, the wonders of the laws of origin, awaited him ahead. He lowered his gaze toward the depths of the profound Pacific Ocean, where another monarch, the 8-limbed beast monarch, lay concealed. Next, it shall be you. Chapter 29, the third speaker, Hong's trial, and the deep-sea undercurrents above the Pacific Ocean. The turbulent energy currents from the fierce battle had yet to fully dissipate. The air was thick with the acrid scent of ozone, the salty tang of steaming seawater, and the dense, inextricable golden blood mist, infused with boundless life essence. Lin Fan floated in the air, inhaling deeply, each breath seemingly drawing in the dispersed royal blood energy around him, nourishing the slightly restless power that had just broken through. The gene primordial energy at planetary level 6 surged within him, roaring like a mighty river. The mental power at planetary level 2 pinnacle spiraled within his consciousness, clear and agile, with both perceptual range and control precision having undergone a qualitative leap. A dense and invisible force field naturally enveloped him, emanating the power of the first order of the thick Earth domain, embodying both defensive and gravitational mysteries. Even while standing still, he felt as if he were one with the abyss of the Earth beneath his feet, unwavering and resolute. As he focused his thoughts, a powerful mental force, akin to unseen tendrils, traversed thousands of meters, deftly ensnaring the Lixing Jianchang, which remained deeply embedded in the skull of the Long. Come back, Lin Fan murmured. With a joyful hum, the Lixing Jianchang vibrated and effortlessly detached from the hard skull, erupting in a cascade of golden blood, transforming into a silver streak, darting back into Lin Fan's grasp. The tip of the gun continued to glimmer coldly, untouched by any blood, though the dark silver body seemed to bear an almost imperceptible golden pattern that resonated more intensely with the primordial force within Lin Fan. A third-order primordial weapon. Indeed remarkable. Lin Fan caressed the gun's body, feeling the surging power within it align more closely with himself. His gaze drifted once more to the surface of the sea below. The colossal corpse of the Long floated like a metallic island, emanating a daunting aura. Even in death, the residual presence of the imperial beast deterred the multitude of surrounding sea monsters from approaching recklessly. The wait was not prolonged. From the distant horizon, a faint yet penetrating engine roar resonated. Lin Fan looked up to see a blurred black streak hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed. In mere breaths, the black streak arrived in the airspace above, abruptly slowing to hover just before Lin Fan. It was the Vonghuangji Zhunengjianji, the vehicle of Hong. The cabin door slid open silently, and two figures stepped out without any flying equipment, standing suspended in the air. The foremost figure, clad in simple black trousers and a black coat, appeared unremarkable, yet seemed to embody the center of the universe. His expression was stern, and his gaze calm as a deep pool. When he glanced at the massive corpse of the Lao below, he merely paused for a moment before returning to his placid demeanor. However, the invisible force radiating from him, as if capable of controlling the surrounding light, instantly imposed a tremendous pressure on Lin Fan, akin to facing an unfathomable cosmic expanse. It was none other than the world's strongest individual, Hong. Beside Hong stood an elder dressed in a white practice uniform, bald and with a kind face yet sharp eyes. Also suspended in the air, exuding a profound aura. Though not as suffocating as Hong, he was incredibly powerful. He was the second strongest in the world, the Thunder God. The arrival of the two most formidable beings signified the monumental significance of the Lug's demise. Master of the Pavilion, Elder Thunder God. Lin Fan slightly bowed in respect, his demeanor reverent yet confident. The natural flow of the thick earth domain power surrounding him, although restrained, could not entirely elude the perception of Hong and the Thunder God. Hong's gaze fell upon Lin Fan, his tranquil eyes seemingly capable of piercing through all, meticulously scrutinizing him. Upon detecting Lin Fan's planetary level 6th order primordial fluctuations and the undeniable presence of domain power, even Hong's usually calm demeanor revealed a hint of surprise. The Thunder God beside him widened his eyes in disbelief, his face expressing incredulity. Planetary level 6th order with domain. How is this possible? The Thunder God exclaimed, stroking his bald head, scrutinizing Lin Fan up and down. You, Lin Fan, how did you achieve this? You killed an ancient mudfish, jumped 3 levels, and even comprehended domain? I have not even grazed the edges of domain in all these years. His tone brimmed with astonishment, tinged with an almost envious disbelief. Despite being the second strongest, renowned for his exceptional techniques and the might of thunder attribute primordial energy, he had indeed not grasped the domain. Hong spoke slowly, his voice calm, yet imbued with unprecedented gravity. Lin Fan, you have astonished me once more. With your planetary level 6th order and domain, your strength has transcended Mo Henderson and East, truly standing atop the earth. His gaze sharpened like a blade, fixating on Lin Fan. According to the regulations of the God of War Palace, strength is paramount. You possess the achievement of slaying an imperial beast and the corresponding strength. I, Hong, in my capacity as the master of the Extreme Martial Arts Pavilion and the first speaker of the God of War Palace, formally recognize you as the third speaker of the God of War Palace. Your status equals that of the Thunder God, granting you the highest privileges and resource allocation. Upon returning to headquarters, a global assembly will be convened to announce this to the world. The title of third speaker places Lin Fan directly beneath Hong and the Thunder God, establishing him as the true third titan of the Earth-Human Alliance. This recognition far surpassed the previous position of a personal guard, more befitting of Lin Fan's currently demonstrated terrifying strength and potential. Lin Fan's heart quaked. Although he had anticipated this, hearing it confirmed by Hong ignited a surge of pride within him. He took a deep breath and solemnly declared, "Thank you, Pavilion Master. First speaker, for your acknowledgement. Lin Fan shall do his utmost to fight for the survival of humanity." Hong nodded, his eyes reflecting increased admiration. He favored young individuals with both strength and responsibility. At that moment, several massive mechanical arms extended from the Fengwangji Jianji, cautiously beginning to collect the Lung's remains. Hong shifted his attention from the collection process back to Lin Fan, suddenly stating, "To solidify your strength, you must engage in battle. Speaker Lin, receive a strike from me and let me witness your current limits." Before Lin Fan could respond, Hong slowly raised his right hand, his finger poised like a blade, gently slicing forward. There was no cataclysmic surge of primordial energy, nor dazzling light effects. Yet, at the moment his fingers sliced through the air, Lin Fan felt as if the entire world around him had dimmed. All light appeared to be absorbed, coalescing at the tip of Hong's seemingly ordinary finger. A fine, thin black line, almost capable of severing space, silently manifested before Lin Fan, carrying an essence of coldness, stillness, and the annihilation of all vitality, striking directly towards him. Lin Fan's pupils dilated, and every hair on his body stood on end. A deadly sense of crisis descended in an instant. There was no evading it. He could only withstand. Thick earth domain. Gravitational barrier. Lin Fan roared, unleashing his 6th order primordial energy, 2nd order mental force, and domain power without reservation. A compressed gravitational field instantly formed a solid diamond-shaped shield before him, its surface shimmering with golden light, weighty as a mountain. The black divine suit enveloped him in an instant, and the Liaxing Zhenshang was raised to guard his front. However, that black line effortlessly sliced through the gravitational barrier. There was no violent explosion. The barrier, which had accumulated Lin Fan's full strength, crumbled and dissipated as if it were butter under a hot knife. The black line's speed remained unabated, continuing forward, lightly tapping the barrel of the Lixing Jiancheng. A crisp sound echoed. Lin Fan felt an irresistible, chilling force surge through the gun, rendering his hands numb, and he was hurled backward for thousands of meters before barely regaining his balance, blood surging within him. Yet, the black line, after grazing the Lixing Jiancheng, vanished into the void. Hong slowly retracted his finger, the surrounding light returning to normal, a flicker of genuine astonishment crossing his eyes. To withstand even a fraction of my annihilation intent without injury, your domain defense and weaponry are stronger than I imagined. Third speaker, you are indeed worthy of the title. The Thunder God beside them wore a grave expression. My brother's annihilation intent. This young man, no, Speaker Lin, indeed possesses the qualifications to stand alongside us. Lin Fan, astounded by Hong's might, also felt exhilarated. With disparity comes a target to pursue. Enduring the profound laws of light and the destructive essence of high-level energy impacts, greatly diminished version, certain energy characteristics have been recorded and analyzed. During the absorption and transformation process, there is a 100-fold energy feedback. Due to the excessively high energy level, the conversion efficiency has partially diminished. The system's notification sound resonated, and a small yet exceedingly pure surge of energy, imbued with a hint of unique law-like charm, flooded into his body, further solidifying his cultivation and even imparting a new vague understanding of the operation of his own domain. Hong's move served both as a probe and as an intangible gift of recognition. At that moment, Hong's intelligent light brain suddenly emitted a notification sound. He glanced down, his brow slightly furrowing. What is it, big brother? Thunder God inquired. Hong raised his head, his gaze once again becoming profound as he turned to Lin Fan. The headquarters has just received data from the global monitoring stations. During your fierce battle with the Lei Long Huang and its eventual demise, an extraordinarily intense energy disturbance and infrasound signals were detected in the Mariana Trench, the deepest region of the Pacific Ocean. The intensity even briefly surpassed the fluctuations at the time of Lei Long Huang's death. Both Lin Fan and Thunder God's expressions stiffened. Is it that old octopus? Thunder God asked in a low voice. Hong nodded slowly, the Bajhua Shou Huang. Although it is not an ally of Lei Long Huang, and they have even fought against each other, they both belong to the class of beast emperors. The death of Lei Long Huang clearly provoked it. The fluctuations resemble both anger and fear, as well as deeper agitation. His gaze shifted to Lin Fan, carrying a profound meaning. Chairman Lin, your slaying of Lei Long Huang has disrupted the balance of oceanic monster forces that has persisted for decades. Another emperor is unlikely to remain unresponsive. It may retreat deeper or become more aggressive. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt no worry. Instead, a sharp light flickered in his eyes. The Bajhua Shou Huang was his next target. The optional mission from the system still shimmered on the list. The dark currents of the deep sea surged following the death of an emperor. The first blaze of the newly appointed third chairman may very well ignite in this endless deep blue. Chapter 30. Turbulent Undercurrents, Dual System Breaking Through the Deep Ocean. The mechanical arm of the Hong Huang-level intelligent warplane operated efficiently and precisely, systematically dismantling the colossal corpse of Lei Long Huang piece by piece. Each scale, every bone, and every drop of precious royal blood was securely preserved in special containers. Hong and Thunder God hovered nearby, their expressions calm. Yet a subtle exhilaration lingered deep within their gazes. The value of a complete royal monster's carcass is immeasurable, offering tremendous advantages for scientific research, weapon forging, and the cultivation of powerful beings. Lin Fan, meanwhile, quietly absorbed the lingering resonance of Hong's world-destroying move. Although the icy, deathly essence of the law was merely a fleeting glimpse, it left an indelible mark in his heart, allowing him a deeper, albeit vague, understanding of his own thick earth domain. The power conveyed by the system, imbued with a hint of law-like quality, acted as the purest catalyst, continually solidifying his foundation at the mid-stage of the planetary level 6th rank, while subtly pushing the primal energy towards the later stage of the 6th rank. Chairman Lin. Hong's voice broke Lin Fan from his contemplation. The death of Lei Long Huang holds significant meaning, but it also poses endless future troubles. We must closely monitor the movements of the Bajhua Shou Huang. Thunder God and I need to return to headquarters immediately, both to handle this royal corpse and to convene an emergency chairman meeting to discuss subsequent response strategies and officially announce your chairman status. Will you return with us, or do you have other plans? Lin Fan pondered for a moment, his gaze directed towards the deep, unfathomable Pacific Ocean, seemingly concealing countless dangers. In his mind, the system interface displayed the mission list, where the third phase objective, kill the Bajua Shou Huang, optional, was subtly glowing with an enticing light. Master. Senior Thunder God, Lin Fan clasped his hands, his tone resolute. I wish to remain for the time being. Having just broken through, my power still needs to be honed and solidified. This sea area, following the battle, is filled with chaotic energy and agitated monsters, making it an excellent place for self-cultivation. I can also take this opportunity to closely monitor any movements towards the Mariana Trench and report immediately if anything unusual occurs. He naturally refrained from explicitly stating his intention to hunt down another emperor, as that would be too sensational. Yet, his reasoning for remaining was entirely reasonable. Hong regarded Lin Fan deeply, as if partially discerning his thoughts, yet chose not to expose them, merely nodding, very well. If you are determined, then proceed as you wish. Remember, safety first. The Bajua Shou Huang is not like Lei Long Huang. Its most fearsome aspects lie in its spiritual illusions and unpredictable tentacle attacks, as well as the extreme environment of the deep sea. Although your domain excels in defense, you must remain vigilant against its mental assaults. This Hong Huang-level warplane subship is left for you. It can serve as a refuge or rapid evacuation means if necessary. With that, a hatch at the belly of the Hong Huang-level warplane opened, and a small, streamlined flying saucer-like vessel, approximately 10 meters long, detached and hovered nearby. Though a subship, its performance far surpassed that of ordinary king-level intelligent warplanes. Thank you, Master. Lin Fan felt a surge of joy with this subship. Whether delving into the deep sea or facing unexpected situations, it would be far more convenient. Thunder God grinned. Kid, take it easy. Don't get yourself in over your head just because you just became chairman. That old octopus is quite cunning. If you can't handle it, don't hesitate to call for support. I will heed the senior's advice. Lin Fan smiled in response. Hong and Thunder God exchanged no further words and turned to enter the main warplane's cabin. The Hong Huang-level warplane silently glided into the clouds, accelerating instantly and vanishing into the horizon. As he watched the two depart, Lin Fan took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within him and the increasingly clear mental force in his mind. He maneuvered the subship, hovering at several thousand meters high in the clouds, while he gradually descended onto the ocean's surface, standing upon the waves. Around him, the sea monsters that had coveted the royal blood but dared not approach began to stir once again due to the departure of Hong and Thunder God, along with Lin Fan's deliberate suppression of part of his aura. A few particularly enormous beasts, exuding an aura close to that of king-level creatures, emitted threatening low growls as they slowly advanced. Perfect. I shall use you to solidify my cultivation. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Instead of retreating, he actively moved forward. He refrained from using the star-cleaving war gun, instead opting to engage purely with his fists and feet, as well as his domain. Thick earth domain, gravity shackles. A hum reverberated as invisible gravity was instantaneously imposed on the leading king-level monsters, causing their massive bodies to plunge suddenly, their speed dropping as if they had sunk into a quagmire. Break! Lin Fan shouted, his form like lightning, instantly appearing before a colossal clawed lobster king-level monster. His fist, enveloped in refined primal energy, struck directly against its hardened shell. Bang! Crack! The heavy shell, capable of withstanding armor-piercing missiles, shattered at the impact, the force penetrating into its body and pulverizing its innards. The massive beast's body sank helplessly into the sea. In quick succession, Lin Fan's figure flickered, alternating between punches, palms, fingers, and legs. Each strike contained the terrifying power of the planetary level 6th rank and the exquisite manipulation of the gravity domain. At times he intensified his punches. At times he altered the direction of gravity that the enemy bore, causing them to lose balance. And at times he condensed gravity to form an invisible shield to deflect attacks. He moved like a tiger among sheep, stirring up a bloody tempest amidst the sea monsters. These powerful oceanic beasts were now mere live targets for him to familiarize himself with his new strength and refine his combat skills. Ding! Enduring the electric energy impact from the king-level deep-sea giant eel, absorbing and transforming. Ding! Enduring the spiritual interference from the lord-level monster horde, absorbing and transforming. Ding! Enduring the tentacle strikes from the king-level monster, the overlord squid, absorbing and transforming. The system's notifications rang out continuously. Although the single damage was far less than that of Lei Long Huang's attacks, the cumulative effect was significant, steadily pushing his primal energy toward the later stages of the 6th rank. As he immersed himself in the battle, forcefully crushing the shell of a king-level beast resembling a giant tortoise with a gravitational field. An unexpected transformation occurred. A chilling and malevolent mental intent, as subtle as a serpent lurking in the ocean's abyss, surged forth without warning, piercing through dozens of miles to invade Lin Fan's consciousness. This mental intrusion was not a direct assault, but rather a harbinger of boundless chaos, slaughter, temptation, and fear. It sought to distort Lin Fan's perceptions, conjuring gruesome visions in his mind: the tragic demise of his family, the betrayal by Luo Feng, the encirclement by Hong and Lei Shun, and even the excruciating agony of being torn apart by countless writhing tentacles. Humph! The octopus, Beast Emperor. Have you finally lost your composure? Lin Fan grunted, his consciousness quaking violently. The intensity of this mental illusion far exceeded any previous attacks, insidious and cunning, targeting his innermost vulnerabilities. Had it not been for his recent breakthrough to the pinnacle of the second tier of planetary-level mental power, reinforced through the system's hundredfold enhancement, he would have suffered a severe setback. Begone! Lin Fan steadied his mind, his formidable mental energy solid as a rock, forcefully dispelling the phantoms. Yet, that external malevolent intent proved remarkably resilient, akin to a festering wound, relentlessly attempting to corrode his resolve. Simultaneously, the surrounding seawater turned as dark as ink and terrifying. Massive tentacles adorned with suckers materialized from all directions, twisting and constricting toward him. This was not a physical attack, but a vivid assault formed by the fusion of mental energy and intent, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Caught in a pincer attack, the octopus Beast Emperor's strike was both strange and lethal. Do you think you can defeat me with such tactics? A mere dream. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He understood that this was a test from the octopus Beast Emperor, perhaps even a prelude to a true killing blow. Under immense pressure, his prowess as both a warrior and a mental cultivator surged to its limits. His internal energy surged chaotically, resisting the mental encroachment and the phantasmal tentacle assault. Within his consciousness, his mental power became highly concentrated, fiercely countering the invading malevolent intent. In this extreme state of pressure and resistance, his comprehension of the earthly domain, mastery over mental energy, and understanding of his own power fused together with unprecedented speed and depth, transcending to a new realm. Ding! High-intensity hybrid attack detected. Mental illusion energy simulation rule erosion. Absorption and transformation system operating at overload. Warning: host's mental load approaching critical value. Optimizing energy distribution. Prioritizing enhancement of mental essence. The system's urgent notifications rang out, redirecting the vast energy being absorbed, no longer distributed evenly, but instead pouring most of it into Lin Fan's violently boiling consciousness. Simultaneously, facing the octopus Beast Emperor's royal mental force head-on was akin to undergoing the most brutal tempering. Quantitative change triggered qualitative transformation. Lin Fan felt as if his mind had been completely unsealed, establishing a mysterious connection with the vast universe outside. The boundaries of his consciousness expanded wildly, the quality of his mental power undergoing a tremendous transformation, becoming more refined, agile, and powerful. A profound clarity to perceive and influence the microscopic world surged within him. Planetary-level third-tier mental cultivator. It came naturally, illuminating the path ahead. The breakthrough in mental energy acted like a fuse, instantly igniting the genetic energy within him that had reached the critical point of the late sixth tier. An even more formidable mental force surged back into his physical form, invoking cosmic energy to flood in, and the solid barrier crumbled under this combined internal and external force. Boom! A mightier aura erupted from Lin Fan, his internal energy fluctuations suddenly amplifying, becoming even more grandiose and overwhelming. The surface of the sea beneath him formed a massive whirlpool centered around him. Planetary level 7th tier. Both warrior and mental cultivator, under the immense pressure from this sudden royal mental assault, unexpectedly broke through once again. The surge of newfound power swept over him like a torrential flood, and Lin Fan snapped open his eyes, brilliance shooting forth. Roaring with a voice that shook the surroundings. Octopus, Beast Emperor, I have received your gift. This congratulatory offering, I, Lin Fan, shall remember. One day, I will personally visit the trench and repay you tenfold. The malevolent mental intent that had invaded his consciousness dissipated like snow under the scorching sun, instantly disintegrating in the wake of his dual breakthrough and the counterattack of his more refined mental power. From the depths of the Mariana Trench came a silent roar of anger tinged with surprise, followed by utter silence. The surface of the sea returned to calm, leaving only the corpses of the beasts and the lingering bloodstains. Lin Fan hovered in the air, feeling the planetary level 7th tier of genetic energy and the planetary level 3rd tier of mental power within him, along with the more harmonious and powerful earthly domain. A cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The second act of the deep-sea hunt was about to commence. This time, he felt more confident than ever. Chapter 31. The sublimation of the domain. The subtle exploration of mental power. The sea breeze howled, stirring waves imbued with a heavy scent of blood. Lin Fan floated above the recently calmed surface of the sea, his aura akin to the eye of a storm, profound and reserved, yet brimming with an overwhelming power that sent shivers down the spine. The planetary level 7th tier of genetic energy surged through his meridians, more magnificent and pure than before, as if he could manipulate the energy tides of the surrounding space with every gesture. The planetary level 3rd tier of mental power spiraled within his consciousness, now expanded several times, its essence as tangible as reality, vastly increasing his perception range and enhancing his insight into the microscopic world to an entirely new level. What delighted him further was that with the simultaneous breakthroughs in both warrior and mental energy, the resonance and connection between them grew tighter and more harmonious. The earthly domain had also risen to new heights, becoming more intuitive and manageable, its edges shimmering with a deeper luster, as if he were on the brink of a transformative evolution. Indeed, the Octopus Beast Emperor's gift carried significant weight. Lin Fan reflected on that perilous moment. Had it not been for the timely dual breakthrough, he would have surely suffered under the unexpected and bizarre mental assault. Royal beasts were certainly not simple characters, especially those infamous for their mental peculiarities. He cast a sharp glance toward the direction of the Mariana Trench, although the cold, malevolent intent had receded. It remained like a thorn embedded in his perceptions, a reminder of the immense threat lurking in the depths, igniting within him an even stronger desire to hunt. System. Display my personal status and a detailed analysis of the recent attack. Lin Fan silently commanded. A shimmering virtual panel appeared in his consciousness. Host, Lin Fan. Life level, planetary, early 7th tier. Genetic energy, planetary level 7, 12 energy reserves. Mental power, planetary level 3, 35 saturation. Affinity with fundamental laws. Earth law, elementary entry. Gravitational space, elementary entry. Affinity slightly increased. Techniques, none, strongly recommended to acquire. Current energy utilization rate is only 65 of the baseline. Secret arts, none, strongly recommended to acquire. Equipment, Black God set, replicated standard, Starbreaker gun, 3rd tier, standard energy weapon. Primal class subship, status, mild mental fatigue, rapidly recovering, physical condition perfect. Below are the detailed entries from the recently recorded battle log. Type of attack, mixed mental illusion attack, dominant, water principle energy simulation, auxiliary, weak fear principle erosion, additional. Source of attack determination, Octopus Beast Emperor, mental projection from a distance. Attack energy level determination, planetary level 6 peak, mental aspect. Absorption conversion efficiency, 87, due to the inclusion of unknown principle erosion. Some energy cannot be perfectly converted. Remarks, mental illusions, water principle simulations, and partial energy characteristics of fear principle erosion have been recorded to enrich the database. It is advised that the host promptly acquire mental defense secret methods or treasures. The mention of fear principle erosion made Lin Fan furrow his brow. The Octopus Beast Emperor's methods are indeed insidious, employing illusions to confuse, while simultaneously using energy simulation tentacle attacks to exert pressure. Further intertwined with the principal power that incites the instinctual fear of living beings. Had it not been for his unwavering will and the system's safety net, the consequences could have been dire. This has also led him to reassess the difficulty of hunting the Octopus Beast Emperor. He must swiftly familiarize himself with and master the newly attained powers, especially in terms of mental prowess. Otherwise, he would find himself considerably disadvantaged in the next encounter with its true form, Lin Fan mused. He no longer lingered in this blood-soaked sea, and with a thought, the advanced subship concealed within the clouds descended silently, hovering before him. As the hatch opened, Lin Fan swiftly entered. The internal space of the subship was modest, yet equipped with excellent facilities, featuring a simple resting area and a training zone. Lin Fan proceeded directly to the training area, sitting cross-legged. He did not immediately engage in deep cultivation. Instead, he allocated a portion of his mental energy to connect with the subship's control system, setting it to silent stealth mode, and slowly steering it towards the outer regions of the Marianas Trench, activating the highest level of environmental simulation and signal shielding. He needed to find a relatively safe location close to his target to closely sense and observe the lair of the Octopus Beast Emperor while simultaneously consolidating his cultivation. After completing these arrangements, he finally calmed his mind and began to carefully appreciate the changes brought about by his dual breakthroughs. Firstly, the gene primordial force had reached planetary level 7, marking a significant leap. The total quantity and quality of the primordial force far exceeded that of level 6, operating with even greater fluidity and majesty, providing stronger nourishment and enhancement to his body. He attempted to channel the primordial force, delivering a punch without utilizing any domain, merely unleashing a pure explosion of primordial energy, resulting in a muffled sound akin to an explosion in the air ahead, subtly distorting the atmosphere. The increase in power was at least 50%. Lin Fan felt elated. This was just the foundational strength. When combined with the domain and the star-splitting war gun, the might would be even more terrifying. Next, he focused on the newly attained planetary level 3 mental energy and the subtly stirring domain. The greatest change in reaching the third tier of mental energy was the refined control. With a mere flicker of thought, 36 knives, as thin as cicada wings and crafted from high-strength alloy, flew out from the subship's arsenal, standard auxiliary weapons of the subship. Previously, when he manipulated the knives, it was largely through sheer mental force impacting and slicing. However, now he felt as though each knife had become an extension of his fingers, allowing him to perceive even the minutest molecular vibrations at the blade's edge. He attempted to simultaneously control all 36 knives, executing complex formations within the confined space of the cabin, adjusting trajectories sharply and making minute corrections. The swarm of knives darted through the air like agile fish, spun rapidly like a tempest, and could suddenly come to a halt, hovering precisely at predetermined millimeter positions, devoid of any tremor. This exquisite level of control was previously unimaginable. The breakthrough to third-tier mental energy not only represented a quantitative change, but also a qualitative transformation. It greatly enhanced his ability to unravel illusions, conduct meticulous investigations, and manipulate weapons. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. If he were to face the Octopus Beast Emperor's mental illusions now, even if he could not immediately decipher them, he could rely on his enhanced control to maintain his footing, avoiding the passivity he had experienced earlier. Lastly, and most importantly, was the evolution of his domain. He gradually unfurled the thick Earth domain. A faint yellow halo radiated outward from his center, instantly enveloping the entire internal space of the subship. The domain's range seemed slightly larger than before, but more crucially, the gravitational changes within the domain had become more nuanced and responsive. He could cause the gravity within the domain to surge 100-fold, crushing everything beneath it. He could reduce the gravity at a specific point to 0, allowing it to float in weightlessness. He could even create multiple zones within the domain with varying gravitational gradients. Moreover, with his mental energy now at the third tier, his perception and manipulation of the domain had reached a new pinnacle. He could visualize the gravitational field lines within every inch of the domain, allowing for more precise guidance and allocation of power. The thick Earth domain focuses on control and defense. Gravity is its outward manifestation, while the weight and support of the Earth form its core. Lin Fan experienced a flash of insight, his mind replaying the chilling and desolate principles contained within the annihilative blade intent of Hong, as well as the bizarre water simulation and fear erosion from the Octopus Beast Emperor's attack. Although their paths diverged, the higher-level application of power provided him with immense inspiration. He endeavored to integrate his newly acquired mental energy with the thick Earth domain on a deeper level, not merely sensing the domain through mental force, but weaving his mental energy like threads into the gravitational field of the domain, crafting it with greater precision. The domain's halo appeared to become more solid, and within the pale yellow light, a faint hint of dark golden patterns, reminiscent of the Earth's veins, began to emerge. The defensive capabilities of the domain seemed to undergo a certain sublimation, becoming more resilient, exuding an essence of immovability akin to a mountain. He even attempted to mimic the Octopus Beast Emperor's methods, infusing a faint trace of mental intent into the domain, not as an attack, but to enhance the domain's intimidation effect. When enemies entered his domain, they would not only endure the weight of gravity, but also be subjected to a faint mental pressure interference. Although this pressure was still weak, far inferior to the Octopus Beast Emperor's fear erosion, it represented a novel direction, a first step towards the integration of domain and spirit. The system's notification confirmed that his understanding of the thick Earth domain had deepened, enhancing its strength and incorporating the characteristics of mental pressure. The synergy between mental energy and gene primordial force had improved, slightly increasing energy operation efficiency. Domain experience 15, current first-tier thick earth domain, 82. Lin Fan felt invigorated, fully immersed in the exhilaration of this power enhancement. He continuously experimented, refining the newly birthed strength, striving to achieve a deeper integration and interaction among primordial force, mental energy, and domain. Time flew by swiftly during his cultivation. The subship glided like a specter, silently traversing the abyssal depths of the Pacific Ocean, drawing ever closer to the area known as Earth's Scar, the Marianas Trench. It was uncertain how long had passed, but when Lin Fan had initially stabilized his grasp on the new realm's power, the subship's intelligence system issued a low-level warning. Warning: entered the outer region of the Marianas Trench, depth 7,123 meters. Abnormal energy field interference detected, intensity steadily rising. Warning: weak mental pollution signals detected. It is advised to activate the mental filtration barrier. Warning: multiple high-intensity life response signals approaching, classified as King-level monster abyssal nightmare, ghost spike jellyfish. Lin Fan's eyes snapped open, radiating brilliance. The cultivation session had concluded. The true prelude to the hunt had commenced. His mental energy functioned like the most refined radar, instantly piercing through the subship's hull and extending into the endless darkness of the deep sea. Octopus Beast Emperor, it seems your neighbors are not particularly amicable. Very well. Let us first utilize them to sharpen my Liashing, and Yu. Chapter 32. Battle. The dual shattering of the abyssal king the Vuong, Honghuang. Level subship glided through the deep sea trench, exceeding 7,000 meters in depth. Like a ghost, outside lay absolute darkness and silence, pierced only by the faint beams of the subship's searchlights, illuminating a minuscule area ahead and revealing the occasionally drifting, grotesquely distorted deep-sea plankton. The immense water pressure relentlessly pressed against the subship's hull, emitting a faint, disconcerting groan, had it not been for this creation of ancient civilization technology. Ordinary detectors would have been crushed into mere metal discs at such depths. Within the cabin, Lin Fan sat cross-legged, eyes gently closed. However, his powerful planetary level 3-stage mental energy had already extended like countless fine, yet resilient threads, penetrating the subship's hull and spreading into the surrounding dark waters, constructing a mental vision far more three-dimensional and precise than optical detection could provide. Cold, high pressure, desolate, and silent. These were the initial responses from the depths of the sea. Yet beneath this extreme silence lurked a chilling agitation and malice. The system panel displayed Resource Atlas, rapidly refreshing with rough information on various previously unseen deep-sea monsters. Most exhibited low energy responses. Yet their bizarre forms were enough to haunt an ordinary person with nightmares for 3 days. Warning: the interference of the anomalous energy field has escalated to level 3, potentially affecting communication and precise positioning. Warning: increased sources of mental pollution detected. Maintaining a mental filtration barrier is advised. Warning: the high-energy life form Abyssal Nightmare, mid-tier king level, has entered a 10-kilometer radius, moving at high speed. A swarm of ghost stinger jellyfish, peak lord level, numbering over 100, is positioned 5 kilometers behind, surrounding the area. Lin Fan abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of intense light flashing within them. Have they arrived? Perfect, I shall use you to test my skills. Rather than feeling anxious, his fighting spirit soared. The best way to solidify his cultivation was through battle. He did not maneuver the subship to flee. Instead, he intentionally reduced its speed and silently opened the exit at the bottom of the vessel. The terrifying pressure of the ocean surged in, but was blocked by an invisible barrier of primal energy. In a flash, Lin Fan moved, akin to a swimming fish, willingly leaving the protection of the subship, immersing himself in this cold, dark, high-pressure realm of death. The thick earth domain unfurled instantly. A pale yellow aura enveloped him, effortlessly repelling the immense pressure of tens of thousands of tons of seawater, forming an absolute control area with a diameter of about 10 meters. Within the domain, he manipulated gravity at will, allowing his movements underwater to surpass the agility of any marine creature. Almost the moment he appeared, a soul-rending, eerie scream erupted from the depths of darkness. This wail impacted not only the auditory senses, but also directly assaulted the mental awareness, potent enough to shatter the spirit of a war god-level warrior in an instant. Following this, a colossal, distorted shadow burst forth from the darkness with incomprehensible speed, charging towards Lin Fan. Its form resembled an exaggerated, grotesque anglerfish, with a massive flesh lump emitting a faint phosphorescence atop its head, and a gaping maw that opened to its abdomen, revealing layers of ghastly white teeth like those of a meat grinder. It was none other than the Abyssal Nightmare, a mid-tier king-level beast. The phosphorescent lump illuminated its horrific visage while simultaneously possessing a disorienting effect. Mental attack? A mere parlor trick. Lin Fan sneered. His planetary-level 3-stage mental energy firmly guarded his consciousness, easily dissipating the bewitching force. At the same time, he discerned the full form of this beast, which indeed moved at a speed far surpassing that of land-based king-level monsters of the same tier. Gravity Quagmire. With a thought, Lin Fan concentrated the power of the thick earth domain in the path of the approaching Abyssal Nightmare. The density of the seawater in that area surged 1,000-fold in an instant. The Abyssal Nightmare, crashing forward, suddenly halted as if ensnared in an invisible glue. Its speed drastically reduced. It emitted a furious roar, thrashing its body in a frenzied attempt to escape this peculiar gravitational restraint. Liexing. The dark silver battle spear in Lin Fan's hand shimmered as he infused it with unreserved 7th-tier primal energy. The spear radiated starlight, akin to a dazzling galaxy in the depths of the dark sea. Death. He moved, navigating effortlessly within his domain, swiftly evading the Abyssal Nightmare's snapping jaws as it struggled. And with a piercing brilliance, the Liexing spear accurately aimed at the phosphorescent flesh lump, evidently one of its vital points. However, just as Liexing was about to strike home, an unforeseen change occurred. The dark seawater around Lin Fan suddenly thickened, and countless semi-transparent, nearly invisible, bluish glowing venomous tentacles silently emerged from all directions, ensnaring him like a web. Each tentacle bore a glimmering, chilling spear that evidently contained potent venom. It was none other than the swarm of ghost stinger jellyfish, cleverly utilizing the Abyssal Nightmare as a distraction while they executed a stealthy ambush. Ensnared from both sides. Above, the Abyssal Nightmare thrashed in a death struggle, while below, countless venomous tentacles sought to entrap him. Lin Fan found himself in an unprecedented perilous situation. The deep-sea combat presented overwhelming environmental disadvantages. The coordination of these king-level sea monsters exceeded his expectations. Lin Fan remained calm under pressure, his mental energy calculating the trajectories of all tentacles and the angles of the Abyssal Nightmare's attacks at an unprecedented speed. Domain change, gravity repulsion barrier. Buzz. The form of the thick earth domain transformed instantaneously. From a uniform gravitational field, it morphed into a highly compressed, rapidly rotating gravitational repulsion barrier surrounding his body. Sizzle. Countless venomous tentacles crashing against this rotating gravitational barrier sounded like they struck a high-speed grinding wheel, instantly shredded by the terrifying gravitational disparity and rotational force. Dark blue venom exploded outward but was firmly contained by the domain. Yet simultaneously, maintaining such an extreme domain transformation demanded tremendous primal energy and mental fortitude. Lin Fan felt his primal energy depleting rapidly. Above him, the Abyssal Nightmare's massive maw was already looming. He could not fully evade in time. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He resolved not to evade completely, but instead summoned strength from his waist, slightly tilting his body at the critical moment. While pouring most of his primal energy into the Liexing spear, changing the thrust into a sweeping slash, viciously aiming at the relatively weaker jaw of the Abyssal Nightmare. With a piercing sound, the Liexing spear easily sliced through the flesh of the Abyssal Nightmare's jaw, spraying a torrent of sickly green blood. However, simultaneously, the Abyssal Nightmare's tooth-filled maw snapped shut violently, though Lin Fan had evaded its bite due to his sideways position. The tremendous impact and the horrific force carried by the edges of its fangs still struck Lin Fan's left shoulder fiercely. Crack! Even with the protection of the Black God suit, the terrifying force penetrated him deeply. Lin Fan distinctly heard the sound of his left clavicle fracturing. Agonizing pain surged through him. Beep. Endured a lethal bite from a mid-tier king-level beast, Abyssal Nightmare. Partial hit. Bones fractured. Internal organs shaken. Absorbing and converting 100-fold energy feedback. Beep. Endured venomous energy corrosion from ghost stinger jellyfish, most isolated by the domain. Absorbing and converting. The system's notification was nearly drowned out by the excruciating pain, but a familiar, overwhelming warmth surged into his body, frantically repairing the shattered bones and injured organs while transforming into the purest energy. Yet more critically, Some of the venom released from the shredded ghost stinger jellyfish contained a mysterious mental toxin, penetrating the domain's isolation, piercing into Lin Fan's consciousness like invisible needles, leaving him momentarily dazed. In the moment of absolute peril, when the old strength had just departed and the new strength had yet to manifest, Lin Fan's will was pushed to its very limits. The primal instinct for survival and the fervent desire to grow stronger ignited like a raging inferno. The barriers between martial artists and spiritual practitioners, under the immense pressure of life and death, became as fragile as gossamer. Within him, the seventh-tier primordial energy, previously sluggish due to intense consumption, surged forth like a torrential flood, propelled by the influx of vast feedback energy in the dire circumstances, launching a fierce assault towards a higher realm. In his sea of consciousness, the third-tier spiritual power, which had resisted the toxic mental influence, also boiled, expanded, and underwent a qualitative transformation under the extreme pressure. "Break for me," Lin Fan roared within, his voice reverberating like thunder. The excruciating pain in his left shoulder and the disorientation of his spirit morphed into fuel for shattering barriers. Boom, boom, two thunderous roars, seemingly emanating from the depths of his soul, resonated almost simultaneously. A far more overwhelming wave of primordial energy erupted from his body, instantly breaking through previous bottlenecks. The injury in his left shoulder was almost entirely healed by this newfound power. Planetary level 8th tier. Simultaneously, his sea of consciousness expanded once more, his spiritual power becoming as refined and heavy as Mercury, with an explosive increase in sensory range and control precision. He gained absolute suppression and purification capability over the spiritual toxins flooding into his sea of consciousness. Planetary level 4th tier, spiritual practitioner. In the face of despair, both martial artist and spiritual power broke through once again. The fresh surge of power swept over him like a tsunami, and Lin Fan's eyes, previously dulled by spiritual toxins, became strikingly clear and terrifyingly sharp. He felt the raging 8th-tier primordial energy and 4th-tier spiritual power coursing through him. Observing the stunned abyssal nightmare and the surrounding swarming ghost-spiked jellyfish with a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The game was just beginning. He no longer conserved his strength. He unleashed his full potential. The star-cleaving war gun radiated an unprecedented brilliance, and the scope and intensity of the Earth domain surged dramatically with his breakthrough. A new wave of more frenzied slaughter erupted suddenly in the depths of the 10,000-meter sea. Chapter 33. 8th Tier 4 Realms. Domain transparent, peering into the imperial nest in the depths of the 10,000-meter sea. The absolute darkness and silence were utterly torn apart by the violent energy turbulence. Lin Fan floated within the abyss, his aura now drastically different from moments before. The planetary level 8th tier, genetic primordial energy roared within him like an awakening ancient beast, the sense of power nearly overwhelming his veins. The planetary level 4th tier spiritual power was like an unfathomable cold pool, deep, refined, and meticulously controlled, perceiving every subtle change within a radius of several kilometers with perfect clarity. The simultaneous breakthroughs in both systems not only resulted in a quantitative surge, but also a qualitative leap. An unprecedented clarity regarding his own power, the surrounding environment, and the flow of energy surged within him. The abyssal nightmare, the first to bear the brunt of this transformation, instinctively sensed a life-threatening danger. Its phosphorescent tumors flickered violently, emitting a terrified shriek as its massive, twisted body struggled madly to escape the gravitational mire, seeking refuge in the deeper darkness. Want to escape now? It's too late. Lin Fan's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. He did not even wield the star-cleaving war gun, but slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed, aiming at the writhing beast. The gravity of the Earth domain collapsed as he willed it. The enhanced and more precise control of the Earth domain's power instantly focused on the core area of the abyssal nightmare. The gravitational force in that region surged at a terrifying speed, transforming from a mere hindrance into a cataclysmic inward compression. Crack, crack. The agonizing sound of shattering bones could be faintly heard even in the depths of the sea. The abyssal nightmare let out a desperate and anguished wail as its hard scales and bones crumbled under the sudden, extreme gravitational force, like a fragile toy gripped by an invisible giant hand, shattering piece by piece. Vile green blood and shredded organs erupted from every crevice of its body. In less than a second, this once mighty mid-tier king monster was crushed into a twisted, shapeless mass, its life force extinguished. Ding! Killed mid-tier king monster abyssal nightmare. Absorbing residual dissipated energy. The system's prompt rang out calmly. Meanwhile, the densely packed, ambushing ghost spike jellyfish were now engulfed in sheer panic. Their famed stingers and mental disruptions appeared utterly laughable before Lin Fan's planetary-level 4th-tier spiritual power. The faint mental fluctuations were crushed effortlessly by Lin Fan's overwhelming psychic force. A horde of filthy pests dares to covet? Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, and his potent spiritual power, combined with the newly broken domain pressure, surged forth like an invisible tsunami, crashing against everything around him. Buzz! The translucent ghost spike jellyfish, like soap bubbles struck by a high-speed train, exploded one after another. Their dark blue venom and shattered tissues instantly staining the surrounding waters a murky hue. Hundreds of pinnacle, lord-level jellyfish monsters were annihilated at Lin Fan's mere thought. The battlefield was cleared in an instant. The outer depths of the sea returned to silence, leaving only the lingering blood and energy remnants as evidence of the brief, yet intense battle. Lin Fan slowly retracted his palm, feeling the surging power within him, his heart brimming with exhilaration. With planetary-level 8th-tier strength combined with 4th-tier spiritual mastery and the Earth domain, his actual combat power firmly stood at the pinnacle of the planetary level. On Earth, apart from the unfathomable Hong and the exceptionally gifted Thor, he feared no one. System. Conduct a comprehensive scan of my status and assess my current strength. Lin Fan commanded inwardly. He needed the most precise data to harness this explosive power. The luminous virtual panel materialized instantly, presenting data more detailed than before. Host, Lin Fan. Life level, planetary level, early 8th tier. Genetic primordial energy, planetary level 8th tier, 5 energy reserves, recovering rapidly. Mental power, planetary level 4th tier, 18 saturated, recovering rapidly. Affinity with source laws, Earth law, elementary entry. 2. Gravity space, elementary entry. 3. Faint perception, water law 01. New, derived from deep sea battle and environmental insights. Techniques, none, severely hampers energy utilization rate. Currently only at base value of 58. Secret techniques, none, severely lacking in versatility. Equipment, Black God set, replica, star-cleaving gun, 3rd tier primordial weapon. Primordial class subship, status, mild injuries repaired, dual powers stabilized, potential surging. Domain, 1st tier Earth domain, 98, has reached the current tier's limit, about to metamorphose, water law? Have I sensed a trace? Lin Fan's heart stirred. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Although it was faint enough to be nearly negligible, it undeniably opened a window for him to battle in the deep sea and comprehend higher levels of power in the future. The Earth domain reaching 98 further fueled his anticipation for its metamorphosis. What caught his attention most was the warning regarding energy utilization rate and the absence of secret techniques. Purely increasing strength, without the guidance of profound techniques and secret methods, was akin to possessing a treasure mountain yet not knowing how to utilize it, leading to inefficiency. He must resolve the issues of techniques and secret methods promptly, after perhaps slaying the octopus beast emperor. The secret library, unlocked by the system, may provide me with the answers I seek. Lin Fan cast his gaze deeper into the abyss of the dark trench, where the signals of mental pollution and anomalous energy fields grew increasingly distinct and formidable. He did not advance immediately, instead returning to his subship. Although the previous battle was brief, it was not without considerable consumption, especially given the extensive use of mental shockwaves during the final sweep. He needed to stabilize his dual powers firmly at the 8th and 4th levels and adjust his state to its optimum. In the training chamber of the subship, Lin Fan once again calmed his mind. This time, he concentrated primarily on the newly attained mental power. The 4th tier mental force had reached a new pinnacle of nuanced control. He endeavored to compress this mental force to its utmost, transforming it from an intangible shockwave into a needle of mental energy, as fine as a hair, yet remarkably resilient. The formless mental energy, under his precise manipulation, continued to compress and refine until it coalesced into a minuscule crystal of mental energy, imperceptible to the naked eye, yet radiating an aura of extreme danger. He felt that the penetrating power of this mental needle might prove even more elusive and difficult to defend against than the physical piercing of the Starbreaker Wargun, specifically designed to breach various energy shields and mental defenses. Indeed, this could serve as a powerful trump card. Satisfied, Lin Fan dispersed the needle of mental energy. Next, his attention turned to the thick Earth domain, which had reached 98 experience points and was eager for action. He repeatedly contemplated the essence of Hong Na's world-destroying blade, as well as his own understanding of gravity and the Earth's weightiness. He seamlessly integrated his newly mastered mental power into the domain, no longer merely combining them, but attempting to weave the structure of the domain with mental energy, optimizing the gravitational field's distribution and instilling a more dynamic variability within it. Gradually, the faint yellow halo of the domain around him deepened in hue, approaching a dark golden color, while the originally blurred patterns of the Earth's veins became significantly clearer, subtly forming an arcane design. Although the domain's size did not expand much, it felt increasingly substantial, more solid, and vibrantly alive. He even sensed an exceedingly faint, almost imperceptible connection with the boundless depths of the Earth beneath him, despite the vast expanse of the ocean and the dense crust above. The immense power emanating from the planet itself seemed to resonate with the transformative domain he was on the verge of mastering. Beep. Host's comprehension of the thick Earth domain has significantly deepened, elevating the essence of the domain. Domain Experience 2, Current First-Tier Thick Earth Domain, 100. Conditions for advancement met. The thick Earth domain begins to transform. The system's prompt invigorated Lin Fan. The dark golden halo surrounding him abruptly contracted, then surged outward before retracting in an instant, repeating this cycle 3 times. With each expansion and contraction, the domain's color deepened, and the aura it emitted grew heavier. The dark golden patterns became increasingly distinct. Ultimately, all anomalies converged, and a thin layer of dark golden force field, seemingly non-existent yet undeniably real, enveloped Lin Fan's body like the closest armor, flowing gently. It appeared unremarkable, yet Lin Fan could feel the terrifying defensive power and exquisite control over gravity contained within, far surpassing anything he had previously known. Second-tier thick Earth domain. Success. At the moment of the domain's successful transformation, Lin Fan experienced an epiphany, as the mental energy integrated into the domain became even more tightly interwoven. He instinctively combined this newly birthed second-tier domain power with his planetary-level fourth-tier mental force, cautiously extending it like ripples towards the depths of the Mariana Trench. This time, his perception penetrated the dense energy interference and mental pollution, clearer and more profound than before. He beheld, in the deepest recesses of the trench, a colossal and terrifying subterranean cave, where endless dark energy writhed like tentacles. A shadow of unimaginable size lurked deep within the cavern, its form resembling a mountain, with numerous tentacles thicker than ancient war machines, adorned with suction cups and bizarre patterns, slowly undulating and emanating a chilling, malevolent, chaotic mental intent that sent shivers through the soul. Surrounding this immense shadow were countless formidable sea monsters. Among them the abyssal nightmare he had previously encountered, yet they all crawled around the shadow like docile pets, as if sensing this subtle yet provocative probe. The lurking gigantic shadow stirred slightly, unleashing an even more terrifying and concentrated malevolent intent that, like a cannonball, retaliated against the mental force and domain power Lin Fan had sent forth. Lin Fan stifled a grunt, instantly severing the connection, his form momentarily wavering within the subship. The octopus beast emperor has found you. He opened his eyes, and instead of fear, they burned with fierce battle intent and excitement. His state was at its zenith. The domain had successfully advanced. It was time. He commanded the subship, no longer concealing his presence, as the engines emitted a deep roar, transforming into a streak of light that fearlessly surged toward the depths of the Earth's darkest abyss. The ultimate hunt was about to commence. Chapter 34, The Time of Awakening. The bipolar transformation shakes the abyss. March 5, 2058, the awakening of spring. Above the Mariana Trench, the Pacific Ocean was bathed in afternoon sunlight, struggling to penetrate the dense clouds and casting dappled shadows upon the surface of the sea. However, beneath these 10,000 meters lay an eternal chill, darkness, and silence, where the ancient subship glided resolutely toward the depths of the Earth, known as the Challenger Abyss. Inside the chamber, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, the dark golden glimmer fading swiftly. The thin layer of second-tier thick Earth domain, akin to a second skin, gradually receded into his body. After several hours of profound recuperation, he had thoroughly solidified his planetary-level 8th-tier genetic power and 4th-tier mental force, fully mastering the newly advanced second-tier domain power, achieving a seamless unity between man and domain, devoid of any hindrance. The awakening of spring heralds the revival of all things, a fitting parallel. Lin Fan glanced at the date displayed on the subship screen, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Today marks the moment I, Lin Fan, awaken you, the dormant monarch of the deep sea. The subship's intelligence system incessantly emitted high-level warnings, as the surrounding energy interference and mental pollution had thickened to a near-tangible state, transforming the seawater into a viscous and burdensome substance, as if flowing not with water, but with liquid darkness and madness. A typical planetary-level warrior would likely find it exceedingly difficult to maintain mental clarity in such conditions. Yet Lin Fan felt unprecedentedly well. The second-tier thick Earth domain not only provided enhanced defense and gravitational control, but also bestowed upon him a unique perception akin to the pulsing of the Earth, allowing him to remain composed even in this abyssal domain, impervious to external malevolence. The fourth-tier mental force acted like the most sophisticated radar, penetrating through layers of obstruction, firmly locking onto the immense source of endless evil and chaos deep within the trench. Octopus Beast Emperor, I know you sense me, Lin Fan murmured, his gaze sharp as a blade, no longer needing to hide. Let us battle. He did not pilot the subship directly into the most perilous core area, but rather maneuvered it to hover in a relatively advantageous position. He took a deep breath. The overwhelming mental force mingled with the second-tier domain power, transforming from cautious probing into a concentrated, provocatively charged intangible shockwave that struck the lurking massive shadow with the force of a warhammer. This impact was akin to dousing boiling oil with cold water. A piercing shriek, an auditory phenomenon beyond human perception, yet resonating deeply within the soul, erupted violently from the abyssal depths of the Mariana Trench, intermingled with fury, cruelty, and a hint of bewilderment. In an instant, the entire trench seemed to come alive. The viscous seawater surrounding it boiled and surged chaotically, as countless formidable sea monsters, hidden in various locales, responded to an exalted command, unleashing a cacophony of roars. They poured forth from the inky black caverns, akin to a frenzied swarm of underwater insects, racing towards Lin Fan's submersible, a tidal wave of beasts. This terror was composed of numerous Lord-level creatures, dozens of initial-stage King-level beasts, and even a few mid-stage King-level monsters. It represented the majority of the elite forces under the banner of the Octopus Beast Emperor. Clearly incensed by Lin Fan's audacious provocation, it intended to first submerge him beneath an endless tide of beasts. Come forth. This saves me the trouble of seeking you out. Lin Fan's heart surged with joy rather than fear, his eyes ignited with the fervor of battle. He craved energy, he required pressure. These formidable sea monsters were the perfect resources for him to solidify his cultivation and launch an assault towards higher realms. Without hesitation, he opened the hatch and once more plunged into the extreme pressure and darkness of the deep sea. The second-tier Earth domain instantly unfolded, its dark golden force field effortlessly repelling and crushing the immense oceanic pressure and the initial onslaught of several beasts. Splintering Star, grasping his battle spear, Lin Fan summoned the brilliance of the stars once more. No longer holding back, he plunged into the throng of beasts. His form flickered like lightning, unpredictable within the domain. Each thrust and sweep of the splintering star unleashed a dazzling radiance, tearing through the darkness with the terrifying explosive force of 8th-tier primordial energy. Wherever the spear's light passed, Lord-level monsters were easily torn apart as if they were mere paper, while even initial-stage King-level beasts struggled to withstand his might. Simultaneously, his 4th-tier mental prowess proved immensely beneficial. 36 alloy throwing knives, animated as if alive, wove into a colossal net of death under his precise control, specifically targeting those monsters attempting stealthy attacks from blind spots or afar. The mental needles snuck in silently, often piercing through the hardest skulls of the beasts, reducing their brain matter to a pulpy mass. Slaughter. Efficient slaughter. Lin Fan resembled an indefatigable war machine as he tore through the relentless tide of beasts. Blood and flesh nearly saturated the waters. The system's notification sounds melded into a continuous chorus as vast amounts of damage were absorbed, transformed into pure energy, and surged into his body at an astonishing rate. His primordial and mental energies escalated at a visible pace. 8th-tier initial, 8th-tier mid, 4th-tier initial, 4th-tier mid pressure. He required even greater pressure. Lin Fan intentionally slowed his pace slightly, even braving several fierce assaults from King-level beasts, harnessing their terrifying impacts and damage to stimulate his potential. Ding. Endured a full-force strike from a mid-tier King-level lava giant shrimp, internal organs shaken, absorbing and converting. Ding. Endured a cumulative mental assault from numerous Lord-level monsters. Minor damage to the sea of consciousness, absorbing and converting. Ding. Endured the explosive energy impact from an initial stage King-level electric eel, slight burns, absorbing and converting. Energy. Boundless energy surged within him. His meridians and sea of consciousness felt as if they were swelling. Just as he sensed his cultivation nearing the critical threshold of 8th and 4th tiers, preparing to make a bold attempt at a breakthrough, a thunderous rumble reverberated through the trench. The entire trench quaked violently, as if an ancient slumbering demonic entity had been abruptly awakened. From the unfathomable darkness below, 8 colossal tentacles, each exceeding 100 meters in diameter, violently tore through the seabed, churning billions of hectares of seawater, converging towards Lin Fan with cataclysmic force. Each tentacle was adorned with suction cups the size of houses, within which glimmered the eerie blue light of terrifying teeth capable of corroding energy. The tentacles were further armored with impenetrable scales and twisted, bizarre patterns, emanating a suffocating imperial pressure and chaotic mental assault. The octopus, Beast Emperor, compelled by the madness of slaughter and provocation, finally decided to intervene personally. Its first move was akin to a thunderous cataclysm, a lethal gambit. The 8 tentacles sealed off all of Lin Fan's evasive options, their immense power warping the surrounding gravitational field, attempting to disrupt Lin Fan's domain. A deadly sense of crisis washed over him like ice water, swiftly cooling the fervent battle spirit ignited by his prior carnage. Yet this ultimate, far surpassing previous threats of death, drove him to his true limits. The energy accumulated within him was already substantial. What he lacked was this final push. The desperate pressure that could turn the tide from death to life. Perfect timing. A glint of madness flickered in Lin Fan's eyes as he advanced rather than retreating, igniting the colossal energy he had amassed along with his will to its utmost, launching the fiercest assault against the barriers of 9th-tier planetary and 5th-tier mental prowess. Simultaneously, he gripped the splintering star tightly, compressing the 2nd-tier Earth domain to its zenith, coalescing it at the spear's tip, its dark golden brilliance radiating with unprecedented luster. Aimed directly at one of the encroaching main tentacles, and he thrust forward with ferocity. Break for me. Amidst the dual threats of internal and external peril, life and death teetered on a knife's edge. All his power, all his insights, all his will erupted at this moment. Boom! It was as if the cataclysmic explosion of the universe's dawn resonated both within and without him. A vast, seemingly endless torrent of terrifying primordial energy surged forth, demolishing all obstacles in its path. 9th-tier planetary. Achieved. Next, the sea of consciousness expanded explosively. His mental prowess underwent a fundamental metamorphosis, becoming more agile, more penetrating, and more capable of influencing reality. 5th-tier planetary mentalist. Achieved. A dual system breakthrough. His power surged to an unprecedented level, and in that fleeting moment of breakthrough, the splintering star, embodying all his strength and the might of the 2nd-tier domain, clashed violently with the main tentacle of the octopus Beast Emperor. Sizzle. This time, it was no longer a contest of equals. The enhanced brilliance of the splintering star, combined with the overwhelming primordial force of the 9th-tier planetary and the reinforcement of the 2nd-tier domain, unleashed true devastation. The impervious scales of the imperial tentacle were torn asunder. The battle spear drove deep, instantly creating a massive gaping wound. Golden royal blood erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. Roar! The octopus Beast Emperor emitted a cry of agony and disbelief. It was utterly incomprehensible to it how this minuscule human could unleash such terrifying power in an instant. Lin Fan seized the opportunity, swiftly retreating while suspended amidst the boiling sea of blood. Feeling the overwhelming power within him capable of shaking the very stars and his now deeper, more formidable mental prowess, he gazed at the thrashing tentacle, wounded and frantic, and laughed heartily, his voice echoing through the abyss. Octopus Beast Emperor, your demise is at hand. Chapter 35. The Awakening of the Emperor, a new chapter in the system. The star map emerges. In the deepest recesses of the Mariana Trench, the cold, malevolent, chaotic imperial pressure that had lingered for countless ages, belonging to the octopus Beast Emperor, dissipated entirely like dew evaporated by the blazing sun. Eternal darkness and silence enveloped this abyss once more, with only Lin Fan's naturally flowing dark golden 2nd-tier Earth domain serving as the solitary source of light and power, effortlessly dispersing the immense oceanic pressure and residual energy turbulence. The pinnacle of 9th-tier planetary gene primordial energy surged within him, roaring with explosive potential, while the 5th-tier planetary mental prowess resembled a profound and tranquil ocean, vast and potent, controlling every subtle change within a radius of dozens of kilometers. The feedback energy derived from vanquishing the octopus Beast Emperor was boundless, instantly elevating his dual cultivation to its current pinnacle, while an abundance of surplus energy settled deep within his body and consciousness, enriching his foundation profoundly. The system's prompt resonated as expected, congratulating the host on completing the optional task, slaying the Octopus Beast Emperor, and commencing the reward calculation based on the total damage endured throughout the battle and his ultimate performance, accounting for independent kills, overcoming challenges, and breakthroughs in dual cultivation realms. A special opportunity for reward extraction was presented. Suppressing the impulse to immediately explore the rewards, Lin Fan understood that his primary objective was to manage the spoils. His gaze fell below, where the massive, grotesque form of the Octopus Beast Emperor slowly sank into the abyss, its golden royal blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the surrounding waters with a dazzling hue and emanating an overwhelming wave of life energy. The value of this corpse was immeasurable, particularly due to its brain core and heart, which contained unique spiritual powers. It was imperative to recover it promptly. With a thought, Lin Fan's planetary-level 5th tier mental energy manifested as countless invisible hands, plunging into the seabed to entwine the royal corpse, attempting to lift it as a whole. However, even with his current mental prowess, the task of extracting the immensely heavy corpse, partially embedded in the ocean floor, proved to be quite arduous and slow. He commanded the hovering Primordial-class subship to descend and assist with maximum power towing beams. The subship unleashed several thick blue beams, locking onto the main body of the royal corpse and, in conjunction with Lin Fan's mental energy, began to gradually drag it from the muddy seabed. During this process, Lin Fan's keen mental perception detected something emanating a faint yet ancient and peculiar fluctuation from the deepest part of the seabed, where the corpse had once rested, covered by tentacles and millennia of silt. This fluctuation was distinctly unlike any energy form found on Earth, exuding a deeper and more profound essence. Intrigued, Lin Fan manipulated a strand of refined mental energy, resembling a probing needle, to delicately explore beneath the sediment. His mental energy encountered a hard, cold object. Small, about the size of a fist, and irregularly shaped. Slowly, he lifted it from the mud. It was a dark, muted gray metallic fragment, seemingly weathered by endless ages, adorned with extraordinarily complex and arcane patterns that appeared to be naturally formed rather than man-made, embodying an indescribable sense of order and beauty. The strange, ancient fluctuation emanated from this fragment. The system's prompt chimed with unprecedented interest. It detected an unknown cosmic civilization's artifact fragment, containing extremely faint temporal law ripples and unknown information streams. The resource catalog was updated, and the unknown metal fragment was rated as the system began to attempt parsing the surface information of the fragment, the dark metallic shard flickered faintly as Lin Fan enveloped it with his mental energy, transmitting a cold, mechanical flow of information devoid of any emotion, attempting to infiltrate his consciousness. Startled, Lin Fan was about to sever the connection when the system spoke again. Detecting a harmless information stream containing fragments of star map coordinates and unknown symbolic information, he was struck by a wave of excitement. Star map coordinates. Without hesitation, he permitted the reception and instructed full analysis. In an instant, a fragmented yet vast three-dimensional star map, along with an array of incomprehensible symbols and texts, surged into his mind. Were it not for his status as a planetary-level 5th-tier mental master, this influx of information would have been enough to disorient anyone. The information reception concluded, and the system confirmed the successful analysis. The star map coordinates included a portion of dark cosmic travel coordinates leading away from the solar system towards the void, albeit severely incomplete. The symbolic information was parsed as universal cosmic language and corresponding energy operation symbols, suspected to be fragments of some foundational cultivation method or technological principle. The database was updated with Universal Cosmic Language, 17, and Foundational Energy Symbol Library, 005. Lin Fan's heart raced with exhilaration. This metallic fragment was likely debris from an ancient spacecraft that may have traversed the solar system eons ago, possibly crashing before the concealment of Earth's coordinates by the mountain guest. The information contained within it was invaluable, a fragmentary map and key to the vast cosmos. Suddenly, a familiar roar of engines echoed from above. As a black streak of light pierced the darkness, swiftly descending, it was the returning Primordial-class fighter jet. Clearly, the tremendous commotion and the disappearance of the Emperor-level pressure had attracted its attention once more. The fighter hovered, its hatch opened, revealing Hong and the Thunder God. Upon witnessing the colossal and grotesque corpse of the Octopus Beast Emperor being slowly extracted, along with Lin Fan, whose aura had surged to the pinnacle of planetary-level 9th tier, Even Hong's calm demeanor was replaced with shock. The Thunder God was rendered speechless, his mouth agape. The Thunder God's voice was hoarse as he gazed at Lin Fan, akin to beholding a true myth. Did you truly slay it alone? How long has it been since then? Hong's eyes fixated on Lin Fan, then swept over the royal corpse, ultimately resting on the unassuming black metallic fragment in Lin Fan's hand, his gaze sharp as a blade. Chairman Lin, you have once again achieved a miracle. What is this fragment? Lin Fan swiftly suppressed his excitement, nonchalantly stowing the metallic shard and replying calmly, Patron, Elder Thunder God. It was a fortunate success. This fragment was found in its lair and appears to be some form of unknown ancient metal that I am currently studying. Hong regarded Lin Fan intently, refraining from further inquiries, merely nodding gravely, his tone imbued with a sense of urgency and barely concealed excitement. Slaying 2 beast emperors, Lin Fan. What you have accomplished is a feat that neither Thunder God nor I have achieved in decades. Humanity stands on the brink of an unprecedented era because of you. The threat of the beast emperors has been eliminated. Although oceanic monsters remain numerous, they are now leaderless, and the threat has significantly diminished. This achievement is destined to be recorded in history. His tone was filled with relief and genuine admiration. While Lin Fan's rapid growth was astonishing, his stance and achievements were undoubtedly monumental for humanity. The system announced the completion of a hidden milestone, Pinnacle of Earth, independent slaying of all 2 Earth Beast Emperors, bestowing a reward of System Authority Enhancement, unlocking the Cultivation Method Simulation function, beginner level, and granting browsing access to the Secret Techniques Library, beginner level. The system's prompt echoed once more, bringing even greater delight. Cultivation methods, secret techniques. He had finally awaited this moment. Lin Fan forcefully suppressed the urge to immediately explore the new functions and said to Hong and the Thunder God, Patron, Elder, we should not linger here. These 2 royal corpses need to be processed without delay. Indeed, Thunder God responded, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the 2 massive royal corpses. We are about to reap great rewards. Laozi felt that the materials for forging divine weapons were finally at hand. Overwhelmed with excitement, Hong solemnly declared, I have mobilized the largest transport ship from headquarters to come here. Chairman Lin, you have played a pivotal role in this endeavor. You may select and utilize the materials from the 2 royal corpses first. Your contribution will never be forgotten by the Jishin Martial Arts Institute and all of humanity. Lin Fan nodded, yet his thoughts had already soared towards the fragmented star map and the newly unlocked system functionalities. The vast universe and endless starry sky, though temporarily undiscovered due to the protection of the Mountain Guardian, appeared to have revealed a crack in the doorjamb. On the day of the awakening, with the fall of the 2 emperors atop the peak of Earth, the ancient star map and the new system chapter had unveiled the path ahead. Lin Fan's journey was about to embark on a completely new phase, and the existence of Earth was set to welcome a new paradigm due to him. Chapter 36, The Awakening and the Fall of the Emperors. Hong resigns as the first chairman. March 5, 2058, evening. In the depths of the Mariana Trench, the soul-chilling evil pressure belonging to the Octopus Beast Emperor had completely dissipated, leaving only the murky waters stirred by the currents, mixing silt and golden royal blood. Lin Fan floated at the center of this battlefield, which had just witnessed the fall of an emperor. As the thin yet solid dark golden second-tier domain slowly converged and returned to tranquility, the planetary-level peak 9th-tier genetic primordial force within him surged like a vast galaxy. Boundless and mighty, the planetary-level 5th-tier mental force remained as deep and tranquil as the cosmos, with precise control. The power from the dual system extreme breakthrough made him feel as though he could evoke the resonance of this abyss with a mere gesture. Beep. Congratulations, host. On completing the optional task, kill the Octopus Beast Emperor. Calculating rewards, based on the total damage endured during the entire battle and final performance. Independent kill, surpassing levels. Dual system extreme breakthrough. Calculating excess energy feedback. Energy has been infused. Reward. 1 special extraction opportunity. Would you like to extract immediately? The system's prompt chimed in. But Lin Fan remained unfazed, his attention drawn to an anomalous object beneath the silt at the site where the Octopus Beast Emperor's corpse lay. With a subtle movement of his mental force, a dark gray metallic fragment, covered in incomprehensible intricate patterns, was lifted from the mud and fell into his hand. An extremely faint yet ancient and vast fluctuation emanated from it. Beep. Unknown cosmic civilization artifact fragment detected. Contains extremely weak temporal and spatial law ripples and unknown information flow. Resource catalog updated. Acquired unknown metallic fragment. Rating. attempting to analyze surface information of the fragment. Just then, the familiar roar of engines resonated from above the water, as Hong's ancient-class warplane returned swiftly and hovered above. The hatch opened, and Hong and the Thunder God stepped out, standing midair. However, unlike before, Hong held a silver-white device roughly the size of a tablet, flickering with numerous complex lights. The instant he appeared, several indicator lights on the device blazed to life with blinding red light, emitting a rapid and faint beeping sound. Hong's eternally stoic expression transformed into one of shock upon seeing Lin Fan, who stood unscathed yet emanated an aura as profound as the ocean. Along with the slowly sinking corpse of the octopus beast emperor, the intense reaction from the device made his pupils constrict, fixing his gaze on Lin Fan, as if he were truly seeing the young man for the first time. The Thunder God beside him was equally taken aback, glancing between the emperor's corpse and Lin Fan, then looking at the anomalous device in Hong's hand, opening his mouth, yet finding himself momentarily speechless. Slowly, Hong raised the device, his voice carrying an unprecedented gravity and a hint of incredulity. The civilization-level energy and life-level scanner is derived from the ancient civilization relic number 1. It can roughly assess the energy levels and potential of planetary level and below life forms. It has never reacted so to any life form before. His gaze, as solid as substance, fell upon Lin Fan, planetary level peak 9th tier, 5th tier mental force, 2nd tier domain level. Energy purity and total amount indicators exceed the standard. Each word he spoke made the Thunder God's eyelids twitch violently, his facial muscles convulsing. Hong took a deep breath, as if attempting to suppress the tumultuous waves within him, and slowly retracted the device, looking at Lin Fan with an exceedingly complex expression. His tone was solemn as he articulated, "Lin Fan, I have pursued the pinnacle of martial arts my entire life, believing that only the Thunder God could be my equal on Earth. Today, I realize how limited my perspective has been." His voice resonated clearly in Lin Fan's ears amidst the deep sea. "Your strength has far surpassed mine. The title of Earth's strongest should rightfully belong to you. The position of the first chairman of the War God Palace should also be in your hands." The moment those words were spoken, silence enveloped the surroundings. Even the rolling currents seemed to pause for a moment. The Thunder God abruptly turned to Hong, his eyes wide with astonishment. But as he looked down at the unfathomable Lin Fan and felt the earlier outrageous response from the device, he ultimately said nothing, only letting out a long sigh filled with complex emotions, tacitly accepting this reality. Strength reigns supreme. This is the ironclad rule of the martial arts world and the War God Palace. Lin Fan's strength, confirmed by the ancient civilization's device scan, undeniably surpassed that of Hong. This signified that from this moment forth, the dynamics of Earth would be irrevocably altered. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback by Hong's words. He had anticipated that his strength would astonish both Hong and the Thunder God, but he did not expect Hong to be so straightforward, directly relinquishing the position of first chairman based on the results of the scanner. This demeanor and magnanimity instilled a sense of respect within him. He shook his head, his tone calm yet resolute. "Chairman, you overestimate me. My experience is still limited, and my aspirations do not lie in positions of power. Slaying the Beast Emperor was to rid humanity of a threat and fulfill my own cultivation needs. You have led humanity for decades, possessing great virtue and wisdom. This position of first chairman is still best suited for you. I am willing to take the second seat, standing alongside you and the Thunder God to protect Earth." His ambitions were not confined to earthly authority, but rather aimed at the vast cosmos. The title of first chairman, while seemingly prestigious, also bore the weight of endless trivialities and responsibilities that would consume much of his energy. What he needed was time, resources, and the peace to enhance his strength. Explore the system, decipher the star map, and cultivate the newly acquired techniques and secrets. Hong gazed deeply at Lin Fan, as if perceiving part of his thoughts, and after a moment of silence, he slowly nodded. "In that case, I shall temporarily assume the title of first chairman. However, the title of Earth's strongest rightfully belongs to you. From now on, your will shall hold equal weight with mine and the Thunder Goddess, as we collectively shape the future of Earth." This was the highest form of recognition and authorization. Beep. Detection of host receiving formal acknowledgement from the current strongest individual in the world, Hong, confirming status as the true first combatant of Earth. Hidden milestone the uncrowned king achieved. Rewards granted. System permissions slightly enhanced. Technique simulation efficiency increased by 10. Secret technique library basic permissions now allow for the exchange of one secret technique. Reward points, 100 points. The system's prompt brought another wave of pleasant surprise. Lin Fan's heart stirred as he clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Chairman. At that moment, Hong finally directed his attention towards the colossal royal corpse and the metallic fragment in Lin Fan's hand. This corpse must be dealt with promptly. What is this fragment? Lin Fan handed over the fragment. I acquired it from its lair. There seems to be something unusual about it, and I am currently studying it. Hong accepted it, and the scanner emitted a faint glow once more, yet displayed a chaotic array of symbols. Unable to analyze. This is undoubtedly not from Earth. Since you obtained it, you may study it. Should you make any discoveries that pertain to humanity's future, I hope you will inform me. Of course, Lin Fan nodded. Soon, a large transport aircraft arrived under the escort of the warplane, beginning the arduous process of salvaging the two royal corpses. The process was slow, and Lin Fan took the opportunity to immerse his consciousness into the system. In the interface of Gongfa Tuyan, beginner, the Ho Tu Xing Chenju is still being simulated, demonstrating a slight increase in efficiency. In the Mafaku, beginner, interface, the available secret techniques have indeed expanded to 4. With the addition of 1, Lian Shishu, auxiliary secret technique, which consolidates 1's energy fluctuations and breath, simulating a lower life form to evade detection. Requirements, planetary level. With mental force assistance, it requires 80 authority points for exchange. Perfect. Lin Fan, without hesitation, spent 80 authority points to acquire Lian Shishu. This secret technique will greatly benefit his future endeavors. He decided to retain the remaining 20 authority points for the time being and kept the 2 special draw opportunities. After managing these matters, the royal corpse was also nearly fully loaded. The Honghuang-class warplane took off first, carrying the 2 strongest individuals from Earth, returning to the Hongning base city. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was subtle. Hong sat silently, seemingly digesting the changes of the day. Thunder God occasionally glanced at Hong and then at Lin Fan, his expression complex. Lin Fan calmly gazed out at the gradually brightening sky. The chapter of Earth has turned a new page because of him. The accomplishment of slaying the Emperor, the first of its kind, no longer requires debate. Next, he would consolidate his cultivation, explore the mysteries of the system and star map, laying the most solid foundation for venturing into the universe. Hongning base city lay beneath them. The highest global conference was about to convene. This time, he would enter the venue as the indisputable strongest individual on Earth. Chapter 37. The heroes bow to establish a new order. March 6, 2058, 9 o'clock a.m. Hongning base city, the global headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. The once solemn and grave atmosphere today carried an inexplicable weight and a hint of fervor. All personnel moved hurriedly, their expressions filled with excitement and awe, their gazes involuntarily drifting towards the gigantic pyramid structure at the city's center, the War God Palace, symbolizing the highest power and martial strength of humanity. Today, a globally significant emergency meeting was to be held here. Inside the circular conference hall of the headquarters, the atmosphere was stifling, almost suffocating. At the massive round table, 5 tall chairs represented the 5 highest leaders of Earth. At this moment, 3 of those chairs were already occupied. Hong remained seated in the first position, his expression calm, eyes closed in meditation, yet anyone familiar with him could sense that beneath his tranquility lay an unusual undercurrent. Thunder God, seated beside Hong, unusually lacked his usual jovial demeanor. His robust fingers tapping rhythmically on the table, his gaze sweeping over the vacant seats of the council members, carrying a hint of subtle disdain. However, what left all the early arriving dignitaries and representatives of various factions in a state of uncertainty, even restless, was the presence of Lin Fan, who now occupied the position originally belonging to the 3rd counselor, Isi Te, having vanished for months and rumored to have encountered misfortune at the number 9 relic. Clad in a simple black combat outfit, Lin Fan sat upright, his demeanor calm and unruffled, yet his eyes seemed to shimmer with a deep golden light, giving an impression of fathomless depth, as if he were one with the very earth itself. Quietly, he became the focal point of the assembly, subtly diminishing Hong's imposing aura. What is happening? How did Lin Fan come to sit there? Where is Counselor Isi Te? Why can I sense no trace of his presence? He seems like an ordinary person, yet also like an unfathomable ocean. How could the Master and Thunder God allow this? What has transpired? Among the council members, several core members from the HR Alliance, particularly those allied with the Belenas family, appeared particularly grim. Though Vanina Belenas was absent, her confidants displayed expressions of anxiety. Recalling the stern warning Lin Fan had issued months prior, their ominous premonitions intensifying. The 4th counselor, Mo Henderson, from the Lightning Martial Arts Academy, and the former 3rd counselor, Isi Te, finally entered the hall together. Upon seeing Lin Fan seated in the third counselor's seat, they were both momentarily stunned, their expressions instantly darkening. Isi Te, as the foremost mentalist on Earth, possessed acute sensitivity. He attempted to probe Lin Fan with his mental force, only to find that as he approached within 3 meters of Lin Fan, his mental power vanished without a trace, failing to even stir a ripple. Instead, he felt an immense, unfathomable pressure emanating from Lin Fan, reminiscent of the vastness of the starry sky and the weight of the earth, causing his mental core to tremble slightly. How is this possible? ECT's mind was in turmoil, and he could no longer maintain his composure. Mohanderson also sensed Lin Fan's unfathomable aura, his brow furrowed as he looked at Hong and Thunder God, speaking in a low voice. Master, Thunder God, what is the meaning of this? Why is Counselor Lin Fan seated in the position of Counselor ECT? What is the purpose of today's highest meeting? Hong slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as lightning, sweeping across the entire assembly. Each individual who met his gaze instinctively lowered their head. His voice, calm yet imbued with undeniable authority, resonated throughout the hall via the amplification system. Today, I have summoned you all to announce 3 important matters. First, effective immediately, the former 3rd Counselor ECT shall be promoted to the 4th Counselor. The former 4th Counselor Mohanderson shall be promoted to the 5th Counselor. As soon as the words fell, the hall erupted in an uproar. ECT and Mohanderson's faces instantly turned ashen. This was akin to a public demotion. Master, I demand a reason. ECT could no longer restrain himself, rising with suppressed anger. The pride of a mentalist made it intolerable for him to accept such an unprovoked demotion. Hong ignored him, instead directing his gaze towards Lin Fan, his voice suddenly rising, imbued with an unprecedented seriousness, even a hint of barely perceptible lament. The reason is that Counselor Lin Fan single-handedly succeeded in slaying the Beast Emperor Lei Long and the Octopus Beast Emperor deep within the Mariana Trench of the Pacific Ocean yesterday. What? Boom. The entire conference hall felt as though a mental bomb had been detonated. Everyone was left dizzy and questioning their own ears at this sudden revelation. Slaying emperors? 2 of them? Alone? How is this possible? Those are terrifying entities that have plagued humanity for decades, against which even Hong and Thunder God have been powerless. No, this cannot be true. ECT exclaimed in disbelief, his face etched with incredulity. Mohanderson's eyes widened in shock, his breathing rapid. The members of the HR Alliance turned pale, chilled to the bone. They finally understood the source of their ominous premonitions. Slaying 2 emperors? What an unprecedented achievement and display of power. Where's the evidence? ECT fixed his gaze on Hong, unwilling to believe, unable to believe. Hong seemed to have anticipated this, subtly waving his hand. The holographic projection in the center of the hall flickered to life, revealing a processed video clip recorded by the Honghuang-class warplane, the vast Pacific Ocean, where the massive corpse of the Beast Emperor Lei Long floated, its golden royal blood staining the sea. The scene then shifted, delving into the dark trench where the terrifying remains of the Octopus Beast Emperor were being salvaged, emanating an imperial pressure that sent shivers down the spine of all present. Even through the video, simultaneously, Hong placed a silver scanning device on the table, displaying blurred data regarding Lin Fan's energy levels, omitting specific values, only showing a warning alert far exceeding the standard, along with undeniable global monitoring reports of the 2 Beast Emperors' life signals completely vanishing. The evidence is irrefutable. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence. A pin drop could be heard. Everyone stared blankly at the holographic projection, their eyes fixed on the cold monitoring report, ultimately converging on the serene young figure seated calmly at the front. Shock, horror, disbelief, fear, awe, and elation intertwined in the expressions of all present. ECT appeared utterly drained, staggering back into his chair, his complexion ashen, unable to utter a single word of dissent. Mohanderson sighed deeply, accepting the reality before him. Power is paramount, and merit is the standard. Lin Fan's position, even elevated beyond reproach, was undeniable. Hong's voice pierced the silence once more. Based on Chairman Lin Fan's indisputable strength and extraordinary achievements, I, in conjunction with Lei Shun, hereby declare, from this day forth, Chairman Lin Fan is the first chairman of the War God Palace. This announcement did not elicit gasps of astonishment, for all were numbed by the revelation. Many felt it was only fitting. To have single-handedly slain the twin emperors, his strength must have surpassed even Hong. Who else could possibly occupy this esteemed position? However, at that moment, Lin Fan slowly rose. His movements were gentle, yet instantly captivated the attention of all. He looked at Hong, shook his head slightly, and his voice, clear and calm, resonated throughout the hall. Master of the pavilion, I must once again decline this honor. The position of first chairman must still be yours to uphold. To orchestrate the greater picture, I am willing to serve as second chairman, focused on eradicating the monster threat and my own cultivation. A collective astonishment swept through the crowd, taken aback by Lin Fan's refusal of such a prestigious honor once more. Hong gazed at Lin Fan for a moment, perceiving the sincerity and tranquility in his eyes, and eventually nodded slowly. Very well. Thus, Chairman Lin Fan shall serve as the second chairman of the War God Palace, holding an equal status with Lei Shun and myself, enjoying the highest decision-making authority. His achievements will be inscribed in the annals of history, respected globally. Bow to the second chairman. It was unclear who initiated it, but one after another, all the council members, including Mo Han-sun and the bitterly disheartened Yi Si-tae, rose in unison, bowing to the remarkably youthful individual who now stood as the new second chairman at the pinnacle of Earth. The sound of their reverence surged like a tidal wave, reverberating through the hall. Lin Fan accepted this with composure, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, ultimately resting on the pallid-faced members of the HR Alliance. He spoke softly. From this day forth, the global focus must shift towards eliminating the sea monsters, securing humanity's living space. I do not wish to witness any internal strife that undermines the collective interests of humanity. Before he could finish, an invisible yet weighty aura, as profound as the starry sky and as immense as the deep sea, subtly emanated from him. Thud. The members of the HR Alliance and a few with ulterior motives could not withstand this pressure. Their legs buckled as they sank back into their seats, cold sweat soaking through their garments. We shall abide by the orders of the second chairman. All responded in unison, their hearts united without a trace of dissent. Absolute strength begets absolute authority. The new order of Earth was firmly established on this day, following the fall of the twin emperors and the ascension of a new sovereign. Lin Fan nodded slightly and resumed his seat, though his gaze transcended the assembly, fixated on the boundless sky outside the window. The dominion of Earth was not his destination. It merely marked the beginning. The system's cultivation techniques, the repository of secret arts, and the mysterious fragments of the star map within the vast universe represented his true journey. The meeting continued, deliberating the distribution of materials from the fallen emperors and the global plan to eliminate the monsters, yet all were acutely aware that from this day forth, the core of Earth had transformed into a trinity. The youngest second chairman was, in truth, the uncrowned monarch of this planet. Chapter 38, The Birth of a Star. Old friends re-emerge on December 26, 2058, in Jiangnan Bay City, Yangzhou. The biting chill of winter rain tapped against the somewhat aged windows of Minghui community. However, within the Luo family's villa, a warm and exhilarating atmosphere prevailed. Luo Feng, who had been missing for a year and 3 months, had finally returned safely. In the living room, Luo Honghua and Gong Xinlan gazed at their son, who appeared noticeably thinner, yet whose eyes were sharper and deeper than before. They were overwhelmed with emotion, grasping his hands and inquiring about his well-being. His brother, Luo Hua, sat in a wheelchair, his face alight with joy. Luo Feng smiled in response to his family's concern, his heart brimming with gratitude for having survived. The trials he faced within the ancient civilization ruins had deepened his appreciation for his family. However, as he learned about the events of the past year, particularly the news regarding Lin Fan, the smile on his face gradually gave way to shock. Xiaofeng, shortly after you entered, Councilman Lin Fan visited our home, telling us to reach out to him if we faced any difficulties. Luo Honghua reminisced. Indeed, some unwise individuals attempted to inquire about your whereabouts, even considering meddling with the company. But after a single word from Councilman Lin Fan, no one dared to disturb us again. He is truly our family's great benefactor. Gong Xinlan added, yes, and I've heard that Councilman Lin Fan has been making waves these past 6 months, accomplishing monumental feats. Apparently, he has slain some formidable royal-level monster. He is now the second chairman of the War God Palace. His status far surpasses that of Supervisor Zhuge. Slain a royal-level monster? Second chairman? Luo Feng was utterly stunned, a tempest of emotions surging within him. Before he entered the ruins, Lin Fan was merely an emerging councilman, seemingly just beginning his journey in the planetary ranks. How could so much have changed in such a short time? In just 1 year, he had managed to kill a beast emperor that even Hong and Lei Shun could not contend with, and now he held the position of second chairman, second only to Hong. The speed of his advancement was simply unfathomable. Subconsciously, he assessed his own abilities. Through harrowing trials in the ruins, he had successfully passed the death assessment, acquiring the Haitian suit and the foundational secrets of the mental control master technique, Dun Tian. His strength had escalated to the level of an invincible war god, and his mental prowess had reached the pinnacle of war gods, merely a step away from planetary rank. He had thought that upon his return, he would astonish the world, perhaps even catch up to Lin Fan. But he realized that the latter's shadow had already receded so far that even looking up at it required immense effort. An indescribable complexity of emotions spread within him, encompassing gratitude, shock, and a tinge of unwillingness, alongside a stronger drive. Just then, his communication watch buzzed, signaling an encrypted message from Zhuge Tao, the supervisor of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall in Jiangnan Bay City. Luo Feng. Wonderful. You have finally emerged. Come to the Martial Arts Hall at once. The headquarters has issued important directives regarding your appointment. Moreover, Second Chairman Lin Fan may also be monitoring your situation. Councilman Lin Fan? Luo Feng's heart jolted. All right. I will head over immediately. He bid farewell to his family and promptly made his way to the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall. Meanwhile, on the other side of the earth, deep within an ancient, seldom trodden valley on the African continent, a rumbling sound echoed. The entrance to a hidden ancient civilization ruin slowly opened, and a figure stepped forth. It was Lin Fan, clad in a simple black combat suit. Though he appeared much the same as he did nearly a year prior, the aura radiating from him had undergone a transformative metamorphosis. Standing there, he seemed no longer an isolated individual, but rather one with the boundless earth beneath his feet and the heavy mountains surrounding him. A subtle dark golden luminescence flowed around him, a sign that his domain power had reached an extraordinarily high level, nearly manifesting the essence of the laws themselves. His eyes, calm and profound, seemed to harbor the ancient rhythms of the birth and demise of stars, the shifting of the earth. Over the past 10 months, guided by the system and with strength far exceeding the current level on Earth, he had traversed the globe's most perilous locations, exploring numerous ancient civilization ruins, yet undiscovered even by Hong and Lei Shen. Endowed with the extraordinary ability of the damage absorption and enhancement system, he has repeatedly ventured into perilous territories, harnessing the remnants of terrifying mechanisms, energy storms, and even the assaults of dormant guardian beasts within ancient ruins to relentlessly elevate his prowess. A series of system notifications resonated in his mind, marking the remarkable achievements of nearly 10 months of near-masochistic training. Stellar level. 6th tier of domain. Recognition of the law of Earth. Any one of these accomplishments would suffice to crown someone as a genius across the cosmos. Yet, Lin Fan, through the synergy of the system and his own tenacity, has achieved all of them within a mere span of 10 months. His true combat strength now far exceeds that of an ordinary stellar level 1, placing him in a position to challenge opponents of stellar levels 3 and 4. It is almost time to return. Lin Fan lifted his gaze, as if traversing continents and oceans, directing his attention towards the east. By now, Luo Feng should have emerged as well. He remembered this moment vividly. Luo Feng's emergence also signified that the gears of Earth's fate were about to accelerate. The crisis posed by the Golden Horn giant beast may still be years away, but preparations must commence. As the savior depicted in the original text, Luo Feng's potential and character are worthy of investment and camaraderie. With a slight shift, he vanished from the valley without the aid of any flying apparatus. In the next instant, he appeared at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, racing towards Asia at a speed surpassing any intelligent aircraft, silent and swift. The corporeal form of a stellar-level warrior finds traversing the void of space challenging. However, navigating within Earth's atmosphere is a trivial endeavor. In Jiangnan Bay City, at the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy, a grand conferral ceremony was underway. Zhuge Tao personally awarded Luo Feng the badge and attire representing the status of an inspector. Below, numerous high-ranking officials and elite warriors of Jiangnan Bay City applauded, their eyes filled with envy and reverence as they beheld the young, invincible war god on stage. To return after a year of absence and be directly appointed as an inspector is a rare honor. Receiving the badge, Luo Feng felt a surge of excitement. The position of inspector is prestigious and powerful, signifying his true entry into the core echelon of the Extreme Martial Arts Academy. After the ceremony concluded, Luo Feng, accompanied by Zhuge Tao, entered the lounge. Luo Feng, your fortune is truly remarkable, Zhuge Tao remarked, during your absence. Had it not been for Chairman Lin Fan's personal intervention to ensure the safety of your family and his stern warnings to certain factions, it might have been dire. Luo Feng nodded solemnly. I will always remember Chairman Lin Fan's kindness. Might I know where the chairman is now? Could I express my gratitude in person? Just as Zhuge Tao was about to respond, his communicator abruptly rang with urgency. Upon seeing the caller ID, His expression shifted to one of utmost respect and a hint of tension. It is the highest encrypted communication from headquarters. A direct call from the second chairman's office. Luo Feng's heart raced. Zhuge Tao took a deep breath and cautiously answered the call. A calm yet authoritative voice resonated through the speaker, profoundly affecting their spirits and compelling both Zhuge Tao and Luo Feng to stand at attention. Director Zhuge, is Inspector Luo Feng by your side? Yes. Yes, Chairman. Luo Feng is right here. Zhuge Tao responded promptly, directing the camera towards Luo Feng. Upon seeing Lin Fan's image on the screen, which remained familiar, yet bore eyes deeper than the cosmos and more substantial than the earth, Luo Feng did not dare to act casually and respectfully bowed. Luo Feng pays respects to the second chairman. Thank you for your protection over the past year. Lin Fan smiled gently, as if a spring breeze had melted the frost, alleviating the invisible pressure. No need for excessive formalities. Luo Feng, congratulations on successfully passing the relic trial and significantly enhancing your strength. The titles of Invincible War God and Inspector are well-deserved. His tone was calm, akin to addressing an equal friend, leaving Luo Feng both startled and honored. I am delighted to see you emerge, Lin Fan continued. Earth faces numerous challenges ahead, and talents like you are greatly needed. Reinforcing your cultivation should pose no difficulty for you. Should you have any queries regarding your training, feel free to contact me through this line at any time. A tremor coursed through Luo Feng, not solely due to Lin Fan's words of encouragement, but also because he had subtly acknowledged Luo Feng's impending breakthrough as a mental practitioner. Thank you for your guidance, Chairman. Indeed. Lin Fan nodded. I shall return to Hongning Base City shortly. I look forward to conversing with you in person. The communication concluded. In the room, Zhuge Tao's gaze towards Luo Feng had transformed completely, brimming with envy and even a hint of flattery. To receive such clear recognition and promise from the second chairman augurs an immeasurable future for Luo Feng. Standing still, Luo Feng's heart remained unsettled. Lin Fan's return and demeanor instilled in him a clear sense that the dynamics of Earth were poised to shift dramatically with the convergence of these two extraordinary talents. At that moment, Lin Fan traversed the vast Pacific Ocean, a fleeting streak of light, with a destination set on Hongning Base City. The stars have begun to align, and old friends are emerging from seclusion. A new chapter in Earth Saga is about to unfold. Chapter 39, The Fog Island Assassination. A remarkable bond between flora and fauna on December 28, 2058, in Australia, on Fog Island. This desolate land, perpetually shrouded in dense mist, welcomed several uninvited guests today, disrupting its former silence. Luo Feng, stepping upon the Duntian shuttle, flickered in and out of visibility amidst the fog, his mental prowess scanning the terrain below with precision. According to the vague hints provided by Chairman Lin Fan before his departure, this place seemed to conceal an opportunity to aid him in breaking through to planetary level. Chairman Lin Fan's deliberate mention of this location holds significant meaning. Luo Feng pondered, delving deeper into his exploration. Unbeknownst to him, a distance away, within the mist, several pairs of greedy and murderous eyes had already locked onto him. Confirmed, only Luo Feng is present. Chairman Lin Fan is not nearby. A low voice resonated through the communicator. Good. An opportunity like this is rare. Venina has invested heavily to arrange our strike. We must not fail. Another chilling voice responded. The leader was none other than Li Yao, clad in the coveted Black God suit, his eyes venomous like a viper. Accompanying him were 3 seasoned War God-level warriors from the HR Alliance's underworld, one of whom was even a mental practitioner. In a bid for revenge against Luo Feng, and to seize the coveted Black God suit that every War God coveted, Venina spared no expense, leveraging the HR Alliance's resources to orchestrate this assassination attempt. Just as Luo Feng landed beside an ostensibly ordinary lake, keenly sensing the surrounding environment, the command was issued: attack. With Li Yao's decree, 3 figures shot forth like phantoms from 3 different directions, their violent primal energy assaults tearing through the mist, targeting Luo Feng's vital points. Simultaneously, the hidden mental practitioner launched a surprise attack, several poisoned daggers silently aimed at the back of Luo Feng's head and spine. An ambush, a sudden and lethal trap. Luo Feng's hair stood on end, the sensation of imminent peril crashing upon him. He instinctively activated the Duntiansuo, honed through life and death trials in the ruins. The Duntianshi surged forth, radiating a dazzling light as it allowed him to narrowly evade most attacks. Yet, he still felt a sharp blade graze his shoulder, instantly staining his combat suit with blood. In a panic, he managed to deflect the toxic blade of the spirit telepath using a flying knife, but a chilling mental shock pierced through his consciousness. Li Yao, it's you. Luo Feng recognized the assailant, his eyes ablaze with fury. He had not anticipated such reckless audacity from his opponent. Daring to orchestrate such an intense assassination despite Chairman Lin Fan's explicit warning. You little bastard. Today marks your demise. Without Lin Fan to protect you, what are you worth? Li Yao's face twisted in rage as he wielded dual blades, launching a furious assault alongside two other formidable warriors, akin to a tempest unleashed upon Luo Feng. The spirit telepath remained in the distance, continuously disrupting and launching sneak attacks. Luo Feng found himself in a bitter struggle. Although he was an invincible warrior, equipped with the Dantian Suo and the mastery of secret techniques, he was overwhelmed by the coordinated assault of four seasoned experts, including a prepared spirit telepath of equal rank. He quickly fell into an absolute disadvantage, barely managing to hold on through the agility of the Dantian Suo and the unpredictability of his flying knives, each moment fraught with peril. This cannot continue. Gritting his teeth, Luo Feng struggled to defend himself while attempting to call for external assistance. However, he soon discovered that his adversaries possessed a powerful signal jamming device. Do not waste your efforts. No one can save you today. Li Yao laughed maniacally, his attacks growing increasingly vicious. Boom. After a violent clash, Luo Feng was sent reeling, crashing into a dense thicket by the lakeside. Spitting blood, he felt several ribs snap. Yet, as he fell into the underbrush, an incredibly fresh and potent life energy surged into his mouth and nose, even seeping through his wounds into his body. The seemingly ordinary dark red grass beneath him glowed faintly with a reddish aura after absorbing his blood. What is this? Luo Feng was momentarily stunned before he recalled the ancient texts regarding a rare treasure of heaven and earth, the spirit of plants. He had no time to ponder. His instinct for survival compelled him to seize the glowing grass and fervently channel his genetic energy to absorb it. Buzz! A tremendous wave of life energy flooded into him, gently yet swiftly mending his injuries, strengthening his bones and meridians, propelling his genetic energy toward a critical threshold. Even the mental energy consumed in his consciousness was rapidly recovering. This is bad. It's the spirit of plants. Stop him. The distant spirit telepath was the first to notice the anomaly, shrieking in alarm. Li Yao and his companions were equally horrified, never expecting the legendary spirit of plants to truly exist in this location, nor that Luo Feng would inadvertently begin absorbing it in his dire straits. Kill. They could no longer afford to capture him alive, unleashing their full might in an attempt to obliterate Luo Feng instantly. However, in that brief moment, Luo Feng's aura skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. His injuries healed significantly in an instant. Roar. Luo Feng let out a long howl, feeling the explosive power within him, his eyes shimmering with intensity. Harnessing the power of the spirit of plants, not only had he fully recovered from his injuries, but his strength surged to an unprecedented level. The Dantian Suo spiraled into action. He held nothing back, activating the Dantian Suo with all his might. 36 blades, imbued with a life of their own, transformed into a devastating metal storm, instantly engulfing the nearest warrior among the battle gods. The warrior, gripped by terror, tried to resist, but his energy was as fragile as paper against the Dantian Suo infused with the spirit of plants. Splat! Blood erupted. A seasoned battle god was abruptly torn to shreds. What? Li Yao and another battle god were paralyzed with fear. Seizing the momentum, Luo Feng's gaze locked onto the spirit telepath, a precisely honed mental energy spike, infused with the vibrant life bestowed by the spirit of plants, shot forth in an uncanny manner. The spirit telepath screamed, clutching his head and rolling on the ground. Blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his mental core severely injured, instantly losing combat capability. The remaining battle god sensed the impending doom and turned to flee. Nowhere to run. Luo Feng, stepping onto the Dantian Suo, increased his speed dramatically, closing the gap in an instant. His blood shadow battle knife wielding an unstoppable momentum and the energy of the spirit of plants, struck down with a single blow. Thud! The battle god and his weapon were cleaved in two. In the blink of an eye, the tide had turned. 2 of the 3 supporting warriors lay dead, one grievously wounded. Only Li Yao, clad in the black divine suit, remained, his complexion as pale as paper, terror etched across his face as he stared at Luo Feng, who had transformed into a reborn deity, his aura still climbing. It's your turn. Luo Feng's gaze turned icy, his murderous intent locked onto Li Yao. Li Yao's spirit shattered, devoid of any will to fight. Relying solely on the black divine suit to withstand a few of Luo Feng's fierce attacks, he desperately retreated, howling into the communicator. Venina, save me. Notify the Bolinas family. Luo Feng would not allow him to escape, pursuing him relentlessly. Blades and mental weapons rained down upon Li Yao, causing the black divine suit to tremble violently, yet it could not breach its defenses. Li Yao resembled a battered ball. Blood spilling from his mouth, though the suit protected him, his internal organs were severely injured. He knew he would surely die if this continued. With a fierce resolve, he bit down hard, ceasing his cries for help, and instead, with his last ounce of strength, accessed an emergency communication channel of the highest authority, an urgent contact method left by Lin Fan before his departure, which he had somehow managed to capture and record. Chairman Lin Fan, help! Luo Feng has gone mad. He aims to kill me to monopolize the spirit of plants. Li Yao screamed into the communicator, distorting the truth in an attempt to manipulate the situation. At almost the same moment, Luo Feng realized the gravity of the situation. The discovery of the spirit of plants must remain secret, or the consequences would be dire. As he continued to fiercely assault Li Yao, he simultaneously sent out the highest emergency signal for help through his communicator to Lin Fan and the headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts School. Attaching a brief message, Wudao Island, under attack, discovered a large number of spirits of plants. Urgent response needed. 2 distress signals, 1 false, 1 true, 1 malicious, 1 benevolent, simultaneously emanated from Wudao Island, racing toward the 2 pinnacle powerhouses on Earth. In Hongning Bay City, headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts School, Lin Fan and Hong, who were in quiet meditation, received the urgent communication from Wudao Island almost simultaneously. Upon hearing the phrase large number of spirits of plants, a fierce glint ignited in Lin Fan's eyes. Spirits of plants? Wudao Island? Indeed. He vanished from the meditation chamber in an instant. Meanwhile, upon receiving the urgent message from Luo Feng relayed by the headquarters, Hong's body quivered, especially at the mention of the spirits of plants. Even he, with his tranquil demeanor, felt a tremendous ripple within him. The next moment, 2 colossal ancient-grade intelligent warplanes soared from Hongning Bay City, ripping through the sky at breakneck speed toward the distant Wudao Island in Australia. A storm ignited by the spirits of plants swiftly engulfed the highest echelons of the globe. Chapter 40. Tendril crystals bewitching the world. The starship first reveals the trace of the fallen ink. December 28, 2058, afternoon. Over Wudao Island, Australia. The 2 ancient-grade intelligent warplanes tore through the clouds almost simultaneously, suddenly hovering mid-air. The hatches opened, and Lin Fan and Hong appeared in the sky, their formidable auras enveloping the island below. The sight beneath them moved even these seasoned warriors. The once fog-shrouded desolate island, though still enshrouded in mist, now reveals areas of vegetation radiating an astonishing vitality. Various ethereal spirits of flora either conceal themselves in the woods or sway by the lakeside, shimmering with vibrant colors, their energetic fluctuations intertwining to create a dreamlike and resplendent spectacle. In the distance, the sounds of fierce combat and explosive force resonate. Lin Fan's gaze sweeps across the lake area, where he observes Luo Feng fervently maneuvering the Dun Tian Su against a figure ensconced in a black liquid-like battle suit, He Xin Tao Zhuang, relentlessly attacking. Despite the figure's disheveled state, relying on the He Xin suit for resilience, it is evident that he has sustained grave injuries. It is none other than Li Yao. On the other side, a mentalist lies collapsed, unaware of his fate, alongside 2 incomplete corpses of battle gods. Chairman Lin, Master. Upon noticing the arrival of the 2, Luo Feng immediately ceases his assault, offering a respectful salute, while quickly conveying through mental transmission the ambush by Li Yao and others, the subsequent counterattack by the flora spirits, and Li Yao's desperate plea to invert right and wrong. Hong's gaze scans the scene, sensing the astonishing number of flora spirits on the island, and he comprehends the truth. His eyes, now cold as ice, fixate on Li Yao. Li Yao, do you not know your crimes? Seeing both Hong and Lin Fan arrive simultaneously, especially under Lin Fan's calm yet penetrating gaze, Li Yao is paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground as he stutters in his attempts to defend himself. Master, Chairman Lin. It was Luo Feng who. Enough, Lin Fan interjects, his tone steady yet imbued with an undeniable authority, rendering right and wrong crystal clear. According to the rules of the martial arts hall, harming a colleague warrants execution. Considering this is your first offense, your death sentence is commuted. Yet you cannot escape the punishment. All positions and resources shall be revoked, the He Xin suit confiscated, your cultivation shall be abolished, and you will be handed over to the judicial department for strict supervision. With that, he grants Li Yao no chance for rebuttal, flicking his finger. A meticulously condensed dark golden finger wind crosses the space, disregarding the defenses of the He Xin suit, directly piercing Li Yao's dantian. With a wretched scream, Li Yao feels his years of arduous cultivation dissipate like a deflated balloon, his entire being collapsing in lethargy. The Haitian suit on him sloughs off like flowing water, coalescing into a black sphere that soars into Lin Fan's hand. Lin Fan tosses the black sphere to Luo Feng, return it to its rightful owner. Luo Feng accepts it, filled with gratitude and awe at Lin Fan's prowess. Hong expresses no dissent regarding Lin Fan's decision, nodding in agreement. Having resolved this minor incident, their focus swiftly returns to the island itself. Such an abundance of flora spirits is simply inconceivable. Hong, feeling the overwhelming life energy of the island, cannot conceal his excitement. Even with his composure, these flora spirits hold immense benefits for the cultivation of planetary-level powerhouses and can nurture future generations, their value immeasurable. However, Lin Fan furrows his brow slightly, for his perception is far more acute and profound than Hong's. With the aid of the system and his stellar-level realm, he discerns that deep within the island, there lies an even more obscure and powerful life force accompanied by a peculiar sense of summoning. This island is extraordinary. Lin Fan muses. It seems something is attracting these flora spirits to gather, or rather, something is nurturing them. As if to affirm his words, the ground at the island's center suddenly convulses violently. Following this, stout, deep purple vines, adorned with golden, bizarre patterns, burst forth from the earth. These vines resemble living pythons, each stretching hundreds of meters, exuding a chilling aura that far surpasses any previous flora spirit. They writhe wildly, effortlessly shattering rocks, and actively ensnare the nearby flora spirits, radiating vibrant life energy, consuming them. An imperial-level beast. Hong's expression shifts, instantly on guard. Luo Feng feels an overwhelming pressure akin to asphyxiation. No, it is not a beast. Lin Fan's eyes flicker with understanding and mild disdain. It is Mo Yuntang. Unfortunately, the cultivation methods are crude, and energy supply is insufficient. It is merely a low-level juvenile form with limited potential. With his keen insight and system analysis, he recognizes that the Mo Yuntang's foundation is tenuous. Though it boasts the might of a planetary level 6 or 7, its future development is evidently constrained. To him, it is akin to a useless trinket. Mo Yuntang. Hong is momentarily taken aback, having never heard of such a creature. Just then, the Mo Yuntang seems incensed by the myriad powerful auras on the island, and dozens of main vines surge towards the three in the sky like an inescapable net, moving with astonishing speed. Come, this is the perfect opportunity to test my newly acquired Qianchong Feng. Lin Fan's excitement surges. He intends to gauge the power of the cosmic-level secret technique against the Mo Yuntang. Just as he prepares to strike, suddenly, whoosh, 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 several streams of milky white light, emanating energy waves purer and more enticing than those of the flora spirits, shoot forth from the depths of the earth, scattering in various directions across the island. Is that Muya Jing? Lin Fan's gaze sharpens as he recognizes the object. While it may not be of great use to him, it is a treasure for planetary-level and apprentice-level cultivators. Though Hong and Luo Feng do not recognize it, they instinctively sense the unparalleled value of the milky white crystals. The Mo Yuntang is likewise drawn to the Muya Jing, sending out its vines to seize them. Master, though this Mo Yuntang is a juvenile, its potential is considerable. If we can subdue it, it will be a significant asset. It delights in devouring flora spirits and Muya Jing. You might attempt to subdue it with force, supplemented by energy inducement. Lin Fan swiftly communicates to Hong, while he himself loses interest in the Mo Yuntang. His goal is to uncover the source of the Muya Jing and the Mo Yuntang. Upon hearing this, Hong's eyes blaze with determination. He trusts Lin Fan's judgment. Without hesitation, he lets out a low shout, and his light domain erupts. He seems to transform into a black hole, swallowing all surrounding light, and his formidable domain force forcibly suppresses the Mo Yuntang's wild writhing. Simultaneously, with a wave of his hand, he draws several flying Muya Jing and numerous flora spirits towards the core of the Mo Yuntang using his force. The Mo Yuntang instinctively attempts to resist Hong's domain suppression, yet it cannot withstand the allure of the pure energy, hesitating and struggling in its movements. Seizing the opportunity, Hong's powerful will, intertwined with his force, surges towards the core of the Mo Yuntang, attempting to leave behind a mental imprint. Meanwhile, Lin Fan addresses Luo Feng. Follow the trajectory of the Muya Jing. The source lies below. That is where the true opportunity awaits. With that, he flashes forward, diving into the fissure in the earth. Luo Feng, unhesitating, follows closely behind on his Dun Tian Su. They plunge rapidly down the deep fissures, and the deeper they go, the stronger the peculiar sense of summoning becomes. Along the way, they discover several Mu Yijing embedded in the rock walls, which Lin Fan instructs Luo Feng to collect. Finally, over 3,000 meters beneath the surface, they are greeted by a breathtaking sight. A colossal, pitch-black spaceship, ancient yet sleek in design, rests silently within a vast subterranean cavern. The ship bears signs of damage, suggesting it has weathered a fierce battle. Yet it still emanates an awe-inspiring aura of authority and antiquity. The strange sense of summoning emanates from within the ship. What is this? Luo Feng stands utterly astonished, never having imagined that such a massive extraterrestrial vessel lay hidden deep within the earth. Lin Fan gazes at the ship, his eyes shining with fervor. Yun Mo Xinghao. The legacy ship left by Hu Yanbo. Yun Mo Xinghao. Lin Fan slowly utters the name. It seems we have uncovered the true reason for the disappearance of the previous civilization on Earth. At that moment, a voice filled with exasperation and astonishment, akin to that of a child, suddenly echoed in the minds of Lin Fan and Luo Feng. You two brats. You actually found this place. A stellar-class being. How could there be stellar-class little ones on Earth? And two of them. No, the other little one's mental power. Oh heavens. The source of this voice was Babata, the intelligent life form trapped within the spacecraft for 50,000 years, who had finally awaited a suitable inheritor. It was currently observing Lin Fan and Luo Feng outside the cave through the ship's external monitoring system. Particularly captivated by Lin Fan's stellar-class aura and Luo Feng's remarkably compatible mental prowess with the legacy of the Yun Mo star, causing the entire intelligent core to almost short-circuit. Chapter 41. Yun Mo Legacy. The awakening of the starship on December 28, 2058, deep within the Earth, the Yun Mo starship lay dormant like a colossal steel beast, resting silently in the vast subterranean cavern. The dark hull bore the scars of its past, silently narrating tales of fierce battles. The air was thick with coldness and silence, along with a palpable, heart-pounding technological pressure that transcended the ages. Lin Fan and Luo Feng floated before the ship, profoundly shaken by this creation that surpassed earthly imagination. Two brats. You truly managed to find this place. The childlike voice, infused with 7 parts wonder and 3 parts frustration, erupted in their minds, belonging to the intelligent life form Babata within the ship. A first-tier stellar-class warrior? The energy is oddly refined, with a hint of the earthly laws. TSK. What a pity, the mental prowess is utterly dismal, insubstantial, as if forcefully prodded to ascend, potential utterly exhausted, a waste. Babata's sharp tongue offered an unreserved critique of Lin Fan, its tone brimming with disdain. With its discerning eye, it could easily discern that while Lin Fan's mental prowess reached the stellar class, his foundation was unstable, starkly mismatched with his refined energy and domain level, clearly having taken shortcuts, indicating a bleak future in the path of mental mastery. Immediately, Babata's attention shifted entirely to Luo Feng, its voice transforming into one of genuine enthusiasm, even trembling. Treasure. Now this is a true treasure. A first-tier planetary mental master. Solid genetic energy. Most importantly, this mental prowess. Pure, lively, brain domain width of 21. Perfectly aligned with the requirements for the secret method of the Master Soul Seal. After waiting 50,000 years, I have finally encountered someone decent. Luo Feng was somewhat bewildered by this sudden exuberance, instinctively glancing at Lin Fan. Lin Fan maintained a calm demeanor, neither affirming nor denying Babata's evaluation. He understood his own situation. His mental prowess was indeed a product of the system's hundredfold feedback, qualitatively inferior to Luo Feng's innate gifts. His core advantages lay in the system, the domain, and the comprehension of laws. The legacy of the Yun Mo star favored mental masters, which was indeed unsuitable for him. Hey, the one called Luo Feng. Babata's voice brimmed with temptation. Stop looking. That fellow next to you is nothing but a facade when it comes to mental mastery. No future. I am Babata, the intelligent life form under the master of Yun Mo star, Hu Yanbo. I possess unparalleled legacies, directly pointing towards the path of immortality. As long as you take my master as your teacher and accept the legacy, this Yun Mo star ship, along with countless treasures and secret methods, will all belong to you. What do you say? Luo Feng's heart trembled at the mention of the path of immortality and unparalleled legacy. However, he did not immediately agree but turned his questioning gaze back to Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled faintly, transmitting, "This is your opportunity, dare to accept it." The master of Yun Mo star is a peerless powerhouse traversing the universe, and his legacy is most suitable for you. Do not worry about me. Receiving Lin Fan's affirmation, Luo Feng's gaze turned resolute as he respectfully addressed the direction of the ship. Junior Luo Feng, I am willing to accept the predecessor's legacy. Haha, good. A clever lad. Babata exclaimed excitedly. Quick, come in. A silent fissure opened in the wall of the spacecraft, revealing a dim passage. Luo Feng glanced at Lin Fan. Go ahead. I will remain here to contemplate. Lin Fan gestured with his hand. Without further hesitation, Luo Feng stepped onto the void shuttle and entered the ship. The passage promptly sealed behind him. Lin Fan then sought a flat rock within the cavern to sit cross-legged, closing his eyes to sense the surroundings. Though his mental prowess was not as pure as Luo Feng's, the sheer volume of his stellar-class energy and the resonance with the earthly laws allowed him to faintly perceive an immensely profound remnant of laws permeating the ship, which would also benefit his domain cultivation. Inside the spacecraft, Luo Feng found himself in a grand technological hall. Various incomprehensible instruments flickered with dim light. In the center of the hall stood a virtual figure clad in a black robe, with two pointed horns protruding from its forehead, exuding an overwhelming presence. This was the image left behind by Huyen Bo Luo Feng. Having entered my Yun Mo star, you shall be my direct disciple. Babata's voice resonated with unprecedented solemnity. Bend the knee and pay your respects. Luo Feng respectfully performed the ritual of apprenticeship before the virtual image of Huyen Bo. The moment the rite was completed, Babata cheered. All right. From this moment on, you are the sole inheritor of Yun Mo star. Here is a gift left for you by the master. A seemingly ordinary dark ring floated before Luo Feng. This is a spatial ring, containing an independent small space formed by cutting and compressing cosmic space, difficult to create, and it is a treasure at your current stage. Following this, a seed radiating vibrant life energy in deep purple, a shard of dark red with sharp edges, and an ordinary-looking disc-shaped weapon appeared in succession. This is the Mo Yun Vine, a rare plant life in the universe, with immense growth potential. Even domain masters would envy it. Far superior to the one you collected earlier. This is the Qi Han Bronze Mother Fragment, unmatched in sharpness. With it, you could even threaten Hong and the Thunder God. This is the Arc Blade Disc, a mental weapon, though not as effective as the Void Shuttle. You may sell it for money later. Babata's voice carried a hint of pride. Of course, the 289 Muya crystals you collected earlier were merely an appetizer. There are countless Muya crystals within the ship, sufficient for you to reach the domain master level. As for the Haitian set, you have it, so I shall not provide another. Luo Feng received these treasures, his heartbeat quickening, each item exceeding his expectations. Oh, and most importantly, Babata added, the master left 3 bank accounts that can only be accessed upon reaching stellar, cosmic, and domain master levels, containing a substantial amount of wealth, especially the last one, which is enormous. Luo Feng suppressed his excitement as he stored the treasures away, especially placing the spatial ring upon his finger. All right, the gifts are received. Now on to serious matters. Babata's tone shifted. This Yun Mo star ship is an F9 level vessel. Incredibly sturdy, but remaining here is meaningless. I will place it within the world ring left by the master. This world ring is countless times more advanced than your spatial ring, with enough internal space to contain a planet. In the future, the Yun Mo star will be kept inside, allowing you to carry it with you, providing a secure base and cultivation site as you traverse the universe. As Babata spoke, Luo Feng felt a faint energy fluctuation emanating from the world ring on his finger. Suddenly, the colossal Yun Mo star ship outside emitted a hazy glow, visibly shrinking at an astonishing rate until it transformed into a streak of light, being absorbed into the seemingly inconspicuous world ring. The underground cavern instantly became desolate, leaving behind only remnants and faint energy. Lin Fan abruptly opened his eyes, astonished as he witnessed the giant ship vanish into thin air. He could sense that the ship had not been destroyed, but rather collected by a higher-level spatial method. In the next moment, Luo Feng's figure appeared at the location previously occupied by the spacecraft. An auxiliary light brain in the form of a wrist guard adorned his wrist, while the world ring rested upon his finger. He soared before Lin Fan, his face a canvas of excitement and astonishment. Have you had a bountiful harvest? Lin Fan inquired with a smile. Luo Feng nodded earnestly. Thank you for your support, Chairman. Lord Babata has safely secured the spacecraft. He instructed me to convey to you that the spirits of the flora and the Muya crystals of Wu Island are at your disposal. As a token of gratitude for not interfering with the transmission of the legacy, Lin Fan smiled slightly, finding Lord Babata's intelligence quite intriguing. This is your karmic reward, Lin Fan remarked, patting Luo Feng on the shoulder. Congratulations, Luo Feng. From this day forth, your stage shall be the vast cosmos. The two ascended from the depths of the earth, returning to the surface of Wu Island. Lin Fan refrained from taking excessive amounts of the floor spirits, instead selecting only those types beneficial for consolidating his cultivation, along with a modest quantity of Muya crystals, leaving the majority for Luo Feng and the future needs of Earth. With this matter concluded, let us return, Lin Fan stated. As for the incident involving the meteorite star, it shall not be disclosed beyond Master Hong. Understood, Chairman. Lin Fan gazed into the distance, his eyes seemingly penetrating the layers of the earth to behold the boundless starry sky. Luo Feng's path had already been laid, and his journey among the stars was about to embark on a new chapter. The future of Earth, altered by today's events, quietly embarked upon a more magnificent course. Chapter 42, Undercurrents and the Ancient Path of Stars on Earth, within the depths of the Asian continent's Shenanjia. The biting cold wind swept through the primordial jungle, stirring waves of snow, yet it could not penetrate the distorted gravitational field in the slightest. Lin Fan stood bare-chested, beads of sweat and ice crystals dotting his bronze skin, as he hovered above a chaotic expanse of woodland. Within a 100-meter radius, the earth pulsated as if it possessed a breath, a dense, heavy force akin to a soil-colored domain enveloping the area, amplifying gravity by hundreds of times. Countless layers of snow were forcefully pressed into the ground, and the hardened rocks emitted groans under the unbearable weight. This is the result of a month of frenzied cultivation in the periphery of the so-called 31st ancient civilization ruins. He thought to himself. With a simple punch, he unleashed the full power of the surrounding domain. The yellow light, converging as his fist, seemingly slow, created a dull sonic boom through the air, even producing subtle ripples in the fabric of space. Upon impact, there was no cataclysmic explosion, only a meticulously refined shockwave radiating forward in a fan shape, flattening the ground as if caressed by an invisible giant hand, delving several meters into the earth, reducing all flora and rock to mere dust, vanishing without a sound. The application of the laws of Earth had gradually fused into his fundamental strikes. System, display the panel. Lin Fan silently commanded. A faint blue light screen, visible only to him, unfurled. Host, Lin Fan. Warrior level, Stellar level 1, peak. Mental Master level, Stellar level 1, peak. Domain, Thick Earth domain, 6th tier. Law comprehension, Law of Earth, source law acknowledged. Technique, Thick Earth star technique, cosmic level chapter unlocked. Secret technique, none. Permission points, 0. Equipment, 3rd tier force weapon. Star shatter, system permissions, cosmic level. Current task, explore the outer region of the insectoid queen's nest, completion, 87. Task reward, 500 permission points, 10,000 system points. Upon examining the data on the panel, a glimmer of brilliance shone in Lin Fan's eyes. The accumulation of energy from peak stellar level 1 was, for him, who possessed a system capable of absorbing damage and enhancing power 100-fold, relatively straightforward. Over the past month, he had intentionally provoked several formidable king-level beasts deep within Shenanjia, even enduring the attacks of a terrifying ape king of stellar level 3, converting the damage into vast amounts of pure energy, rapidly filling his genetic primal energy and mental power. Had he not deliberately restrained himself, seeking perfection at each stage and prioritizing the enhancement of his domain and comprehension of the laws, he would have likely naturally advanced to stellar level 2 or even 3 by now. His permission points remained at 0. Lin Fan frowned slightly. The cosmic level secret techniques in the system's shop, secret technique library, tantalized him, yet all required permission points for exchange. Completing this exploration task would only yield 500 points, likely sufficient for only the most basic category. He raised his gaze toward the deeper recesses of Shenanjia, where an invisible, unsettling mental illusionary force field enveloped the area. With his current strength, he could only operate in the periphery, without the guidance of the system's task and the thick Earth domain's acute perception of terrestrial fluctuations. Navigating this region would be perilous. The domain lord-level insectoid queen, even in slumber, emanated an aura of dread. Lin Fan felt a sense of urgency. He must elevate his strength swiftly. The Goldenhorn behemoth would not wait for him. It was now late January 2059, and less than a year remained until the descent of the destruction beast god. Meanwhile, in Jiangnan Bay City, Yangzhou, Mingyue Community, Luo Feng appeared at the entrance of his villa, bearing a slightly travel-worn visage, yet his eyes were deeper and more introspective than when he had departed, hinting at a burgeoning reservoir of mental power. On his wrist, an unassuming guard vibrated slightly, and Babata's voice echoed directly in his mind. Luo Feng. Your hometown's base city is rather underdeveloped. However, the energy sensing here is quite tranquil, far more comfortable than in the wilderness. Returning home is certainly a comfort. Luo Feng replied with a smile, though a myriad of emotions swirled within him. Gaining the legacy of Meteorite Star and becoming a disciple of Master Huyen Bo felt surreal. Under Babata's tutelage, his prowess as a mental master had skyrocketed, solidly stabilizing at planetary level 3, with a robust foundation in the mastery of his craft. By the way, Babata, what about Hong and Thor? Rest assured, those two are progressing rapidly, Babata replied lazily. Hong's will is indeed remarkable, and coupled with the foundational techniques of soul forging, his mental amplification is advancing swiftly. His Moya Vine is also thriving, nearing stellar-level strength. As for Thor, his talent as a warrior is undeniable. The foundational chapter of Thunder Prison Blade technique is practically tailor-made for him. Regarding the martial arts cultivation manuals, although Meteorite Star is renowned for its mental masters, the martial arts manuals gathered here are top-tier even in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. I have selected several techniques most suitable for Hong and Thor based on their physiques and insights. They will be sufficient for them to cultivate to cosmic level. If it weren't for the poor physical foundation of Earthlings, they could advance even faster. Luo Feng nodded, feeling a sense of reassurance. The enhancement of Earth's top combatants would bolster their confidence in facing future crises. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Babata, you previously mentioned that there might be other opportunities on Earth? Indeed, Babata's tone grew serious. According to the feedback from the detector, there exists an extraordinarily powerful energy source and illusionary force field convergence deep within Shenangjia. Its intensity far surpasses that of Wu Island and is likely another relic left by an immortal, or perhaps something even more perilous. I advise against approaching it for now. At least wait until you reach stellar level or even cosmic level, when you possess the means for self-preservation. A chill ran through Luo Feng's heart, etching the name Shenangjia into his memory. At the global headquarters, in Hong's exclusive training chamber, within a dark domain, an enormous dark purple vine writhed like a demonic dragon, each lash carrying the might to tear space asunder. The vine shimmered with a cold metallic sheen, its energy fluctuations having undeniably reached the pinnacle of planetary level 9. Hong Jingli stood at the center, his aura merging seamlessly with the Ma Yun tongue, exuding an increasingly unfathomable presence. He gradually withdrew his energy, and the Ma Yun tongue obediently constricted, coiling around his arm. This Ankong Yin Bian truly is remarkable. It has enabled me to resonate with the energy of the Ma Yun tongue to such an extent. Hong mused softly, his eyes glimmering with delight. The secret manual bestowed by Babata has opened a gateway to a new realm, revealing a clear path that transcends planetary and even stellar levels. On the side, the Thunder God sat cross-legged, surrounded by dazzling electric serpents that crackled with explosive energy. A dark purple battle knife rested on his knees, its blade faintly shimmering with lightning runes. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, which seemed to contain the birth and demise of the thunderous world. Ha! What a thrill! The first stage of the Thunder Prison Blade Sutra has finally been perfected. The Thunder God laughed heartily as he rose, casually waving his hand. A slender, violet electric blade flickered and vanished, silently slicing through a specially crafted alloy wall, leaving behind an impeccably smooth incision with faint arcs of electricity dancing at the edges. Hong glanced at him, a smile gracing his lips. Your rate of advancement surpasses my own. After all, I specialize in martial arts, the Thunder God replied, stretching his neck. However, the manuals provided by Babata are indeed formidable. I now have confidence that I will break through to the stellar level within 3 years. Hong nodded, yet his gaze drifted towards the east, as if he could penetrate the walls and see the distant continent. Lin Fan had not been heard from in a month. The place he ventured to was one that even Babata had warned was perilous. That lad is shrouded in mystery, with countless hidden cards. There's no need to worry about him. The Thunder God waved his hand dismissively, though a hint of seriousness lingered in his eyes. As for us, having received such a tremendous opportunity, we must remain vigilant. I have a premonition that what Earth will face in the future may exceed our imagination. The two fell into silence, the only sound in the training room the faint hum of residual energy. They both felt an intangible pressure and the weighty responsibility upon their shoulders. In the outskirts of Shenangjia, Lin Fan had completed today's training and was preparing to delve deeper to fulfill the final segment of his exploration mission. Suddenly, he received a notification. Ding. High concentration of Earth attribute cosmic energy anomaly detected. Resonating with Ho to Xing Chen Jue. Hidden task triggered. Xing Chen Gujing. Task content. Follow the energy resonance guidance to locate and activate the Xingqian Gujing node 03. Task rewards. Unlock portions of Ho to Xingqian Ju cosmic level content with each activated node. Upon full activation, an additional reward of 1,000 authority points and 1 chance to draw a special secret method. Lin Fan paused, his eyes igniting with excitement. The opportunity to unlock the cosmic level content of Ho to Xingqian Ju had finally arrived. He immediately attuned himself to the pulse of the earth, following the faint guidance that could only be perceived under the dual influence of the laws of earth and the system, merging with the rock beneath his feet. He executed the earth-escaping technique and sped towards the depths below. In the dark underground, a path formed of pure earth energy awaited him, shrouded in mystery. Beneath Earth's tranquility, various factions raced against time to grow stronger. Meanwhile, in the depths of the ocean, a pair of cold, brutal dark golden eyes were rapidly consuming and accumulating the power to annihilate worlds. A storm was brewing quietly. Chapter 43. The core furnace and the refinement of laws. Lin Fan descended into the second node of the Xingqian Gujing, drawing upon the earth's core essence to refine his own being. Hong and the Thunder God began to digest the legacy of Yun Maxing, while Luo Feng established a foundational grasp of the mastery. On January 28, 2059, deep within the earth's core, at the second node of the Xingqian Gujing, Lin Fan was enveloped in a rich, earth-toned glow, resembling a brilliant star nestled within the womb of the earth. Following the unseen guidance, he sped towards the second node of the Xingqian Gujing. As he drew nearer to the core, the surrounding rock layers exerted exponentially increasing pressure, and the temperature soared to levels capable of melting ordinary steel. Yet for Lin Fan, who had comprehended the laws of earth and practiced the Ho to Xingqian Jua, this terrifying environment became the optimal training ground. The omnipresent pressure of the earth was absorbed and transformed, serving as the finest honing stone for both his physical form and primal energy. His sixth-tier Hota domain flowed spontaneously, tempering the raging geothermal energy and pressure into a gentle embrace. Just ahead, Lin Fan sensed a change, his speed surging once more. The path ahead opened into a vast underground space, even more expansive than the first node, with energy more tumultuous. At the center of this space was not a crystal, but a pool of dark golden lava that churned continuously. This lava was not merely a physical substance, but a highly concentrated amalgamation of earth attribute cosmic energy and stellar power, exuding an endless heaviness and heat. Each surge triggered violent fluctuations in the surrounding laws of earth. Second node of the Xingqian Gujing, core furnace, prototype. Warning: the energy contained within this node is infused with violent stellar fire and the patterns of the laws of earth, presenting a 100-fold increase in absorption difficulty and danger compared to the first node. Does the host confirm contact? The system's prompt was cold and objective. Yet Lin Fan's gaze burned with fervor. He sensed the perfect fusion of weight and heat, a deeper manifestation of the laws of earth. Confirm. Without hesitation, he flew above the dark golden lava pool, settling into a meditative posture. He operated the Ho to Xingqian Ju to its utmost limit, immersing his mind entirely in the attempt to communicate, comprehend, and absorb the distinct patterns of the laws. Boom. It was as if a star had exploded within his consciousness. Countless mysteries regarding gravity, condensation, heat, and the core surged into Lin Fan's mind. His body instantly flushed red, skin cracking as if to melt, yet in the next moment, it was repaired by the overwhelming energy transformed by the system. Pain and enlightenment intertwined. His Hota domain involuntarily expanded once again, rapidly pushing against the threshold from 6th tier towards the 7th. Within the domain, the simple variations of gravity transformed into illusory lava flowing and the emergence of scenes resembling geysers of earth fire. The temperature soared, as if a miniature stellar core was brewing within. His comprehension of the laws of earth surged at an unprecedented speed. The bottleneck of 2nd-tier stellar level shattered before this torrential flow. His energy level steadily advanced towards the pinnacle of 2nd-tier stellar level. Ding. Hidden task. Xingqian Gujing, 2nd node, in progress. Unlocking degree of Ho to Xingqian Ju cosmic level content continues to rise. On the same day, in Hongming Base City, at the global headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts School, within a chamber constructed entirely of Kaloa alloy, Hong slowly opened his eyes. A flash of brilliance fleeting from his gaze. He gradually raised his hand, where a dark purple Ma Yunting writhed as if it were a living tattoo, emanating a heart-pounding energy fluctuation, its intensity having reached the pinnacle of 9th-tier planetary level. Before him hovered a phantom book composed of energy, densely inscribed with unfathomable runes and methods of energy manipulation. This was the foundational volume of the Ankong Yinbian, the cultivation manual for the Yunmashing lineage shared with him by Babada. Remarkable, Hong murmured in awe. The cosmic-level cultivation methods are indeed exquisite and vast. He felt the long-standing barrier of his cultivation beginning to loosen. With the aid of the Ma Yuntang, he was confident in ascending to a higher level of power in a short period. Meanwhile, the Thunder God, surrounded by brilliant blue electric serpents, crackled with explosive energy. A dark purple battle knife before him thrummed with sound, its blade inscribed with runes of lightning, radiating an unmatched aura of ferocity. The Thunder Prison Blade Sutra. Ha ha, what a thrill. The Thunder God laughed heartily, utterly satisfied with the thunderous blade techniques provided by Babada. He could sense that the path he had been fervently pursuing seemed to reveal its direction within this secret tome. The virtual image of the intelligent life form Babada perched nonchalantly, legs crossed, suspended in the air of the chamber, observing the two individuals engrossed in their cultivation, and smirked. Humph, the foundational skills of Earthlings are somewhat lacking. Yet their comprehension and willpower are rather acceptable. At least the Master's legacy has not been entirely squandered. In the Jiangnan base city, Yangzhou, within the cultivation chamber of Luo Feng's home, Luo Feng sat cross-legged with closed eyes, 6 blades as delicate as cicada wings hovering before him. His mental energy, like invisible threads, precisely maneuvered them to trace incredibly intricate trajectories, sometimes as agile as fish, at other times as swift as lightning, with paths profound and imbued with astonishing cutting power. TSK, Luo Feng, you have made a rudimentary grasp of the basic 312 style for manipulating mental energy weapons. Babada's voice resonated in his mind, laced with rare approval. You're not far behind your teacher when he was at the stellar level. Focus on solidifying your foundation. And in the future, cultivating the Duntian secret method will yield twice the results with half the effort. Luo Feng gradually withdrew his energy, the 6 blades obediently returning to his side and vanishing. He opened his eyes, the brilliance of his mental energy slowly retracting. Babada, I feel my mental energy is growing rapidly. I seem close to breaking through to the 4th stage of planetary level. Quite normal. The dark golden orb in your sea of consciousness, inheritance soul crystal, continues to release energy, combined with the Ning Shun Pian meditation method from the meteorite lineage I provided. It would be unusual if you didn't progress quickly, Babada responded with pride. Once you reach the 6th stage of planetary level, you can begin to attempt to receive the first layer of the Dun Tian inheritance. Luo Feng nodded, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The swift enhancement of his strength imbued him with greater confidence to confront future crises. He couldn't help but think of Lin Fan. I wonder how brother Lin Fan is faring now. Deep underground, at the 2nd node, Lin Fan's breakthrough reached its crucial moment. The energy from the core furnace surged violently, transformed 100-fold by the system, as every cell in his body greedily absorbed this power, undergoing a fundamental metamorphosis. The thick earth domain had finally stabilized at 7th stage. Within this domain, the dark golden lava phantom had nearly materialized, with its terrifying gravity and high temperature rendering even ordinary stellar level 1st stage experts nearly immobile. His warrior level had also firmly stabilized at peak stellar level 2nd stage, merely a hair's breadth from the 3rd stage. His mental energy was similarly on the rise. More importantly, his comprehension of the laws of Earth had deepened significantly. The peculiar mark representing acknowledgement by the laws had become clearer and more substantial within his soul. Ding. Hidden task. Star Ancient Path. 2nd node. Completed. Reward. Thick Earth Star Technique Cosmic Level Edition unlocked to 30. Permission points. 300. Ding. Significant enhancement in host strength detected. Certain new features of the system unlocked. Secret Technique Library Preview function activated. Allows viewing of cosmic level secret techniques and required permission points for exchange. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze ablaze as if with molten earth and celestial bodies in flux. He felt the surging power within him and nodded in satisfaction. Permission points were finally no longer 0. Secret Technique Library Preview? With a thought, he found an additional option in the system panel. Secret Technique Library Preview, Cosmic Level, 1000 peaks, Attack Secret Technique, condenses the power of Earth laws, forming towering mountain phantoms to suppress and strike opponents. Exchange requires 800 points. 2 Earth Pulsation, Perception Secret Technique, deeply perceives the Earth's veins, probing underground conditions, with range and precision increasing alongside comprehension of the laws. Exchange requires 500 points. 3 Stardust Escape, Escape Secret Technique, transforms into stardust, traversing swiftly through the earth and void. Exchange requires 1,200 points. 4 lava armor, defense secret technique. Harnesses the power of volcanic lava to form sturdy armor, combining defensive and retaliatory effects. Exchange requires 1,000 points. More secret techniques require higher permissions or more permission points to unlock. The dazzling array of secret techniques left Lin Fan awestruck, each possessing formidable power far beyond Earth's current comprehension. Yet the required permission points were staggering. The road ahead is arduous. Lin Fan suppressed the impulse to exchange immediately. The pressing priority was to continue enhancing his strength and complete the final node's task. His gaze shifted deeper into the earth, where the call grew increasingly strong. What opportunities lay concealed at the final node of the Star Ancient Path? He did not set off immediately. Instead, he divided a fragment of his consciousness to contact Hong via the internal communication network established by Babata. Hong, everything is going well on my end. I've made some breakthroughs. Is there any unusual activity on Earth recently? After a moment, Hong replied, all is calm. Both Thunder God and Luo Feng have made progress as well. But the tranquility is somewhat unsettling. Lin Fan understood that Hong's intuition had always been accurate. The Golden Horn giant beast was quietly growing in the deep sea, and the time until its outbreak was drawing near. Remain vigilant and intensify your cultivation. Calm is the norm before the storm, Lin Fan replied, withholding the full truth. Ending the communication, Lin Fan ceased his delay, transforming into a streak of light as he sped along the Star Ancient Path toward the deepest part of the earth. The direction of the final node. He had to acquire sufficient power to control the situation before any crisis erupted. Chapter 44, Star Core Resonance and Deep Sea Shadows. Lin Fan ventured deep into the final node of the Star Ancient Path. Drawing upon the source of Earth's star core to refine himself, his strength surging dramatically, the Golden Horn giant beast quietly grew in the deep sea, while Luo Feng and Hong prepared for imminent battle. On February 5, 2059, deep within the core, at the final node of the Star Ancient Path, Lin Fan hovered before an unimaginably spectacular scene. This was no mere cave or lava pool, but an immensely vast underground cavity, at the center of which lay a pulsating dark golden crystal core, approximately 100 meters in diameter. It seemed to be the heart of the entire Earth, each pulse drawing forth vast torrents of Earth-type cosmic energy and celestial power, emanating a terrifying pressure that could make stars tremble. Countless light beams composed purely of energy connected from all directions to this core, sustaining the vitality and stability of the entire planet. Final node of the Star Ancient Path, source of the star core. Warning, the energy at this node is the source power of Earth's star core, extremely volatile and containing the complete laws of Earth and celestial patterns. The difficulty and danger of absorption far exceed the cumulative total of previous nodes. Does the host confirm contact? The system's prompt rang with unprecedented gravity. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his eyes ablaze with fervent determination. He could feel that absorbing the energy here would bring about a monumental transformation in his strength. Confirm. He resolutely flew towards the source of the star core, sitting cross-legged a few meters from its surface. The thick Earth star technique operated at an unprecedented speed. His mental focus intensely concentrated as he attempted to establish a connection with the planet's core. Boom. A colossal sound akin to the creation of the world erupted within Lin Fan's soul. An energy torrent far purer and more powerful than before surged in, carrying with it countless clear laws of Earth and the ultimate mysteries of celestial laws, flooding into his body like a burst dam of stars. Warning, impact of star core source energy, exceeding current bodily capacity limit. Absorption damage intensified 100-fold, system operating beyond capacity. Energy conversion in progress. Puff. Lin Fan abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood, his body surface instantly covered in a web of cracks, resembling a fragile porcelain about to shatter. An indescribable agony engulfed every cell in his body, even shaking his very soul under this impact. Yet he gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, fiercely maintaining the last flicker of clarity in his mind. Absorb it for me. He fervently guided the surge of power, relentlessly impacting the formidable barrier of the stellar level third tier, while simultaneously striving to comprehend the profound intricacies of the laws that surged forth. His thick soil domain involuntarily expanded, rapidly stretching across 1,000 meters. Within this domain, the scene transformed dramatically, no longer mere illusory mountains and rivers of molten lava, but rather a vivid microcosm of celestial bodies and Earth, complete with rising mountains, deep river valleys, flowing magma, and even the faint silhouettes of diminutive stars encircling it. The weight and stability of the domain increased by more than tenfold. The thick soil domain reached the 8th tier, a natural progression. With a crack, the barrier of the stellar level 3rd tier shattered. A torrent of energy continued to flood in, propelling his genetic primal force and mental energy toward the stellar level 4th tier at breakneck speed. His understanding of the law of Earth was escalating at an unprecedented pace, and the soul mark signifying the recognition of the law became increasingly radiant, even beginning to evolve into a more complex form. However, the onslaught of energy was terrifying. Even with the system's 100-fold enhancement, the rate of physical recovery could not keep pace with the destruction. Alerts echoed. Warning. Host body damage at 45. Continued absorption poses a risk of collapse. Warning. The energy from the star core has induced slight fluctuations in the global geospheric veins, potentially stimulating certain sensitive life forms. The series of warnings jolted Lin Fan's mind. The fluctuations of the global geospheric veins echoed the golden-horned behemoth. A chill gripped his heart as he recalled the terrifying creature that thrived in the deep sea by consuming metals. By invoking the energy of the star core, he had likely accelerated its growth process. He must achieve his breakthrough swiftly. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He no longer suppressed the energy, but actively guided more power from the star core into his body, dedicating the majority of the converted energy to fiercely restore his physical form. From destruction to rebirth, his body cycled through continuous fragmentation and reconstruction, with each cycle rendering his cells more resilient, better able to contain power, and increasing their affinity with the law of Earth and the power of stars. On the same day, in a certain trench of the Pacific Ocean, amidst endless darkness and immense pressure, the golden-horned behemoth, now nearly 250 meters long, suddenly ceased its consumption of a sunken nuclear submarine. A flicker of confusion and delight passed through its cold, dark golden eyes. It sensed an extraordinarily pure and immense wave of energy emanating from the planet's core, albeit extremely weak and filtered through the layers of the Earth, causing its bloodline to stir with a slight boil and accelerating its growth involuntarily. It let out a low, joyous roar, intensifying its consumption as its surrounding aura visibly strengthened, nearing the critical point of stellar-level power. In Earth's Hongming Base City, at the global headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Institute, in the underground training chamber, Hong and Thor jolted awake from their deep meditation simultaneously. They exchanged glances, each seeing the uncertainty reflected in the other's eyes. Did you feel that? Thor's voice was grave. It seemed as if the entire planet had trembled slightly just now, accompanied by a fleeting yet heart-pounding pressure. Hong nodded slowly, his expression serious. It's the commotion from Lin Fan's breakthrough. It's too great. He paused, his tone growing heavier. I just sensed through the Mo Yun vine the network of plant life on Earth, and vaguely felt an indescribable sense of oppression emanating from the depths of the Pacific, which is unsettling. Just then, Babata's virtual image suddenly popped up, a hint of confusion on its small face. Strange. I just used the passive monitoring system of the meteorite starship to scan the globe, daring not to actively emit signals to avoid exposure. The energy anomaly from deep within the Earth's core is undoubtedly Lin Fan's doing. However, the signals from several regions in the deepest parts of the Pacific are extremely disrupted. As if something is naturally absorbing all detection waves, even I cannot see through it. Luo Feng rushed in at that moment, having also sensed the unusual tremors and pressure during his training. Even you, Babata, cannot detect it? What could it be? Unclear, Babata shook its head. It could be the special geological environment of the deep sea, or perhaps some unknown powerful life form. But without any active signals emitted, it's impossible to determine. Logically, if there were an existence surpassing the Beast Emperor, I should not completely fail to detect it. Hong's brow furrowed tightly. Something unusual must indicate a hidden threat. Lin Fan had warned before that Earth harbors an unknown immense crisis. We must prepare for the worst. Babata, initiate the most aggressive training plan immediately. Understood. Babata recognized the potential seriousness of the situation. Luo Feng, your second level of Dantian must be expedited. Thor, your comprehension of the domain cannot proceed at a leisurely pace any longer. Hong, double the evolution liquid of the Mo Yun vine. We need to enhance our strength swiftly. The three of them bore expressions of grave concern. Although they did not know the specific threat, a profound sense of crisis had already descended. Deep within the Earth's core, at the final node, Lin Fan's breakthrough reached its most critical moment. His body attained a new equilibrium amidst destruction and rebirth, becoming even more resilient and powerful. The energy from the star core remained immense, yet it began to yield, gradually being absorbed and transformed in an orderly manner. Stellar level 4th tier. His strength ultimately stabilized at the pinnacle of the stellar level 4th tier, only a hair's breadth away from the 5th tier. The thick soil domain stabilized at the peak of the 8th tier, merely awaiting an opportunity to ascend to the 9th tier. His comprehension of the law of Earth reached an unprecedented height, and he even vaguely brushed against the surface of the law of stars. Ding. Hidden mission. Ancient Path of Stars. Final node. Completed. Reward. Thick Soil Star Technique Universal Level Chapter 100 fully unlocked. Permission points 1000. Special reward. Fragments of the Star Law. Beginner. X1. Current permission points. 1,300 points. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, as if stars were being born within them. And the imagery of the Earth's evolution flickered by. He felt the vast power surging within him, far surpassing his previous capacity, and gently clenched his fist, causing the surrounding space to warp slightly. He noted the system's warning information, and his expression instantly turned cold. The Goldenhorn Behemoth was indeed affected. Without hesitation, he commanded, System. Exchange for Stardust Escape. Exchange successful. Consumed permission points 1200. Remaining permission points 100. The vast information regarding Stardust Escape flooded into his mind. It was a remarkably advanced cosmic escape technique that allowed one to transform into stardust, swiftly traversing through the earth, void, and even certain special energy fields. Without a moment's pause, he flickered and transformed into an elusive stream of earthy yellow light, racing back to the surface at a speed tenfold that of before. He needed to return to the ground quickly, although the threat of Nuo Lan Mountain had not materialized as expected due to his intervention. The rapidly growing behemoth in the deep sea posed an imminent danger, capable of annihilating everything. Deep within the star core returned to silence. Yet the radiance of the star core source seemed to dim slightly compared to before. Lin Fan's breakthrough undoubtedly incurred a significant toll on the Earth's essence. Chapter 45. The Special Training Mentor upon Stardust's return. Please, dear family, join the bookshelf and urge for updates, comment, and like. Lin Fan returned to the surface, assuming the role of special training mentor for Hong, Thor, and Luo Feng with absolute strength. The Goldenhorn Behemoth continued its transformation in the deep sea, nearing stellar-level status. On February 6, 2059, in Hongning Base City, at the global headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts Institute's underground special training base, the colossal metallic training ground was enveloped in a tense atmosphere that felt as though it could drip with water. Hong, Thor, and Luo Feng stood in a triangular formation, each having elevated their auras to their respective peaks. On Hong's arm, the Mo Yun Tung resembled dark purple dragon scale armor that enveloped half of his body, emanating energy fluctuations akin to those of a stellar class. Thunder God was surrounded by a tempest of purple lightning, his battle blade buzzing ominously. Suspended before Luo Feng were 12 dark golden blades, his mental energy highly concentrated, poised yet restrained. Their adversary, a solitary figure just returned from the depths of the Earth's core, exuded an aura as profound as the ocean, seemingly unified with the very Earth itself. Lin Fan. Lin Fan, show us your prowess. Thunder God licked his lips, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. Let us witness the true strength of a stellar class. Be cautious, Hong warned succinctly. As the dark domain silently spread, aiming to erode and diminish Lin Fan's perception, Luo Feng's gaze was intense, the 12 blades resembling venomous serpents poised to strike with lethal precision. Lin Fan stood calmly, even refraining from drawing his energy weapon, the Lai Xing. He merely lifted his foot and stomped gently. Buzz. The 8th level of the Earth domain, activate. An unimaginable weight descended instantaneously. Hong's dark domain shattered like a soap bubble struck by a boulder, violently distorting before collapsing. The lightning surrounding Thunder God was forcibly repressed within, his bones groaning under the unbearable strain. Luo Feng felt as though his mind had been struck by a heavy hammer, his mental energy instantly thrown into chaos. The 12 blades clattering to the ground. The expressions of the 3 men turned ashen, their bodies pinned to the ground by the terrifying gravity. Unable to even twitch a finger, they felt as though they were bearing the weight of a mountain. No, the entirety of the Earth itself. This was merely the most fundamental application of domain pressure. Is this the strength of a stellar class? Thunder God struggled to utter a few words. Disbelief etched across his face. Despite their combined efforts, they could not even make their opponent budge an inch. Lin Fan's thoughts stirred, slightly alleviating the pressure of the domain, allowing the 3 to catch their breath, yet they remained ensnared in a quagmire, movement exceedingly difficult. Domains are not to be wielded in such a manner, Lin Fan spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with a resonance of principle. Hong, your dark domain emphasizes erosion, devouring, and illusion. Yet your pursuit of range has overshadowed the essence of cohesion and absolute control. Attempt to compress the domain to its utmost limits. Upon hearing this, Hong's eyes flickered with realization, and he exerted himself to retract the dissipating dark domain, condensing it within a 3-meter radius. Instantly, the area became increasingly dark and profound, with its defensive and devouring capabilities visibly enhanced. Thunder God, your lightning is the epitome of yang and strength, swift and ferocious. Yet, strength cannot endure. Your domain lacks the perpetual cycle and penetrating characteristics. Grasp the essence of destruction and creation within the thunder. Thunder God pondered, attempting to induce a continuous generation of lightning within himself, rather than a singular explosive outburst, the hue of the lightning appearing deeper and more restrained. Luo Feng, as a mental energy master, your greatest strength lies not only in the quantity of weapons controlled and the intensity of mental power, but also in precision, cunning, and absolute mastery. Your basic 312 style merely mimics its form, lacking its spirit. Dividing your attention among 12 blades is less effective than achieving ultimate mastery over a single one. Use your mental energy to perceive, not merely to propel each minute structure of your flying blades, but also the flow of air and energy fluctuations around them. Luo Feng inhaled deeply, picking up a blade, relinquishing the pursuit of quantity and complex trajectories, immersing all his mental energy into it. Striving to achieve the absolute control Lin Fan had spoken of. As Lin Fan pointed out the shortcomings in their training, he meticulously explained the techniques and philosophies of energy, domain, and principles employed by cosmic-level powerhouses. This knowledge far exceeded the current understanding on Earth, with some details even untouched by Babata, leaving Hong, Thunder God, and Luo Feng enraptured. Many of their prior confusions in training suddenly clarified. Babata's virtual image observed in awe, muttering softly, "What on earth did this man encounter underground?" His understanding of the essence of power is astonishingly profound, nearing that of the elite disciples of the young star. In the following days, Lin Fan became the most rigorous mentor. He no longer relied solely on domain suppression, but reduced his strength to a level comparable to the three, personally engaging in sparring. He and Hong competed in the intricate variations of their domains, instructing him on the synergistic combat of the Mo Yun Tong. He clashed blades with Thunder God, guiding the deeper utilization of his lightning. He even allocated part of his mental energy to engage Luo Feng in perilous mental weapon duels, honing his control and explosive power. Under the personal guidance and high-pressure practice from Lin Fan, the trio's strength surged at an astonishing rate. Their understanding and application of their powers ascended to a new plateau. In the depths of the Pacific Ocean, in an unknown trench, a colossal creature exceeding 280 meters in length, the golden-horned behemoth, continued to voraciously consume oceanic minerals and the metals of sunken ships. Its dark golden scales grew increasingly profound, and the horn on its forehead shimmered with a chilling light. Its energy fluctuations having stabilized firmly at the first tier of stellar class, and it was still slowly but steadily advancing. It occasionally raised its head, its cold, dark golden pupils gazing toward a certain direction, Hong Ning Base City, where faint energy fluctuations, from Lin Fan and the others' training, reached it, instinctively stirring feelings of restlessness and hunger. This was a yearning for a powerful energy source that stemmed from its very bloodline. Yet it seemed constrained by an invisible force, perhaps an instinctive feeling of not yet attaining perfection, refraining from immediately departing its deep-sea lair. Instead, it consumed with greater fervor, accumulating strength, awaiting the moment of complete eruption. On February 15, 2059, at the Special Training Base, after nearly 10 days of hellish training, Hong, Thunder God, and Luo Feng reaped tremendous benefits. Hong successfully compressed and consolidated his dark domain. Although its range diminished, its power multiplied, and his coordination with the Mo Yun Tong became more seamless, bringing him to the threshold of stellar-class combat capability. Thunder God gained a more exquisite mastery over lightning. The destructive intent within his blade technique intensified, and he even faintly caught a glimpse of the opportunity for a domain's birth. Luo Feng's mental energy became more refined, the basic 312 style nearing perfection, and his understanding of the first level of the Dun Tian secret technique deepened significantly, enabling him to preliminarily unleash some of its power. "That will suffice," Lin Fan remarked, observing the transformed trio with a nod. "The foundation has been solidified, and direction has been provided. The path ahead must be traversed by yourselves." He flipped his wrist, retrieving several items from the system space, trophies obtained from the Lunar Nualan Mountain Reconnaissance Team, including a giant warhammer suitable for stellar-class use, and some special metallic ores. These items are of no use to me. See if you can integrate them into your weapons or have Babata analyze their materials. The trio received them, each sensing the extraordinary nature of these objects. Thank you, Lin Fan, Hong said earnestly. He understood the immeasurable value of Lin Fan's guidance. I feel like I could take on 10 of my former selves, Thunder God exclaimed, wielding his battle blade with newfound confidence. Luo Feng looked at Lin Fan with gratitude. Lin Fan, I will catch up soon. Lin Fan nodded slightly, but his gaze turned once more toward the east, as if piercing through layers of barriers, perceiving the terrifying presence lurking in the deep sea. The true test is approaching. His voice was low, seized the last moments to grow stronger. With that, he shimmered and transformed into specks of stardust, vanishing from sight, leaving the trio once again ensnared in contemplation and urgency. The speed of Stardust escape nearly caused Babata's detector to lose track of him. Lin Fan did not return to Jiangnan Base City. Instead, he ventured once more into the depths of Shenanjia, where the final potential threat, the Zerg Mother Nest, awaited. Though he may lack the capacity to resolve the matter at hand, he felt compelled to personally ascertain the situation and, with the aid of the unique environment, solidify his recently attained cultivation level. He aimed to strive towards breaking through to the 5th tier of the star level, preparing for the impending ultimate battle. Chapter 46. The Edge of the Mother Nest. In the race against time, Lin Fan ventured boldly into the periphery of the Zerg Mother Nest. Daringly acquiring precious specimens and information regarding the Zerg, the Golden Horned Beast underwent a crucial transformation, while Luo Feng and others conducted their final pre-battle simulations. On February 16, 2059, deep within Shenanjia, at the outskirts of the ancient civilization relics, Lin Fan's figure silently emerged outside a distorted halo. Ahead, the air seemed to wrinkle as if manipulated by an unseen hand, refracting light into grotesque hues. A wave of seductively sweet, yet soul-chilling mental fluctuations surged like tides, tempting him to lower his guard and step into that eternal dreamscape. Warning: you are entering the core influence zone of the sovereign-level Zerg Mother Queen's mental illusion field. Field intensity: initial stage of sovereign level, substantially weakened due to the Mother Queen's slumber. Current soul defense level of the host, peak cosmic level. Risk of erosion exists. The system's notification was cold and objective. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his gaze sharp as a blade. The thick earth domain surrounding him pulsed slightly, emanating a stable and profound essence of law, barely keeping the all-pervasive mental illusion field at bay, though the consumption of his domain was far greater than usual. Truly terrifying. Merely the naturally emitted field of her slumber imposes such pressure upon me. Lin Fan felt a chill in his heart. He must act swiftly. His purpose for being here was not to confront this fearsome Mother Queen head-on, as that would be tantamount to seeking death. Instead, he aimed to approach the edge of the field, gathering any remnants of Zerg warriors or special information that might exist in the periphery, potentially to be exchanged for permission points through the system or for future research on methods to combat the Zerg. At the same time, he sought to further temper his will and domain under the extreme environmental pressures present here. System: initiate maximum scanning, marking the relatively weak points of the field and areas that may contain valuable items. Beep. Scanning initiated, consuming 10 permission points. Remaining permission points, 90. Scanning complete. 3 relatively safe paths marked. Safety coefficient below 17. Faint biological debris signals detected at the end of the paths. A safety coefficient of 17 made Lin Fan's lips twitch. It was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Yet, he hesitated not. Selecting one of the paths, his form transforming into a blurred stream of earthen yellow light as he utilized Stardust escape, cautiously infiltrating the distorted region. Upon entering the core range of the field, the pressure surged dramatically. The mental illusion became strikingly vivid, as if countless beautiful silhouettes, enchanting melodies, and the temptation of supreme power beckoned him, assaulting his willpower. Simultaneously, the surrounding scenery twisted bizarrely, with space seeming to fold and contort, rendering direction indistinguishable. Lin Fan steadfastly maintained his focus, the earth law seal within his soul glowing faintly, aiding him in stabilizing his consciousness. He contracted the range of his thick earth domain to a mere layer against his body, fully enhancing its defensive and stabilizing properties. Struggling against the dual onslaught of illusion and spatial distortion, guided by the system, he navigated through a kaleidoscopic, ever-shifting fog, at times seemingly stepping into a hell of lava, at others finding himself in a realm of frigid ice and snow, all manifestations of the perceptual disorientation induced by the mental illusion. Suddenly, a sharp hiss pierced through the domain, penetrating Lin Fan's mind. From the mist to his left, a vague shadow lunged at him like lightning. It was a Zerg warrior resembling a mantis, over 5 meters in length, with a glossy black exoskeleton and razor-sharp arms. Its energy fluctuations unmistakably reached the 3rd tier of the star level. Warning: encountering a dormant Zerg worker, Tiger Beetle variant. Identified as an activation of the Mother Queen's self-protection mechanism. Lin Fan's pupils contracted. He had not anticipated the presence of dormant sentinels in the periphery. Without a moment to ponder, he pointed his finger like a blade, condensing earthen yellow light, and unleashed a hand strike imbued with the powers of the 8th tier domain and earth law. Clang. Sparks flew. The Tiger Beetle's arm, immensely hard, remarkably blocked Lin Fan's hasty strike, though it was sent staggering back several meters, emitting a more furious hiss before lunging again, its speed astonishing. I cannot afford to linger here. Lin Fan understood that any significant disturbance could potentially awaken even more terrifying entities deeper within, or even rouse the Mother Queen prematurely. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He could no longer hold back. Thousand Peaks. Although he had not exchanged for the secret technique, he drew upon his profound understanding of the Earth law to mimic its essence, instantly invoking the surrounding Earth's power. Though the domain's range had been compressed, its strength soared. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Miniature yet solid earthen yellow mountain phantoms manifested around the Tiger Beetle, a total of 9. They bore down upon it with tremendous weight and suppressive force from all directions. This was a high-level application of law and domain. The Tiger Beetle emitted a terrified hiss, wildly swinging its arms to shatter 3 of the mountain phantoms, but ultimately could not withstand the entirety. Boom. The remaining 6 mountain phantoms converged with tremendous force, pinning it to the ground, immobile, its exoskeleton emitting a painful cracking sound. Lin Fan swiftly closed the distance, his hand descending like a blade. The earth elemental energy cutting precisely at its weak joint, dismantling it entirely, its life essence extinguished in an instant. The entire process transpired in the blink of an eye. Lin Fan quickly stored several of the toughest exoskeleton pieces and arms within the system space, as the system notification chimed. Beep. Acquired core specimen of a 3rd-tier Zerg warrior, Tiger Beetle variant. Permission points obtainable, 300. Would you like to exchange? Exchange. Exchange successful. Current permission points, 390. With no time to spare, Lin Fan sensed further disturbances deeper within, prompting him to rush toward the nearest marked debris point indicated by the system. In the crevice there, he discovered half of a peculiar Zerg skeleton, weathered by time, alongside several dull, oddly patterned Zerg egg fossils. Collection. He exchanged again, garnering 150 permission points. Permission points, 540. Daring not to delay any longer, Lin Fan immediately retraced his steps, exerting all his strength in Stardust Escape to flee outward. Shortly after his departure, terrifying and agitated hisses emanated from the depths of the distorted region, yet soon fell silent, as if nothing had transpired. On the same day, deep in the Pacific Ocean, the golden-horned beast, now measuring 300 meters in length, slowly opened its dark golden eyes. Its scales had deepened further, their edges shimmering with a metallic gleam, and the golden patterns upon its singular horn grew increasingly intricate and mysterious. It opened its massive jaws, an invisible force of absorption enveloping a vast underwater iron mine nearby. The hard or dissolved at a visible pace, transforming into pure energy that surged into its body. Its presence had firmly stabilized at the peak of the 1st tier of the star level, steadily advancing towards the 2nd tier. It turned its gaze once more towards the west, the Eurasian continent, the feelings of restlessness and hunger within it intensifying. The energy source that attracted it, Lin Fan, seemed to have grown even stronger. It emitted a deep, resonant roar brimming with a desire for destruction. With a powerful flick of its tail, its colossal form slowly ascended several hundred meters, yet it seemed to restrain itself, continuing to voraciously consume all in its vicinity. Accumulating for the final onslaught. In the Hong Ning Bay City, at the Operations Command Center, a massive holographic sand table was in operation, simulating the seabed topography of the Pacific Ocean along with various potential data. Hong, Lei Shun, Luo Feng, and the hastily returning Lin Fan gathered here. The virtual image of Babata was elaborating, based on the information Lin Fan brought back, along with the passive monitoring and analysis conducted using partial permissions of the Yuan Mo Xinghao, although we cannot directly lock onto the target. By comparing the global anomalies in metal resource consumption rates, specific energy absorption patterns, and deep-sea fluid dynamics anomalies, we can ascertain that the possibility of the target lurking near the deepest regions of the Mariana Trench exceeds 78. On the holographic sand table, a large red that was marked deep within the Mariana Trench. Its power, conservatively estimated, was at least that of a first-tier stellar being, possibly even higher. Lin Fan spoke solemnly, withholding his recent experiences but providing his intuitive judgment. It possessed formidable devouring capabilities and defensive strength, alongside terrifying speed and attacking power. The expressions of everyone present were grave. A stellar being. For Earth at this moment, it was nearly an invincible existence. We have no retreat left. Hong's voice was chillingly calm. We must locate it before it launches an attack and exhaust all our resources to eliminate it. I will lead the main assault with Hong. Lei Shun tightened his grip on the battle blade, purple arcs of electricity crackling. Luo Feng. You will use the Dun Tian Su to find an opportunity for a decisive strike. He turned to Lin Fan. Your strength is paramount, serving as our last safeguard and mobile force. Lin Fan nodded. I will restrain it in my own way and strive to create opportunities for you. Remember, we may have only one chance. A plan for the slaughter of an unknown terrifying behemoth was tense and unfolding within this command room. Each individual understood that this would be a brutal battle, one that would determine the fate of the Earth. Lin Fan felt the increase of his authority points to 540 and silently thought, System. It is time to unlock the secret method repository in exchange for items that could sway the outcome of this battle. Chapter 47. Lava Armor and the Beast's Roar Shocking the World. Lin Fan exchanged for the lava armor and earth pulsation, further enhancing his strength. The Golden Horn Behemoth finally revealed itself, and its first attack sent shockwaves across the globe. On February 17, 2059, in Hongning Bay City. Within the deep meditation chamber of the Extreme Martial Arts Hall, Lin Fan immersed his mind into the system interface. 540 authority points represented a fortune capable of altering the course of the battle. Faced with a stellar being endowed with terrifying innate secret methods, he had to make the most prudent choice. Secret method repository, cosmic level, 1000 peaks, attack secret method, 800 points. Slightly expensive, and not the most urgent at present. Earth pulsation, perception secret method, 500 points. Area detection, potentially able to pinpoint the precise location of the Golden Horn Behemoth and anticipate its movements. Stardust escape, escape secret method, already exchanged. Lava armor, defense secret method, 1000 points. Over budget, but offers formidable defense and retaliation, potentially able to withstand the Golden Horn Behemoth's attacks. Mountain binding lock, control secret method, 750 points. Strong control, but capturing the Golden Horn Behemoth would be immensely challenging. His gaze lingered between earth pulsation and lava armor. After a moment, Lin Fan made his decision. System. Exchange for earth pulsation. Exchange successful. Consumed 500 authority points. Remaining authority points, 40. A vast stream of information surged into his mind, revealing the profound methods of merging mental force with the laws of Earth, deeply perceiving the Earth's veins, tectonic movements, and energy flows. Mastering it to a high degree could even allow him to sense subtle changes across an entire continent. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan began his practice. With his deep understanding of the Earth's laws and his stellar fourth-tier mental force, he almost instantaneously grasped the fundamentals. He closed his eyes, and his mental intent flowed into the Earth beneath him like mercury, then spread outward with unprecedented speed and clarity. No longer was it the vague sensations of the past. It was as if he could visualize the structure of the subterranean rock layers, the distribution of mineral veins, the direction of underground water flows, and even vaguely sense some deeply hidden monsters. His intent continued to expand, crossing mountains, sweeping over plains, and delving into the ocean. When his awareness reached the Mariana Trench area, a vast, cold, and destructive life energy reaction manifested, as clear as a lighthouse in the dark. It lay hidden beneath the 10,000-meter trench, emanating a powerful energy field that distorted the surrounding environment. Yet the core of its terror was distinctly captured by the earth pulsation secret method. I found it. It was even more powerful than previously sensed. Very close to a second-tier stellar being. Lin Fan's heart sank. However, just as he locked onto the location of the Golden Horn Behemoth, that creature seemed to sense something. Perhaps the probing wave of earth pulsation was too distinctive, triggering its keen perception. Roar. A terrifying roar echoed, reminiscent of ancient primordial times. It was not conveyed through the air, but rather swept across the globe as an overwhelmingly powerful mental intent intertwined with an unknown energy fluctuation. All life on Earth, be it human, monster, or even the vermin deep underground, felt their hearts stop in that moment, overwhelmed by a primal fear. It's here. Lin Fan's eyes flew open, and his figure vanished in an instant. Across major base cities worldwide, the highest alert alarms blared simultaneously. Street screens, home televisions, and personal communicators forcibly switched displays, revealing the suffocating and terrifying scenes captured by satellites. At the center of the Pacific, the seawater roiled as if boiling, and a colossal black shadow broke through the surface, slowly rising. It exceeded 300 meters in length, its entire body covered in dark golden scales that seemed to absorb light, and its enormous, cold, dark golden eyes scanned the world indifferently, while the grotesque golden horn on its forehead pierced the heavens, exuding an aura of despair. The golden horn behemoth had officially emerged. It did not merely rise slowly but hovered above the Pacific with an air of dominance. Its mere presence caused the surrounding energy fluctuations to disperse the clouds, creating a massive bowl-shaped vortex in the sea. A monster. Such a huge monster. Oh God, what is this? Is this the end of the world? Panic instantly engulfed all who witnessed this scene. Even the most ordinary citizens could sense the terrifying power emanating from the image, one capable of annihilating everything. In the operations command center of Hongning Bay City, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. The holographic screen clearly displayed the figure of the Golden Horn behemoth alongside its exaggerated energy reaction data. Energy level, peak first tier stellar. Approaching second tier. Babata's voice was imbued with an unprecedented seriousness, stronger than estimated. Its defensive capabilities would likely surpass those of ordinary third or fourth tier stellar beings. Hong, Lei Shun, and Luo Feng wore grim expressions. The enemy's strength exceeded the worst-case scenario. The plan remains unchanged. Hong's voice was resolute, imbued with a determination to fight to the death. Lei Shun, we advance. Luo Feng, find the right opportunity. Wait. Lin Fan's figure appeared in the command center. I will handle its defenses. You all focus on attacking. I will create opportunities for you. He gazed at the three individuals, his expression tranquil yet imbued with potent strength. Trust me. There was no time for further inquiries, and both Hong and Lei Shun nodded solemnly. Let us depart. In an instant, four streaks of light surged forth from Hongning Bay City, racing at unparalleled speed towards the battlefield of the Pacific Ocean. Above the vast expanse of the Pacific, the cold pupils of the golden-horned beast shifted, seemingly indifferent yet intrigued by the panic of the insignificant creatures below. It casually opened its colossal maw. Though silent, an invisible force capable of distorting space erupted with ferocity. The seawater within a radius of several dozen kilometers, along with countless marine beings and a few exposed rocky islets, was instantaneously drawn from the Earth's surface, forming a gigantic water vortex that was swallowed whole. A massive, transient void appeared in that section of the ocean. This apocalyptic scene was vividly displayed before humanity through satellite imagery, spreading a wave of despair akin to a plague. At that moment, four figures radiating powerful energy surged like meteors against the current, resolutely charging towards the terrifying cosmic beast. Beast, your adversaries are us. Lei Shun's roar echoed like thunder, as a brilliant purple lightning blade tore through the sky, striking first at the head of the golden-horned beast. Hong remained silent, condensing the dark domain to its utmost extent, merging with the Mo Yun tongue to become a shadowy stream of light, piercing directly towards its relatively vulnerable eyes. Luo Feng manipulated the Dun Tian Su, unleashing 12 golden streaks of light that seemed to possess life, attacking from exceedingly tricky angles at the gaps in the scales of the golden-horned beast's neck and joints. A flicker of brutal disdain flashed in the beast's eyes, as it deemed these creatures mere ants. It could hardly be bothered to evade, merely swiping its forepaw. Boom! Lei Shun's lightning blade collided first, erupting with a deafening roar. The lightning shattered, and Lei Shun was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth as if struck by a heavy blow. Hong's dark thrust was struck by another paw, and the Mo Yun tongue let out a pained screech, causing the dark domain to tremble violently, as Hong's figure was propelled towards the ocean at an even greater speed. Luo Feng's Dun Tian Su struck the scales, producing a shower of sparks, yet only leaving a few faint white marks, utterly incapable of breaching the defenses. In a single encounter, the three foremost powerhouses on Earth faced utter defeat. A flicker of boredom passed through the golden-horned beast's eyes. As it perceived its prey to be too feeble, it opened its massive mouth once more, this time targeting the flying Lei Shun. The terrifying force of absorption re-emerged. Lei Shun felt as though his entire essence, his very soul, was being drawn forth, leaving him utterly defenseless. In a moment of peril, your opponent is me. Lin Fan's figure suddenly appeared between the golden-horned beast and Lei Shun. Facing that terrifying maw, he remained composed, bringing his hands together forcefully. Buzz. The 8th-tier Earth domain erupted with full force, summoning the boundless power of the ocean below. A colossal shield, exceedingly solid and infused with the laws of water and earth, rapidly formed to block the voracious force. Boom! The shield trembled violently, cracks appearing in multitude, yet it steadfastly held against the terrifying pull. For the first time, a flicker of fluctuation appeared in the icy pupils of the golden-horned beast as it regarded this suddenly manifested creature that could withstand its casual strike. As Lin Fan felt the overwhelming force transmitted through the shield, his gaze intensified with icy fervor. System. Exchange all authority points to enhance the progress of lava armor. Ding. Consumed 40 authority points. Initial mastery of lava armor achieved. In an instant, a layer of dark red armor, seemingly forged from the molten core of the earth, manifested upon Lin Fan's form. The armor bore naturally occurring intricate patterns, emanating an aura of intense heat and unyielding fortitude. The lava armor was complete. Lin Fan slowly raised his head, locking eyes with the immense dark golden pupils of the golden-horned beast, his fighting spirit soaring. Come forth, beast. Let me witness just how resilient this cosmic behemoth truly is. The battle erupted instantaneously. Chapter 48. Blood Battle in the Cosmos and the Spark of Civilization. Lin Fan, clad in lava armor, confronted the golden-horned beast, while Luo Feng maneuvered the Dun Tian-Su in search of a fleeting opportunity. Hong initiated the Spark Plan, and the global survivor bases entered a state of highest readiness. On February 17, 2059, above the Pacific Ocean, the dark red glow of Lin Fan's lava armor scorched the surrounding air, distorting it with heat. He withstood the terrifying suction of the golden-horned beast, akin to a divine pillar steadfastly anchored in the void. For the first time, a clear expression of astonishment flickered in the beast's cold, dark golden eyes. It had evidently not anticipated that this seemingly insignificant creature could resist its innate power of absorption. Roar. Following a brief pause, a more violent roar erupted. The golden-horned beast was thoroughly enraged. Its massive paw, covered in dark golden scales, tore through space with a shriek as it lunged towards Lin Fan. Simple, brutal, yet imbued with the might to crush stars. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. He dared not confront its full onslaught. The 8th-tier Earth domain rapidly contracted and coalesced before him, while Stardust Escape was executed to its utmost, his figure sliding backward like a specter. Boom! The colossal paw struck the domain, producing a thunderous resonance that reverberated through the heavens and earth. The condensed 8th-tier domain trembled violently, emitting a strained hum under the burden, yet it ultimately did not shatter. Seizing the force of the impact, Lin Fan accelerated, narrowly evading the most potent point of the strike, only to be grazed by the dispersed gust. Puff! Even with the dual mitigation of the domain and lava armor, Lin Fan felt his blood surge, a sweetness rising in his throat. The disparity in absolute power between the peak of 4th-tier Stellar and the near 2nd-tier golden-horned beast remained evident. Its strength was overwhelming. Resistance was futile. Lin Fan's mind raced with judgment. However, in that moment when the golden-horned beast attacked him, an opening emerged. Its attention was wholly captivated by Lin Fan, and as its massive form turned, the relatively weaker areas of its neck and abdomen were laid bare. Now was the moment. Hong and Lei Shun, who had been poised to strike, sprang into action. Hong merged perfectly with the Mo Yun Tong, transforming into an ultimate shadowy stream of light, moving faster than the eye could perceive. He concentrated all his dark primal force and domain energy into a pinpoint at the tip of the Mo Yun Tong, piercing toward the gap in the golden-horned beast's neck scales. This was the culmination of his lifelong cultivation and will, a formidable strike. The thunder prison blade shattered through with the roar of thunder. Lei Shun bellowed, his entire being seemingly morphing into the first thunderbolt of the universe. He no longer sought a grand range, but rather compressed all the purple lightning into the battle blade in his hand, the blade glowing with blinding brilliance. Imbued with a relentless aura of destruction, aimed at the relatively soft underbelly of the golden-horned beast. Simultaneously, the Dun Tian-Su struck heavenward. Luo Feng's focus sharpened, veins bulging on his forehead. The 12 Dun Tian-Su did not disperse their assault, but rather instantaneously combined in the air, forming a whirling, supremely sharp golden drill. He maximized his understanding of absolute control, pouring forth all his mental energy, without reservation. This was a technique from the Dun Tian secret method imparted by Babata, renowned for its extraordinary penetration. The golden drill surged forth, surpassing even the speeds of Hong and Lei Shun, precisely targeting a barely perceptible scar or old injury just beneath the left eye of the golden-horned beast. Ding! Uft! Boom. Clash. The three attacks struck almost simultaneously. Luofeng's Duntiansuo combination drill bit astonishingly managed to penetrate that gap in the scale armor, delving half a foot deep and unleashing a cascade of dark golden blood. Hong's Maoyun Vine thorns viciously pierced the seam of the neck scales as the dark original power frantically eroded. The thunderous blade of the Thunder God carved a profound, charred gash across the abdominal scales, wreaking havoc with its thunderous might. A deafening roar erupted from the golden-horned behemoth, the first cry of agony since the battle began. Its colossal form twisted violently, dark golden blood seeping from the wounds at its neck and beneath its eyes. It violently swung its head and tail, the terrifying force instantly sending Hong, the Thunder God, and Luofeng hurtling backward, blood spraying forth as if they were kites severed from their strings. Luofeng's Duntiansuo was also forcefully scattered. It was injured. Although merely a flesh wound, it had ultimately breached its defenses. This drove it into a complete frenzy. Those cold, icy pupils transformed into a blood-red hue. It fixated on Luofeng, the one who first inflicted pain upon its eye, its massive maw opening once more. This time not merely to devour, but to gather a disquieting dark golden radiance. A wave of destructive energy surged ominously. This is bad. Energy attack. Luofeng, evade quickly. Lin Fan's expression changed drastically. He could feel the power within that orb of light, potent enough to vaporize an ordinary stellar-class entity in an instant. At this moment, Luofeng was exhausted, his mental force shaken from the previous full-force strike, rendering him unable to dodge swiftly. In a critical moment, Lin Fan stood resolutely in front. He thrust both hands forward. The Earth Resonance Nine Peaks Guardian. The endless ocean beneath roared, as the immense water vapor and earth power were forcibly extracted, melding the laws of Earth with the power of stars, instantly constructing 9 colossal shields adorned with earthy yellow and dark red patterns before him. One after another, they stacked upon each other. Simultaneously, the molten armor on his body radiated brightly, the searing heat instantly evaporating the surrounding rainwater. Boom! A dark golden destructive beam, exceeding 10 meters in diameter, erupted from the golden-horned behemoth's mouth, instantly engulfing Lin Fan's figure. The first shield held for 0.01 seconds before shattering. The second shield lasted 0.005 seconds before breaking. The third and fourth shields fell to the relentless onslaught of the dark golden beam, which shattered 8 shields in succession with overwhelming ferocity. Although its speed slightly diminished, its power remained terrifyingly formidable. Ultimately, it slammed against the 9th shield and Lin Fan, who had crossed his arms in defense. The molten armor pushed to its limits. Boom! It resonated like an ancient bell. The 9th shield exploded violently. Lin Fan's figure was sent crashing down like a meteor into the ocean, creating towering waves. The sea surface was left with a massive depression, unable to close for an extended period. Lin Fan, Luofeng, Hong, and the Thunder God were filled with anguish. Hongming Base City, Global Combat Command Center. Everyone watching this scene via satellite felt their hearts leap into their throats. Bobata's virtual image flickered rapidly. Energy impact peak at Stellar Class Level 4. Lin Fan's defense barely held. Life signals fluctuated sharply, but did not vanish. They were rapidly repairing, just as everyone exhaled in relief. Warning! Warning! The energy reaction within the Golden-Horned Behemoth surged sharply again. A second energy attack is expected in 30 seconds. Predicted intensity at Stellar Class Level 5. Bobata's frantic voice echoed once more. Stellar Class Level 5. This would be a catastrophic blow. Lin Fan, who had just barely withstood a Stellar Class Level 4 attack, could not possibly endure another. Though Hong appeared battered, he immediately used the communicator to issue a command to the world with unprecedented gravity and determination. I am Hong. I command the Spark Plan. Initiate immediately. All survivor bases. Maximum defense level. Humanity's civilization must not be extinguished here. The moment the command was issued, across the globe, in the deepest sanctuaries of all major survivor bases, heavy alloy gates began to descend slowly. The chosen sparks, including elites from various fields, scientists, young warriors, and countless embryos and genetic banks, were urgently escorted into the deepest protective units. All energy supplies prioritized the protection field. A solemn and resolute atmosphere enveloped every base. This was the plan to preserve the last hope for civilization. Deep in the Pacific Ocean, 10,000 meters beneath the surface, Lin Fan lay on the cold seabed. Racked with pain, his molten armor dim and fissured. The terrifying impact nearly shattered his original power. Body damage at 65. Absorbing impact energy to convert into 100-fold repair energy. Permission points, 50, for successfully withstanding a high-intensity energy attack and protecting teammates. Current permission points, 150. The system's prompt echoed ceaselessly. Not enough. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, struggling to rise. He could sense the even more terrifying destructive energy gathering above. System. Exchange all permission points for the comprehension time of the Qianchong Feng attack secret method. Exchange successful. Consumed 150 permission points. Remaining permission points, 0. Beginning infusion of Qianchong Feng profundity, the vast secret method surged into his mind, rapidly merging and evolving with his own laws of earth and stars. Simultaneously, he laboriously raised his hand, revealing a fragment radiating a faint glow. Imbued with the peculiar fluctuations of the star law, this was the reward obtained upon completing the Star Core origin task, Star Law Fragment, Primary. It was now or never. A glint of madness flashed in Lin Fan's eyes as he unhesitatingly pressed the fragment against his forehead, merging it into the profound mark of the Earth Law deep within his soul. Buzz. His soul seemed to explode. His comprehension of the Star Law surged at an unprecedented speed. Although merely a primary fragment, it opened a new door for him at this moment. Earth carries the stars. The stars are also the Earth. The two laws began to merge at a fundamental level. Above the sea surface, the dark golden beam in the golden-horned behemoth's mouth had coalesced to its zenith, poised to erupt once more. Lin Fan suddenly rose from the seabed. His aura not only restored but transformed into something even deeper and more profound. The shattered molten armor repaired instantaneously, with brilliant star-like spots appearing upon it. He gazed upwards, his vision penetrating the 10,000 meters of seawater, locking onto the rampaging behemoth. He slowly raised both hands, and the entire ocean floor of the Pacific began to rumble. Chapter 49, Star Law Prison and Beast King as Concealment. Lin Fan fused the Star Law, creating the Star Law Prison to severely wound the golden-horned behemoth. Hong and the Thunder God broke through in battle, while Luo Feng glimpsed an opportunity for inheritance. The behemoth was gravely injured, granting the world a momentary respite. February 17, 2059. 10,000 meters beneath the Pacific Ocean. Lin Fan's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. The originally heavy and profound earthy yellow radiance suddenly burst forth with countless brilliant star-like points. The solidity of the Earth Law and the vastness of the Star Law began to merge in a manner unprecedented. The mark of the law at his forehead, fused with the Star Law fragment, shone brightly, as if it opened a pathway connecting to the distant starry sky. The immense star power surged across infinite space, disregarding the barrier of 10,000 meters of seawater, flooding into his body, perfectly integrating with his Earth-based original power and mental force. Ding. Star Law Fragment Fusion successful. Comprehension of the Star Law elevated to preliminary mastery. Ding. Initial fusion of the Earth Law and Star Law has produced an unknown transformation. The Hotu Xingchen Ju operates automatically, optimizing itself. Ding. The host has achieved a temporary breakthrough in combat, elevating their power to the 5th tier of stellar level. Based on the fusion of laws, a sense of unprecedented strength floods Lin Fan's entire being, as if every cell within him transforms into a minuscule star, brimming with explosive energy. The dark red patterns on his molten lava armor are replaced by glimmers of starlight, evolving into an even more formidable armor that combines the defensive might of the earth with the power of the stars. Above the sea, the dark golden beam of destruction emanating from the golden-horned behemoth has been condensed to its utmost limit. The terrifying energy fluctuations at the 5th tier of stellar level distort the entire sky, ready to erupt once more, targeting the recently recuperated Hong, Thunder God, and Luo Feng. Beast, do not act so recklessly. Lin Fan bellows, his voice crashing like a tidal wave, pushing aside the layers of seawater. He propels himself off the seabed, transforming into an arrow entwined with the light of the galaxy, breaking through the surface of the water and boldly positioning himself between the golden-horned behemoth and his companions. With his hands clasped before his chest, the earthy glow and brilliant starlight converge violently. With this fusion of laws, I shall seal you. Stars, seal the abyss. Accompanied by Lin Fan's roar, an immense mountain, half real and half illusory, materializes out of thin air. Yet this mountain is unlike any previous manifestation. It glimmers with a dark golden metallic sheen, its surface adorned with heavy patterns of earth laws, interspersed with sparkling stars, resembling a cosmic nebula forcibly condensed into the form of a mountain. As the star-sealing abyss peak emerges, the surrounding space appears to solidify. A terrifying essence, originating from the very core of the universe, pervades the atmosphere, possessing a weight that transcends the material realm, directly impacting space and souls. This is Lin Fan's most powerful strike, a unique creation born from the fusion of two great laws and his newfound understanding of the Qian's Hongfeng secret technique. Unleashed under immense pressure. In the blood-red pupils of the golden-horned behemoth, fear manifests for the first time. It senses a lethal threat emanating from the extraordinary mountain hurtling towards it and instinctively seeks to halt its energy discharge and evade. However, it is too late. The speed of the star-sealing abyss peak surpasses its reaction threshold. Boom. The star-sealing abyss peak crashes solidly, without any embellishment, onto the behemoth's head. Time seems to freeze at that moment. Immediately, the sickening sounds of cracking scales and bones resonate intensely. The golden-horned behemoth emits the most anguished and heart-wrenching howl since the battle began. Its incredibly tough head, capable of withstanding ordinary stellar-level attacks, shatters extensively and collapses inward. Dark golden blood pours forth like a waterfall from the fissures in its cracked scales, and even its menacing golden horn shows signs of minute fractures. The colossal body is sent tumbling backward by this irresistible force, crashing heavily into the Pacific Ocean and creating waves that soar 1,000 meters high. Silence envelopes the world. Everyone watching this scene through satellite footage is left in stunned disbelief, gazing at the golden-horned behemoth that has been sent flying by a single strike, as well as the figure, aglow with starlight, resembling a god of war. Did it succeed? Thunder God clutches his chest, blood trickling from his lips. Yet his eyes blaze with ecstasy. He has broken through again. Hong watches in shock at Lin Fan's newly fused armor of star power and the terrifying might of that strike. Luo Feng feels his spirit stirred. Lin Fan's strike, merging the laws, opens a new door to him, granting him a vague understanding of laws and power. However, just as everyone believes victory is assured, a sharp voice erupts in their minds. No, it is merely injured. Babata warns. It is attempting to escape, as if to validate Babata's words. The bloodstained sea below suddenly erupts. The enormous, nearly deformed head of the golden-horned behemoth rises awkwardly into the air, its form a picture of distress. Yet it does not launch another attack. Its shattered, bloodied eyes are filled with fury, pain, and a glimmer of cunning and fear. It fixates its gaze on Lin Fan, as if etching the image of this diminutive being that has wounded it deep into its soul. Then, it emits an unwilling roar, a strange black mist enveloping its massive body as it swiftly pivots, transforming into a vague shadow and fleeing at a breathtaking speed toward the depths of the Mariana Trench. It has escaped. Pursue. Thunder God bellows, ready to charge forward. Do not chase. Hong grabs him firmly, his expression grave. The deep sea is its domain. We are in no condition to recklessly pursue. It is too dangerous. Lin Fan gently descends from the air, the starlight surrounding him gradually retracting, his face slightly pale. That last strike nearly exhausted most of his newly acquired strength, and maintaining the fusion of laws is not sustainable for long. Hong is correct. Lin Fan gazes at the sea where the golden-horned behemoth vanished, speaking solemnly. It has sustained heavy injuries and should not dare to emerge again for a while. But we too require time to recover and grow stronger. Through this battle, they have come to truly recognize the terrifying vitality and resilience of the cosmic behemoth. Just then, Hong and Thunder God's auras suddenly fluctuate violently. Hong's dark domain involuntarily expands, becoming deeper and more introspective, as if genuine black holes are forming within it. His original power breaks through its bottleneck, reaching the 9th tier of planetary level, following the high pressure and observing Lin Fan's application of the laws. The Mo Yunvine rejoices, its aura surging correspondingly. Thunder God's purple lightning dances wildly around him, ultimately coalescing into tangible purple lightning patterns that cover his skin. A formidable blade intent domain begins to take shape, albeit still faint, but undeniably a manifestation of domain power. His cultivation has also risen to the pinnacle of the 8th tier of planetary level. Lin Fan observes the consecutive breakthroughs of his companions, recalling Lin Fan's earth-shattering strike. His eyes filled with desire and resolve. He clenches his fists, his consciousness sinking into the dark golden sphere within his sea of consciousness, the inheritance soul crystal. He senses that his opportunity to break through to the 6th tier of planetary level and accept the Duntian secret inheritance is drawing near. Across the globe, those who witnessed the retreat of the golden-horned behemoth through satellite imagery erupt into thunderous cheers after a brief silence. We won. We have triumphed. Lin Fan, the god of war. Long live Earth. Waves of joy sweep through every corner. Yet, the higher-ups remain vigilant. In the command center, Hong's voice remains calm. Order. Maintain the Ember plan at a level 2 readiness status. Do not deactivate unless absolutely necessary. Globally, prioritize the restoration of war facilities and gather all resources that can enhance martial prowess. He looks toward Lin Fan, Thunder God, and Luo Feng. We have merely gained a moment's respite. It is not dead. When it reappears, it will undoubtedly be even more terrifying. Lin Fan nods, his gaze once more cast toward the unfathomable trench. We need a plan that can utterly eradicate it. He silently adds within his heart, perhaps Luo Feng's opportunity is the key. While the crisis of the cosmic behemoth is temporarily averted, shadows still loom over the globe. Humanity, having endured a harrowing baptism, seizes this precious moment of respite to amass strength for the ultimate confrontation. Chapter 50. The Eternal Stars and the Opportunity for Seizing the Body on February 17, 2059, high above the Pacific Ocean. Lin Fan unleashed a formidable strike known as the Starry Prison, a synthesis of the laws of stars and earth. Though it severely injured the golden-horned giant beast, shattering its head and cracking its horn, it ultimately failed to obliterate the life core hidden deep within its heart. The giant beast, having suffered unprecedented damage, was overwhelmed by pain and rage, drowning out its rationality. In its shattered eyes, only the primal desire for destruction remained, fixating on Lin Fan, who was temporarily exhausted in midair from his tremendous effort. Despite the horrific injury to its head, it summoned the last remnants of its primal power with a reckless determination. Its cracked golden horn suddenly radiated a blinding, dark golden light, as an even more terrifying and concentrated destructive energy surged forth, far surpassing its previous devouring power. This was no mere energy discharge. It was a talent's secret method of the golden-horned giant beast, a devastating ray born from the burning of its bloodline essence. Its power approached the 6th tier of stellar classification. Lin Fan, quick dodge. Hong's urgent voice echoed as he and Lei Shen struggled against their injuries to intervene. However, the speed and might of this strike exceeded their capacity to intervene. Before the ray was even unleashed, its terrifying pressure had already solidified the space, pinning Lin Fan in place, leaving no escape. Feeling the overwhelming force capable of annihilating a 5th-tier stellar being in an instant, Lin Fan's pupils constricted. There was no way to evade, to withstand it. Even with the starry armor and an 8th-tier domain, he would surely be gravely injured or even obliterated. In a flash of desperation, a frenzied thought crossed his mind. System, prepare maximum power. Absorb all damage. He chose not to defend, but, in the horrified gazes of Hong, Lei Shen, and Luo Feng, he abruptly spread his arms wide, the radiance of his starry armor and domain rapidly retracting, as if he were willingly embracing the death ray. No. Luo Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. The next moment, roar. The golden-horned giant beast released its final roar, a ray of dark golden light. Refined to perfection and as slender as an arm, yet seemingly capable of piercing through stars, erupted forth from the tip of its horn, instantly traversing space to strike Lin Fan's chest. Boom. The destructive energy enveloped Lin Fan in an instant. However, the anticipated scene of Lin Fan being vaporized did not materialize. As the terrifying ray collided with Lin Fan's chest, it seemed to encounter an unfathomable black hole, with its wild and unparalleled destructive energy being absorbed in a manner beyond comprehension. Ding. Detected an ultra-high intensity destructive energy impact, exceeding current tolerance limit. Absorbing damage. 100-fold enhancement system operating in overdrive. Energy conversion in progress. Energy conversion in progress. Host genetic primal energy rapidly ascending. Energy conversion in progress. Mental power rapidly increasing. Energy conversion in progress. Physical strength undergoing rapid transformation. Energy conversion in progress. Comprehension of laws accelerating analysis. Warning. Host body is on the verge of collapse. System forcibly guiding energy impact bottleneck. Lin Fan's body became a battlefield, his skin cracking with each inch, blood seeping out only to be vaporized. Yet in the next moment, vast life energy converted by the system forcefully repaired him. The agony intertwined with the exhilaration of power surging upward drove him to the brink of madness. His aura, instead of waning amidst this baptism of destruction, soared at a terrifying pace. The barrier of peak 4th-tier stellar classification was effortlessly torn apart by the overwhelming energy surge derived from the golden-horned giant beast. 5th-tier stellar classification. And the momentum did not abate, continuing its advance toward even greater heights. The destructive ray persisted for a full 3 seconds. For Lin Fan, those 3 seconds felt like 3 centuries. When the ray finally dissipated, The glow from the golden horn of the giant beast faded completely, even the cracks widening slightly. Its colossal body swayed, its aura plummeting to its nadir. Its gaze filled with disbelief and confusion as it could not comprehend why its most powerful primal strike had failed to annihilate the insignificant creature below. At that moment, at the eye of the energy storm, Lin Fan's figure reemerged. His starry armor remained intact, even more radiant and solidified, with the galaxy flowing upon it as if it contained an entire world. His aura was vast and overwhelming, stabilizing firmly at the 5th-tier stellar classification. Moreover, his comprehension of the laws of stars had advanced further following the previous energy impact and analysis. He slowly raised his head, his eyes shimmering with the birth and death of nebulas, as his cold gaze locked onto the weakened and momentarily paralyzed golden-horned giant beast below. Now it is my turn. Starry Prison. Second form. Lin Fan once again embraced the void with his hands, this time gathering energy with even greater speed and potency. Two slightly smaller, yet more solid mountains, entwined with starlight and earthy law patterns, instantly took shape, akin to meteors plummeting to Earth, striking fiercely at the giant beast's head in the heart region. Boom, boom. Two resounding blasts nearly indistinguishable from one another. The already heavily injured head of the golden-horned giant beast was knocked unconscious once more. Meanwhile, the other mountain struck precisely at its heart. Crack. A faint yet clear sound of fracturing reached Lin Fan's ears. The scales on the surface of the golden-horned giant beast did not entirely shatter, but within them, the hard bones and energy barriers protecting the life core were finally forced open, a crack under Lin Fan's strike, comparable to a 6th-tier stellar classification. The core was violently shaken, plunging the golden-horned giant beast's soul into unprecedented weakness and chaos. Now is the moment. Luo Feng. Lin Fan's voice, though tinged with a hint of weakness, as the system's absorption and conversion consumed considerable energy, resonated clearly in Luo Feng's mind. The defense of its core has been breached slightly, its soul plunged into its lowest point. This is the only opportunity. Prepared for this moment. Luo Feng's eyes reddened without a hint of hesitation. Void Tower. He poured all his mental and soul power into the strongest soul attack secret method of the Inxia star lineage. A pyramid-shaped phantom, meticulously refined and glowing with dark golden light, shot forth like an arrow, accurately targeting the golden-horned giant beast's head and, following the crack Lin Fan had opened, steadily penetrated deep into its consciousness. Simultaneously, Hong and Lei Shun, despite their injuries, summoned their final strength. Hong's dark domain contracted with all its might, transforming into invisible shackles that tightly bound the colossal body of the golden-horned giant beast, suppressing its instinctive struggles. Lei Shun's thunderous power morphed into countless fine purple electric snakes that burrowed into its wounds, further numbing its neural responses. The trio's combined efforts created the most perfect conditions for Luo Feng's seizing of the body. Within the golden-horned giant beast's consciousness, Luo Feng's soul, in the form of the Void Tower, collided violently with its weakened, yet still fundamentally powerful soul. A perilous battle for the soul erupted instantaneously. Lin Fan hovered in the air, breathing heavily, his gaze fixed intently on the motionless giant beast below, silently guarding. He understood that the most crucial step could only rely on Luo Feng himself. Time ticked away. Finally, at some moment, the gigantic body of the golden-horned giant beast trembled slightly. Then, its tightly closed, shattered dark golden eyes slowly opened. The once rampant brutality, coldness, and destruction have vanished, replaced by a bewildering sense of rebirth, a challenging control, and a familiar will that belongs to Luo Feng. The possession has succeeded. Luo Feng has become the golden-horned giant beast. Lin Fan, Hong, and Lei Shun simultaneously exhaled deeply, their faces displaying a fatigued yet profoundly gratified smile. The ominous clouds of destruction that loomed over Earth have finally dissipated at this moment. There were no heroes sacrificed. Instead, they united to confront the challenge. Ultimately emerging victorious from peril, Lin Fan gazed at the golden-horned giant beast, which was slowly attempting to move its body, and softly said, "Luo Feng, welcome back." The golden-horned giant beast, or rather Luo Feng, emitted a low, somewhat awkward roar, devoid of any ferocity, as its massive head slowly nodded in a friendly manner towards Lin Fan and the others. Earth's civilization has managed to preserve itself intact amidst this sudden catastrophe, and, by misfortune, has gained a companion of infinite potential, a celestial beast. Lin Fan understood that the journey into the cosmos would commence from this very point. Chapter 51. Earth's rebirth and the launch into the stars, the golden-horned giant beast Luo Feng has fully nurtured its true self. And Lin Fan has diligently cultivated for a year, reaching the pinnacle of stellar level 9. The X-81 spacecraft has emerged, and the two heroes have embarked on the path of the Qiulong star. On February 28, 2060, deep within the Pacific Ocean, in a certain hidden trench, a colossal beast over 350 meters long, covered in dark golden scales and exuding a daunting majesty, the golden-horned giant beast Luo Feng slowly opened its profound dark golden eyes. After nearly a year of gestation, the unique energy within its body, derived from the bloodline of celestial beasts, has finally reached saturation. A strange wave emanated from its being, causing the surrounding seawater to part silently. The golden-horned giant beast opened its massive jaws, and a gentle glow enveloped the human figure. Identical in appearance to Luo Feng, naked and slowly floating out, suspended in the water. This body appeared no different from an ordinary person, but upon closer inspection, one would find that every cell was imbued with immense vitality and a flawless genetic structure, achieving the peak of planetary level 1. This was indeed the earthly incarnation birthed from the golden-horned giant beast's innate secret technique, Funshin. A flicker of human-like relief and fatigue passed through the gigantic eyes of the golden-horned beast, which then slowly closed again, continuing to immerse itself in the arduous process of devouring metals, repairing itself, and enhancing its strength. Most of its consciousness was transferred back to the newly born earthly incarnation. Luo Feng, how do you feel? Babata's virtual image eagerly sprang forth, circling around the newly born Luo Feng, exclaiming in awe, "Perfect. Truly a perfect body. Far superior to your previous one. The foundation is planetary level 1, saving us so much trouble." Luo Feng, the earthly incarnation, slowly opened his eyes, clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within and the mysterious soul connection with the distant golden-horned giant beast, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "I feel fantastic. Like never before." "Haha. That's wonderful," Babata exclaimed, dancing with excitement. "Now you possess the golden-horned giant beast's incarnation as your ultimate trump card. Your future achievements are boundless. Come. While the iron is hot, I'll take you to a great place. Perhaps there will be unexpected rewards." Babata was referring to the many ancient civilization ruins on Earth. With Luo Feng's current planetary level strength and its own detection capabilities, many ruins that were previously inaccessible or unsolvable now hold the possibility of exploration. On the same day, at Hongning Bay City, in the deep meditation chamber of the global headquarters of the Extreme Martial Arts School, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. It seemed as if the evolution of stars and the rise and fall of the Earth flashed momentarily in his gaze. His aura radiated vastness like the ocean, unfathomable, having reached an entirely new realm. Over the past year, he had not ventured out on adventures, but had chosen to cultivate within. He delved into the Death Valley of the North American continent, harnessing the residual radiation energy from underground nuclear tests to refine his body. He submerged into the depths of the Mariana Trench, enduring the terrifying pressure of billions of hectares of seawater. He even cautiously approached the outer force field of the mother nest of the insect tribe in Shenangjia, tempering his will against the horrific mental illusions. Each time, he willingly placed himself in extreme danger, relying on the damage absorption and hundredfold enhancement system to convert various frightful injuries into pure upgrade energy. Beep. Absorbed excessive nuclear radiation damage, converted into hundredfold energy, cultivation level elevated to stellar level 6. Beep. Endured extreme water pressure damage, converted into hundredfold energy. Cultivation level elevated to stellar level 7. Beep. Resisted the residual waves of Lord-level mental illusions, converted into hundredfold energy and soul refinement. Cultivation level elevated to stellar level 8. Soul strength enhanced. Beep. Guided the energy of the Earth's molten core for body refinement, converted into hundredfold energy. Cultivation level elevated to stellar level 9. The realm of thick Earth elevated to 9. This almost self-flagellating arduous cultivation, combined with the system's extraordinary capabilities, has led to an explosive growth in Lin Fan's strength over the past year. He now firmly stands at the pinnacle of stellar level 9. The distance to cosmic level is but a hair's breadth away. His thick Earth realm has also reached the perfect level of 9. With the contained laws of Earth and stars becoming increasingly profound, he felt that the perilous environments that Earth could offer for his cultivation were beginning to wane. His gaze had long since turned towards the cosmos. On March 15, 2060, deep within the ancient civilization ruins number 12 at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, Babata's excited voice echoed in the dim waters. "We struck it rich. Haha, This time we really struck it rich. Luo Feng, the earthly incarnation, floated before an immense black spaceship, his eyes filled with astonishment. This spacecraft, crafted entirely from iridium metal, had sleek lines filled with a sense of power, while the menacing black dragon carvings and imperial insignia on its body silently narrated its extraordinary origins. The Black Dragon Mountain X-81 model. This is a treasure. Babata circled the spaceship in excitement, rubbing his hands together. Although it is an ancient model from 1,000,000 years ago, it is made from iridium metal, sturdy, and durable. Just look at this design. It was high-end back in the day. There might still be valuable treasures inside. Under Babata's guidance, Luo Feng successfully entered the spacecraft. Although the control system had long ceased to function, the main structure of the ship remained intact. B6, class laser cannon. A great find. Although it cannot be activated without energy now, once repaired, it will surely be a formidable weapon. And these iridium metal sentinels, though not the brightest, can take a beating. The greatest gain is the spaceship itself. With it, we can traverse the cosmos. Luo Feng caressed the cold inner wall of the spaceship, equally exhilarated. The universe is an incredibly vast stage. On March 20th, 2060, at Hongning Bay City, Lin Fan observed the excited Luo Feng and Babata with a slight smile. Realizing that the moment had arrived, he refrained from questioning Luo Feng about the golden-horned giant beast incarnation. Everyone has their own opportunities and secrets. The stellar level 9 cultivation he exhibited left both Luo Feng and Babata secretly astonished, further deepening their perception of Lin Fan's inscrutability. We must hasten to have Earth join the Cosmic Nation and obtain legal status, Lin Fan spoke solemnly. Otherwise, Earth will be like a lighthouse in the dark, at risk of being discovered by cosmic adventurers, with dire consequences. To Qiulong Star, Babata immediately interjected. It is one of the administrative center stars of the Silver Blue Empire under the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, not too far from us. And it is the most suitable place for our initial entry into the cosmos. The plan was quickly finalized. Lin Fan and Luo Feng, the true embodiment of Earth, embarked on their journey to Qiulongxing aboard the X-81 spacecraft, while Hong and Lei Shen remained on Earth to address any unforeseen contingencies. On April 1st, 2060, in the vast expanse of outer space, the sleek black X-81 gradually escaped the gravitational pull of Earth. Inside the spacecraft, Lin Fan and Luo Feng occupied the main control room, where Babata skillfully navigated the virtual interface. The coordinates for the dark cosmos were established, and the spacecraft's self-diagnostic checks were successful. Prepare for cosmic traversal in 321. The ship trembled lightly, and the view outside the porthole transformed into a vibrant, kaleidoscopic tunnel. The dark cosmic journey was successful. Babata cheered, predicting an arrival at Qiulongxing in approximately 9 days. Lin Fan gazed calmly at the fleeting, surreal scenery outside, a subtle wave of emotion stirring within him. This year, he had relentlessly enhanced his abilities to confront the unknown perils of the universe. Now, he had finally taken this decisive step. Luo Feng, on the other hand, felt a blend of excitement and anxiety, persistently inquiring Babata about various cosmic knowledge. During the voyage, Lin Fan dedicated most of his time to tranquil meditation, refining his stellar level 9th tier cultivation and contemplating the laws of the universe, while Luo Feng adapted to his new physique and absorbed cosmic knowledge. The system's alert sounded as expected, announcing the rewards were more abundant than ever before. On April 10th, 2060, outside the expanse of Qiulongxing, after 9 days of dark cosmic navigation, the spacecraft gently emerged into the light of the universe. A magnificent, breathtakingly beautiful planet appeared outside the porthole. Countless spacecraft of diverse designs traversed the near orbit in an orderly fashion, while a colossal interstellar port, a floating city, and grand structures on the planet's surface showcased the splendor and might of advanced cosmic civilization. This is Qiulongxing, Luo Feng exclaimed, unable to contain his awe. The sight before him completely shattered his understanding of the world. Lin Fan's gaze flickered momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Let us proceed. Our first step is to visit the Virtual Universe Company's office. Following the guidance, the spacecraft descended slowly onto the expansive interstellar port. After paying the docking fee, Lin Fan and Luo Feng disembarked, setting foot on alien soil. A myriad of extraordinary races and advanced technologies enveloped them, revealing a new world unfolding before their eyes. Lin Fan inhaled deeply, absorbing the distinct energy of Qiulongxing, his eyes sharp and resolute. The era of interstellar exploration had commenced for him. Chapter 52, Planetary Sovereignty and the Slave Market. On April 10, 2060, within the Virtual Universe Company's branch building on Qiulongxing, Lin Fan and Luo Feng entered the grand edifice, reminiscent of a divine marvel. The vast hall was adorned with a simulated starry dome, bustling with personnel from various planets, all moving with remarkable orderliness, devoid of any sense of congestion. Under Babada's discreet guidance, they arrived at the account registration counter, where they were greeted by a woman with pale blue skin and a professional smile. "Greetings, esteemed sir. How may I assist you today?" "I wish to open an account." Lin Fan replied succinctly. "Certainly. Please infuse your mental energy or primal force into this sensor. We need to collect your life essence and power level information." The staff member presented a crystalline device. Lin Fan placed his hand upon it, and the immense primal force of his stellar level 9th tier surged slightly. The device illuminated with brilliance, and a series of data flashed rapidly on the screen. Life essence: young, under 50 Earth years. Power level: stellar level 9th tier. Genetic tier: exceptional, identified as a special bloodline or extraordinary talent of humanity. Overall potential assessment: extremely high. The staff member's professional smile froze, morphing into incredulous astonishment, her voice rising several octaves, drawing the curious glances of those at nearby counters. A stellar level 9th tier at under 50 years of age. This is considered top-tier genius even in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Typically, only core descendants nurtured by large factions could achieve such a feat. Having worked here for years, it was her first encounter with such a young and powerful stellar-level individual. A low murmur of surprise and speculation arose around them. A stellar-level 9th tier? And so young? Which prominent family's heir is out here training? Their attire does not suggest that. Could they be a descendant of some reclusive powerhouse? Luo Feng felt the pressure of the gazes around them, gaining a more intuitive understanding of Lin Fan's prowess. Brother Lin Fan has reached stellar-level 9th tier so swiftly. The staff member quickly regained her composure, her demeanor transforming to one of utmost respect, even tinged with flattery. "Esteemed sir, please hold for a moment. Your potential assessment is extremely high, and I can apply for a more advanced account privilege and preferential rates on your behalf." Shortly, a middle-aged man, dressed more formally and exuding managerial authority, approached briskly to personally assist Lin Fan with the account setup. Lin Fan successfully acquired a 1-star account, endowed with privileges unattainable by ordinary accounts, including lower transaction fees, higher transfer limits, and preliminary access to the virtual universe network. When asked about his nationality, Lin Fan calmly responded, "I possess no nationality. I hail from an unregistered life planet." A flicker of understanding and deeper astonishment crossed the manager's eyes. Such talent originating from an unregistered life planet could either be an extraordinary stroke of luck or indicate that the planet itself harbored monumental secrets. However, he prudently refrained from further inquiries. The next step involved currency exchange. Lin Fan produced several high-purity metal ingots obtained from Earth-S relics, previously assessed by Babada as highly valuable. After the manager conducted a personal evaluation, he quoted a price and presented a tray containing the exchanged currency, primarily a significant amount of Black Dragon coins, along with a small stack of Azure coins that appeared to be composed of energy, their edges adorned with peculiar spirals emanating a faint oppressive aura. "Esteemed sir, this is your payment, which includes 100 Qianwu coins," the manager said respectfully. "Qianwu coins." A wave of gasps echoed around them. "Qianwu coins. This is a far superior hard currency compared to Black Dragon coins. Typically, only domain lord-level powerhouses or major enterprises would employ such currency. To casually produce 100 Qianwu coins for exchange is no small matter." Lin Fan maintained a serene expression as he collected the currency, as though merely executing a trivial task. This calm demeanor further deepened the impression of his inscrutability among those present. On April 11, 2060, in Qiulongxing, at the Curio Shop, a grand establishment adorned with an antique yet technologically advanced aesthetic, Luo Feng, guided by Babada's discreet hints, placed several items deemed useless from the No. 12 relic spacecraft upon the appraisal table. Among them was an unusual art piece collected by the original owner of the spacecraft, several damaged core components of the Wu-Yi guards, and a non-functional B6 level laser cannon, which Babada deemed too costly to repair. A discerning appraiser, distinguished by long tendrils and precise spectacles, meticulously examined the items, his eyes betraying a flicker of surprise. The few ancient artifacts possess a unique style and considerable collectible value. Although the Wu-Yi core is damaged, its materials are precious. As for the B6 level laser cannon, despite being an older model, it holds market value as an antique weapon. The appraiser quoted a price of 120 billion Heilong coins, equivalent to 12 billion Qianwu coins. "What are your thoughts on this?" Luo Feng's heart raced. 120 billion Heilong coins. This far exceeded his expectations. He feigned calmness, glanced at the composed Lin Fan beside him, and nodded, saying, "Yes, please convert it to Qianwu coins." Soon, an anonymous crystal card from the Cosmic Galaxy Bank was handed to Luo Feng, containing a staggering 12 billion Qianwu coins. In an instant, Luo Feng transformed from a pauper into a billionaire. "Next, we must attend to business," Lin Fan stated. The Virtual Universe Company, Heilongjian Empire Office. Lin Fan and Luo Feng returned, this time to process the ownership of Earth. To purchase the ownership of an unclaimed life planet, the staff regarded Lin Fan with respect, courtesy of the power and potential he displayed yesterday. "Which planet are you referring to? We need to verify if it has been registered." Lin Fan provided the cosmic coordinates of Earth. The staff conducted a search in the vast star chart database. Searching coordinates XXXYYYZZZ. No registered information found for any civilized nation. Weak life signals detected in this star region, fitting the definition of an unclaimed life planet. According to Heilongjian Empire laws, purchasing ownership of an unclaimed life planet requires a registration fee of 30 billion Heilong coins, or 3 million Qianwu coins, and a commitment to initiate preliminary development and management within 1,000 years. 3 million Qianwu coins. Luo Feng was taken aback. This was nearly a quarter of the vast sum he had just acquired. Yet, it was a necessary investment. Certainly, Lin Fan nodded. Whose name should it be registered under? Lin Fan turned to Luo Feng. It should be registered under Luo Feng's name. He understood that Earth was Luo Feng's homeland, and this sovereignty rightfully belonged to him. Moreover, having Luo Feng as the holder would facilitate many future matters. Luo Feng was momentarily stunned. A wave of emotion surged within him, and he nodded firmly. All right. After paying the 3 million Qianwu coins and completing a series of cumbersome procedures and legal document signings, Luo Feng successfully obtained the ownership certificate for Earth issued by the Heilongjian Empire. Legally, Earth had officially become a property, protected by the laws of the Heilongjian Empire. Ding! The first stage of the series quest, the imprint of civilization, has been completed. Reward granted, 1,000 authority points, 50,000 system points, proficiency in the universal language, and basic laws and star chart databases of the Heilongjian Empire have been transmitted to the host's consciousness. A wealth of knowledge pertaining to the universal language and vast star chart information flooded Lin Fan's mind, as if it were innate. The 1,000 authority points and 50,000 points were duly credited. On Qiulong Star, the slave market. This was an enormous dome structure, bustling with voices, akin to a noisy marketplace. Yet, the commodities traded here were living beings. Countless metal cages lined the area, containing slaves from various races, ranging from planetary to stellar levels. And occasionally, one could spot cosmic-level slaves. Their eyes were either numb, defiant, or filled with fear. Lin Fan and Luo Feng walked among them, their brows instinctively furrowing. Witnessing the brutal reality of treating one's kind as mere commodities struck them profoundly. Especially for Luo Feng, his fists clenched unconsciously. Do not appear so empathetic. Babada's voice echoed in Luo Feng's mind, tinged with a hint of indifference. The universe is like this. The weak are devoured by the strong. Now that you have purchased them, assigning them a mission to protect Earth may provide a better path for them. At the very least, it is better than being bought by some pervert to be tormented. Lin Fan scanned the cages, his consciousness subtly stirred, activating the system's probing function, based on his higher authority, allowing him to perceive the true strength, potential, and mental state of these slaves more clearly. He sought a powerful, obedient safeguard force, preferably with growth potential. Soon, he pinpointed several targets. A nearly 3-meter-tall, fully armored giant from the Juyan race, a 7th-tier stellar warrior, exuded a steady demeanor and heavy aura, specializing in defense. A small, pale-skinned, vertically pupilled shadow race 6th-tier stellar mentalist, with a concealed aura, was adept at detection and ambush. 10 stellar warriors or mentalists ranging from 3rd to 5th tiers would serve as the backbone. 50 elite warriors at the 9th tier of planetary level would act as basic guards and patrols. Coupled with the previously planned purchase of a large planetary defense detection system and a small fleet, comprising 10 C-class starships. After some bargaining, the total cost reached 80 million Qianwu coins. Luo Feng's hands trembled as he made the payment. The vast sum he had just acquired diminished by more than half in an instant. Yet, he understood that this was a necessary investment for Earth's security. All slaves were implanted with the highest grade loyalty chips, ensuring absolute obedience to Luo Feng's commands. The leading giant warrior, Yin Long, and the Shadow Race Mentalist, Ing, knelt on one knee in allegiance to Luo Feng on behalf of all the slaves. Observing this newly acquired force, capable of sweeping away the previous strength of Earth, both Luo Feng and Lin Fan felt a slight sense of relief. Initial security for Earth was finally assured. Outside Qiulong Star, aboard the X-81 spacecraft, Lin Fan, Luo Feng, and the newly purchased slave team along with supplies boarded the ship. The massive components of the detection system and the 10 C-class warships were stored in a large spatial ring. The destination, Earth. Depart. Luo Feng issued the command. The X-81 spacecraft slowly ascended, re-entering the dark cosmos, steering towards home. Inside the ship, Lin Fan closed his eyes to examine the system panel. Host. Lin Fan. Strength. 9th tier stellar. Authority points. 1, 100. Newly acquired 1, 000. System points. 50, 000. Newly acquired 50, 000. Redeemable items. Without hesitation, he spent 1, 000 authority points to redeem the complete version of the attack secret technique Qianzhongfeng. A vast array of profound insights flooded into his mind, seamlessly merging with his own principles of Earth and stars, enhancing his power. He decided to temporarily retain the remaining 100 authority points and 50, 000 points for future needs. Having completed all of this, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, gazing out at the rapidly passing starlight beyond the porthole. This journey to Qiulong Star yielded immense rewards. Not only had he secured a legal identity and preliminary armed force for Earth, but he had also accomplished a system task, elevating his strength and foundation to new heights. Yet, he was acutely aware of the vastness and dangers of the universe. The crisis facing Earth had not been completely resolved. The true challenges may have only just begun. His gaze deepened. Chapter 53, Temporal Ripples and the Genius War Contract. April 15, 2060, Earth, Lin Fan's meditation chamber. Lin Fan sat cross-legged, his mind delving into the profound workings of the Ho to Xing Qinjue. The peak 9th tier stellar energy surged within him like an expansive sea of stars, continuously battering against the intangible barrier leading to the cosmic level. The barrier was on the verge of collapse, as though it required just one more push to burst open and step into an entirely new realm of existence. Just as he was about to break through. Warning. Upon detecting anomalous temporal and spatial fluctuations, the parameters are being imported and analyzed. The analysis is complete, based on the existing cosmic star maps and historical navigation data. An exploratory fleet belonging to the Newland Mountain family, codenamed Adventurer, has been detected. This fleet, while traversing through the cosmos, encountered a rare cosmic storm and inadvertently entered a highly unstable natural wormhole. According to calculations based on the wormhole collapse model and the deviation in their trajectory, this fleet is expected to unexpectedly exit the wormhole around November 23, 2062, appearing in the outer region of the Kuiper belt of the solar system. The estimated composition of the fleet includes several Class C exploratory ships and a number of stellar-level crew members. Specific numbers and strengths may vary due to temporal and spatial disturbances. Ding. Urgent mission update. The timeline for a potential interstellar threat has been confirmed. Mission requirements. By November 23, 2062, possess sufficient power to annihilate or repel this fleet, ensuring the sovereignty and safety of Earth's civilization. Mission rewards. A substantial allocation of authority points, system credits, and special rewards will be granted based on completion. The system's prompt was cold and urgent, a cascade of information washing over Lin Fan like a bucket of ice water, instantly pulling him from his meditative state, while the surging primordial energy within him gradually subsided. With 2 years and over 7 months remaining until November 23, 2062, Lin Fan opened his eyes, his gaze sparkling with intensity. Rather than fear, a fierce fighting spirit ignited within him, as time proved to be more ample than anticipated. However, the system's warnings were far from over. Additional warning. A large-scale, high-dimensional cosmic energy tidal fluctuation has been detected and is currently being calculated. The calculation results indicate that a grand tournament for humanity's pinnacle geniuses, organized by 5 major conglomerates, Virtual Universe Company, Giant Axe Martial Arena, Universe First Bank, Galaxy Bank, and the Universe Mercenary Alliance, will commence registration on March 9, 2066. This event is a once-in-a-million-year occasion for the human race, with a participant cultivation limit of stellar level. The rewards for this event are exceedingly generous, encompassing wealth, secret techniques, renowned masters, and resources that serve as the highest shortcut to becoming a formidable powerhouse. The host is advised to suppress their current cultivation to ensure participation at the stellar level. Breaking through to the cosmic level will result in disqualification. The Cosmic Genius Tournament? Lin Fan felt a jolt within, immediately recalling this decisive event from the original text. This was the pivotal battle where Luo Feng truly soared, gaining renown throughout the universe. Its significance far surpassed the threat posed by the Newland Mountain family. The restriction of stellar level by 2066 meant that from this moment until the conclusion of the Genius Tournament, he had nearly 6 years to remain at the stellar level. Casting a glance at the imminent collapse of the cosmic barrier, he resolutely activated his secret technique, forcibly suppressing and refining the surging primordial energy so that it no longer battered against his bottleneck, but instead solidified the foundation of his stellar level 9th tier to an extreme degree. The energy coursing through him gradually settled into a profound calm, his aura becoming increasingly restrained and substantial. The Newland Mountain fleet would arrive in 2.5 years. The Cosmic Genius Tournament would begin in 6 years. A sharp smile crept across Lin Fan's lips. It was perfect. He would use the Newland Mountain family's fleet as his first sharpening stone before participating in the Genius Tournament. Rising to his feet, he stepped forward and found himself in the command center of Hongning Base City. Baba Ta. Lin Fan contacted directly, immediately mobilizing all detection resources to closely monitor spatial fluctuations in the outer Kuiper belt of the solar system. Any anomalies should be reported immediately. Lin Fan, why the sudden interest in that area? Baba Ta's virtual image appeared, somewhat puzzled. I sense that some minor trouble may be approaching from that direction. Approximately 2.5 years from now, Lin Fan affirmed without elaborating on the source of the system. Although Baba Ta was skeptical, having witnessed Lin Fan's extraordinary abilities too many times, he chose to trust him. All right, I will adjust the monitoring priority. Next, Lin Fan summoned Hong, Thunder God, and Luo Feng, who had just returned from outer space and was familiarizing himself with his new body. Everyone, we may have a 2-year period of tranquility, Lin Fan stated directly, informing the three of his premonition regarding the potential arrival of an alien fleet in 2.5 years. While temporarily withholding specific information about the Newland Mountain family and the Cosmic Genius Tournament, the time for that revelation had not yet come, and the fewer who knew, the better. Hong and Thunder God grew solemn. Having just resolved the crisis with the Golden Horn giant beast, a new threat was brewing. 2 years is a tight time frame. Hong spoke gravely. What are we afraid of? Let them come. We'll handle them. Thunder God was invigorated, eager to test out new tactics. Luo Feng's gaze was resolute. We need a more detailed plan and a faster rate of advancement. Indeed. Lin Fan nodded. My suggestions are as follows. First, fully digest the resources obtained from the Qiulong Star to enhance our overall strength. Second, the Slave Legion should be overseen by Hong and Thunder God for training, rapidly developing combat capabilities and establishing defenses around the solar system. Third, Luo Feng, your Golden Horn giant beast avatar requires a vast amount of metal. Here is the list. Gather it at any cost as swiftly as possible. Lin Fan sent Luo Feng a previously optimized metal list from the system, which included combinations of metals that could either be found on Earth or purchased within the galaxy, sufficient to elevate the Golden Horn giant beast avatar to around stellar level 5th tier within 2 years. No problem. Luo Feng accepted the list, feeling the weight of responsibility. Fourth, Lin Fan continued, regardless of whether that fleet arrives or not, we must take the initiative to intercept them at the outer solar system in 2 years. We cannot allow the flames of war to reach Earth. Agreed. Hong and Thunder God nodded without hesitation. Lastly, and most importantly, Lin Fan's gaze swept over the three of them. In the more than 2 years ahead, the 4 of us, especially the 3 of us, Lin Fan, Hong, Thunder God, must strive to enhance our powers, but under no circumstances should we break through to the cosmic level. Not breaking through to the cosmic level? Thunder God was taken aback, somewhat perplexed. Hong also displayed an inquiring expression. Only Luo Feng, due to the existence of the Golden Horn giant beast avatar, focused primarily on absorbing metal for growth. Thus his urgency regarding his human form's cultivation level was not as pressing. I cannot elaborate on the reason at this time. Lin Fan's tone was earnest. But please trust me. This concerns a monumental opportunity, one that could alter the fate of Earth and genuinely lead us to the pinnacle of the universe. The stellar level is our ticket for entry. Seeing Lin Fan's seriousness, although Hong and Thunder God were puzzled, they chose to trust him. They knew Lin Fan would not make baseless claims. All right, then let us remain at stellar level. Hong was the first to express his agreement, reinforcing the foundation, extreme strengthening. May not be a bad thing. Because Being invincible at stellar level? That sounds rather exhilarating. Thunder God rubbed his fists together. With the plan established, the four of them immediately dispersed to take action. The machinery of Earth resumed its high-speed operation. The Slave Legion began adaptive training and defensive preparations under the command of Hong and Thunder God. Global resources were directed toward Luo Feng, making every effort to collect metals. Lin Fan, however, entered a state of seclusion once more. Yet, this time, his retreat was not for a breakthrough, but to meticulously suppress and accumulate. He invested the system's authority points into a profound understanding of domains and laws, while also practicing the newly acquired Qian Chongfeng secret technique, attempting to deeply integrate the stellar laws into his attacks and defenses. Days turned into weeks. Although Lin Fan's level of power did not visibly increase, his control over his strength, application of laws, and mastery of domains progressed at an astonishing rate. His foundation was honed to an incredibly solid state, and his combat power continually ascended within the stellar level 9th tier, reaching increasingly astonishing heights. He understood that he must push the boundaries of the stellar level to unprecedented extremes. Thus, one must prepare to confront the fleet battle 2 years hence, and to emerge victorious from the grand conflict that will gather the brilliance of all humanity 6 years later. In the depths of the starry cosmos, an unforeseen crisis draws near, casting shadows of a monumental opportunity for the future. Lin Fan's gaze transcends time and space, settling upon the vast battlefield 6 years ahead. Chapter 54. The Death Interception at the Edge of the Star Domain on November 20th, 2062. In Earth's Lin Fan's meditation chamber, he slowly opened his eyes. As his eyelids parted, his left eye shimmered as if myriad tiny stars flickered and flowed, while his right eye appeared to oscillate with the pulse of the Earth itself. A presence, far more profound and contained than that of 2.5 years prior, naturally emanated from him. The arduous 2.5 years of cultivation and restraint had not stunted his progress. Instead, they had fortified his foundation to an indomitable state, resulting in a qualitative leap in strength. Host: Lin Fan, Warrior level, Stellar level 9, Ultimate Suppression, unable to further increase. Mental Mastery level, Stellar level 9. Achieved through the system's absorption and transformation of various mental impacts and cosmic radiation energy. Domain: Thick Earth Domain level 9, Great Perfection. Containing the true essence of the laws of Earth and stars, capable of instantly manifesting miniature star-like phantoms to suppress adversaries. Comprehension of laws: Earth Law, acknowledged by the Primordial Law, Soul Imprint completely stabilized, significantly enhancing Earth-based abilities. Space Law, officially initiated, can perform short-distance spatial flickering. Attacks infused with a faint spatial cutting power. Technique: Thick Earth Star Formula, Cosmic Level, perfectly mastered. Secret Techniques: Stardust Escape, Great Accomplishment transforms into stardust, drastically increasing speed, enabling near-instantaneous short-distance travel. Earth Pulse, Great Accomplishment perception range covers nearly half of the solar system, capable of distinctly capturing anomalous spatial fluctuations. Star Armor, Great Accomplishment remarkable defensive power, able to withstand ordinary cosmic level 1 attacks. Thousand Peaks, Great Accomplishment can instantaneously condense 9 tangible mountains infused with stellar and spatial powers, immense in power. Void Blade, newly redeemed a mental force attack secret technique combining insights from the space law, enigmatic and unpredictable. Cost: 800 permission points. Permission points, 50, remaining. System points, 55,000 remaining. During these 2.5 years, he traversed perilous terrains across Earth and the solar system, actively seeking various extreme injuries to trigger the system's potential. Whether delving into the molten core of volcanoes to endure extreme temperatures, or plunging into the eye of Jupiter's storm to absorb violent energy impacts. Even temporarily approaching the edge of the solar wind layer to refine his mental powers with stellar radiation. Under the system's 100-fold transformation, his mental mastery surged, ultimately matching his warrior level, reaching the pinnacle of stellar level 9. Countless experiences in extreme environments allowed him to comprehend the space law, coupled with the system's meticulous analysis of energy fluctuations, enabling him to finally touch the threshold of one of the supreme laws, the space law. Although merely initiated, the enhancements were monumental. Whether in agility, attack, or defense, there was an added element of unpredictability. He slowly raised his hand, and a barely perceptible ripple of space emanated from his fingertips. The air before him was silently severed by a slender black line, which quickly mended. The intricacies of the space law are indeed profound, Lin Fan mused softly, his eyes brimming with satisfaction in his pursuit of power. At that moment, warning! Anomalous spatial ripples detected at the preset coordinate point, outer Kuiper belt of the solar system. Intensity and characteristics matched the unstable collapse phase of a natural wormhole. Speculation. The Nuwa Lanshan family fleet is expected to emerge from the wormhole within the next 72 hours. A glimmer of light flickered in Lin Fan's eyes as his figure vanished in an instant. On the same day, at the Global Command Center of Hongning Bay City, the atmosphere was tense and solemn. Before a massive holographic star map, Lin Fan, Hong, Thunder God, and Luo Feng, the true Earthling, stood resolutely. Behind them stood the representatives of the Slave Legion, the Stellar Level 7 Goliath warrior Yalong, and the Stellar Level 6 Shadow Clan mental mastering, both exuding an intimidating presence. All eyes were fixed on the flickering red dot on the star map. They are coming. Lin Fan's voice was calm, yet resolute, commanding an offensive as per the original plan, to repel the enemy beyond the nation's borders. I have long awaited this moment. Thunder God grinned, his body crackling with purple lightning, his aura unmistakably reaching stellar level 3. The 2.5 years of suppression and cultivation had solidified his foundation, his combat power vastly exceeding that of his peers. Hong nodded slightly, his presence deeper and more contained. His dark domain was nearing perfection, reaching stellar level 3. And his synergy with Mo Yuntung had become nothing short of exquisite. Luo Feng's cultivation had ascended to stellar level 1. His golden horn behemoth avatar had even reached stellar level 5, with his mental powers growing increasingly refined, mastering the manipulation of the Escape Sky shuttle with finesse. The 1st and 2nd divisions of the Slave Legion were ready to deploy at any moment. Yalong's voice rumbled like a rolling boulder. The reconnaissance team has been positioned, ensuring a one-way transparency of the battlefield. Ying's voice drifted, ethereal and elusive. Excellent. Lin Fan surveyed the group, and with a commanding shout, we set off. At his command, 10 C-class interstellar warships and the Black X-81 spacecraft stationed in low Earth orbit ignited their engines simultaneously, forming a compact offensive formation, launching unhesitatingly into the dark depths of the solar system's periphery. On November 22, 2062, in the shadow region of the asteroid belt beyond the Kuiper belt of the solar system, the Earth fleet quietly hovered, shutting down most active signal sources. Akin to hunters lurking in the darkness, a vast planetary defense detection system had long been deployed, establishing a partial informational advantage. Lin Fan stood within the bridge of the X-81 spacecraft, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze seemingly penetrating the warship's hull to the void of space beyond. His Earth pulse perception combined with the detection system clearly revealed that the spatial distortions ahead were intensifying. Approximately 15 minutes remained. Babata's voice resonated over the fleet channel, tinged with tension and excitement. All warship main cannons began to silently charge, while the slave warriors took their positions, gathering primal energy and mental power in silence. Hong, Thunder God, and Luo Feng held their breath, preparing to face the first true interstellar war of Earth civilization. Time ticked away. Suddenly, the space ahead violently twisted like a shattered mirror. A chaotic energy vortex erupted. In rapid succession, 1, 2, 3. A total of 5 C-class exploration vessels adorned with the Nuwa Lanshan family S-Claw insignia staggered out from the energy vortex like drunken sailors. Their hulls were riddled with scars, energy signals highly unstable. Evidently, traversing that unstable wormhole had exacted a significant toll. At the moment, their vessels swayed violently, still recovering from the disorientation of spatial jump. Now, attack! Lin Fan's cold voice echoed like a death knell, reverberating throughout the entire fleet. Boom, 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 boom. The main cannons of the 10 C-class warships, along with the B-6 grade laser cannon of the X-81 spacecraft, hastily repaired by Babata for a single firing, unleashed a thunderous roar that shattered the void. Dozens of scorching beams and a particularly massive, heart-stopping beam of destruction converged with pinpoint accuracy upon the 2 most severely damaged exploration vessels at the rear of the Nuwa Lanshan fleet. The energy shields of the 2 spacecraft shattered instantaneously, akin to fragile paper, as the hulls erupted silently in the vast expanse of space, transforming into 2 colossal fireballs. The initial strike achieved resounding success, obliterating 2/5 of the enemy's combat power in an instant. Only then did the remaining 3 vessels of the Nuwa Lanshan fleet react in sheer panic, sounding piercing alarms as they hastily activated their energy shields, their formation thrown into disarray. How could this be? How could there be an ambush here? Which family's fleet is this? From where did the attack originate? The frantic shouts of the New Atlantean crew echoed across the communication channels. In response, a formidable Earth warrior lunged from the shadows. Lin Fan took the lead. Employing the technique of Xingqian Dun, his body melding into the fabric of space, closing in on an exploration ship in mere flashes. Chongfeng Town. With a sweeping motion of his hands, 9 miniature mountain shadows, imbued with the laws of Earth, celestial power, and a hint of spatial pressure, materialized and struck fiercely against the shield of that vessel. Bang! The shield twisted violently, its radiance dimming rapidly. Almost simultaneously, Hong's domain of darkness spread like a tide. Eroding and weakening the shield's energy, the Thunder God's furious lightning descended with ferocity, and Luo Feng's Dun Tian Su, like a viper, sought out energy nodes to attack. The enslaved warriors led by Yin Long formed a battle array, uniting their powers to unleash a combined strike that shook the very fabric of space. The shield of that exploration ship barely held for 3 seconds before it crumbled under the onslaught. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes, and his figure vanished once more, reappearing directly atop the ship's hull, delivering a hand strike imbued with spatial cutting power towards the engine compartment. Sizzle! The sturdy hull was effortlessly torn apart, as if it were butter under a hot knife. In the frigid vacuum of space, a deadly hunt targeting the invaders commenced in full swing. Chapter 55. Devouring the Starry Sky and the Grand Prize of the System on November 22, 2062. In the outer battlefield of the Kuiper Belt of the Solar System, the situation rapidly evolved. The Earth side, with both insight and foresight, took the initiative and, in a matter of moments, had destroyed 2 exploration ships of the New Atlantean family while severely damaging a third. However, the New Atlantean family, seasoned adventurers in the cosmos, quickly regained composure after the initial chaos. The 2 intact exploration ships and the heavily damaged one rapidly formulated a response. Attention all units. It's an indigenous ambush. Maximum combat readiness. All stellar-level personnel, engaged to intercept the enemy warriors. The ship's weapons will provide cover, prioritizing fire on that strange black ship, X-81, and the largest warship. The furious roar of the fleet's temporary commander, the former captain of the 3rd ship, resonated through the New Atlantean communication channel. Hiss! The doors of the remaining 3 ships opened simultaneously, and over 20 figures surged forth, each exuding a formidable aura, each one a stellar-level warrior. Leading them was the temporary commander, a tall, gaunt green-skinned man, his energy fluctuations unmistakably reaching stellar level 9. Behind him followed 2 stellar level 8s, 5 stellar level 7s, and over 10 stellar level warriors ranging from 3 to 6. This force surpassed Lin Fan and his allies' previous estimates. Clearly, the configuration of this advanced fleet was even more formidable than what Babata had initially detected. Stellar level 9. Hong and the Thunder God exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Yin Long and the other enslaved warriors felt an immense pressure as well. Humph, they indeed concealed some strength. Yet Lin Fan remained unfazed, as if he had anticipated this all along. His figure flickered and broke away from the assault targeting the 3rd ship, heading directly towards the New Atlantean's stellar level 9 commander. Your opponent is me. Lin Fan's voice was calm, yet carried an invisible weight, locking onto the adversary instantly. The green-skinned commander. Feeling Lin Fan's equally profound stellar level 9 aura and the subtle, yet disconcerting resonance of the loss, wore an expression of grave seriousness. How could an indigenous planet possess a powerhouse like you? Who exactly are you? I am the one who will send you on your way. Lin Fan, disinterested in further dialogue, pointed his finger like a blade, unleashing an invisible energy blade imbued with spatial cutting power that tore through the vacuum, aimed directly at the commander's face. Arrogant, the green-skinned commander roared, brandishing a pair of unusual curved blades, their glimmer flowing like water as they met Lin Fan's assault. The 2 engaged in a fierce battle, their speed so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to onlookers, each collision erupting in waves of terrifying energy that shattered nearby asteroid fragments into dust. Simultaneously, other stellar-level warriors from New Atlantean collided with their Earth counterparts. Hong unleashed his dark domain to barely contain a stellar level 8 and a stellar level 7. The Thunder God roared, his purple lightning blade flashing as he clashed with another stellar level 8, but was forced to retreat repeatedly, clearly at a disadvantage. Yin Long transformed into a rock giant, using his formidable defense to withstand the assault of 2 stellar level 7s. Ing moved like a phantom, skirting the battlefield's edges, employing psychic interference to distract and hinder 3 mid-tier stellar level warriors. Luo Feng, the Earthling's true form, maneuvered his Dun Tian Su, entangled with several stellar level 4 and 5 enemies. Facing perilous situations, the remaining enslaved warriors and Earth-S spacecraft became embroiled in chaotic skirmishes with the remaining New Atlantean warships and lower-tier warriors. The battlefield descended into a stalemate, with Earth-S side gradually finding itself at a disadvantage. After all, New Atlantean enjoyed a distinct superiority in both the quantity and quality of stellar-level warriors. Babata, are you not done yet? Luo Feng exclaimed urgently in his mind while evading a deadly attack. Almost. Just give me 10 more seconds. This colossal beast consumes an immense amount of energy. Babata's voice carried a hint of urgency. At that critical moment, a roar erupted, a sound reminiscent of ancient primordial times, filled with infinite majesty and a desire to devour, resounding from the rear of the battlefield. This roar did not travel through the air. It directly impacted the very souls of all present. It caused all members of the New Atlantean family to momentarily freeze, a wave of primal fear surging from their very beings. They looked on in terror as a colossal dark golden figure emerged slowly from the shadows at the rear of the battlefield, exceeding 400 meters in length. Its entire body was covered in dark golden scales thicker than the armor of a spacecraft. A menacing golden horn on its forehead gleamed with a light of annihilation. Its cold, emotionless dark golden eyes scanned the entire battlefield with indifference. The Golden Horn Beast, Luo Feng's avatar. After 2.5 years of frenzied devouring, it had grown to stellar level 5. Its strength far exceeded that of human warriors of the same tier. What kind of monster is that? A starry sky beast? How could it possibly appear here? The members of the New Atlantean family were utterly stunned, terror seizing their hearts in an instant. The Golden Horn Beast wasted no time for them to react. Its massive jaws suddenly gaped wide. A force of irresistible, unprecedented, terrifying, devouring power erupted. This time, its target was not energy attacks, but that third New Atlantean exploration ship, which had already been battered to the brink of shield collapse. No. The captain of the ship let out a desperate scream, frantically pushing the engines in an attempt to escape. But it was all in vain. Under that terrifying, devouring force, the entire spacecraft, stretching hundreds of meters, was yanked, twisted, and compressed as if it were a mere toy, along with the crew members who could not escape. They were transformed into a torrent of metal and flesh, devoured whole by the Golden Horned Behemoth. A swift annihilation, the consumption of a C-class spaceship. This scene utterly shattered the combat spirit of the remaining members of the Nuo Lanshan family. What a monstrous creature. Flee. Quickly escape. The two surviving Nuo Lanshan ships disregarded everything in their desperate attempt to turn and flee, while the stellar-level combatants engaged with Earth's warriors were equally shaken, yearning only to break free from their opponents and return to their ships. Want to escape? Too late. A chilling light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. The green-skinned commander, shaken by the emergence of the Golden Horned Behemoth, revealed a significant opening. The space flickered. Lin Fan's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing like a specter behind the green-skinned commander. Starry Prison, a mighty strike, merging the laws of Earth, stars, and space, erupted at close range. 9 solidified miniature mountain shadows converged violently upon the commander's back. With a splatter, the protective force shattered instantly. The green-skinned commander spewed blood uncontrollably, and his body was sent flying like a shooting star, his life force rapidly dwindling. Lin Fan, seizing the advantage, unleashed the Void Blade, an invisible mental force infused with spatial cutting power, slicing directly across the commander's neck. A head, filled with horror and disbelief, soared into the air. The temporary commander of the Nuo Lanshan fleet, a 9th-tier stellar powerhouse, fell. The loss of their leader became the final straw for the Nuo Lanshan members. The battlefield was utterly transformed into a one-sided slaughter. The Golden Horned Behemoth opened its massive jaws once more, its terrifying devouring power looming over another exploration ship attempting to flee. Hong and Thor unleashed their full strength, teaming up with Yen Long and others, systematically slaughtering the demoralized foes. The Earth-S fleet fired at full force, unleashing a torrent upon the last Nuo Lanshan ship. Half an hour later, the battle was conclusively over. In the frigid cosmos, countless wrecks of spaceships and frozen corpses floated. All 5 Nuo Lanshan exploration ships were annihilated, with not a single survivor. On Earth's side, several C-class warships were damaged, and numerous planetary-level slave warriors perished, yet no stellar-level mainstays fell, albeit all were injured. With significant energy expenditure, Luo Feng, the avatar of the Golden Horned Behemoth, floated amidst the wreckage, belching contentedly, seemingly satisfied with the feast. His human form sat pale and cross-legged within the X-81 ship, diligently digesting the pure energy feedback from the golden-horned behemoth's avatar. Lin Fan stood independently in the void, his starry armor radiating brilliance, gradually calming the tumultuous energy and mental force within him. In this battle, he had nearly exhausted all his means, gaining a deeper understanding of the application of stellar-level power and the fusion of the laws. At that moment, a series of notification sounds echoed continuously in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully annihilating the Nuo Lanshan family's advanced fleet. Emergency mission. Potential interstellar threat has been neutralized. Mission completion rating, S-Class. Calculating mission rewards. Rewards granted. Permission points, 10,000. System points, 500,000. Special reward. Crystal of Law Comprehension, Space Law, X1. Special reward. System authority upgraded to Domain Master level. Partial functions unlocked. Ding. Host's accumulation is full, successfully safeguarding the spark of civilization, preparing for system version upgrade. More new features will be unlocked post-upgrade. A massive influx of permission points and system points. Particularly, the Crystal of Law Comprehension and the elevation of system authority ignited immense joy within Lin Fan. The spoils of this battle exceeded all expectations. He slowly lifted his gaze towards Earth, then towards the profound cosmos. The immediate crisis had been averted, but he knew this was merely the beginning. The Nuo Lanshan family would not relent, and even grander cosmic battles awaited him in the future. However, his steps would never falter. Chapter 56, Solid Foundations and Mercenary Plans. On December 1st, 2062, Earth, Lin Fan's meditation chamber. The smoke of war had dissipated, and the debris at the edge of the solar system was preliminarily cleared by Babata's controlled engineering robots. Lin Fan sat quietly at the energy nexus originating from the Earth's core, his aura stable and deep as an abyss. He was comprehensively reviewing the gains from this interception battle, especially the changes brought about by the system upgrade. His mind sank into the sea of consciousness, and the new system panel presented itself in a more intricate and sophisticated manner. Host, Lin Fan. Life level, 9th tier stellar, martial artist and mental energy master dual cultivation peak. Genetic energy, 99. 999 units, extreme compression. Mental energy, 99, 999 units, extreme refinement. Law comprehension, Earth law, source law acknowledged, depth, star law, entry, 12. Space law, entry, 9. Domain, starry prison domain, 9th tier great perfection, forged by merging Earth domain with star law. A thread of spatial power transmuted. Cultivation method, Earth and star technique, cosmic level chapter 100. Next stage domain master chapter requires unlocking by permission and specific conditions. Secret techniques, Stardust escape, major completion short distance spatial flicker, maximum distance 1,000 kilometers. Earth pulse, major completion perception range covers 1 light year, requires large relay equipment. Star armor, major completion defense comparable to ordinary C9 alloy. 1000 peaks, major completion capable of condensing up to 9 solid law mountains. Void blade, major completion mental energy combined with spatial cutting. New. Immortal star core, entry a life-saving secret technique unlocked by domain master level authority, capable of instantaneously burning part of energy to rapidly repair physical and spiritual injuries. With a significant cost. System authority, domain master level, initially unlocked. Permission points, 10,050. System points, 555. 000. Special items, Crystal of Law Comprehension, Space Law, X1, and used. Current task, none, can proactively request the system to generate targeted training tasks. New features of Domain Master Level Authority. 1. Advanced Analysis, can deeply analyze most items and life forms below the immortal level, obtaining detailed information. 2. Task Customization, can consume permission points or system points to request the system to generate training tasks with specific targets and environments, with rewards linked to difficulty. 3. Energy Simulation, can simulate most special energy environments in the universe, requires consumption of points, assisting in cultivation or research. 4. Partially locked more functions will be unlocked once the host truly reaches domain master level or meets specific conditions. Gazing at the splendid data on the panel, Lin Fan remained calm. He understood that these were merely superficial. True strength lies in the absolute mastery and application of power. Those 10,050 permission points and 555,000 points represented a vast fortune, yet he was not in haste to utilize them. The Crystal of Law Comprehension should also be used at a critical moment for optimal effect. The Domain Master level authority's capability to simulate energy environments presented an excellent method for honing his domain and laws. Lin Fan pondered, but before that, there were more pressing matters. Deep in the Pacific Ocean, the lair of the golden-horned behemoth Avatar, a massive dark golden beast lay sprawled upon the seabed mountains, radiating intense energy fluctuations. It is wholeheartedly consuming the 3 Norlon mountain exploration ships it has devoured. These spacecraft are rich in precious metals, serving as excellent nourishment for the Jin Jiao Jusho. Its aura is steadily enhancing, progressing from the 5th tier of stellar rank towards the 6th. Simultaneously, during the consumption process, it has sporadically acquired fragmented memories of some crew members, providing insights into the internal dynamics of the Norlon mountain family and the customs of the universe. Although incomplete, this has significantly enriched Luo Feng's understanding. The Earthling, in collaboration with Babata, is examining the relatively intact Norlon Mountain-class sea exploration ship that was captured, attempting to decode its core database in hopes of uncovering further information regarding the potential movements of the Norlon Mountain family. At Hongming Base City, within the Global Combat Command, Hong and Lei Shen are also processing the spoils of this battle. Hong's realm of darkness has grown purer, allowing him to comprehend the subtle principles of light hidden within profound stillness. Lei Shen continuously relives the sensation of clashing with an 8th-tier stellar powerhouse, his thunderblade intent becoming increasingly ferocious, brushing against the fringes of the principles of destruction. The stellar-level slaves who participated in the battle have emerged from the true interstellar conflict with a more formidable demeanor, fostering a stronger sense of belonging to Earth. Following Lin Fan's suggestion, Hong is selecting those who have performed admirably, bestowing upon them certain cultivation resources purchased from Qiu Longxing to further enhance their loyalty and combat effectiveness. On December 5, 2062, a meeting of 4 convened: Lin Fan, Hong, Lei Shen, and Luo Feng, the Earthling. Despite their victory, numerous issues have been laid bare. Lin Fan spoke first, acknowledging that their practical combat experience, particularly in adapting and collaborating under interstellar conditions, has substantial room for improvement. The equipment and training of the Slave Legion also require further alignment with cosmic standards. The 3 nodded in agreement. Compared to the seasoned adventurers of Norlon Mountain, who have thrived in the unforgiving cosmos, they indeed appear somewhat naive. Furthermore, we cannot remain perpetually on the defensive. Lin Fan pivoted the conversation, emphasizing the need to actively integrate into the universe, acquire resources, and bolster their strength. There exists a place that may facilitate a breakthrough in the short term. Oh, where's that? Lei Shen inquired with curiosity. The Cosmic Mercenary Alliance, the Apprentice Mercenary Assessment. Lin Fan replied slowly. According to certain information I have obtained, a special inner world within the Thunder World assessment base located within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire may soon be opened. Inner world? Both Luo Feng and Hong exhibited expressions of confusion, while Babata exclaimed in Luo Feng's mind. Inner world? My heavens! How do you know about this, Lin Fan? That is another space hidden within the Realm Master's world, typically where the Realm Master truly conceals their treasures. Invaluable. Lin Fan refrained from explaining the source of his information and continued. It is said that this world was left behind by a powerful figure known as the Thunder Realm Master, containing not only some of his legacies, but also the wealth and treasures he accumulated. This represents a tremendous opportunity for us. Hong pondered. I recall that the Cosmic Mercenary Assessment requires stellar-level strength. We fit that criterion perfectly. Lei Shen grinned, and it sounds exhilarating. Excitement sparkled in Luo Feng's eyes. If we could obtain even a fraction of the Realm Master's legacy, it would greatly enhance our capabilities. Precisely. Lin Fan nodded. Hence I plan for the 4 of us to travel to Qiu Longxing before February 2063, register as Cosmic Adventurers, and then enroll in the Apprentice Mercenary Assessment targeting the Thunder World within the Inner World. This timeline allows them nearly 2 months to process the gains from this battle, solidifying their cultivation while ensuring they arrive before the Inner World opens as described in the original text, fully prepared. The notion of Cosmic Adventurers and Cosmic Mercenaries, Hong whispered, a glimmer of aspiration crossing his eyes. This signifies that humanity from Earth is truly stepping onto the grand stage of cosmic adventure as independent entities. Haha, splendid. Let it be settled. Lei Shen applauded enthusiastically. I have no objections. Luo Feng expressed eager anticipation. Thus, the plan was established. In the following month, Earth entered a tense state of preparation. Lin Fan utilized the system's new feature, energy simulation, expending a small amount of points to construct various virtual environments simulating harsh cosmic conditions, engaging in intense combat, and and cooperative training sessions with Hong, Lei Shun, and Luo Feng, rapidly enhancing their practical capabilities. Luo Feng's Jin Jiao Jusho avatar finally completed its digestion, firmly stabilizing at the 6th tier of stellar rank. Hong and Lei Shun also made advancements in their understanding of the laws. The re-equipping and training of the Slave Legion progressed swiftly under Babata's guidance. Everything is being meticulously arranged for the impending cosmic mercenary assessment and the immense opportunity hidden within the inner world of the assessment realm. The pinnacle of Earth's power is poised to actively strike forth, embracing new challenges. Chapter 57, Wind and Thunder Hunting Grounds and the Sorrow of the Iron Rhinoceros on January 28, 2063, at Xiaolongxing, the base of the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance. Within the vast hall of a structure resembling a giant axe, the cacophony of voices threatened to topple the alloy dome above. The potent scents of energy potions, blood, and the unique aromas of various alien races amalgamated, creating a raw atmosphere distinctive to adventurers. Towering figures, armed with weapons, were commonplace, along with cunning-eyed mentalists whose psychic energies subtly flickered, and diverse, fearsome beings radiating an intimidating presence. As Lin Fan, Hong, Lei Shun, and Luo Feng, the Earthling, entered the hall, their synchronized strides and composed demeanor stood out amidst the chaos, instantly drawing numerous curious and scrutinizing glances. For newcomers, they seem intriguing. 1 stellar level 9th tier, 2 third tiers, and 1 first tier? This combination holds potential. The first tier stellar lad's psychic fluctuations appear robust. Not as simple as he seems. Whispers circulated among the crowd, accompanied by malicious glances. A group of mid-tier stellar adventurers, exuding an air of menace, appeared to approach them. But upon meeting Lin Fan's calm, yet profound gaze, reminiscent of the birth and demise of stars, an inexplicable chill coursed through their leader, causing him to instinctively halt and begrudgingly turn away. The 4 walked straight to the apprentice mercenary assessment registration desk, without a sideways glance. Behind the counter stood an elder with a deep scar across his face and a hawk-like, sharp eye. Without lifting his head, he hoarsely tossed out 4 electronic contracts. Names, strength, nationality. Read carefully, the apprentice mercenary assessment is not child's play. The mortality rate is evident. Sign it, and your fates are sealed. Lin Fan picked up the contract and quickly scanned its terms, which were cold and straightforward, clearly outlining the dangers of the Thunderworld and the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance's disclaimer. Lin Fan, stellar level 9th tier, Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Hong, stellar level 3rd tier, Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Lei Shun, stellar level 3rd tier, Black Dragon Mountain Empire. Luo Feng, stellar level 1st tier, Black Dragon Mountain Empire. The 4 presented their information in order, swiftly signing the contracts and pressing their fingerprints. Only then did the elder raise his eye, his sharp gaze sweeping over the 4, pausing briefly on Lin Fan before nodding slightly. Quite intriguing. Here are your tokens for the assessment and temporary world rings. Proceed to the teleportation point for the Thunder World entrance. I wish you enough success in your endeavors. He tossed over 4 tokens marked with lightning patterns and 4 unremarkable, dull gray rings. The 4 accepted the items and turned towards the hall's depths, where a massive teleportation portal pulsated with dangerous lightning. The moment they stepped into the portal, the sensation of spatial transition enveloped them. Thunderworld, entrance assembly point. This is a vast platform composed of black rocks, seemingly suspended in the void. Surrounding the platform are raging energy storms and incessant lightning, with the deafening roar serving as the eternal backdrop of this world. Tens of thousands of stellar-level adventurers from every corner of the Hailangshan Xingyu have gathered on the platform, divided into numerous small groups, filled with vigilance and hostility towards one another. The scent of blood has begun to permeate the air, indicating that conflicts have already occurred during the teleportation process. The arrival of Lin Fan and his companions drew many malicious gazes. A 7-member team, led by a one-armed stellar-level 8th-tier warrior, licked his lips as he and his teammates approached. Hey, for novices, hand over your rings and badges, or be on your way. Lin Fan did not even glance at him, simply uttering a cold word, and the pressure of his starry prison domain surged like a tide. The one-armed brute and his teammates were struck as if by an invisible mountain, their faces paling as they staggered back, filled with horror, no longer daring to utter a word, as they sheepishly retreated into the crowd. This scene caused many surrounding teams, who had been itching to act, to feel a chill in their hearts, curbing their thoughts. Everyone listen. A voice like thunder resounded from the sky. A figure clad in the standard armor of the Cosmic Mercenary Alliance, exuding an unfathomable aura, hovered above, coldly surveying the scene below. The trial assessment of the Thunder World is as follows. First, survive for a month. Second, collect 3 wind horn stones. Third, obtain a complete horn of a unicorn iron rhinoceros. Upon completing these 3 tasks, you may crush your badges to return and become a 1-star Cosmic Apprentice mercenary. During the assessment, killing is permitted. Now, the assessment begins. Random teleportation. A blinding white light engulfed everything once more. In the Thunder World, on a windswept, desolate red Gobi, Lin Fan and his companions appeared amidst the barren landscape, where the howling winds whipped up gravel, stinging their skin. The sky was laden with dark clouds, and electric serpents danced about. The gravity here is approximately 35 times that of Earth, creating a harsh environment where energy consumption accelerates. Hong quickly adapted to the surroundings and made his judgments. The wind horn stones are said to only be born within the eye of stormy canyons where wind energy is highly concentrated. Luo Feng recalled the information provided by Babata. The unicorn iron rhinoceros, with its coarse skin and immense strength, has its essence in its horn, typically found in groups and not easily provoked. Thunder God added, his eyes glimmering with battle intent. Although Lin Fan's Earth pulse perception was suppressed by the world's rules, it still covered an area of several dozen kilometers. 11 kilometers away, there were violent fluctuations of wind energy, likely the birthplace of the wind horn stones. Additionally, a considerable amount of life force was gathering in that direction, presumably the habitat of the unicorn iron rhinoceros. Our goals aligned perfectly, Lin Fan commanded. Let's set off, remain vigilant. The 4 immediately set out, advancing swiftly through the harsh terrain. Along the way, they encountered several teams of reckless adventurers attempting to kill and plunder, but all were swiftly dealt with by the 4, even contributing to their initial collection of wind horn stones, seized from other participants. 5 days later, the 4 arrived at a massive chasm shrouded by countless tornadoes, known to adventurers as the Wind Howl Chasm. Within the chasm, the fierce winds acted like tangible blades, making it nearly impossible for ordinary stellar-level warriors to venture deep inside. However, from the vast black jungle surrounding the chasm, deep, guttural beast roars echoed, marking the territory of the unicorn iron rhinoceros. Let's divide our tasks, Lin Fan decisively stated. Luo Feng, your mental prowess is the strongest. Use the Escape Sky Shuttle to shield against the wind blades and efficiently delve into the depths of the chasm in search of wind horn stones. Hong, your domain excels in concealment and control. Assist Luo Feng by providing protection and guidance. Thunder God, you and I will venture into the black jungle. The lightning power of the unicorn iron rhinoceros will be beneficial for your cultivation. You will take the lead in battle while I support you, clearing out any nuisances to prevent interference. Understood. The 3 replied in unison. The operation commenced immediately. Luo Feng was enveloped in a golden radiance formed by the Escape Sky Shuttle, darting like a fish into the terrifying windblade chasm. Hong's figure melded seamlessly with the wind, silently following behind, as his dark domain opened to disrupt other adventurers with ill intentions. Meanwhile, Lin Fan and Thunder God surged into the black jungle like 2 bolts of lightning. Soon, they encountered their first group of unicorn iron rhinoceroses. These beasts exceeded 10 meters in length, clad in heavy, rock-like armor, with a horn on their foreheads shimmering with electric light, instilling dread. Their strength ranged from stellar-level 3rd to 6th tiers, and they typically moved in groups of dozens. Haha, just what I wanted. Thunder God laughed maniacally, his body crackling with purple lightning as he charged at a stellar-level 5th-tier iron rhinoceros leader. His thunderous swordsmanship clashed violently with the rhinoceros's electric horn, producing a thunderous roar. Lin Fan, moving stealthily on the periphery of the beast horde, appeared like a specter. He did not unleash his full power, merely using his fingers like blades, occasionally striking out. With each gesture, he infused a hint of spatial cutting force, effortlessly penetrating the relatively weak eyes or joints of the ordinary iron rhinoceroses, instantly neutralizing their combat capabilities. He reserved the primary combat opportunities for Thunder God to hone his swordsmanship. Occasionally, when other adventurer teams attempted to take advantage of the chaos to seize the horns, they would be repelled by a cold glare from Lin Fan or a casual wave of condensed yellow energy, even suffering severe injuries. He acted as a silent guardian, firmly controlling the rhythm of the battlefield. In just half a day's time, under Lin Fan's protection, Thunder God single-handedly slew 3 stellar-level 5th-tier iron rhinoceros leaders and over 10 ordinary iron rhinoceroses, drenched in blood. Yet his lightning energy grew increasingly pure and vigorous, deepening his comprehension of thunder. The collected complete horns exceeded 10. Meanwhile, on the other side of the chasm, under Hong's clever cover and guidance, Luo Feng successfully collected more than 20 wind horn stones from several deep storm eyes, skillfully avoiding dangerous storms and ambushes thanks to his exquisite mental control. As dusk fell, the four regrouped at their designated location. Their mission objectives had long been surpassed. Luo Feng displayed the wind horn stones he had gathered. We have enough horns. And even a surplus. Thunder God proudly patted his bulging backpack. Hong nodded slightly. The process went relatively smoothly. We faced 7 ambushes from other teams, all of which were dealt with. Lin Fan looked at the 3, a faint smile gracing his face. For our first cosmic mercenary mission, we collaborated seamlessly and executed it with precision. Excellent. Now, Lin Fan's gaze turned towards the deeper recesses of the Wind Howl Chasm, where more terrifying energy fluctuations could be felt. Let us investigate the true secrets of this world. He understood that the assessment mission was merely an appetizer. The hidden realm within the depths of the Thunder World was their true objective. The journey of the Earth team had only just begun. Chapter 58, Treasure Within the Realm. On February 5, 2063, in the Thunder World, at the deepest part of the Wind Howl Chasm, Lin Fan's team was traversing a desolate expanse composed of eternal storms and thunder, searching for potentially higher quality windhorn stones while sensing the underlying spatial anomalies. Suddenly, an indescribable, vast, ancient wave erupted without warning from the depths of the chasm, instantly engulfing the entire Thunder World. The thunderclouds in the sky were forcibly torn apart, and the earth trembled violently, the space rippling like a disturbed water surface. All the challengers within the realm of thunder felt the profound fluctuations of the cosmic laws, as well as the exhilarating aura of treasures within. It has arrived. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with intensity as he instantly fixed his gaze on the source of the disturbance. Located less than 3 kilometers ahead on the ground, an enormous gateway, composed purely of energy and adorned with countless arcane lightning runes, was slowly rising from the depths. Beyond the gateway, a magnificent and ancient landscape, contrasting starkly with the Thunder Realm, became faintly visible. A realm within a realm. Indeed, it is a realm within a realm. Babata exclaimed excitedly in Luo Feng's mind. Lin Fan's intuition is remarkably precise. Almost the moment the gateway stabilized, a flurry of sounds pierced the air. Countless powerful adventurer teams, already alerted and lying in wait throughout the Fengho Rift, surged toward the gateway like sharks scenting blood. Hurry, enter. Treasures. The Lord's treasures. Those who obstruct me shall perish. The slaughter erupted instantaneously, in a frenzied race to be the first to enter the realm within a realm and seize the advantage. Various original force weapons and mental energy weapons clashed violently, drowning out the thunderous roar. We must go, Lin Fan urged, as the Xing Chunjunyu domain slightly expanded, enveloping the 4-member team, parting the tumultuous crowd and attacks like a reef, steadily advancing toward the gateway. As they passed through the gateway, a sensation of spatial transformation enveloped them, the realm within a realm. They found themselves on an expansive and boundless dark red continent, where no sun illuminated the sky. Yet countless softly glowing crystals floated, casting light upon the land. In the center of the continent, an imposing castle, constructed entirely from purple lightning crystals, soared into the clouds, emanating an awe-inspiring pressure. However, even more captivating than the environment was the virtual image of a portly, bald, white-bearded elder, garbed in silver intelligent attire, hovering above the castle. Ha! The elder's cunning and resonant laughter echoed throughout the realm within a realm, welcoming all to the domain left behind by my esteemed master, the Lord of Thunder. Lord Kabuta, I am the steward here. You may call me Lord Wu. Countless adventurers who rushed into the realm within a realm looked up at him. Without further ado, Lord Wu rubbed his hands together, his eyes darting with greed, as if surveying a flock of fat sheep awaiting slaughter. For the treasures of the master are concealed within the castle. However, to obtain these treasures, one must adhere to the rules. With a wave of his hand, a vast, radiant list materialized in the air, detailing precisely 312 treasures, each capable of quickening one's heartbeat. No one-space secret technique inheritance crystal ball, account triple. No 2-domain, lord-level bloodline evolution agent, 1 portion. No 3-life fruit, 3 pieces. No 4d6 level laser cannon, 1 set. No 5 5th-order original force weapon. Zhankong Dao, 1 piece. No 6 5th-order mental energy weapon, Zhenkong Huan, 1 set. No 68 Thunderbolt secret technique Thunder Prison, 1 portion. The list meticulously enumerated the names, quantities, and required number of thunderstones for all 312 treasures. Do you see? These are all remarkable items. Lord Wu chuckled, eager to exchange. You can trade for thunderstones. Thunderstones lie buried beneath this continent. Go dig for them yourselves. Whoever uncovers them claims them. Of course, you may also snatch them from others. Haha. This statement ignited a powder keg. The entire realm within a realm erupted into chaos. Countless adventurers, with eyes aflame, immediately began frantically excavating the ground or casting greedy glances at those nearby. A large-scale melee broke out in an instant. Thunder God furrowed his brow. Is this the same kind of Feng Jiao stone we encountered during our previous mission? He realized. It seems so. It merely has a different name here, Luo Feng remarked. Yet Lin Fan remained unusually calm, for he had foreseen all of this. Do not get embroiled in the melee. Follow me. He led his companions swiftly away from the main area, racing toward a seemingly barren hilly region on the continent's edge. Lin Fan, how did you know there would be something here? Luo Feng could not help but inquire. Intuition, along with my perception of the Earth's energy. Lin Fan provided a vague explanation. The distribution of thunderstones here is uneven. The areas with many people have likely been nearly excavated, while the edges may hold rich deposits. Indeed, under Lin Fan's Earth pulsation perception and the system's subtle scanning assistance, he could approximately discern which regions exhibited a denser energy response from the thunderstones. Soon, they arrived at a nondescript red earth hill. This is the place, dig. The four immediately set to work. Lin Fan's domain exerted fine control, effortlessly turning over large quantities of soil. Luo Feng used his mental energy weapon to precisely separate the layers of earth. Hong and Thunder God also exerted their full strength. Sure enough, within less than 10 meters of digging, they uncovered a dense cluster of azure thunderstones embedded in the rock, far exceeding the density found outside. So many, Thunder God exclaimed. Hurry, collect them, Lin Fan urged. In just half a day, the four of them had excavated over 100,000 thunderstones, far surpassing anyone's expectations. This remarkable achievement was primarily due to Lin Fan's precise positioning and efficient excavation. That should suffice. Lin Fan gazed at the mountain of thunderstones and decisively ordered. Luo Feng, you must take 50,000 thunderstones to the castle and seek Lord Wu to exchange for a life fruit, which requires 380,000 thunderstones. But Lord Wu deliberately raised the bar. This is our primary objective. Life fruit. Luo Feng was taken aback, then quickly understood. For Mo Yuntung? Precisely. Only by enabling Mo Yuntung to swiftly ascend to the cosmic level can we secure an absolute advantage in this stellar level realm, allowing us to collect even more thunderstones more quickly and safely. Lin Fan's gaze was sharp. Luo Feng nodded earnestly, promptly taking the thunderstones and stealthily heading toward the central castle. With Lin Fan's domain providing cover and Babata's route planning, he successfully evaded most surveillance and arrived at the castle first. The exchange process went smoothly. When Luo Feng piled a substantial amount of thunderstones before Lord Wu, the playful, intelligent being's eyes sparkled with surprise, casting a meaningful glance at Luo Feng. Yet he still adhered to the regulations and handed a glowing azure fruit, exuding immense life energy, to Luo Feng. After obtaining the fruit, Luo Feng swiftly retreated to reunite with Lin Fan and the others in a concealed cave. Quickly, have Mo Yuntung consume it, Lin Fan instructed. Luo Feng summoned Mo Yuntung, placing the life fruit into its core. In an instant, a torrent of life energy surged forth, and Mo Yuntung began to grow at a visible pace, transforming. Its aura escalated rapidly. Stellar level 7, 8, 9. Cosmic level. Ultimately, it stabilized at cosmic level 2. A powerful cosmic pressure emanated as Mo Yuntung's main vine thickened and fortified, gleaming with a metallic luster, its power immeasurable. We succeeded. Luo Feng was ecstatic. Excellent. Now it is time for us to give back. Lin Fan smiled. With the cosmic level Mo Yuntung, their excavation efficiency skyrocketed. Countless tendrils of Mo Yuntung plunged into the ground, functioning as the most efficient mining machines, swiftly collecting vast quantities of thunderstones. Simultaneously, Mo Yuntung became their strongest guardian. Any team attempting to approach or spy would be instantly repelled or devoured. In just a few days, the number of thunderstones in Lin Fan's team soared to an astonishing total of over 800,000. Throughout this period, Lin Fan did not neglect his own cultivation. He diligently guarded, while simultaneously immersing himself in the unique environment of thunder and space within the realm of realms. As the master of the Thunder Realm excelled in spatial laws, at the same time, he established a connection with the system. Redeemed the complete version of the Wangxianliu secret technique. To redeem Wangxianliu, Cosmic Level Immortal, a consumption of 3,000 authority points is required. Do you confirm? Confirm. Redemption successful. Remaining authority points, 70-50. Vast information regarding Wangxianliu, one of the 9 supreme divine weapons for controllers, surged into Lin Fan's mind. With the subtle assistance of the system's deduction power and his understanding of spatial laws, he swiftly crossed the threshold and reached the level of the 9 lines flow, rendering his movements increasingly elusive. Simultaneously, his comprehension of the Earth Law and the Stellar Law steadily improved. When the time for redemption came again, Lin Fan's team adopted a more cautious approach. They changed disguises in batches and utilized the Mo Yun Vine to carve out underground passages, secretly exchanging for a plethora of treasures. Lin Fan, as the leader, redeemed. The subsequent deepening insights of the Wangxianliu secret technique accelerated using system points, consuming 200,000 points. A 5th-tier Primal Force weapon upgrade component consuming 150,000 Thunderstones, and a special Law Comprehension Assistance Crystal, Earth, Space, consuming 80,000 Thunderstones. Luo Feng redeemed. Another Life Fruit, Backup, consuming 380,000 Thunderstones. A 5th-tier telekinetic weapon, the Jinkong Ring, consuming 180,000 Thunderstones. And a Domain Master Level Bloodline Evolution Agent, 1 portion, consuming 250,000 Thunderstones for future preparation. Hong redeemed. The Light and Shadow Secret Technique Kongming consuming 50,000 Thunderstones, and the Lan Ku Fruit to enhance comprehension, consuming 30,000 Thunderstones. The Thunder God, with great enthusiasm, redeemed the Thunder Secret Technique Lei Yu consuming 70,000 Thunderstones. However, just as the Thunder God redeemed the Auxiliary Light Brain containing the Lei Yu secret technique, the virtual image of Lord Wu, hovering above the castle, paused slightly on the Thunder God, a sly smile curving his lips unnoticed. Has a 2nd-tier stellar being comprehended the realm of thunder? Quite intriguing. Entrusting the Master's legacy to a fledgling on the path of thunder doesn't seem so bad. It's certainly better than leaving it to those detestable fellows, Lord Wu mused, silently embedding a special mark containing the complete legacy information of the Thunder Realm Master, Kabu, into that ordinary Lei Yu secret technique Light Brain. The Thunder God remained oblivious, merely pleased to have obtained a powerful secret technique, while other major forces, such as the Imperial Martial Corps led by the 9th Princess Brolin, San Fu Mountain, and the 100 Tiger Tower, were still engaged in fierce battles and struggling to collect Thunderstones. Lin Fan's team had already completed their first wave of plunder, thanks to their foresight and the cosmic level Mo Yun Vine, and had quietly concealed themselves, awaiting the impending storm. The game within the Realm of Realms had only just begun, yet the scales of victory had quietly tilted towards Earth. Chapter 59. The Hidden Dragon in the Abyss on March 1st, 2063, on Earth, in Lin Fan's secluded chamber. The turmoil within the Realm of Realms had subsided. The 4 of them, leveraging their foresight and the deterrence of the cosmic level Mo Yun Vine, had smoothly extricated themselves from the final chaotic battle, returning to Qiu Long Star via the assessment token, and silently arrived back on Earth. At this moment, in the secluded chamber, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. The rhythmic laws flowing around him were deeper and more restrained than before his journey to the Thunder World. He had thoroughly digested the gains from this expedition in the Realm of Realms, and his strength had once again experienced a qualitative leap, immersing his consciousness into his sea of knowledge. The updated system panel data was presented clearly. Host, Lin Fan. Life level, Stellar level 9, Peak of Martial Artist and Mentalist Dual Cultivation. Ultimate Compression, Genetic Primal Force, 99,999 units, reached the theoretical limit of the current realm, containing a trace of the indestructible characteristic of the stars. Mental Power, 99,999 units, reached the theoretical limit of the current realm, containing the sharpness of spatial slicing. Law Comprehension, Earth Law, Original Law Acknowledged, Depth Peak, just a step away from entering the next stage. Stellar Law, Entry, 1235. Deepened comprehension of stellar movements and gravitational tides. Spatial Law, Entry, 928. Wangxianliu mastered to the level of 100 lines flow, capable of simultaneously producing over 100 real phantoms, short-distance spatial flickering becoming more fluid. Domain, Stellar Suppression Domain, 9th level perfection integrating more spatial mysteries, greatly enhancing suppression, binding, and slicing power. Techniques, Hu to Xingqianju, Cosmic level, fully mastered. Domain Master Chapter unlocks requires 5,000 authority points and special conditions. Secret Techniques, Xingqian Duan, Great Perfection Dark Universe Traversing Efficiency Enhanced, short distance flickering nearly instinctual. Dadi Maidong, great perfection perception range and precision enhanced, capable of faintly sensing large-scale energy gatherings outside the solar system. Xingqian Kai, great perfection defensive power solidified, energy conduction efficiency optimized. Qianqiong Feng, great perfection 9 peaks unleashed, power compounded, containing a trace of spatial suppression force. Shukongji Dao, great perfection mental attacks become more formless and elusive, nearly impossible to guard against. Wangxianliu, entry proficient 100 lines flow level. The elusiveness of movements has dramatically increased. Bumi Xinghe, entry slightly advanced. System authority, domain master level, initially unlocked. Authority points, 4,050, consumed 3,000 to redeem Wangxianliu. Subsequent insights primarily rely on self and system simulation. System points, 355,000, consumed 200,000 points to accelerate Wangxianliu comprehension and law cultivation. Special items, Law Comprehension Crystal, Spatial Law, 1, and used. Special Law Comprehension Assistance Crystal, Earth. Space, used. Equipment, 5th Tier Primal Force Weapon, Liexing, upgraded, greatly enhanced power, with the effect of stellar pressure attached. The stellar level had reached its zenith. Lin Fan felt the surging power within him, perfectly restrained, filling him with confidence. Now, even without utilizing the system's trump cards, he was confident he could sweep through the stellar level. Even against ordinary first-tier cosmic-level beings, he might still possess the strength to contend. On Earth, at various locations, Luo Feng's earthly avatar, nourished by the residual energy of the life fruit and the domain master-level bloodline evolution agent, not fully consumed, only partially activated, had risen to the 3rd tier of stellar level, with his mental power becoming increasingly refined. The Golden Horned Beast avatar had devoured a substantial amount of rare metals redeemed, steadily advancing towards the 7th tier of stellar level. The greatest gain undoubtedly was the Mo Yunvine's ascension to cosmic level, becoming the current strongest force on Earth. He had also made initial strides in mastering the Zhenkong Ring. Hong had digested the Kongming secret technique and Lanku fruit, elevating his cultivation to the 4th tier of stellar level, with his darkness domain becoming increasingly ethereal and his comprehension of the light law deepening, making his movements ever more unpredictable. The Thunder Goddess gains were the most unique. His cultivation had also ascended to the 4th tier of stellar level. But the most significant change lay in his Thunder domain. That domain was no longer merely a furious purple. At its core, a hint of vibrant white electric light, imbued with an extraordinary purifying power, had begun to emerge. The destruction and creation, 2 utterly distinct realms of understanding, had initially formed a subtle balance within his domain, amplifying its power. All of this stemmed from the fortuitous encounter within the realm of realms. At this moment, the God of Thunder was practicing his sword technique in his personal training chamber. As the blade danced, arcs of purple and white electricity intertwined, sometimes exuding a sense of destruction, while at other times emanating a peculiar sensation of rejuvenation. Fool, balance is not found this way. Destruction is the sword. Creation is the hilt. Only a sword with a hilt can be wielded freely, not with each hand grasping half. A voice, filled with frustration, echoed through the training room. The God of Thunder sheathed his sword and helplessly gazed at the slowly materializing figure of a bald elder. Mist, you have come again. Humph. If I didn't come, I would watch you turn this perfectly good realm of life and death into some grotesque form. Mist, hands on hips and puffing with indignation, continued. If it weren't for your foolishness appealing to me and your potential in the realm of lightning, I wouldn't bother with you. Despite his harsh words, Mist's gaze towards the God of Thunder bore an unmistakable admiration. He had been lonely in the realm of realms for far too long. The God of Thunder's temperament, talent, second stage self-realization in the stellar level, and pure passion for lightning reminded him of his master, Cab, in his youth, compelling him to descend to Earth to continue mentoring the boy. Thank you for your guidance, Mist, the God of Thunder replied with a sincere smile, quickly bowing in respect. He understood that this seemingly unreliable intelligent being was, in fact, an extraordinary teacher whose casual advice had greatly benefited him. That's more like it. Mist nodded in satisfaction and began to elaborate, discussing the essence of lightning, the fusion of laws, and even occasionally revealing insights from Cab's training experiences in his youth. The God of Thunder absorbed this knowledge eagerly, sensing an immensely vast path of thunder unfolding before him. The clandestine inheritance from Mist held a value that surpassed even that of treasures obtained through exchange. Within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, at the headquarters of the Nuo Lan Mountain family, a solemn grand hall gathered the family's high-ranking officials, the atmosphere stifling. Waste. Over 2 years. It took us that long to filter out vague coordinates from those fragmented, chaotic signals. An elder shouted furiously. The subordinate responsible for the matter trembled in response. Elder, please calm your anger. The signal interference from the wormhole's collapse is too strong. We have nearly mobilized all our intelligence networks and computational resources just to barely lock onto that star region, which belongs to the Milky Way. After extensive investigation, we finally determined that the most likely source of the signal is a life planet called Earth. Earth, the patriarch of the Nuwa Lan Mountain family, Domain Lord level, tapped his fingers on the armrest, his voice icy. Have you clarified its background? We have investigated thoroughly. The subordinate replied, cold sweat streaming down his face. According to the Imperial Citizen Information Database, this planet was purchased 3 years ago by a citizen of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire named Luo Feng, enjoying protection under Imperial law. Moreover, based on our secretly obtained entry records, for stellar-level beings from Earth have been active on Xiao Long Star and participated in the current Cosmic Internship Mercenary Assessment. Purchased? And with an official mercenary identity? The Patriarch's brow furrowed tightly. This complicates matters. The Imperial law is exceedingly strict regarding private planets, especially those with owners and official cosmic mercenaries. If we forcefully invade, should this be leaked, the consequences would be dire. Are we to let it go just like that? That planet may harbor treasures. Another elder protested stubbornly. Of course we cannot let it go. The Patriarch's eyes glinted with cold light, but we mustn't be overt. Immediately deploy all our covert forces to secretly investigate the reality of Earth, uncover the details on Luo Feng and his backing. We must find an opportunity to either provoke them into violating Imperial laws or create an accident. Understood. The crowd responded in unison. However, just as the Nuwa Lan Mountain family began to lay their clandestine plans to search for any vulnerabilities in Earth and Luo Feng, an announcement from the Virtual Universe Company, in conjunction with the 5 major powers, swept across the human domain like a cosmic storm. The peak talent battle of the universe has officially commenced registration. Registration period, March 9, 2066 to April 16, 2066. Eligibility, stellar level 1st to 9th stage. For event details, please check the Genius Battle section of the Virtual Universe Network. The moment this announcement was made, the attention of the entire Nuwa Lan Mountain family was instantly captured. Compared to this grand event affecting all humanity, matters concerning Earth could temporarily be set aside. The Genius Battle, the patriarch of the Nuwa Lan Mountain mused, is a splendid opportunity for our family's disciples to make a name for themselves and enter the core of the 5 major powers. All resources should be prioritized for the eligible talents. We will monitor the situation on Earth for now and address everything after the Genius Battle concludes. The threat posed by the Nuwa Lan Mountain was temporarily postponed due to this sudden cosmic event. On Earth, Lin Fan received the message relayed by Babata without delay. He stepped out of the meditation room, gazing up at the starry sky, his eyes ablaze with fervent battle intent. Is it finally about to begin? Hong, the god of thunder, and Luo Feng soon gathered around, exchanging knowing smiles, their unspoken understanding palpable. 3 years of preparation, extreme suppression, and all their accumulated efforts were for this moment. The stage for the cosmic peak talent battle was set, and they, the hidden dragons from a remote planet, were about to dive into the sea and unleash a tremendous wave. Chapter 60, Stellar Domain. Points soar on May 16, 2066. In the first world zone of the virtual universe, Lin Fan felt the power within him suppressed to stellar level 9th stage. Observing the multitude of participants in the ruined city around him, a smile crept across his lips. The boundary suppression is a limitation for others, but for me, it is the finest stage. System, activate damage absorption mode. Let the points come in more fiercely. On May 16, 2066. In the virtual universe's exclusive teleportation zone for Qianwu continent, a sea of people gathered. With stellar-level geniuses from tens of thousands of star systems in the Qianwu universe converging here, transforming into countless streaks of light heading towards 100 distinctly different world zone entrances. The cacophony of voices, energy fluctuations, battle intent, and ambition intertwined in this place. The air thick with palpable tension and excitement. Lin Fan, Luo Feng, Hong, and the god of thunder stood together, creating their own atmosphere. All participants were suppressed to stellar level 9th stage. Hong felt the power within him, his gaze sharp, realizing that this was truly a complete contest of comprehending laws, domains, and mystical realms. The god of thunder clenched his fist, lightning-like energy dancing between his fingers. Heh, now it is fair. Let us see whose methods are superior. Luo Feng's eyes burned with intense battle spirit. This opportunity to clash with the geniuses of the entire universe must not be missed. Although the advantages of his golden-horned beast avatar and Mo Yun Vine were temporarily suppressed, his years of accumulation filled him with confidence. Lin Fan nodded, his thoughts causing the system panel visible only to him to quietly appear. Host, Lin Fan. Life level, stellar level 9th stage, under virtual universe rule suppression. System notification. The virtual universe rules have forcibly synchronized all participants' physical attributes to stellar level 9th stage, while retaining original realms of mystical arts, domains, and law comprehension. Current environment scan. First world zone, modern ruins of a city, initial number of participants, 82,000,000. Passive skill. 100-fold feedback is ready, able to convert all forms of damage into pure energy and point credits. Preliminary match rules. Killing grants 1 point and shares half of the opponent's points. The top 1,001 participants advance. Remember, Lin Fan reminded them, stay steady. Don't easily reveal all your cards. Our goal is to advance. Understood. Luo Feng and the others nodded earnestly. Soon, the virtual assistants on the wrists of the 4 individuals simultaneously received the transmission command. Let us go. See you at the arena. Lin Fan proclaimed, his figure transforming into a streak of light as he entered the gateway marked for the first world zone. After a moment of dizziness, Lin Fan found himself amidst the colossal ruins of a modern metropolis. Crumbling skyscrapers leaned precariously, abandoned vehicles piled high on the streets, and hundreds of massive virtual screens hovered in the air, displaying the current score rankings for the world zone, which were blank save for the incessantly flickering participant numbers. Welcome to the first world zone. The preliminary round begins now. Duration, 30 days. Good luck. The grand announcement reverberated throughout the realm. Carnage erupted almost instantaneously as the competition commenced. Not far away, a searing laser beam shot towards Lin Fan's back, without warning. As if he had eyes on the back of his head, Lin Fan moved slightly, allowing the laser to graze his battle attire, melting through an abandoned car behind him. The ambusher was momentarily taken aback. Lin Fan slowly turned to face a man holding a laser weapon, a scar etched across his face, standing 100 meters away. Kid. Nice reflexes, but this is where it ends. The scarred man sneered, his form erupting into a zigzagging bolt of lightning as he charged, his battle blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle aimed at Lin Fan. The strike was vicious and cunning, infused with energy, indicating extensive combat experience. Lin Fan did not flinch or evade, nor did he make any attempt to block. Seeking death, the scarred man grinned wider. Clang. The battle blade struck Lin Fan's chest with a resounding metallic clash, yet it produced an ear-piercing sound. A terrifying recoil surged through the blade, fracturing the scarred man's grip, blood gushing from his palm. The smile on his face froze, turning into sheer horror. In no way. Your physical strength. Lin Fan's body was enveloped in an incredibly dim armor, seemingly composed of countless tiny stardust particles, known as Xingqian Kai. It absorbed the full force of a strike from a warrior of the same level, leaving not even a white mark on the armor. Too weak, Lin Fan commented indifferently, extending his right index finger and lightly pointing forward. Buzz. An invisible yet weighty force, as formidable as a mountain, descended instantly, invoking Xingqian Jinyu Domain's gravity transformation. Thud. The scarred man felt the space around him solidify, the entire sky pressing down upon him with no means of resistance, causing him to collapse to the ground. His bones creaking painfully, blood seeping from his orifices. Points, he managed to utter with great difficulty, despair filling his eyes. Lin Fan's thoughts shifted, and a finely condensed yellow light, Kaian's Hongfeng Xingqian Jinyu Peak, flickered from his fingertip, piercing through the scarred man's skull. His body disintegrated into motes of light. Points 1. The digits on Lin Fan's wrist screen flickered once. Too slow, Lin Fan shook his head. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath of air simulated by the virtual universe, tinged with the scent of rust and blood. In the next moment, he opened his eyes wide. The Xingqian Jinyu domain was fully unleashed. Boom. Centered around Lin Fan, an intangible yet omnipotent domain erupted, expanding madly in all directions. Within the area stretching thousands of meters, the space warped slightly, the light dimmed, resembling a miniature starry universe. An overwhelming gravity, far exceeding the typical limits of stellar endurance, suddenly descended. In an instant, all participants near the location of Lin Fan's emergence felt a drastic change in expression. What is happening? The gravity is terrifying. I can't move. Who is it? Some of the weaker individuals were directly injured and coughed up blood under the sudden immense gravity, while others were crushed on the spot, disintegrating into motes of light and elimination. Lin Fan's points began to surge wildly. 1, 1, 1, 3, 1, 2. In just a few breaths, his score skyrocketed from 1 to over 100 points. His ranking ascended as if propelled by a rocket. System notification received a weak mixed energy impact. Absorbed and converted into 1650 system points, 35 authority points. System notification received a weak psychic impact. Absorbed and converted into 920 system points, 21 authority points. System notification received weak erosion from the power of laws. Absorbed and converted into 5,500 system points, 11 authority points. Waves of system notifications rushed through Lin Fan's mind. Those who attempted to resist, launching ranged attacks against him, their energy, psychic force, and even slight powers of law were quietly absorbed by the system the moment they touched the Xingqian Jinyu domain, transforming into his sustenance. Indeed, this was the correct approach to scoring. Lin Fan, feeling the nearly negligible impact and the gradual increase in system points and authority points, nodded in satisfaction. He casually took a step, his form flickering like a specter, Wanxian Lu, appearing atop a skyscraper 1,000 meters away. His gaze swept over the participants below, struggling under the weight of the domain, or uncertainly attempting to locate the source. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed as he caught sight of 3 figures clad in standard battle attire, laboriously yet purposefully converging towards him against the immense gravity. They bore the insignias of the Newlin Mountain family and the Hadrive Imperial warriors. They have arrived? A cold smile graced Lin Fan's lips. Newlin Mountain. Hadrive sends these mere fish to their demise? One of the psychic practitioners launched the first attack. 9 blades as thin as cicada wings tore through the air, transforming into 9 serpentine glimmers aimed at Lin Fan's vital points from exceedingly cunning angles. The psychic energy within the flying knives was highly condensed, demonstrating exceptional control. Another warrior let out a roar, unleashing his energy to momentarily break free from some of the gravitational suppression, wielding a massive axe, leaping forth like a mountain-splitting giant. The last individual concealed in the shadows formed hand seals, unleashing a strange psychic wave silently towards Lin Fan's consciousness, attempting a soul attack. Their coordinated assault was executed flawlessly. Lin Fan observed calmly, his expression unchanging. Just as the attacks were about to reach him, he slowly raised his right hand. Xingqianin. In an instant, the 9 swiftly flying psychic blades seemed to plunge into an invisible mire, their speed abruptly decreasing, then completely spiraling out of control, as if seized by an unseen hand. Halting just half a meter before Lin Fan, trembling ominously, the airborne warrior felt the gravity around him multiply tenfold in an instant. The momentum of his leap was crushed, plummeting like a meteor to the ground, creating a deep crater and sending dust into the air. Meanwhile, the soul attack that had intruded upon Lin Fan's consciousness was instantly dissipated upon reaching the perimeter of the Xingqian law domain, akin to a drop in the ocean, vanishing without a trace. How is this possible? The psychic practitioner who released the flying knives was aghast. Lin Fan's fingers curled slightly. The 9 suspended knives abruptly reversed direction, their tips aimed at their original master. In the next moment, their speed surged 100-fold, carrying Lin Fan's terrifying psychic force imbued with the essence of spatial slicing, Shukongji Run, tearing through the skies. Thud, 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 thud. The psychic practitioner barely had time to react before his body was thoroughly pierced and ripped apart by his own 9 flying knives, disintegrating into countless motes of light. Points 2. The illusionist lurking in the shadows, attempting a soul attack, sensed the dire situation and turned to flee. Let him go, Lin Fan stated coldly, extending his finger like a blade and slicing towards that direction. The fabric of space was effortlessly torn asunder, revealing a slender black fissure, a manifestation of the law of space cutting. The rift flickered and vanished in an instant, sweeping past the fleeing illusionist's form. The illusionist's figure froze momentarily before splitting in 2, dissipating into motes of light. Score 3. In the depths of the pit, a warrior struggled to rise. Lin Fan did not cast a glance back. He merely stamped his foot lightly. Boom. The ground trembled, and a colossal surge of terrestrial energy, law of earth, coursed through the earth, striking the warrior in the pit with precision. The warrior emitted not a sound, vanishing instantly in a flash of white light. Score 1. In the blink of an eye, 3 elite assassins, evidently trained for this very purpose, met their demise. Lin Fan's wrist screen flickered with increasing scores, his rank steadily ascending. A deluge of system notifications flooded his view. System notification, absorbed high-intensity mixed damage, converted into 85. 200 system points, 85 authority points. Not enough, still not enough. Lin Fan murmured to himself, his gaze piercing through the myriad structures, seeking deeper into the vast battlefield. Yearning for stronger opponents, for more extreme challenges. Names floated in his mind. Rong Jun, Luo Feng, and those truly formidable adversaries hidden among the countless prodigies. Rong Jun. I've heard you are formidable, Lin Fan thought, a flicker of earnest combat intent igniting in his eyes. I hope you do not disappoint me. Once more, his figure blurred, transforming into a shadow that melded into the fabric of space. 10,000 lines flow, propelling himself toward the regions pulsating with the most potent energy responses. Where he passed, under the shroud of the starry domain, contestants were subdued and eliminated in droves. Scores began to surge at a terrifying pace. A slaughter feast belonging to Lin Fan had just begun. Meanwhile, in the 88th World Zone, Thor encountered a formidable foe, Rong Jun, and, after a fierce battle, unfortunately faced defeat. Hong also confronted severe challenges in other world zones. The entire Peak Genius battle was quietly stirred from its original trajectory by the unexpected force of Lin Fan, like a butterfly causing ripples. An even greater storm awaited them in the cosmic finals. Chapter 61. The Genius Meat Grinder of Qianwu Star Domain. The central plaza was vast beyond measure, with 2 billion contestants gathering like countless stars, the air a cacophony of voices, energy fluctuations intertwining to form an immense web spanning the heavens. Lin Fan stood silently in a corner, an eerie emptiness surrounding him for 100 meters, as if an invisible force field repelled the other contestants. All were uniformly adjusted to stellar-level 9th-tier physical prowess, with their combat suits capped at 2nd tier. Lin Fan felt the new body bestowed upon him by the virtual universe system. Indeed, it was fair, yet beneath this fairness lay the greatest injustice. The scions of prestigious families wielded secret arts and weapons that no ordinary denizen of the literary star sphere could hope to rival. His thoughts stirred, and a system panel visible only to himself materialized before him. Host: Lin Fan. Life level: stellar level 9th tier, peak dual cultivation of martial artist and mentalist. Unable to advance further. Gene force: 999 units, extremely compressed, containing indestructible stellar traits and the weighty law of Earth. Mental power: 999 units, extremely refined. Encompassing sharp spatial cutting and the vastness of the law of stars. 3 years without utilizing authority points or scores. Waiting for this moment. Lin Fan. A voice called from behind. Lin Fan turned to see Luo Feng, Hong, and Thor approaching. Luo Feng's eyes glimmered with combat intent. Hong remained as calm as ever, while Thor grinned broadly. You all have come, Lin Fan smiled, his gaze lingering momentarily on Luo Feng, the protagonist of the original story, whose fate had already shifted subtly due to Lin Fan's emergence. The Golden Horn Giant Beast at stellar level 7th tier, the Mo Yun Vine at cosmic level 2nd tier. Lin Fan was well aware of these trump cards, but his existence remained an enigma that Luo Feng could not fathom. Such a grand event. How could the 4 of us from Earth possibly be absent? Thor laughed heartily, his voice booming. Though I know I may not go far, it is worth it to spar with geniuses from various cosmic nations. Hong nodded gently. It's all about participation, broadening horizons. Luo Feng then looked at Lin Fan. The preliminary rounds are divided into 100 world zones. Let us hope we are not placed in the same zone, or we might suffer internal strife. Lin Fan chuckled softly. Even if we are in the same zone, ultimately, only one among us can ascend to the pinnacle. His words carried an enigmatic undertone, causing Luo Feng to pause, sensing a deeper implication. Attention, all contestants. A resounding voice echoed throughout the plaza. The preliminary rounds will commence in 10 minutes. You will be randomly assigned to one of the 100 world zones. The competition will employ a scoring system. Killing one person grants you 1 point, along with half of their points. Ultimately, the top 1,001 from each world zone will advance. As the announcement concluded, murmurs erupted across the plaza. Only the top 1,001 from each zone can advance. How ruthless. 82 billion participants, and only 100 will progress? The odds are too slim. Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged. He was already well acquainted with this rule. Turning to his fellow countrymen, he noticed Hong and Thor wore grave expressions, while only Luo Feng's eyes blazed with combat fervor. Hong. Thor, Lin Fan suddenly spoke. If you encounter a wild man named Rong Jun, do not hesitate. Flee immediately. Hong and Thor were taken aback, as was Luo Feng. who looked at Lin Fan in surprise. Rong Jun. Who is that? Thor asked, puzzled. A foe you cannot hope to contend with, Lin Fan replied calmly. His strength places him among the top 5 in the Qianwu Universe Nation. A glimmer of insight flickered in Hong's eyes. Lin Fan, how do you know this? Lin Fan smiled gently. I have my sources of information. Just remember my words. In truth, Lin Fan was aware that in the original story, Thor encountered Rong Jun during the preliminary rounds and was eliminated, while Hong fell to Rong Jun in the arena. Though the narrative may shift due to his presence, Rong Jun's power remained beyond the reach of Hong and Thor. Just then, Lin Fan sensed dozens of hostile gazes fixate upon him. He discreetly activated Earth Pulsation, his perception instantly enveloping the surrounding area for miles. The members of the Nuo Lan Mountain family and the subordinates of Heidrif. Lin Fan smirked inwardly, confirming that, as in the original tale, they had dispatched individuals to target him. Unfortunately, they were unaware of the kind of existence they faced. Advanced analysis activated with a thought. Lin Fan's newly unlocked domain lord-level authority function quietly engaged, swiftly scanning the details of the hostile individuals. Target, Stellar Level 9th Tier Warriors, 12. Affiliation, Nuo Lan Mountain Family Guard. Characteristics, Mastery of Combined Attack Formations. Adept at Ensnarement. Target, Stellar Level 9th Tier Mentalists. 8. Affiliation, Imperial Martial Corps. Characteristics, Commanding the Imperial Martial Barrier, precise and long-range attacks. Just a bunch of insignificant fish. Lin Fan concealed the analysis results, his expression tranquil. What's wrong? Luo Feng keenly sensed Lin Fan's subtle shift. Nothing, just a few flies buzzing around us. Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. Be cautious during the preliminary rounds. Aside from contestants, there may also be those specifically targeting us. Luo Feng's gaze sharpened, and he quickly grasped Lin Fan's meaning. The Nuo Lan Mountain and Heidrif? Lin Fan nodded. The coordinates of Earth and the mechanical race's ships are far too tempting for them. Hong and Lei Shin's expressions turned serious upon hearing those words. Time is up. The preliminary round officially begins. All participants will be transported to their respective world zones. The grand voice resounded once more. In the next instant, Lin Fan felt a spatial fluctuation enveloping his body, and the scenery before him shifted in an instant. When he regained clarity of his surroundings, Lin Fan found himself standing on the streets of a dilapidated city. Amid the crumbling walls, the vestiges of past prosperity were faintly discernible, now replaced by the mournful whispers of the wind blowing through the ruins. First World Zone, City Number 3996. Information about his location surfaced in Lin Fan's mind. It appeared to be a promising hunting ground. He gently tested the ground beneath him, and the law of Earth silently activated, allowing him to instantly grasp the entire city's topographical structure. Hidden caves, extensive underground passages, and vantage points were all vividly imprinted in his mind. Familiarizing himself with the environment before commencing the hunt was essential. Lin Fan refrained from rushing into action. Instead, he closed his eyes and attentively sensed the operation of the laws within this virtual world. He suddenly let out a soft exclamation, realizing that the sensitivity to spatial laws in this world was several times clearer than that in reality. In that moment, Lin Fan understood the intention behind the Virtual Universe Company's genius battle. It was not solely a contest of strength, but also an exceptional opportunity for geniuses to comprehend the laws. Given this, he could not afford to squander this chance. With a thought, the previously unused Spatial Law Comprehension Crystal appeared in his hand. Would you like to use the Law Comprehension Crystal, Spatial Law? Yes. The crystal shattered instantly, transforming into glimmers of silver light that fused into Lin Fan's being. In an instant, the space around him seemed to transform into a clear lake, with every ripple vividly perceptible. The intricacies of the spatial law surged in his mind, illuminating those previously obscure concepts. Spatial law, entry level, 61. Entry level, 89. The 10,000 lines flow technique activated automatically, and the number of illusory figures behind him surged from 500 to 999, just one step away from reaching the pinnacle of the 1,000 lines flow. Regrettably, he was still a tad short. Lin Fan felt a hint of disappointment, but quickly let it go. With 30 days for the preliminary round, he had ample time to break through. Just then, 12 figures appeared silently amidst the ruins surrounding him, blocking all his escape routes. Lin Fan, to think your luck is so poor, encountering us on the very first day? The leader, a man with a green face, sneered. Remember, the ones who will kill you are the third squad of the Nuo Lan Shan family's guard. Lin Fan did not even raise his eyelids. 12 stellar level 9th tier. The Nuo Lan Shan family certainly spared no expense. Still defiant in the face of death, the green-faced man waved his hand, formed the formation. The 12 of them swiftly shifted their positions, creating a strange formation, their primal forces interlinked, exponentially increasing the pressure. Simultaneously, 8 figures appeared atop a distant skyscraper, their mental energies weaving a net that firmly locked down the space. The Huangwu Corps has arrived too? Lin Fan finally lifted his gaze, saving him the effort of searching for them. Arrogant, the green-faced man roared, and all 12 launched their attacks simultaneously, their primal forces converging into a colossal beam of light aimed at Lin Fan. Faced with this combined assault capable of gravely injuring an ordinary universe-level first-tier warrior, Lin Fan merely raised his hand gently. The stellar prison domain, activate. Buzz. Centered around Lin Fan, a microcosmic starry domain instantly formed within a 1,000-meter radius, where stars rotated and gravitational forces shifted. The incoming beam of light slowed dramatically within the domain, ultimately dissipating into nothingness 3 meters in front of Lin Fan. What? All the attackers simultaneously changed color. Is this all they can do? Lin Fan said lightly, his right hand forming a fist. 1,000 peaks, stellar prison peak. 9 peaks of illusory shadow materialized, merging into one, embodying an endless force of suppression. The space groaned under the weight of this power, and the 12 members of the Nuo Lanshan family's guard were forced to their knees, their bones cracking under the strain. Huangwu barrier, annihilate. The 8 mentalists in the distance, witnessing this, simultaneously unleashed their strongest attacks, 8 mental shockwaves converging into an invisible blade, piercing directly toward Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan did not even glance, casually waving his left hand, Void Blade. A nearly imperceptible spatial fluctuation swept through, freezing the 8 mentalists in place. The next moment, their heads flew off, expressions of disbelief etched in their eyes. Spatial law? You actually. The green-faced man was filled with terror, unable to finish his sentence as he was suppressed into silence. Thank you for the points you provided. Lin Fan spoke calmly, his right hand clenching into a fist. Boom. The 12 members of the Nuo Lanshan family's guard were simultaneously crushed into a pulp by the terrifying gravity, blood staining the ruins. Points. 20. Lin Fan gazed at the system notification, shaking his head slightly. 20 individuals for just 20 points. It seems I must quickly seek out higher point targets. He closed his eyes, unleashing Earth Pulse to its fullest, his perception rapidly covering the entire city number 3996. In the Eastern District, 3 strong auras could be sensed, likely experts at the 8th or 9th level of the domain. In the Southern District, there was a mentalist with commendable comprehension of the laws. In the Western District, a familiar aura. A smile crept across Lin Fan's lips. Rongjun? Meeting someone interesting so soon. His figure flickered, and the 999 illusory figures simultaneously appeared and disappeared, his true form already several kilometers away. Rongjun, let me see just how strong you are. This genius from the original work. Lin Fan's speed increased, and where he passed, the occasional other participants were cut in half by the spatial rifts before they could even catch a glimpse of his shadow. Along the way, his points soared rapidly. Points, 1. Points, 1. Points, 2. In just a few minutes, Lin Fan's ranking had surged from the very bottom to within the top 100,000 of the first world zone. Meanwhile, the preliminary round had only just begun for less than an hour. In the western district of the city, a robust youth with disheveled hair, resembling a wild man, smashed his opponent into fragments with a single punch. Seemingly sensing something, he suddenly looked up toward the east, excitement flashing in his eyes. Such a powerful spatial fluctuation. Finally, a worthy opponent has arrived. Rongjun licked his lips, not retreating but instead charging toward the source of the spatial fluctuation. 2 powerful auras swiftly approached. A fierce battle was about to unfold in this ruined city. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, Luo Feng was also currently facing a grueling battle. In the 72nd World Zone, he was besieged by 7 stellar-level 9th-tier warriors, 2 of whom evidently wielded the power of the laws. At this moment, Hong was in the 88th World Zone, gazing at the wild man wielding a giant axe before him, while Lei Shun was struggling in the 13th World Zone. They all recalled Lin Fan's warning. The butterfly effect had begun to manifest, and Lin Fan, the largest butterfly, was poised to unleash a storm that would sweep across the entire universe. Chapter 62. The completion of Thousand Lines Flow and the invitation to the trial space. Rongjun's massive form crashed heavily into the ruins, dust swirling around him. He struggled to rise but discovered that all his bones were shattered, unable to even lift a finger. Who are you? Rongjun coughed up blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that he, an invincible figure among the younger generation of the Qianwu Universe Nation, could be defeated in a single move. Lin Fan gracefully descended, the stellar prison domain slowly retracting into his being. Just a participant from a remote planet. He spoke in a flat tone, as if he had merely swatted aside a fly. Rong Jun stared intently at Lin Fan, suddenly breaking into a grin. Interesting. Truly interesting. This time, the genius battle is no longer tedious. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling a hint of surprise at Rong Jun's fighting spirit. This genius in the original work was known for his bold character, growing stronger with each setback. Seeing it firsthand today was indeed as expected. Did you just employ the spatial law? Rong Jun inquired, perplexed. No, there exists another, more peculiar force. The star law, Lin Fan replied candidly. A path I have comprehended myself. Rong Jun's pupils constricted sharply. You created your own law? No wonder I lost without grievance. He sighed deeply. Kill me. To perish at the hands of a genius like you is not a waste of my participation in this competition. Yet Lin Fan shook his head. I shall not slay you. Why? Rong Jun was taken aback. This was an excellent opportunity to earn points. If I were to kill you, who would serve as my sharpening stone? Lin Fan replied with a tranquil smile. The preliminary contest has just commenced. Retaining a rival like you will make the competition far more intriguing. With that, Lin Fan turned and departed, leaving Rong Jun in a daze. Defeated a formidable foe. Earned 100 authority points. System score 5,000. The system notification resonated in Lin Fan's mind, causing him to pause momentarily. He had not anticipated that vanquishing an opponent without killing them would yield rewards, a delightful surprise indeed. Shortly after Lin Fan's departure, Rong Jun struggled to sit up and retrieved a fruit emanating life energy from his bosom, consuming it. His injuries began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. Lin Fan, I shall remember you, Rong Jun declared, his eyes ablaze with fervor for battle. Next time we meet, I will surely be stronger. The news of Lin Fan's confrontation with Rong Jun spread like wildfire throughout the First World District. Have you heard? That wild man Rong Jun was defeated in a single blow. Is that true? Rong Jun was thought to be a super genius capable of breaking into the top 1,000 of the universe. Absolutely true. The one who defeated him is named Lin Fan, hailing from an unknown planet called Earth. Lin Fan. I have never heard of such a figure. In no time, competitors in the First World District were abuzz with discussions about this emerging prodigy. Consequently, Lin Fan's score skyrocketed to first place in the World District, attracting countless eyes. Atop a high-rise, Lin Fan closed his eyes, attuning himself to the city's pulse. With the full power of Earth Pulse in operation, he could distinctly sense thousands of competitors converging from all directions toward his location. Do they seek to ascend by stepping upon my corpse? Lin Fan's lips curled into a cold smirk. Then let them come. They shall serve to refine my spatial law. With a mere thought, 999 phantoms manifested simultaneously, spreading across several streets. These apparitions were indistinguishable from reality, even in the energy fluctuations they emitted. The first to arrive was a 12-member squad clad in uniform combat gear, evidently an elite team from a prominent clan. Identify Lin Fan. Form a formation. The leader bellowed as the 12 swiftly arranged themselves into a combat formation. One of Lin Fan's phantoms floated over and casually inquired, "Which family do you represent?" "There is no need for the dying to know." The leader sneered, waving his hand. Attack. 12 beams of energy converged into a torrent, hurtling toward Lin Fan's phantom. However, just as the strike was about to land, the phantom abruptly vanished, reappearing behind the squad. Too slow. The phantom raised a hand lightly, the space rippling subtly, and the 12 were simultaneously severed into fragments by an invisible force. Score 12. The other phantoms faced adversaries as well, engaging in fierce battles. Lin Fan's true self remained still atop the high-rise, observing each opponent's fighting style through the eyes of his phantoms, deepening his understanding of the applications of spatial law. This spatial fluctuation can be warped in such a manner. So, the spatial cut can indeed be executed with such precision. Integrating the gravitational pull of the stars into spatial confinement yields remarkably effective results. As the battles progressed, Lin Fan's comprehension of spatial law grew increasingly profound. The 999 phantoms, under his control, thrived in their element, often dispatching foes before they could react. His score surged rapidly, and Lin Fan's ranking remained at the pinnacle of the First World District. However, more and more powerful beings were drawn to the scene, including several who had attained the 8th or 9th levels of domain comprehension, and even a few who had grazed the threshold of the laws. Lin Fan, I have come to challenge you. A youth enveloped in crackling lightning ascended, brandishing a spear aimed directly at Lin Fan's high-rise. The domain of lightning unfurled, with electric serpents dancing wildly, showcasing tremendous power. Lin Fan finally opened his eyes, acknowledging, 8th level of the domain of thunder? Impressive, yet regrettable. He did not even rise, merely extending a finger. Spatial confinement. In an instant, the space within a 10-meter radius of the lightning youth solidified entirely. The youth, frozen mid-charge, wore an expression of sheer terror. That is not how a domain should be wielded, Lin Fan remarked nonchalantly, as he subtly gestured. Observe closely what a true domain entails. The star confinement domain enveloped the youth's domain of thunder in an instant. As the stars rotated and gravitational forces shifted, the rampant lightning was effortlessly tamed, coiling around Lin Fan like a docile serpent. Domains countering each other. This is impossible, the youth exclaimed in disbelief. In the universe, nothing is impossible. Lin Fan dismissed the domain with a wave. You may leave. You are not yet qualified to battle me. The youth stood there, his expression shifting in turmoil, ultimately gritting his teeth. I thank you for sparing my life. Next time, I shall be stronger. Similar scenes unfolded across various streets. Lin Fan's phantoms typically defeated but did not kill those with potential, granting them opportunities for further growth. In contrast, those clearly seeking an easy victory were ruthlessly eliminated. Defeated formidable foes, earned 50 authority points, system score 3000. Defeated formidable foes, earned 80 authority points, system score 4500. The system notifications persisted, with authority points and scores steadily increasing. 3 days swiftly passed, with Lin Fan firmly maintaining first place in the First World District leaderboard, establishing a significant lead over the second place, Rongjun. His 1,000 phantoms spread across a substantial portion of the city, forming the fearsome Lin Fan domain, within which few competitors managed to escape alive. On the morning of the 4th day, Lin Fan stood atop the highest point in the city, gazing down at the ruins below. The continuous battles had brought his understanding of spatial law to a critical juncture, just a final insight away from a breakthrough. What is the flaw in the 1,000 threads flow? Lin Fan pondered with closed eyes, as the 999 phantoms swirled around him, each appearing utterly real. Yet he could not coalesce that final apparition. As he immersed himself in contemplation, a powerful aura abruptly approached at great speed. Lin Fan, face me in battle. The newcomer, a young man clad in white and wielding dual swords, radiated a sharp sword intent, clearly at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the sword domain. Even grazing the golden law. Lin Fan opened his eyes and nodded slightly. At last, a worthy adversary. The white-clad youth offered no further words, drawing his swords. A torrent of sword light cascaded down like a torrential rain. Each beam contained the intent to tear through all, representing an initial fusion with the golden law's attack. Excellent. Lin Fan's eyes gleamed as the 999 phantoms surged forth to clash violently with the sword light. The resounding clang of metal echoed through the skies as space was sliced into countless fine fissures. This white-clad youth's strength far surpassed all previous adversaries, even outmatching Rongjun by a margin. In the heat of battle, Lin Fan experienced an epiphany. He observed the operation of the golden law within the opponent's sword light, a manifestation of ultimate sharpness, an intent that shattered all. The sharpness of cutting through space is indeed a form of ultimate sharpness. Lin Fan's mind sparked with clarity. He ceased all actions of his phantoms, standing still with closed eyes. Have you surrendered? The white-clad youth mocked, as countless sword lights converged into a colossal blade, aimed directly at Lin Fan's forehead. As the colossal sword was about to strike, Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes. Within his gaze, it seemed as if stars were swirling, and the space around him trembled. The final illusion of the Qiangxianliu was not external, but internal. He took a gentle step forward, and his body appeared to merge with the very fabric of space itself. In the next moment, precisely 1,000 illusions manifested simultaneously. Each one was strikingly lifelike, each exuding the essence of his true self. Qiangxianliu, perfected. What? The young man in white turned pale, his expression one of horror. He could sense that each of these 1,000 illusions possessed terrifying power, no longer mere deceptive phantoms. Lin Fan's true form smiled subtly, as all 1,000 illusions raised their hands in unison. Space was cleaved. 1,000 blades converged into one. 1,000 spatial blades coalesced into an immense, intangible, yet exceedingly sharp blade, effortlessly tearing through the brilliant sword light of the young man in white, continuing its relentless path toward him. The white-clad youth exerted all his strength to resist, crossing his twin swords before him, pushing the laws of gold to their utmost limits. Crack! The twin swords shattered with a resounding noise, and the young man in white spewed blood as he was sent flying, crashing heavily into the ground. I have lost. He struggled to rise, a bitter smile gracing his lips. I never imagined you had grown so formidable. Lin Fan retracted his illusions, gracefully descending to the ground. Your understanding of the laws of gold is quite intriguing. It has inspired me to break through. The young man in white paused, then suddenly understood. So that's how it is. It seems my loss is not in vain. He struggled to stand and cupped his hands toward Lin Fan, expressing his gratitude. I look forward to battling you again in the future. There will be opportunities, Lin Fan nodded. Just as the white-clad youth turned to depart, a chilling system notification resounded throughout the entire First World District. Notification, contestant Lin Fan, congratulations on receiving special attention from the Virtual Universe Company. You are invited to enter the trial space ahead of schedule. Will you accept? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Trial space? Shouldn't that be accessible only after the preliminary round concludes for the top 1,001 participants? His mind raced, and he quickly grasped the reason. His astonishing performance had drawn the special attention of the higher-ups at the Virtual Universe Company. I accept, Lin Fan replied without hesitation. In the next moment, his figure vanished from the First World District, leaving behind a crowd of astonished contestants. Trial space? What is that? I have heard it is a place used by the Virtual Universe Company to select true geniuses. Lin Fan was directly invited inside. This is simply too extravagant. Meanwhile, in the 72nd World District, Luo Feng was embroiled in a fierce battle. 7 powerful opponents had formed an encirclement, trapping him in the center, while his divine weapon struggled to fend off attacks from all directions. Among them, 2 opponents who had comprehended the laws exerted immense pressure upon him, leaving him battered and bruised. No, if this continues, I will undoubtedly perish. Luo Feng gritted his teeth, the power of the golden-horned beast surging within him. Yet he dared not reveal it in such a situation. Just as he was about to falter, the words Lin Fan had once spoken echoed in his mind. The essence of the law of gold is supreme sharpness, unbreakable. But have you ever considered why gold can also extend into threads, soft as cotton? In an instant, enlightenment flooded Luo Feng's mind. Sharpness and softness are indeed 2 sides of the same coin. The divine weapon in his hand suddenly transformed, from an incredibly rigid sword into countless golden threads. Exquisitely flexible, yet remarkably sharp. His understanding of the law of gold surged forward at that moment, directly advancing to the threshold of mastery. What? The 7 assailants were taken aback, their attacks easily ensnared and deflected by the golden threads, no longer posing any threat to Luo Feng. Thank you for the practice. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed with golden light. Now it is my turn. The golden threads danced through the air as if alive, wrapping around the 7 opponents. Amidst their screams, one by one, they were sliced into fragments. Points. 7. Luo Feng gasped for breath, feeling the newfound power coursing within him, muttering to himself, Lin Fan, you have saved me once more. Among the Earth Quartet, Hong narrowly dodged a savage blow from a wildman's colossal axe in the 88th World District, while Lei Shan struggled valiantly in the 13th World District, both feeling unprecedented pressure. Meanwhile, Lin Fan had already ascended to an entirely new starting point. The gates of the trial space slowly opened before him, revealing the ultimate test prepared by the Virtual Universe Company for the geniuses of the universe. Chapter 63, 7 Trial Towers and the Guardian Beifan. At the entrance of the trial space, Lin Fan's figure coalesced from the void. He surveyed his surroundings, realizing he stood amidst a vast starry expanse, where 7 towering structures arranged themselves in the formation of the Big Dipper, each emanating an exhilarating energy fluctuation. Is this the trial space? Lin Fan felt the universe's energy surrounding him, 100-fold denser than that of the outside world, along with the distinct vibrations of various laws, leaving him profoundly astonished. The Virtual Universe Company has indeed made a grand investment. In such an environment, even an ordinary stellar-level cultivator could attain comprehension in a year, and for someone like him, who had already brushed against multiple laws, this place was nothing short of a sanctum for cultivation. Contestant Lin Fan, welcome to the trial space. A gentle voice suddenly resonated. Lin Fan turned to find a bald man clad in a silver-white robe had appeared behind him. The man's visage was benevolent, yet his eyes held a depth akin to the starry sky, as if capable of seeing through everything. I am the guardian of the trial space, Beifan, the man smiled. You are the first contestant to be specially invited into the trial space during this genius battle. Lin Fan's heart stirred. Beifan, this name had appeared in the original text. He was a significant figure within the Virtual Universe Company, responsible for overseeing the trial space. Guardian, Lin Fan saluted respectfully. Beifan nodded, evidently pleased with Lin Fan's demeanor. You must have noticed that the cosmic energy and law fluctuations here are considerably more potent than those outside. This is a sanctum for true geniuses prepared by the Virtual Universe Company. He gestured toward the 7 towering structures in the distance. Those are the 7 trial towers, each with 7 levels. You must begin your challenge from the first level of the first tower. With each level you pass, you may choose to continue challenging or take a moment to rest and reflect. What is the difficulty of the trial towers? Lin Fan inquired. The first tower can be conquered by the elite among stellar-level geniuses. However, from the second tower onward, the difficulty escalates sharply, Beifan explained. Historically, those who have passed all 7 trial towers among stellar-level geniuses are unparalleled prodigies that emerge only once in a billion years. He regarded Lin Fan. The higher-ups of the company are particularly focused on you, hoping you can create miracles. If you can pass the 5th tower, you will directly obtain core member status. If you pass the 6th tower, you will be taken as a direct disciple by an immortal powerhouse. If you pass the 7th tower, Beifan paused, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. The company has not seen a stellar-level contestant capable of passing all 7 trial towers in hundreds of thousands of years. Lin Fan inhaled deeply. Although he was already aware of the trial tower's difficulty, hearing Beifan's account still ignited a fervor within him. I will do my utmost, Lin Fan stated calmly, yet the burning fighting spirit in his eyes was undeniable. Beifan nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Let me remind you. Each guardian of the trial towers possesses unique characteristics. You must discern their weaknesses to pass with minimal cost. After all, while battles here do not result in actual death, the consumption of mental energy is very real. If your mental energy is depleted, you will also be deemed to have failed. As he spoke, he handed Lin Fan a silver token. This is your identity token, which records your progress and points. You may now commence. Lin Fan accepted the token, bowed to Beifan, and turned to soar toward the first trial tower. As he gazed at Lin Fan's receding figure, Beifan's eyes gleamed with a hint of anticipation. With the self-created star law and an almost perfected space law, along with his mastery of the earth law, this young lad might truly be capable of creating miracles. Standing before the first trial tower, Lin Fan lifted his gaze at the towering edifice, which emitted a gentle white aura that imparted a sense of warmth. The first level should pose no difficulty. With resolute steps, Lin Fan entered the tower. Before him, the scenery shifted, and he found himself in a vast desert, under the relentless sun and amidst endless yellow sands. The first level required him to survive an hour against an onslaught of 10,000 sand beasts or annihilate them all. A chilling notification echoed in the air. In the distance, the ground began to churn, and massive beasts composed of yellow sand emerged from the earth, each exuding the aura of a 9th-tier stellar being. Their sheer numbers were daunting. Without even invoking his domain, Lin Fan simply stomped his foot. The earth trembled, and with a resounding shock, the power of the earth law surged forth. Centered around Lin Fan, an invisible wave spread, causing the sand beasts to collapse and revert back into grains of sand. In a mere 3 seconds, all 10,000 sand beasts were vanquished. First level cleared. Time taken, 3 seconds. Evaluation, SSS. Lin Fan nodded slightly, his figure vanishing as he proceeded to the second level. The second level revealed a metallic forest, guarded by 100 metal puppets. The earth law was ineffective against them, but Lin Fan raised his hand, causing ripples in space, and executed a spatial cut. The invisible blades of space swept through, simultaneously severing the 100 metal puppets in half. Second level cleared. Time taken, 2 seconds. Evaluation, SSS. In the third level, 10 virtual geniuses, each possessing a domain at the 3rd tier, awaited him. Lin Fan did not lift a finger. He merely unleashed the star prison domain, rendering the 10 virtual geniuses immobile, who promptly surrendered. Third level cleared. Time taken, 1 second. Evaluation, SSS. Lin Fan progressed through the challenges at an astonishing pace, achieving the fastest times and the highest evaluations for each level. In under 10 minutes, he reached the 7th level of the first trial tower. The 7th level required him to defeat the Guardian, a Manka alien. A towering figure, nearly 3 meters tall and covered in azure scales, appeared before Lin Fan, emanating a terrifying aura. A 9th-tier stellar Manka alien? Lin Fan's eyes flickered with interest. The Manka aliens were an exceptionally powerful lineage among humanity, capable of reaching domain master level upon maturity, with extraordinary talents. Young man, you have done well to reach this point, the Manka alien rumbled. But this is where your journey ends. With a thunderous punch, he unleashed a force so great it rippled through the air. Lin Fan stood firm, meeting the punch with one of his own. The collision produced a deafening crash. Boom. The Manka alien staggered back 3 steps, shock filling his eyes. Your physical strength is surprisingly on par with mine. Lin Fan shook his slightly numbed fist and nodded in satisfaction. The Man-Ka alien was indeed formidable. That last punch had only utilized pure physical strength, as he sought to test the alien's capabilities. Once more, the Man-Ka alien roared, his scales glowing with azure light as his power surged again. Lin Fan no longer held back. The star law activated, and his fists appeared to be encircled by stars. Star shatter. The fists collided once more, and this time, the Man-Ka alien was sent flying, his arm scales shattering and blood spilling forth. I concede. The Man-Ka alien struggled to stand, a bitter smile on his face. Your strength surpasses mine. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement, his figure vanishing from the first trial tower. First trial tower cleared, total time taken, 11 minutes and 37 seconds, evaluation, SSS. Meanwhile, outside the trial space, the observer Ba Fan watched Lin Fan's performance through a luminous screen. What a remarkable young man. Defeating the Man-Ka alien solely with physical prowess, Ba Fan thought. Admiration evident in his eyes. It seemed he was indeed a prodigy in martial arts. At that moment, two ethereal figures appeared beside Ba Fan, exuding an unsettling aura. Ba Fan, is this young man truly the one who has created his own laws, Lin Fan? A deep voice inquired. Yes, esteemed one, Ba Fan replied respectfully. Indeed, he possesses considerable merit, a melodic female voice chimed in. Notify the relevant parties to record Lin Fan's trial process and share it with the immortals across various secret realms. Understood, Ba Fan nodded, hesitating momentarily. However, esteemed one, is it not too early for this? He has only just passed the first trial tower. Not at all. The female voice chuckled lightly. I have a premonition that this young man will surprise us. The two ethereal figures vanished, and Ba Fan exhaled deeply, wiping away non-existent cold sweat. It was exceedingly rare for such esteemed beings to simultaneously focus on a young stellar individual. Lin Fan, you must strive to excel. Ba Fan murmured, continuing to monitor the screen. The challenges in the second trial tower presented a clear increase in difficulty. The first level consisted of 100,000 swift wind wolves, each possessing a first-tier wind domain. Lin Fan was compelled to unleash the star prison domain to suppress all the rapidly moving wind wolves. First level cleared, time taken, 5 minutes and 17 seconds. Evaluation, SS. The second level presented 1,000 puppets infused with the fire law, their attacks imbued with burning effects. Lin Fan utilized the space law in conjunction with the star domain, effortlessly progressing once again. Second level cleared, time taken, 3 minutes and 44 seconds. Evaluation, SSS. Meanwhile, fierce battles raged on in otherworld districts. In District 88, Hong found himself facing unprecedented peril. Surrounded by 3 8th-tier domain experts, he bore numerous injuries. Most alarming was one individual who had grasped the intricacies of the light law, making their attacks unpredictable and elusive. Big brother, give up, a tall, thin man sneered. Hand over your points, and we might spare your life. Hong remained silent, his spear like a dragon, laboriously fending off the trio's assaults. His light domain had reached its zenith, yet under the onslaught of their law-infused attacks, he was forced to retreat. Was he truly destined to perish here? A flicker of unwillingness surged within Hong. There were still too many things left undone. Earth needed protectors like him. Just as Hong was on the verge of collapse, he suddenly noticed a detail regarding the adversary wielding the light law. At the moment of attack, the individual would involuntarily become slightly transparent. Light could not only dazzle but also conceal. A revelation struck Hong's mind as he recalled Lin Fan's words. Hong, your light domain focuses too much on the aspect of light, neglecting the secrets of shadow. In an instant, enlightenment flooded Hong's consciousness. He had pursued the ultimate speed and brilliance of light, but had overlooked its capacity to create shadows and concealment. Light and shadow were two sides of the same coin. Hong's figure began to blur, as if merging with the surrounding light. The trio's attacks fell short, unable to discern his position. What is happening? The thin man exclaimed in astonishment. Where is he? Right here. Hong's voice resonated from behind the trio, as his spear, like a venomous snake, lunged forward, piercing one man's throat. Points. 1. The remaining 2 turned pale with terror, attempting to flee, only to find themselves ensnared in an interwoven domain of light and dark. Unable to determine direction. Is this a domain transformation? The thin man gasped in horror. Hong's figure flickered between light and shadow, each appearance claiming a life. Points. 1. Points. 1. In the blink of an eye, all 3 formidable foes lay defeated. Hong stood still, absorbing the formidable energy of an entirely new realm. The interplay of light and shadow was both dazzling and elusive, its power amplified manifold compared to before. The law of light, I have finally grasped its essence. A glimmer of enlightenment sparked in Hong's eyes as he thought, Lin Fan, I am deeply grateful for your guidance. Within the trial space, Lin Fan had successfully navigated to the third layer of the fourth trial tower. The Guardian here was a virtual prodigy, having merely skimmed the surface of spatial law, capable of unleashing the 100 lines flow, making it an exceedingly formidable adversary. After a fierce battle lasting over 10 minutes, Lin Fan seized an opportunity and defeated it with the perfected 1,000 lines flow. Fourth trial tower, third layer cleared in 17 minutes and 29 seconds. Evaluation S. Lin Fan panted slightly, acutely aware of the drain on his mental energy. The continuous challenges weighed heavily upon him, particularly when facing opponents who also comprehended spatial law, requiring his utmost concentration. Taking a moment to rest, Lin Fan chose not to rush into the next layer. Instead, he sat cross-legged, reflecting on the recent battle. Engaging a foe versed in spatial law deepened his understanding of the concept. Particularly, the opponent's peculiar spatial folding technique provided him with significant inspiration. Space could not only be cut and traversed instantaneously, but could also be folded and distorted. With his eyes closed, Lin Fan contemplated, the space around him rippling slightly, as if an invisible mirror was folding incessantly. The Guardian, Barfen, observed this scene through the light screen, his eyes widening in astonishment. Learning and applying knowledge instantaneously? This young man's comprehension is truly remarkable. At that moment, Barfen received a message, and his expression turned grave. What? A demon spy has infiltrated the genius battle? Barfen furrowed his brow. Is the target Lin Fan? He glanced at Lin Fan, who was lost in his spatial contemplation, worry flashing across his eyes. Little one, trouble is brewing for you. Chapter 64. The Shadow of Demons and the Mystery of the Crystal of Laws. In the sixth layer of the fourth trial tower, Lin Fan faced 9 heads of the cosmic-level 3-tiered behemoth, the Yinrong Long. These colossal creatures were enveloped in lava-like scales, each breath exhaling flames hot enough to melt B-grade alloys. Yinrong Long, favored by the law of fire. Lin Fan hovered in midair, fully deploying the starry prison domain, confining the flames of the 9 beasts within a 100-meter radius. Unfortunately, they had encountered me. He formed hand seals, invoking the power of the earth through the law of earth, causing countless boulders to rise from the ground, forming a massive cage that ensnared the Yinrong Long simultaneously. The spatial law activated, compressing the internal space of the cage, eliciting agonizing roars from the 9 beasts. Starfall, Lin Fan called out softly, and suddenly a multitude of starlights appeared in the sky, transforming into a meteor shower that rained down. Boom. The deafening explosion obliterated the 9 Yinrong Long completely. Fourth trial tower, sixth layer cleared in 23 minutes and 17 seconds. Evaluation SS. Lin Fan breathed a little heavily. The successive challenges had exerted a tremendous toll on his mental energy. Yet, excitement flickered in his eyes as the battles with these powerful guardians refined his mastery of the laws. After resting for 10 minutes, Lin Fan sat cross-legged to recover his mental energy. Just then, Barfen's voice resonated in his mind. Lin Fan, there is an urgent situation. Lin Fan's heart tightened. Guardian, please continue. We have discovered a demon spy infiltrating the genius battle system, and you are likely the target. Barfen spoke gravely. Demons are adept at soul attacks and concealment, so you must exercise caution. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. Demons? Why would they target me? You have been too dazzling in your performance. Barfen sighed. Having created your own laws, you gained recognition from the essence of Earth law at the stellar level, and now you are advancing through the trial space with remarkable speed. The demons cannot allow the emergence of such a genius among the human race. Lin Fan remained silent for a moment before asking, will they act within the trial space? The trial space is monitored by a virtual cosmic system. They would not dare to act directly. Barfen explained, but I fear they may strike once you leave the trial space and return to the real world. A cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Thank you for the warning, Guardian. I will be cautious. After Barfen's voice faded, Lin Fan fell into deep thought. He had not anticipated the demon's swift response. It seemed his emergence had indeed stirred significant waves. In that case, he could not afford to conceal his talents any longer. A determined glint shone in Lin Fan's eyes. He must showcase enough value within the trial space to compel the virtual cosmic company to dispatch powerful protectors for him. He ceased resting and directly stepped into the 7th layer of the 4th trial tower. The guardian of this layer was a virtual prodigy who had comprehended the essence of the water law, capable of manipulating all waters and even summoning the power of weak water to corrode all things. Water overcomes earth, yet Lin Fan smiled faintly. Space is omnipresent. He refrained from employing the Earth law and instead responded purely with spatial law. The 1,000 lines flow was executed to its utmost, creating 1,000 phantoms scattered throughout the space, each indistinguishable from reality. Useless. The water law genius roared, weak water surging, engulfing the entire space. In my weak water domain, all concealment will be rendered futile. However, Lin Fan's phantoms were not mere illusions, but true spatial projections. As the weak water surged past, the phantoms shimmered like reflections in water, sustaining no damage. What? The water law genius's expression shifted dramatically. This is no ordinary phantom. This is a spatial projection. Too late. Lin Fan's true self suddenly appeared behind him, a finger lightly tapping. Spatial confinement. The water law genius was instantly immobilized, disbelief gleaming in his eyes. The essence of spatial law recognizes you? His words were cut short as a spatial blade swept across his throat. Fourth trial tower cleared. Total time 2 hours and 19 minutes. Evaluation. SSS. Lin Fan did not pause and directly entered the fifth trial tower. Outside the trial space, Barfin watched Lin Fan's performance through the light screen, filled with admiration. To clear the fourth tower in just over 2 hours is a speed comparable to that of the young rulers of cosmic nations. Barfin mused. At that moment, 2 more phantoms appeared beside him, their presence more formidable than the previous 2 beings. Barfin, is this young man Lin Fan? An ancient voice inquired. Barfin quickly bowed respectfully. Yes, my lord, indeed. Quite impressive, another cold voice echoed. The demon scum have already set their sights on him. You must pay close attention. And if necessary, you can conclude the trial early. Understood. Barfin nodded, hesitating for a moment before asking. My lord, should we send someone to protect his family? The ancient voice chuckled lightly. Arrangements have already been made. There is a young man named Luo Feng on Earth who is quite capable. Keep an eye on him as well. The 2 phantoms vanished, and Barfin exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. The attention of beings at the celestial level upon Lin Fan is both a tremendous honor and an immense pressure. Lin Fan, please do not encounter any misfortune. Barfin whispered to himself. The difficulty of the 5th trial tower escalated dramatically. The first layer consisted of 100 cosmic level 5-tiered golden horn beasts. Though merely a simplified virtual version without innate secret methods, they remained extraordinarily fearsome. Lin Fan found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. His starry prison domain countered by the golden horn beast's golden domain, rendering the Earth law ineffective against their defenses. He had no choice but to resort to spatial law. A decisive glint flickered in Lin Fan's eyes as he took out the spatial law crystal he had yet to use. Would you like to use the spatial law comprehension crystal? Yes. The crystal shattered, and a vast comprehension of spatial law surged into Lin Fan's mind. Originally achieving a remarkable understanding of the space law at level 89, Lin Fan closed his eyes and floated in midair, surrounded by intense spatial fluctuations. 1,000 phantom selves flickered in and out of existence, as if they were on the verge of merging into the void. Seizing the opportunity, 100 golden horn behemoths launched a fierce assault, their claws tearing through space, bathing the world in a golden radiance. Just as the attack was about to land, Lin Fan abruptly opened his eyes. Within his gaze lay an infinite cycle of spatial creation and annihilation, the aura emanating from him, causing the entire trial tower to tremble. Space is not merely about cutting and teleportation, Lin Fan murmured softly. Space can also be sealed. He gently raised his hand, and the space within 1,000 meters instantly froze. The 100 golden horn beasts were suspended in midair, maintaining their attacking postures, yet unable to even move their eyes. This was the sensation of spatial confinement. As Lin Fan reveled in this exhilarating sense of control, was this the realm acknowledged by the essence of the space law? Space law, entry level, 99, has gained acknowledgement from the source law. The system notification chimed, and a faint smile graced Lin Fan's lips. With a mere thought, the sealed space trembled slightly, and the 100 golden horn beasts were simultaneously reduced to dust, as if they had never existed. 5th trial tower, first layer cleared. Time taken, 41 minutes 28 seconds. Rating, SSS. Without pausing, Lin Fan proceeded to ascend further. After gaining acknowledgement from the essence of the space law, his power experienced a qualitative leap, rendering the first 6 layers of the 5th trial tower nearly insurmountable. It was not until the 7th layer that he encountered difficulties once more. The guardian of this layer was a virtual genius who had merely grasped the rudiments of the time law. Although it was only the most superficial application of time acceleration, it posed significant challenges for Lin Fan. The time law, indeed, was perplexing. Lin Fan observed as his phantoms were once again overwhelmed by the time acceleration. his brow furrowing in concentration. Despite the strength of his space law, it often lagged behind in the face of time acceleration. His opponent consistently evaded his attacks just before they landed, launching counterattacks in return. He needed a strategy to counteract the time acceleration. Lin Fan fell into contemplation. While spatial confinement could somewhat slow down the flow of time, it was not sufficient. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Gravitational forces of celestial bodies could also influence time. Though faint, perhaps it could be effective when combined with spatial confinement. Lin Fan once again unleashed his domain, this time infusing his star gravity prison with greater gravitational and spatial confinement forces. The Guardian's time acceleration was indeed affected, although it remained effective. It was no longer insurmountable. Now was the moment. Lin Fan seized an opening, unleashing 1,000 threads flow with full force, 1,000 phantoms launching simultaneous attacks from various angles. While the Guardian could accelerate time, it could not simultaneously contend with attacks from all directions and was ultimately struck by a spatial blade, its figure gradually dissipating. Fifth trial tower cleared. Total time, 5 hours 47 minutes. Rating, SS. Lin Fan let out a long breath. This battle had drained much of his mental energy, necessitating a moment of rest. Meanwhile, in World District 72, Luo Feng found himself in a life-and-death crisis. He was besieged by 3 competitors suspected to be demons. Their attacks strange and unpredictable, specifically targeting the soul. Goldenhorn Behemoth, arise. Luo Feng was forced to use his trump card, summoning the Goldenhorn Behemoth avatar, instantly turning the tide. However, just as victory seemed within reach, one of the cloaked figures suddenly revealed a strange red glint in his eyes. With my soul, I summoned the demon ancestor to descend. The figure roared, his body exploding violently, a blood-red beam shooting towards Luo Feng's brow. Luo Feng had no time to evade and could only brace for impact. The blood-red light entered his body, and he immediately felt as though his soul was being torn apart in excruciating pain. Luo Feng cried out in agony. The Goldenhorn Behemoth avatar dissipating due to the damage to his soul. The other 2 cloaked figures, seizing the moment, lunged forward to deliver a fatal blow. Just as matters seemed dire, a mysterious power surged within Luo Feng. The Goldenhorn Behemoth's innate secret technique, Devour, activated automatically. The blood-red light was swiftly consumed and neutralized, transforming into pure soul energy that replenished Luo Feng. Not only did his soul recover from the injuries, but it also grew stronger. Luo Feng was taken aback yet delighted, unexpectedly gaining from this misfortune as he awakened the second innate secret technique of the Goldenhorn Behemoth. The 2 cloaked figures were taken aback, attempting to flee, but Luo Feng easily pursued and eliminated them. Points. 2. Standing still, Luo Feng felt the surge of newfound power. A moment of realization dawning upon him. The devouring technique was not limited to consuming metals, but could also absorb soul energy. He suddenly recalled Lin Fan's earlier words. Luo Feng, the potential of your Goldenhorn Behemoth avatar is limitless. Do not confine it to basic development methods. Lin Fan, you were right again, Luo Feng murmured, excitement gleaming in his eyes. In the trial space, Lin Fan concluded his rest and prepared to enter the 6th trial tower when he suddenly received an urgent communication from Ba Fun. Lin Fan, exit the trial space immediately. The demon race has located your position in reality and is heading towards Earth. Lin Fan's expression changed drastically. What? Without hesitation, he chose to exit, his figure vanishing from the trial space. In the real world, in outer space above Earth, 3 demon ships disguised as meteors stealthily approached. Chapter 65, Star Domain Level Pursuit and Earth Defense War. Lin Fan's consciousness withdrew from the trial space, instantly returning to reality. He abruptly opened his eyes, his body ejecting from the training pod, his mental energy surging outward like a tidal wave. The demons truly dared to come to Earth. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes as the space lawn naturally activated, causing him to blend into his surroundings, appearing instantaneously beyond the atmosphere. In the distance, 3 demon ships massed as meteors drew closer, their hulls shimmering with strange runes, clearly part of a stealth formation. Only at the peak of Domain Master Level 3, yet they dare to cause trouble? Lin Fan sensed their strength, his heart settling somewhat. If a Domain Lord-level powerhouse were to arrive, he would likely have to flee with the people of Earth. Just then, a communication from the Virtual Universe Company entered Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan, we are the company's security team, racing towards your location at full speed. Expected to arrive in 3 minutes. Please hold on. 3 minutes? That's enough. A cold smile crept across Lin Fan's lips. With a mere thought, The space law activated in full force. After gaining acknowledgement from the essence, his control over space had reached an unprecedented height, no longer limited to simple cutting and teleportation. Spatial maze, Lin Fan murmured softly, his hands tracing arcane trajectories in the void, centered around the three demon ships. The space within a radius of 10,000 miles began to twist and fold, forming a labyrinth of intricate spatial corridors. The demon ships instantly resembled insects trapped in a maze. No matter how they accelerated, they merely spun in place. What is happening? Spatial parameters are in disarray. Inside the main ship, a demon lord covered in black scales was both furious and alarmed. Wasn't he the target supposed to be a stellar-grade entity? How could they manipulate space to this extent? His aide trembled as he reported, "My lord, the space is completely sealed. We are trapped." The demon lord's face turned ashen. "Activate the breakthrough talisman. No matter the cost, we must complete the mission." The three ships erupted with blinding bloodlight, a talismanic phantom rising to attempt to tear apart the spatial maze. This was a life-saving treasure bestowed by the demon hierarchy, capable of temporarily breaking the spatial seal below the domain lord level. Oh, this is interesting. Lin Fan felt the tremors of the spatial maze, and rather than being alarmed, he felt exhilarated, eager to test his newly comprehended technique. Joining his hands together, with stars swirling in his eyes, he declared, "Spatial compression." Suddenly, the entire spatial maze began to contract, countless spatial corridors overlapping and compressing, the terrifying pressure causing the three demon ships to emit groans of unbearable strain. The protective shield on the hull flickered erratically, threatening to collapse at any moment. No, this cannot be. The demon clan's domain master gazed in terror at the enlarged figure of Lin Fan on the surveillance screen, incredulous that a stellar-level being could possess such power. Lin Fan strode through the compressed spatial labyrinth like a master of the cosmos, parting the fabric of space itself to clear a path. "Demons, who sent you here?" Lin Fan's voice pierced through the spaceship's barriers, resonating in the demon lord's mind. "You shall not succeed." The demon lord gritted his teeth and pressed a button, invoking self-destruction in a desperate bid for the demon ancestor. Three ships erupted with annihilative energy, attempting to self-destruct. Lin Fan frowned slightly. "Before me. You are unworthy even of self-destruction." He raised his hand gently. Spatial separation. An eerie spectacle unfolded as the self-destruction protocols of the three vessels seemed to be halted, their energy fluctuations contained within another dimensional space, rendering them ineffective. Is this the pinnacle of spatial law? The demon lord fell into utter despair. Only those recognized by the essence of spatial law, the realm lords, could manipulate space with such finesse. Lin Fan ceased his banter, fingers curling. Annihilation. The spatial labyrinth collapsed entirely, and the three demon ships shattered like mere toys in an invisible giant's grasp, instantly transforming into cosmic dust. The demons aboard did not even have time to scream before vanishing from this world. Only the domain master was spared, kept alive by Lin Fan, imprisoned within a spatial cage high above. "Now can we speak?" Lin Fan floated before him, his gaze icy. The demon lord turned pale but remained defiant. "Go ahead and kill me. I will reveal nothing." Lin Fan chuckled lightly. "Is that so?" A flash of silver light danced in his eyes as the spatial law infiltrated the demon lord's sea of consciousness. After gaining recognition from the essence, he could now conduct a rudimentary soul probe. "Ah!" The demon lord let out a piercing scream, feeling as though his soul was being shredded by countless spatial blades. At that moment, several powerful presences suddenly appeared. Three ships emblazoned with the Virtual Universe Company's insignia jumped into hyperspace, led by an immortal clad in golden robes. "Lin Fan, are you all right?" The golden-robed immortal asked with concern, astonishment evident as he beheld the imprisoned demon lord. "Did you deal with all these demons?" Lin Fan nodded. "Merely a stroke of luck." The golden-robed immortal's eyes flashed with shock. Upon receiving a distress signal, he had rushed over at full speed, expecting a fierce battle, only to find that Lin Fan had single-handedly dispatched all foes and even captured a domain-level demon. Truly a genius worthy of the celestial sovereign's attention. The golden-robed immortal mused internally, though he maintained a serious facade. "Leave these demons to us. The Virtual Universe Company will investigate their origins." But Lin Fan shook his head. "Wait, I am probing his memories." As he spoke, his eyes glimmered with silver light, forcibly breaching the demon lord's soul defenses to extract fragmented memories. The Dark Corrosion plan has compromised humanity's genius. Earth's coordinates have been leaked. Lin Fan's expression grew increasingly grave, realizing that more than one batch of demons was en route, and the next wave would be led by a realm lord. The golden-robed immortal's countenance changed. Realm Lord? This is dire. We must evacuate Earth immediately. There is no time. Lin Fan suddenly looked up at the distance. They had arrived. In the far reaches of space. A spatial rift spanning thousands of kilometers slowly opened, revealing a skull-shaped battleship larger than the moon, gradually emerging. The terrifying aura could be sensed clearly even from light years away. It is the Demon Clan's Bone Demon ship. The golden-robed immortal's face paled, recognizing it as a vessel belonging to a peak realm lord. Lin Fan's expression hardened. Yet he remained composed. Inform everyone on Earth to prepare for battle. On Earth, in the Huaxia Bay City, Hong and Thunder God received Lin Fan's message simultaneously. Their expressions shifting drastically. A realm lord from the Demon Clan is approaching? Thunder God exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. We cannot even handle a domain lord. Hong, however, remained remarkably calm. Lin Fan would not jest. Activate Earth's highest defense systems immediately and notify all planetary-level warriors to prepare for combat. Luo Feng awoke from his meditation, sensing the ominous aura emanating from beyond the stars. Without hesitation, he summoned his Golden Horn giant beast avatar. Golden Horn, we may have to fight for our lives this time. Luo Feng caressed the giant beast's scales, determination flashing in his eyes. The Golden Horn giant beast let out a deep roar, its talent-absorbing abilities activating as it voraciously consumed cosmic energy. Within mere minutes, Earth's forces had assembled. Though facing a realm lord felt akin to ants shaking a tree, not a single individual faltered. In the void of space, the Bone Demon ship drew closer to Earth's orbit, a figure cloaked in black robes standing at the bow, crimson eyes surveying the blue planet below. Is this the small place that produced a genius worthy of the demon ancestors' attention? The black-robed demon's voice rasped, genuinely astonished. He raised his hand delicately, conjuring a massive demonic claw that spanned miles of void, reaching for Earth. With this claw, the entire planet could be crushed. Halt! Lin Fan's figure suddenly appeared before Earth, the spatial law operating at full capacity in an attempt to block the claw. Yet, the power of a peak realm lord far exceeded expectations, and the spatial barrier was torn asunder as if made of paper. Lin Fan coughed up blood and was sent flying. Lin Fan, the people of Earth cried out in alarm, just as despair threatened to engulf them. The golden-robed immortal completed his preparations, brandishing a golden insignia, virtual universe, temporal, and spatial lockdown. The insignia erupted with brilliant golden light, and the time flow throughout the solar system suddenly slowed thousands of times. The devastating claw seemed to sink into a quagmire, its velocity drastically reduced. The virtual universe company's temporal insignia? The black-robed demon mused, slightly taken aback. Unfortunately, you are merely an immortal military lord and cannot unleash its true power. He increased his output, the claw gradually overcoming the temporal and spatial lockdown, continuing its advance toward Earth. With the planet's destruction imminent, a black streak shot from Earth, hurtling toward the claw. It was Luo Feng's Golden Horn giant beast avatar. After consuming the soul energy of the previous demons, its strength had reached the pinnacle of cosmic level. Devour! Luo Feng roared, the Golden Horn giant beast opening its massive jaws, unleashing a terrifying force of absorption. That annihilative energy was forcibly drawn into its being. Oh, the Golden Horn giant beast? The black-robed demon's eyes flashed with interest. It appears mutated, intriguing indeed. Yet he quickly shook his head. Unfortunately, it is too weak. The claw trembled slightly, causing the Golden Horn giant beast's scales to shatter, blood gushing forth, clearly unable to withstand such immense energy. Luo Feng, Hong and Thunder God charged forth simultaneously, their domains of light and thunder fully unleashed, attempting to share the burden. But how could the power of a realm lord be something they could withstand? Both were instantly grievously injured and sent flying. In this moment of despair, Lin Fan finally steadied himself, a look of resolve crossing his face. It is time to use it. Lin Fan retrieved a crystal exuding chaotic energy from the system space. This was a reward obtained upon completing the 4th trial tower, a chaotic law comprehension crystal, single use. Will you use the chaotic law comprehension crystal? Use. Lin Fan did not hesitate. The crystal shattered, and chaotic energy fused into Lin Fan's being. In that instant, he felt as though he had touched the most fundamental mysteries of the universe. Space, stars, and Earth merged naturally, generating a peculiar gray energy. This is the power of chaos? Lin Fan's intuition surged as his hands traced profound trajectories in the void. The 3 laws perfectly fused into a gray streak of light, shooting toward the demonic claw. As the gray streak made contact with the claw, there was no cataclysmic explosion, only a silent and profound annihilation. The malevolent claws capable of annihilating stars have astonishingly melted away like ice and snow under the sun. What? For the first time, the Black-Robed Demon clan displayed shock. The principle of chaos? This is impossible. Even the golden-robed immortals were left dumbfounded. A stellar-level comprehension of the principle of chaos? This is a shortcut to becoming the master of the universe. Lin Fan hovered in the vastness of the cosmos, surrounded by a hazy, chaotic aura, resembling an ancient deity who split heaven and earth. He gazed at the distant black-robed demons, his voice tranquil yet imbued with supreme authority. Demon Clan. Today you shall undoubtedly perish. The black-robed demon's expression fluctuated, ultimately snorting coldly. Consider yourself fortunate. But the demon ancestor has already set his sights on you. Next time, it will not be someone of my caliber who comes. With that, he commanded the skeletal demon ship to tear through space and swiftly fled. Lin Fan did not pursue. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather an inability. That last blow had nearly drained him of all his strength. And the backlash from the principle of chaos had inflicted severe injuries upon him. After confirming the demons had truly departed, Lin Fan finally succumbed to exhaustion, darkness enveloping him as he plummeted from the stars. Lin Fan, the golden-robed immortal, swiftly caught him, and upon a quick examination, he sighed in relief. He was merely exhausted and unconscious, fortunately. He looked at the battered people of Earth, and then at the unconscious Lin Fan in his arms. His eyes filled with awe and comfort. Humanity is about to give birth to another remarkable being. Chapter 66. The Awakening of Chaos and the Supreme Attention of the Virtual Universe. Company Lin Fan's consciousness floated in boundless darkness, as if adrift in the chaos preceding the birth of the universe. Three distinct powers of principles clashed and tore within him, each collision delivering soul-rending agony. Is this the backlash of the principle of chaos? Lin Fan struggled to maintain a thread of clarity, attempting to guide the raging forces within him. The hazy chaotic aura, while immensely powerful, was akin to a wild stallion, completely beyond control. The harmony that once existed among the principles of space, stars, and Earth was shattered, leading to intense conflict within him. This cannot continue. Lin Fan sensed his vitality rapidly waning. If he did not devise a means to control the chaotic aura, he would likely be obliterated before he could awaken. At this critical juncture, a cool energy suddenly surged from the outside, nourishing his parched meridians like sweet dew. This energy bore a peculiar force of order, calming the tumultuous chaotic aura as it passed. Is this the essence of chaos? Lin Fan recognized the familiar aura within the energy, a jolt of realization coursing through him. The essence of chaos is an exceedingly rare, healing relic in the universe, said to be forged only by beings like the Lord of Chaos. How could the Virtual Universe Company be so generous as to use it on him? With the infusion of the essence of chaos, Lin Fan's consciousness gradually sharpened. He found himself lying in a nutrient pod filled with green liquid, seemingly guarded by several powerful presences outside. You are awake? A gentle voice resonated directly in his mind. Do not move. You are gravely injured. The backlash from the principle of chaos is not easily endured. Lin Fan struggled to convey a thought. Thank you for saving me. May I ask who you are? I am Jin Yu Wang, sent by the Virtual Universe Company to protect you. The voice explained. You have been unconscious for 3 days, fortunately. The higher-ups of the company authorized the use of the essence of chaos, or it might have taken much longer for you to awaken. Lin Fan was inwardly astonished. The immortal Jin personally guarding him? The essence of chaos was specially authorized? This treatment is rather extravagant. Sensing his bewilderment, Jin Yuan continued, there is no need for surprise. A stellar-level individual able to touch the principle of chaos is an incredibly rare talent throughout the entire history of humanity. The company's regard for you far exceeds your imagination. Lin Fan remained silent for a moment before asking, how is Earth? Are my friends all right? Earth is safe, and your friends are unharmed. In fact, they have benefited from adversity. Jin Yuang's tone carried a hint of amusement. The company has designated Earth as a key protection zone, dispatching an entire immortal squad to remain stationed in the solar system. Your 3 friends have also received special training qualifications and should currently be undergoing intensive training in the virtual universe. Lin Fan finally felt at ease, focusing on guiding the essence of chaos to heal his body. Time passed second by second, with the aid of the essence of chaos. His internal injuries healed at an astonishing rate. To his surprise, the 3 principles began to initiate a preliminary fusion under the impact of the chaotic aura. So that is it. Lin Fan's mind was enlightened. Chaos is not disorder, but rather an order that encompasses all. The 3 principles do not seek to establish superiority but rather to discover a point of balance for coexistence. He ceased attempting to suppress any particular principle and instead guided them to interweave with one another. The transformations of the space principle, the vastness of the star principle, and the weightiness of the earth principle gradually formed a delicate equilibrium under the harmonization of the essence of chaos. A faint humming sound suddenly emanated from within Lin Fan, and the hazy chaotic aura ceased its fury, instead obediently swirling around the three principles like loyal guardians. Principle of Chaos, Entry Level 1. The system notification sounded, and Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. The nutrient pod lid automatically opened, allowing him to sit up and discover he was in a room filled with technological marvels. Three figures immediately surrounded him. Lin Fan, you are finally awake. The booming voice of Lei Shun was the first to break the silence. Hong and Luo Feng also looked at him with concern, their eyes filled with worry. I am fine now. Lin Fan smiled slightly, feeling the new power within him. How are you all? I heard the company granted special training qualifications? Luo Feng nodded. Yes. Lord Jin Yu Wang arranged for us to train in the special training space of the virtual universe. We have made significant progress in these 3 days. Hong added. Both Lei Shun and I have touched upon the threshold of the principles, and Luo Feng has officially received the acknowledgement of the source of the gold principle. Lin Fan looked at Luo Feng in astonishment. Acknowledgement of the source of the gold principle? Congratulations. Luo Feng humbly smiled. It is thanks to previously absorbing the soul energy of those demon clans that I gained a new understanding of the gold principle. At that moment, a golden-robed man entered the room. It was Jin Yu Wang. He looked at Lin Fan with satisfaction. Not bad. Not only have your injuries healed, but you have also, through adversity, officially entered the realm of the principle of chaos. With such talent, it is no wonder even the celestial sovereign pays special attention. Lin Fan hurriedly rose to bow. Thank you for your life-saving grace, Lord Jin Yu Wang. Jin Yu Wang waved his hand. No need for formalities. I have come this time not only to check on your recovery, but also to convey an important matter. His expression grew serious. The higher-ups of the company have uncovered that this demon clan attack is part of a long-term plan called Ungshi, specifically targeting talented individuals among humanity. You are a key target, but not the only one. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. Are there other talented individuals who have been attacked? Yes, several other talents, including Rong Jun from the Qianwu Universe Nation and Ai Chun from the Noah Universe Nation, have also come under attack, with some unfortunately perishing. Jin Yu Wang sighed, indicating that the demon clan has invested heavily this time, even deploying demon lord-level entities to interfere with the heavenly mechanism, preventing the company from issuing a timely warning. Lin Fan felt a chill run down his spine. He had not anticipated that his emergence would lead to such a significant alteration in the original narrative. However, the good news is that due to your outstanding performance, the company has decided to increase the emphasis on this year's talent battle. Jin Yu Wang continued. The final phase will be held earlier, and the rewards will be several times more generous than in previous years. He looked at Lin Fan. The company hopes you can demonstrate sufficient strength in the finals, ideally breaking into the top 10 across the universe. This not only pertains to your future, but also the dignity of the human race. Lin Fan nodded solemnly. I will do my utmost. Jin Yu Wang smiled with satisfaction and then turned to Luo Feng and the others. You three must also strive hard. Although you may not match Lin Fan's prodigious talent, you are still exceptional geniuses in your own right. The company has granted you special permission to participate directly in the final stage of the selection. Should you perform admirably, you will also have the opportunity to enter the core of the Virtual Universe Company. Luo Feng and his companions were instantly filled with excitement. Given their current capabilities, merely passing the preliminary rounds of the Qianwu Universe Nation would have been commendable. Yet now they were presented with the chance to compete in a selection that spanned the entire universe. Thank you, my lord, they expressed in unison. Jin Yu Wang waved his hand dismissively. You ought to thank Lin Fan. It is your camaraderie that has impressed the upper management of the company. He paused before continuing. Now, Lin Fan has just awakened and requires rest. You should return to the virtual universe for further training. The finals commence in a month's time, and there is little time to waste. Understanding the urgency, Luo Feng and his companions bid farewell to Lin Fan and logged off. The room was left with only Lin Fan and Jin Yu Wang. My lord Jin Yu, do you have any further instructions? Lin Fan discerned that his counterpart had more to convey. Jin Yu Wang established a soundproof barrier, his expression turning grave. Lin Fan, the company's upper management has asked me to inquire if you would be willing to take the Chaotic City Lord as your master. Lin Fan's heart trembled. The Chaotic City Lord? One of the greatest beings of the human race? Indeed, Jin Yu Wang affirmed. The Chaotic City Lord governs the primordial universe and is a pillar of the human race. His primary focus is the laws of chaos. If you can become his disciple, it would be immensely beneficial for your development. Lin Fan suppressed his excitement and calmly asked, "What must I do?" Jin Yuang regarded him with admiration. "Clever. The conditions for becoming a disciple of the Chaotic City Lord are exceedingly stringent. First, you must secure a position within the top 3 of the universe in the Genius Battle, thereby proving your talent and strength. Furthermore," he hesitated, lowering his voice, "you must undergo the trials of the Chaotic City, a place where even immortal powerhouses may fall." Without hesitation, Lin Fan declared, "I am willing to try." Jin Yuang smiled approvingly. "Excellent. Prepare well in this month. The company will provide all necessary resources. Remember, this is not only about you, but also concerns the future of the human race." With that, Jin Yuang's figure gradually faded, leaving Lin Fan in deep contemplation. The prospect of being the disciple of the Chaotic City Lord ignited a fervent light in Lin Fan's eyes, an unexpected delight. He focused his thoughts and entered the system space. Since he had begun to comprehend the laws of chaos, it seemed the system had undergone some transformation as well. Host: Lin Fan. Life level: Stellar level 9, initially injured. Healing: Gene power: 99,999 units, infused with chaotic properties. Mental power: 99,999 units, infused with chaotic properties. Law comprehension: Earth law, origin law acknowledged, perfection, stellar law. Entry: 78, spatial law, origin law acknowledged, perfection, chaos law. Entry: 1, domain. Chaos initial domain, preliminary formation. Power unknown. Technique: Thick Earth Stellar Art. Domain Master Chapter unlocked, requires 5,000 authority points. Partially satisfied. Secret Technique: Newly added Chaos Transmutation. Entry: System Authority. Domain Master Level, preliminary unlocked. Authority points: 8,550. System points: 508,500. Special items: none. Equipment: 5th level Gene Weapon Starbreaker, upgrade complete. Perfect fit. Gazing at the freshly updated attribute panel, Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction. Although his understanding of the Chaos Law was still at entry level 1, the changes it brought were monumental. Both his gene power and mental power now bore chaotic characteristics, enhancing their potency several-fold. More astonishing was that his authority points had risen to 8,550. It seemed that defeating the demonic realm's Lord-level powerhouse and grasping the laws of chaos had yielded significant rewards. System: Unlock the Thick Earth Stellar Art Domain Master Chapter. Lin Fan decisively chose to enhance his abilities, consuming 5,000 authority points. Thick Earth Stellar Art Domain Master Chapter unlocked successfully. A torrent of information surged into his mind, granting Lin Fan a newfound understanding of Domain Master level cultivation. Even more importantly, the techniques of the Domain Master Chapter incorporated the mysteries of the Chaos Law, deepening his comprehension of chaos. With the remaining authority points, he exchanged for items to bolster his strength. As Lin Fan browsed the system marketplace, he ultimately selected a Heart of Stars and a Spatial Blade. Heart of Stars contains the essence of the Stellar Law, can accelerate comprehension of the Stellar Law. Exchange requires 2,000 authority points. Spatial Blade, 6th level Gene Weapon. Perfectly aligned with the Spatial Law. Exchange requires 1,500 authority points. After the exchanges, only 50 authority points remained. But Lin Fan felt it was an investment well worth the cost. Exiting the system space, he savored his newfound power, his eyes gleaming with confidence. The demonic race, the virtual universe company, and the Chaotic City Lord. This world was becoming increasingly intriguing. He gazed out at the boundless starry sky, as though he could already envision the fierce battles that lay ahead. The finals of the universe-wide Genius Battle, occurring in a month, would surely send ripples throughout the cosmos. Chapter 67. The arrival at the Chaotic City and the shock of the time-space monument forest within the interstitial spaces of reality. A shuttle-shaped spacecraft traversed at an astonishing speed. Jin Yuang personally piloted the vessel, while Lin Fan stood by the viewport, observing the bizarre scenery outside. "We are currently traversing the void corridor of the universe's secret realm," Jin Yuang elucidated. "This is the essential path to the primordial universe, where the fragments of space outside contain the mysteries of the laws of time and space. It is exceedingly perilous for those below the realm of a lord." Lin Fan focused intently, witnessing countless space shards streaking by like shooting stars, each embodying different temporal velocities. Some shards exhibited rapid cycles of life and decay within mere moments, while others seemed to be frozen in eternity. "Is this the chaotic realm of the universe?" Lin Fan murmured, as the laws of chaos instinctively began to operate. Attempting to decipher the enigma of these time-space fragments, Jin Yuang cast a surprised glance at him. You can directly perceive the time-space fragments? Truly remarkable for one who has touched upon the laws of chaos. However, be cautious. Some of these shards harbor temporal traps, and once ensnared, even immortals may become lost. Lin Fan nodded but did not cease his contemplation. Enhanced by the laws of chaos, he could distinctly sense the flow of each timeline and the oscillations of every spatial dimension. This experience was immensely wondrous, as if the entire cosmic structure of time and space unfolded before his eyes. 3 days later, the spacecraft finally emerged from the void corridor, revealing the majestic silhouette of a city on the horizon. The entire city was enveloped in a murky chaos, appearing both ethereal and exuding a daunting pressure that was almost suffocating. That is the chaotic city, Jin Yuang spoke solemnly. One of the sacred places of the human race, the stronghold of the chaotic city lord. As the ship approached, Lin Fan felt the pressure intensify. This was not merely an energy suppression. It represented an absolute disparity in life levels, akin to an ant confronting the heavens, leaving no room for rebellion. Focus your mind. The pressure of the chaotic city can aid in your comprehension of the laws, but excessive resistance may harm your spirit, Jin Yuang advised. Lin Fan nodded, refraining from resisting the pressure, instead guiding it into his understanding of the laws of chaos. Remarkably, the terrifying pressure transformed into a gentle force upon contact with the laws of chaos, nurturing his soul like a flowing stream. Jin Yuang's eyes flickered with surprise once more, yet he chose not to elaborate. The spacecraft landed outside the city, and the two disembarked. At the city gates, a messenger awaited them, a figure clad in a gray robe, an immortal powerhouse. Jin Yuang, I have been sent by the city lord to welcome you, the gray-robed immortal said, slightly bowing, before his gaze settled on Lin Fan. You must be the young friend Lin Fan. The city lord is already aware of your intentions and has commissioned me to escort you to the time-space monument forest. Jin Yuang seemed to have anticipated this moment. Addressing Lin Fan, in that case, I shall escort you thus far. Within the confines of Hun Duncheng, personal duels are strictly prohibited, ensuring your safety. You may focus on your enlightenment with peace of mind. Lin Fan expressed his gratitude with a bow. I am deeply thankful for your guidance along this journey. Jin Yuang smiled faintly, his figure gradually fading from view. The figure clad in gray robes gestured for Lin Fan to follow. Come with me. The city lord has decreed that only if you derive insights within the time-space steel forest will he consider taking you as a disciple. Lin Fan felt a stir of curiosity. May I inquire, esteemed elder, where is the time-space steel forest? It is one of the most significant sacred sites in Hun Duncheng, the gray-robed figure elucidated. Within it stand 52 chaotic steel, each embodying a path leading to the essence of the universe. Countless powerful beings have sought enlightenment here, yet very few have truly gained anything of substance. As they traversed the streets of Hun Duncheng, Lin Fan observed the peculiar architectural styles. It seemed as though each building existed within a different flow of time. Some appeared ancient and weathered, while others were as pristine as newly forged creations, and some even seemed to be caught in a cycle of constant construction and collapse. The pedestrians varied greatly. Some hurried past, while others moved as if traversing millennia, and still others sat by the roadside, eyes closed in contemplation, oblivious to the dust accumulating upon them. There was no unified flow of time within Hun Duncheng. The gray-robed figure discerned Lin Fan's confusion and explained. The passage of time varies in every corner of this city, a deliberate design by the city lord to facilitate the enlightenment of practitioners at different stages of their cultivation. Lin Fan silently marveled, deepening his respect for the city lord's ingenuity. Before long, they arrived at an expansive plaza. In the center stood the 52 colossal stone stele, each radiating distinct waves of law. Some blazed with the heat of the sun, others chilled like ice, some bore the weight of mountains, while others seemed as elusive as shadows. This was the time-space steel forest. At that moment, many individuals were engaged in contemplation within the steel forest, predominantly immortal-level powerhouses, with the occasional genius of the realm lord level, treasures of their respective clans. Choose a chaotic steel to meditate upon, the gray-robed figure instructed. Remember, do not be greedy. Select the one that resonates most with you. Each steel can only be contemplated once per day, for a maximum of 7 days. Lin Fan nodded in appreciation and stepped slowly into the forest of steel. Upon entering the vicinity, he immediately felt the intense fluctuations of law. The 52 chaotic steel appeared as embodiments of 52 universal essences, each exuding its unique allure. Rather than hastily choosing, Lin Fan closed his eyes to absorb the atmosphere. The chaotic laws began to operate instinctively, resonating subtly with the inscriptions surrounding him. Suddenly, 3 of the chaotic steel simultaneously emitted a faint glow, calling out to him. One steel spun like the stars, radiating the grandeur of the cosmos. Another resembled the veins of the earth, encapsulating boundless profundity. The last appeared ethereal and uncertain, as if it did not exist within this dimension. The star steel, the thick earth steel, and the time-space steel. An expression of shock flickered in the eyes of the gray-robed figure. How could it be that 3 chaotic steel resonate simultaneously? Such an occurrence has not happened in eons. Lin Fan found himself in a predicament. Each steel resonated profoundly with him, making the choice exceedingly difficult. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately approached the ephemeral time-space steel. Having already established a deep foundation in the laws of the stars and earth, it was the law of time and space that constituted the core legacy of the City Lord. The instant Lin Fan's hand touched the time-space steel, the entire steel forest trembled. The time-space steel erupted with radiant light, enveloping Lin Fan entirely. The gray-robed figure's expression shifted dramatically. Is this the steel spirit's acknowledgement? How could this be possible? Within the brilliance, Lin Fan felt as though he had traversed endless epochs, witnessing the birth and destruction of the universe. The relentless flow of the river of time, and the folding of spatial dimensions. Countless mysteries of time and space surged into his mind, corroborating with the chaotic laws and yielding profound insights. Chaotic law, entry level 1, entry level 5. Spatial law, essence acknowledgement, perfection, touching the threshold of time law. Comprehension of secret technique, temporal distortion, entry level. The system's prompt jolted Lin Fan from his enlightenment, and he realized he had unknowingly spent 3 days in contemplation. The time-space steel was indeed formidable. Lin Fan felt a lingering trepidation. Had it not been for the protection of the chaotic laws, he might have become lost within the endless currents of time. The gray-robed figure approached him swiftly, eyes filled with excitement. Lin Fan, you have gained the acknowledgement of the time-space steel. This is an achievement that even the City Lord has not attained. Lin Fan was taken aback. The City Lord has not received such acknowledgement? The gray-robed figure nodded. The City Lord comprehended the laws of time and space through other means, not through the time-space steel. It is said that the steel contains mysteries that transcend the realm of the universe's masters. Yet no one has truly obtained its acknowledgement for countless millennia. He gazed at Lin Fan with fervor. Perhaps you are the destined one. Lin Fan remained silent for a moment before asking, may I continue my contemplation? Absolutely. The gray-robed figure replied eagerly. Once you have received the steel spirit's acknowledgement, you can meditate upon the time-space steel at any time, without further time constraints. This is a tremendous opportunity for you. Lin Fan's heart swelled with joy, and he immediately prepared to resume his enlightenment. At that moment, a sense of foreboding suddenly arose within him. The chaotic laws began to operate instinctively, detecting a thread of exceedingly subtle malice. Danger! Lin Fan swiftly turned his gaze to a red-haired realm lord in the distance, who was engaged in contemplation of the flame steel. The red-haired realm lord seemed to sense Lin Fan's scrutiny, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. But he quickly masked it, resuming his feigned meditation. The gray-robed figure also sensed the anomaly and inquired telepathically, what is amiss? Lin Fan replied discreetly, that individual poses a threat. He carries the aura of the demon race. The gray-robed figure's expression shifted. Are you certain? With the City Lord overseeing Han Dunchong, how could the demon race infiltrate? Lin Fan nodded firmly. My chaotic laws are particularly sensitive to energy auras. I am certain of my perception. After contemplating for a moment, the gray-robed figure transmitted. Do not alarm the snake in the grass. I will notify the City Lord's guard. Continue your meditation and act as if you have noticed nothing. Lin Fan nodded, placing his hand back upon the time-space steel, feigning a return to contemplation while remaining vigilant. Shortly thereafter, a squad of immortal-level guardians clad in the uniforms of Han Dunchong quietly appeared, seemingly on routine patrol, but in reality, they had surrounded the red-haired realm lord covertly. Just as the guard was about to act, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The red-haired realm lord suddenly erupted, transforming into a streak of bloodlight, hurtling toward Lin Fan with astonishing speed, evidently employing some forbidden secret technique. Be careful, the gray-robed figure exclaimed in alarm, attempting to intervene but arriving a moment too late. However, Lin Fan was already prepared. The chaotic laws activated, causing the space around him to distort slightly. Temporal distortion. As the bloodlight approached Lin Fan, it suddenly slowed, as if ensnared in a quagmire. The red-haired realm lord's face displayed disbelief. He felt as though an infinite number of time-space barriers separated him from Lin Fan, and no amount of acceleration could close the distance. Chaotic laws. The red-haired realm lord's words were cut short as the arriving guardians subdued him. One of the guard captains bowed to Lin Fan. Thank you, young friend, for your assistance. We have been tracking this demon spy for quite some time, never expecting him to dare infiltrate Han Duncheng. Lin Fan returned the gesture calmly. It was a mere, trifling matter. After the guard escorted the demon spy away, the gray-robed figure, still shaken, remarked, "That was perilous. I never anticipated the demon race would send spies into Han Duncheng to kill you. Such a thing has not occurred in millions of years." Lin Fan's expression turned serious. "It seems the demon race regards me with far greater importance than I had imagined." The gray-robed figure nodded. "You must hasten to elevate your strength. Although the city lord oversees Han Duncheng, he cannot monitor every corner at all times." Lin Fan wholeheartedly agreed, placing his hand back upon the time-space steel, immersing himself once more in contemplation. This time, he no longer merely contemplated the mysteries of time and space. Instead, he endeavored to fuse the principles of chaos with the inscriptions of time and space. In search of his own path, in the distant primordial universe, the 4 members of the Earth team reached a pivotal moment in their specialized training. Luo Feng diligently honed his skills in the golden world of the virtual universe, where the golden horned beast voraciously consumed gold energy, deepening his understanding of the golden law. Hong immersed himself in the secrets of light and shadow within the realm of light and darkness, experiencing constant transformation. Thor summoned the 9 heavens thunder tribulation amidst the thunder sea, refining both his body and soul. All 3 were making final preparations for the impending genius battle finals. Little did they know, a far greater storm was brewing. The upper echelons of the demon clan were furious due to a failed espionage attempt and were devising a lethal plan against Lin Fan. In the city of chaos, Lin Fan opened his eyes, the flow of time and space swirling within his gaze. Time was running out. He must strengthen himself swiftly. He once again placed his hand upon the time and space monument, initiating a deeper level of comprehension. Chapter 68. The Trial of the Time and Space Monument Spirit and the Lord of Chaos. Before the time and space monument, Lin Fan's consciousness was fully immersed in the vast ocean of time and space. Countless timelines and spatial dimensions unfolded before his eyes, as if the entire structure of the universe's time and space had become transparent. The principles of chaos operated autonomously, resonating wondrously with the time and space monument. The gray chaotic currents moved like the most dexterous hands, plucking the strings of time and space, producing profound melodies. The essence of time and space was not merely a matter of time and space. Lin Fan experienced an epiphany, realizing that it was the unity of change and permanence, the coexistence of flow and stillness. Just at this critical moment of enlightenment, the time and space monument suddenly trembled, and a phantom figure slowly emerged from the stone. It was an elderly man clad in an ancient robe, his eyes seemingly containing the birth and demise of the entire universe. After countless millennia, someone had finally touched the true essence of time and space. The old man's voice was ethereal, as if it originated from beyond endless time and space. "Little one, what is your name?" Lin Fan's heart quivered, and he respectfully replied, "I am Lin Fan, the junior, honored to meet the spirit of the monument." The old man nodded in satisfaction, saying, "To invoke the principles of chaos with stellar-level cultivation and gain the recognition of the time and space monument. Your talent is indeed remarkable. Are you willing to accept my inheritance?" Without hesitation, Lin Fan responded, "I am willing." The old man smiled gently and pointed to Lin Fan's forehead. Vast information surged into Lin Fan's mind, an ancient inheritance titled The Secret Classics of Time and Space, containing the ultimate mysteries of the laws of time and space. Acquired The Secret Classics of Time and Space Basic Edition. Chaos Principles elevated to Entry Level 12. Time Law. Entry Level 5. Space Law. Origin Acknowledgement, Perfection, Touching the Threshold of Time and Space Fusion. Comprehended Secret Techniques Time and Space Confinement. Time and Space Jump. Time and Space Projection. Lin Fan was submerged in the ocean of inheritance, unaware of how long it had been before he slowly awakened. The spirit of the time and space monument had vanished, yet the vast mysteries of time and space were deeply etched within his soul. "Thank you for your generous gift." Esteemed elder, Lin Fan bowed deeply to the time and space monument. At that moment, the entire city of chaos suddenly fell silent. All practitioners sensed an overwhelming pressure descending, as though the very center of the universe was gazing upon them. Lin Fan, a gentle yet supremely authoritative voice resonated within his mind. Come to the Hall of Chaos to meet me. Lin Fan's heart jolted. The Lord of Chaos. Under the reverent gaze of the gray-robed immortal, Lin Fan followed the guidance towards the majestic hall at the center of the City of Chaos. The doors of the hall swung open automatically, revealing not a splendid palace but a vast expanse of starry sky. In the center of the starry space, a blurred figure sat cross-legged, seemingly merging with the entire universe. This was one of the greatest beings of the human race, the Lord of Chaos. Disciple Lin Fan, I pay my respects to the Lord. Lin Fan bowed respectfully. The Lord of Chaos's voice resonated directly within his soul. Your ability to gain the recognition of the time and space monument indeed exceeds my expectations. However, I judge my disciples not solely by talent, but also by their character. You shall face 3 trials. Are you willing to accept? Lin Fan resolutely replied, I am willing. The first trial, questioning the heart. As the Lord of Chaos's words fell, the scenery around Lin Fan transformed dramatically. He found himself back on Earth, appearing as an ordinary person. His parents were alive, friends surrounded him, and he lived a simple yet joyous life. There was no cultivation, no battles, and none of the myriad crises of the universe. If given the choice, would you remain in this ordinary and blissful world, or return to the dangerous universe filled with opportunities? The Lord of Chaos's voice echoed in his ears. Lin Fan gazed at his parents' kind smiles and his friend's sincere eyes. Waves of emotion stirred within him. This was the ordinary happiness he longed for deep within, a tranquility he yearned for after countless life and death struggles. Yet he ultimately shook his head firmly. Even the most beautiful illusion of happiness is still an illusion. A true strong man should protect what is genuinely precious. The scene shattered, and Lin Fan returned to the Hall of Chaos. The second trial, questioning the path. The Lord of Chaos spoke again. Before Lin Fan appeared countless paths, each leading to a different future. Some paths were broad and smooth, yet ended in mediocrity. Others were rugged and perilous, yet led to the peak. Some paths were laden with temptation, but concealed traps. Choose your path. The Lord of Chaos's voice resonated. Lin Fan scanned the myriad paths, ultimately pointing to a gray, narrow road. I choose the path of chaos. It encompasses all, evolving endlessly. It is both the origin of all things and the end of the universe. That gray path suddenly radiated light, transforming into a divine avenue. The third trial, practical combat. As the Lord of Chaos's voice faded, a figure identical to Lin Fan appeared before him. This doppelganger possessed the same strength and comprehension of the laws as Lin Fan, even mirroring his fighting style perfectly. Defeat yourself to transcend your limits, the Lord of Chaos instructed. Lin Fan's eyes ignited with battle spirit. Just as I wish. Both Lin Fan struck simultaneously, wielding the same stellar suppression domain, the same spatial laws, and the same chaotic currents. The battle was intensely fierce, shaking the entire starry sky. Useless, what you can do, I can do too, the doppelganger sneered. Yet Lin Fan grew increasingly emboldened. No, you are merely a copy, forever unable to comprehend what true chaos is. He suddenly changed tactics. The principles of chaos no longer imitated other laws, but instead showcased their unique characteristics of assimilation and evolution. The doppelganger's attacks, upon contact with the chaotic currents, were assimilated and absorbed, transforming into Lin Fan's own strength. In this ebb and flow, the doppelganger gradually fell into a disadvantage. Chaos unites. Lin Fan finally seized the opportunity, concentrating all his power into a single finger strike. The doppelganger shattered with a thunderous roar, turning into pure energy absorbed by Lin Fan. Passed the trial, gained the Lord of Chaos's recognition, 10,000 authority points awarded. Chaos transformation elevated to the minor accomplishment realm. Chaos law, entry level, 12, elevated to entry level, 18. Lin Fan's aura surged, his understanding of the chaos law reaching an unprecedented height. The Lord of Chaos nodded in satisfaction. Very well, from this day forth, you shall be my registered disciple. If you can break through to immortality within 10,000 years, you may become my direct disciple. Lin Fan respectfully knelt. Thank you, Master. Now go. The Genius Battle Finals are about to commence, and that is your stage to gain fame and fortune. The voice of the Lord of Chaos faded. Remember, you represent not only yourself, but also the dignity of the City of Chaos. Lin Fan felt a blur before his eyes and found himself back before the time and space monument. The gray-robed immortal had been waiting for a long time. His eyes filled with envy. Congratulations, young friend, on gaining the Lord's recognition. Lin Fan humbly returned the gesture. You are too kind, esteemed elder. At that very moment, while Lin Fan underwent his trials, The Earth Trio in the virtual universe training space also reached a critical juncture in their breakthroughs. In the realm of Jin, Luo Feng diligently honed his skills as the Jin Jiao Jusho voraciously devoured the metallic mountains. Suddenly, he sensed a profound shackle within his soul shattering, unleashing a surge of unprecedented power. This was the second innate secret technique. Luo Feng was both astonished and elated. In addition to its ability to consume innate talents, the Jin Jiao Jusho had awakened a new capability known as metal manipulation, allowing it to freely control the form and properties of metals. Metal life, heed my command. Luo Feng felt a surge of inspiration as he attempted to command the entire metallic realm. Countless metallic mountains transformed into liquid, then coalesced into various forms. As if under his will, the law of metal, source acknowledgement, perfection, touched upon the threshold of the metal fusion law. Hong, in the realm of light and darkness, comprehended the ultimate fusion of radiance and shadow, transforming it into a peculiar gray domain. The realm of light and darkness became a world unto itself. Hong opened his eyes, the left resembling a blazing sun, the right an endless abyss. His cultivation instantly surged to the cosmic level, simultaneously mastering the laws of light and darkness. Thunder God summoned the ninefold thunder tribulation within the thunder sea, refining his body and soul with the might of thunder. Ultimately, he endured all tribulations, achieving a physical strength comparable to sea-grade alloy, and the realm of thunder ascended to its pinnacle. As the three experienced their breakthroughs, the virtual universe system took notice, promptly reporting the situation to higher authorities. Soon, the virtual universe company dispatched 3 immortal powerhouses to accept each of them as registered disciples. Although it paled in comparison to Lin Fan's fortune, it nonetheless represented a significant leap forward. In a concealed space within Chaos City, several figures conspired. The Lord of Chaos has actually accepted Lin Fan as a registered disciple, hissed a shadowy figure cloaked in black mist. We must eliminate him before he grows stronger. Another figure clad in blood-red robes frowned. With the Lord of Chaos overseeing the city, we cannot act recklessly. Not necessarily, the third figure sneered. Though the Lord is formidable, he is not omniscient. If we employ that dark piece, there may still be an opportunity. The shadowy figure hesitated. Are you referring to the time-space demon lord? That is a dark piece laid by the demon ancestor, never used in billions of years. For the sake of extinguishing this chaotic genius, it is worth it. The blood-robed figure's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Once successful, the demon ancestor will surely reward us handsomely. The group reached a consensus and began devising an assassination plan targeting Lin Fan. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, who remained blissfully unaware of the lurking danger, he was reinforcing his gains before the time-space steal. Suddenly, he received a notification from the virtual universe system. The final match of the universe's human genius battle will commence in 3 days. All participants are to prepare accordingly. Simultaneously, a message from the King of Jin Yu arrived. Lin Fan, the rules for the final stage have changed. It is no longer a simple arena battle. Instead, you will enter a special cosmic secret realm known as the Wanzhou Battlefield for a survival trial. Wanzhou Battlefield? Lin Fan pondered. It was an ancient battlefield simulated by the virtual universe, where countless factions had once fought. The King of Jin Yu explained. It is fraught with dangers, but also abundant in opportunities. Your final ranking will be determined by your performance and points accumulated. Lin Fan's eyes glinted with determination. How intriguing. Do not be careless, the King of Jin Yu warned solemnly. Due to your performance, all major factions have dispatched their strongest geniuses. Even a few unique beings will be participating, possessing exceptionally terrifying innate abilities. Lin Fan nodded. Disciple understands. After concluding the communication, Lin Fan gazed into the distant starry sky, chaotic energies swirling within his eyes. The Wanzhou Battlefield shall reveal to you what true genius is. In a flash, he re-entered the time-space steel forest for his final preparations. Deep within Chaos City, the Lord of Chaos observed everything in silence, a knowing smile gracing his lips. In times of chaos, heroes emerge. This battle of geniuses may very well bring surprises for humanity. The eyes of the entire universe were now focused on the imminent Wanzhou Battlefield. Yet, none were aware that a conspiracy against the human genius had quietly unfolded. Chapter 69. The Wanzhou Battlefield unveiled and the debut of the time-space laws in the virtual universe. A special dimension was created for the final battle of geniuses. 100,000 talents from various human factions across the cosmos gathered, awaiting the commencement of the ultimate trial. Lin Fan floated in midair, a natural vacuum forming around him. The other geniuses instinctively maintained their distance, as if approaching him would result in being crushed by an invisible force. Is that Lin Fan? He doesn't seem particularly special, murmured a unicorn genius from the Noah universe. His companion quickly admonished him, "Be quiet. Do you wish to die?" He is the monster accepted as a registered disciple by the Lord of Chaos. Not far off, Rome Jun crossed his arms. His fighting spirit ignited as he gazed at Lin Fan. "This time, I will definitely catch up to you." Ai Chun, Qin Shui, and other top geniuses from various cosmic nations also cast complicated glances at Lin Fan. This sudden dark horse had become the foremost rival in everyone's minds. Lin Fan paid no heed to the surrounding discussions, closing his eyes to meditate as the chaotic laws within him gradually resonated with this simulated universe. Esteemed geniuses. A majestic voice reverberated throughout the dimension. "Welcome to the final of the Wanzhou battlefield. You will enter the simulated ancient battlefield, the Wanzhou Secret Realm, where you will undergo a year-long survival trial. The Secret Realm harbors both dangers and opportunities, with ancient legacies and lethal perils alike. Your final rankings will be determined by your points, which can be earned through 3 methods: slaying Secret Realm creatures, obtaining legacies, and eliminating other participants. A special reminder, this is not a virtual battle. Although true death is not possible, the pain is real, and exhausting your mental energy will result in elimination. Now, the trial begins. 100,000 geniuses were simultaneously transported into the Wanzhou Secret Realm. Lin Fan materialized in a desolate desert. The scorching sun hanging high in the sky, the air thick with the scent of sulfur. The environmental simulation was strikingly realistic. Feeling the heat beneath his feet, Lin Fan allowed the laws of space to operate naturally, isolating the high temperatures. He activated Earth Pulse, his perception rapidly covering the entire desert. Countless powerful life forces emerged within his awareness, most being 9th-tier stellar-level Secret Realm creatures, with a few exceptionally powerful beings reaching the cosmic level. First, familiarize yourself with the environment. Lin Fan refrained from hastily hunting and instead flew toward the nearest oasis. Midway through his flight, an instinctive warning surged within him. The sand beneath erupted, and dozens of massive sand scorpions leapt into the air, their tails shimmering with a ghostly blue light, clearly poisonous. A swarm of sand scorpions? A perfect opportunity to practice. Lin Fan remained unflinching, a silvery light flashing in his eyes. Time-space imprisonment. Centered on himself, the space within 1,000 meters instantaneously solidified. All the sand scorpions were frozen mid-air in their attacking postures. Even their venom congealed at the tips of their stingers. "Shatter," Lin Fan softly uttered. The imprisoned space trembled slightly, and dozens of sand scorpions were simultaneously reduced to dust, as if they had never existed. Points: 50. Time-space law proficiency increased. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. The combination of time-space imprisonment with spatial shattering proved unexpectedly effective for clearing out the minions. He continued to advance, soon arriving near the oasis. A battle had already erupted here, with a dozen human talents surrounded by 3 times their number of alien adversaries. Their situation perilous. "It's humans. Kill them." A winged genius from the Feather Clan screeched, unleashing a barrage of arrows from his longbow, each one claiming the life of a human talent. "Form a formation. Defensive formation," a young man in black called out, but the formation had already collapsed, rendering them unable to organize an effective defense. Lin Fan's gaze turned cold, though he cared not for the lives of these strangers. Witnessing the aliens' brazen aggression stirred a surge of anger within him. "Feather Clan, a fitting opportunity to test my new techniques." In a flash, Lin Fan appeared at the center of the battlefield. The 2 opposing factions were momentarily taken aback as the genius of the U-Tribe bellowed. "Another one comes to seek death. Kill him." Dozens of U-Tribe warriors simultaneously launched their assault on Lin Fan, arrows, energy spheres, and mental shocks raining down upon him. Unflinching and undeterred, Lin Fan simply raised his hand, time-space mirror. As all attacks neared him, they unexpectedly veered off course, instead striking the U-Tribe itself. It was as though there existed an invisible mirror before Lin Fan, reflecting each assault back towards its origin. "What?" The U-Tribe genius was taken aback, hastily attempting to evade, yet still, several of his comrades were struck by their own attacks, either dead or wounded. The human geniuses, filled with astonishment and joy, exclaimed, "It's Lin Fan. Lin Fan has arrived." Lin Fan turned his gaze towards the young man clad in black, instructing, "Form a defensive formation with them. Leave these insignificant foes to me." The young man nodded eagerly, understood. The expression of the U-Tribe genius darkened. "Lin Fan, you are the human prodigy? Indeed somewhat capable. But do you believe you can contend against so many of us?" Lin Fan, disinterested in idle chatter, let the chaotic energy swirl in his eyes. Time-space labyrinth. Centered around the U-Tribe's formation, the space began to twist and fold, creating countless intricate corridors. The U-Warriors suddenly found the distances between each other stretched into infinity. Although they were close, it felt as if they were separated by countless realms of time and space. This is the law of time and space. Quick, breakthrough. The Yu tribe genius, possessing considerable insight, immediately recognized the application of the law. Yet it was too late. Lin Fan's figure flickered within the time-space labyrinth, each appearance claiming the life of a Yu tribe genius. In the face of the law of time and space, these stellar-level geniuses had no opportunity to resist. In a mere few minutes, the entire Yu tribe was annihilated. Lin Fan's points surged to 87, propelling him into the top 100 rankings. The surviving human geniuses were left dumbfounded. Their formidable foes crumbled before Lin Fan, as if they were mere chickens and dogs. Thank you for saving us. The young man in black stepped forward and bowed. I am Ming Yuan from the He Ming universe, and these are my teammates. Lin Fan nodded. How did you come to be besieged by so many alien races? Ming Yuan chuckled wryly. I do not know. As soon as we entered, we were pursued by the Yu tribe, the insect tribe, and the mechanical tribe, seemingly targeting us humans. Lin Fan's expression grew serious. The three races have allied? This seems problematic. He immediately contacted Luo Feng and the others through the virtual universe. What is your situation? Luo Feng's voice soon replied, Hong, Thunder God. And I have regrouped, but we too have encountered alien assaults. It seems they are specifically targeting human geniuses. Hong added, this is no coincidence. It is an organized ambush. Thunder God exclaimed, these scoundrels, watch as I cleave them down. Lin Fan understood. This appears to be the machinations of the demon race. What are your coordinates? I will come to find you. After obtaining their location, Lin Fan turned to Ming Yuan. Will you follow me, or act on your own? Without hesitation, Ming Yuan replied. We will follow you. After witnessing Lin Fan's prowess, only a fool would choose to act alone. Lin Fan led the Ming Yuan team towards Luo Feng's location. Along the way, they encountered several waves of alien assaults, but under the law of time and space, these became mere experience packages for accruing points. Lin Fan's ranking steadily ascended, quickly breaking into the top 10. Meanwhile, in a certain valley within the secret realm, 3 alien geniuses were conspiring. The news from the demon race was accurate. Lin Fan is indeed formidable and has already slain many of our kin. A Yu tribe genius ground his teeth. The insect queen sneered, no matter how strong he is still merely at the stellar level. With the 3 races united, coupled with the treasures provided by the demon race, we will surely be able to slay him. The mechanical tribe genius's eyes glimmered red, based on data analysis. Lin Fan excels in the law of time and space, so we need to first use the spatial locking device to restrict his movements. It has already been set up. The Yu tribe genius produced a compass-like artifact. This is the void lock from the demon race, capable of temporarily imprisoning spatial fluctuations in an area. Excellent. The insect queen licked her lips. By killing him, the demon race has promised us 3 spots to enter the pool of 10,000 demons. Greed glimmered in the eyes of the 3 aliens. The pool of 10,000 demons is a sacred training ground of the demon race, holding immense allure for any tribe. Lin Fan quickly reunited with Luo Feng and the others. The 4 from Earth were exhilarated at their reunion. Lin Fan, you've grown even stronger. Thunder God punched Lin Fan, only to recoil in pain. Damn, your flesh is so tough. Hong, with keen perception, remarked, have you comprehended the law of time? Lin Fan nodded. I had some opportunities in the Chaos City. Luo Feng's eyes burned with fighting spirit. It seems I have fallen behind again. Lin Fan smiled. You are doing well too. You've achieved perfection in the law of gold and awakened a second talent. As the 4 conversed, the Ming Yuan team instinctively stood guard around them. They had become numb to the display of the Earth Quartet's prowess. Each one was more monstrous than the last. Suddenly, Lin Fan's expression shifted. There's an ambush. Almost simultaneously, the entire valley was enveloped by an invisible barrier, causing the space to become solidified. The Void Lock. This is a treasure of the demon race. Lin Fan instantly recognized the origin of this device. From all directions, numerous alien figures emerged, with the Yu tribe, insect tribe, and mechanical tribe joining forces to encircle them, numbering in the thousands. A Yu tribe genius laughed maniacally. Lin Fan, you cannot escape. Today marks your demise. Lin Fan calmly surveyed his surroundings. Is it merely you insignificant creatures that stand in my way? The insect queen sneered. We are aware of your strength, which is why we have prepared this grand gift. Come forth, Mo Sha tribe. 3 shadowy figures shrouded in black mist appeared, exuding a chilling aura. Lin Fan's pupils constricted. Mo Sha tribe? The demon race is willing to send you to your deaths? The Mo Sha tribe is a vassal group of the demon race, adept in soul attacks and exceedingly troublesome. The leader of the Mo Sha tribe rasped, for the sake of the demon ancestor, what does it matter if we die? Lin Fan, today, you shall undoubtedly perish. The battle erupted. Thousands of aliens launched their attacks simultaneously, their energy radiance engulfing the entire valley. Form the four symbols battle array. Lin Fan roared. The Earth Quartet instantly formed their battle array, the ethereal images of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise soaring into the sky. Enduring the first wave of onslaught. Ming Yuan, defend the flanks. Lin Fan commanded. The Ming Yuan team immediately formed a defensive array. Although their strength paled in comparison to the Earth Quartet, they were still elites from various universe nations, temporarily fending off the lateral assaults. Lin Fan, with chaotic energy swirling in his eyes, realized he had to unleash his true abilities. He formed seals with his hands. Fully activating the law of time and space. Time-space domain, activate. A grayish domain unfolded, enveloping the entire battlefield. Within the domain, the flow of time became chaotic. In some areas, it accelerated 1,000-fold, while in others, it decelerated 10,000-fold. The attacks from the aliens became utterly disordered, some moving as slowly as a snail, while others struck with the speed of lightning, even colliding with one another. Now's the time. Kill. Lin Fan bellowed. The Earth Quartet erupted simultaneously. Luo Feng's Golden Horn Beast avatar manifested, voraciously absorbing attack energy. Hong's light and dark domain shrouded the battlefield, throwing the aliens into visual disarray. Thunder God summoned the thunder of the nine heavens, targeting the insect queen. Lin Fan traversed through time and space, specifically eliminating the commanders. Seeing this, the Mo Sha tribe simultaneously unleashed their soul attacks. Soul Impact. 3 invisible soul shocks surged directly towards Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan did not flinch or evade. Activating the chaotic law, chaotic soul shield. A grayish mist enveloped his soul, rendering the soul impacts as ineffective as stones sinking into the ocean. How is this possible? The Mo Sha tribe gasped in shock. Their soul attacks could not even be withstood by a realm master, yet Lin Fan emerged unscathed. Now it's my turn. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. Time-space annihilation. He pointed towards the 3 Mocha tribes, where the fabric of time and space suddenly collapsed, forming a miniature black hole. The 3 Mocha tribes, unable to even utter a cry of despair, were utterly annihilated. Lin Fan's score surged dramatically, catapulting him to the top of the leaderboard. Witnessing this, the other races felt their morale shatter and began to scatter in panic. Leave none behind, Lin Fan declared coldly. He never showed mercy to those who sought to harm him. The Earth Quartet launched a relentless pursuit, while the Mingyuan squad seized the opportunity to counterattack. A one-sided massacre commenced. Half an hour later, the battle concluded. Over 1,000 alien troops perished, with only a few fortunate enough to escape. Lin Fan hovered in midair, surveying the ravaged battlefield, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. Following this battle, no one dared to underestimate the talents of the human race. Lin Fan's reputation resonated throughout the battlefield of myriad races. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Chapter 70. The Gift of the Time-Space Steel Spirit and the Anomalies of the Battlefield of Myriad Races. Lin Fan hovered above the battlefield. The fluctuations of time and space around him not yet fully subsided. The recent act of temporal annihilation had nearly drained him of half his mental energy. Yet the results were striking. The 3 Mocha tribe warriors were reduced to ashes in an instant, with no chance to struggle. The second application of the laws of time and space indeed demonstrated formidable power, as Lin Fan felt the residual energy of time and space within him. He gained a deeper understanding of the essence of this force. While he was immersed in his contemplation, his consciousness was suddenly drawn into a peculiar realm. Surrounding him was an endless flow of time and space, as if he were at the source of the river of time. Little one, your rate of progress exceeds my expectations. The figure of the time-space steel spirit reappeared, eyes filled with approval. The recent strike had touched upon the duality of annihilation and creation inherent in the laws of time and space. Lin Fan bowed respectfully. Thank you for your guidance. Esteemed elder, I am merely fortunate to have gleaned some insights. The steel spirit shook his head. There is no luck involved in grasping the laws of time and space. To touch upon the second threshold at the stellar level is a talent that is rarely seen in a billion years. He paused, speaking with gravity. The demon race has already begun to act. Chaos is imminent in the battlefield of myriad races. I can no longer impart the time-space secret tome in a methodical manner. We must accelerate the pace. With that, the steel spirit pointed towards Lin Fan's brow. An even more profound torrent of information surged into his mind, unveiling the second secret of the time-space tome before him. Acquired time-space secret tome, second level inheritance. Chaos laws upgraded to beginner, 25. Time laws, beginner, 5. Beginner, 15. Space laws, officially touched upon the threshold of time-space fusion laws. Comprehended secret arts time reversal, time creation. Time exile. Lin Fan was immersed in the ocean of inheritance, his perception of external time becoming blurred. When he awoke once more, he found himself still hovering above the battlefield, yet 3 days had passed below. Lin Fan, you have finally awakened. Luo Feng's voice reached him, filled with urgency. Something terrible has happened. Lin Fan collected his thoughts and noticed the atmosphere across the battlefield of myriad races had turned unusually oppressive. Countless fissures appeared in the sky, threatening to shatter at any moment. Distant roars echoed, and the creatures of the secret realm had become exceedingly violent. What is going on? Lin Fan asked, frowning. Hong quickly explained, 3 days ago, after you fell into contemplation, the battlefield of myriad races suddenly underwent an anomaly. The ancient seals weakened, and the aura of the outer demons seeped in, causing the creatures of the secret realm to go berserk. Thundergod added, the Virtual Universe Company has issued an emergency notice, stating that due to unforeseen circumstances, the rules of the Genius Battle have been temporarily altered. Survival is now the primary objective, while score rankings are secondary. Mingyuan pointed at the fissures in the sky. It seems something is peering at us from beyond those cracks. It feels extremely dangerous. Lin Fan looked up, the laws of time and space naturally operating, penetrating the spatial fissures to reveal the scene behind. Countless grotesque demons were attempting to breach the barrier, with the weakest among them possessing cosmic-level strength. Lin Fan's expression turned grave. It appeared the demon race had not only dispatched internal traitors, but was also collaborating to break through the defenses of the battlefield of myriad races. Just then, the announcement from the virtual universe system resonated in the minds of all participants. Emergency situation. Outer demons are invading the battlefield of myriad races. All participants must unite to resist the external threat. Killing demons will yield double points, and those who perform exceptionally will receive additional rewards. Repeating, this is not a drill. Outer demons are invading. Before the announcement could conclude, a massive spatial fissure suddenly widened, and dozens of flesh-winged demons surged forth. These demons were cloaked in black scales, their eyes ablaze with a bloodthirsty glow. Even the weakest among them were cosmic level tier 3. Defend! Lin Fan shouted, and the domain of time and space unfurled instantly. As the demons entered the time-space domain, their speed drastically decreased, as if they had sunk into a quagmire. However, their immense strength still allowed them to press forward with great difficulty. Such overwhelming strength! Luo Feng exclaimed in shock. The physical resilience of these demons far surpassed that of stellar-level beings, even more terrifying than some cosmic-level beasts. Lin Fan's gaze turned icy. They must not break through. Thunder God, incapacitate them with lightning. Hong, use the realm of light and darkness to obscure their vision. Luo Feng, let the Golden Horn Behemoth absorb their energy. The Earth Quartet coordinated seamlessly, each showcasing their strengths. The intertwining forces of lightning, light and darkness, and absorption, combined with Lin Fan's time-space domain, barely managed to stave off the first wave of demon attacks. Yet, more fissures continued to widen, and an increasing number of demons sought to flood in. The cries of agony from other areas indicated that participants were encountering peril. This cannot continue. Lin Fan decisively commanded, all human geniuses, gather around me and form a defensive formation. His voice resonated through the laws of time and space across the entire battlefield, clearly audible to all human geniuses. Under normal circumstances, these proud talents might not heed such orders. However, now faced with a life-and-death crisis, Lin Fan's demonstrated power far surpassed that of the others. And soon a multitude of human geniuses began to converge towards him. Mingyuan, you lead the organization of the defensive formation. Those skilled in ranged attacks take the outer perimeter, while melee professions position themselves within, and mentalists should be centrally coordinated. Lin Fan rapidly issued commands. Mingyuan promptly complied. Those from the Haiming Universe Nation, follow me. Form the Haiming Battle Array. The talents from other universe nations also began to organize themselves, quickly forming a massive defensive circle. Lin Fan floated at the center, fully expanding the time-space domain to cover a radius of 10 miles. Within this area, the demon's speed was significantly diminished, granting the human geniuses a chance to counterattack. Attack! With Lin Fan's command, a multitude of energy attacks surged towards the slowed demons. However, to their astonishment, most of these attacks could only leave shallow marks on the demon's scales, failing to inflict any fatal damage. Such terrifying defenses! A mechanical race genius exclaimed. His energy cannon was capable of obliterating a cosmic-level Tier 1 powerhouse. Yet it could not even breach the demon scales. Lin Fan's expression grew grave. These demon scales are reinforced with demonic energy. Ordinary attacks are ineffective. We need to employ forces that counteract the demonic energy. He turned to Hong. Hong, your laws of light have a restraining effect on demonic energy. Attempt to purify them. Hong nodded, unleashing the realm of light with full force. Under the illumination of pure light, the demonic energy on the demons indeed began to dissipate, significantly diminishing their defensive capabilities. Effective. The spirits of the crowd soared as they concentrated their attacks on the purified demons. Just then, an enormous shadow enveloped the entire battlefield. A giant demon, towering over 100 meters, emerged from the fissure, its aura unmistakably reaching the level of a domain master. A domain master level demon. Everyone's faces shifted in alarm. Facing a domain master level entity at the stellar level was akin to ants confronting a dragon. There was no opportunity to escape. The colossal demon roared, unleashing a terrifying wave of sound that swept through the air. The defensive barrier shattered instantaneously, causing numerous talented individuals to be thrown backward, spitting blood. This is bad. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, invoking the laws of time and space to their utmost limit. Time reversal. An extraordinary scene unfolded as all the talents who had been injured by the sound wave were instantly restored, as if the previous attack had never occurred. Even the collapsed defensive barrier reverted to its state before the assault. The giant demon paused, clearly taken aback by this unforeseen maneuver. Now is the time. Attack with all your might. Lin Fan shouted. All the talented individuals regained their composure, seizing this opportunity to unleash their most powerful strikes. Countless beams of energy converged into a torrent, crashing toward the colossal demon. However, as a domain lord, the giant demon simply raised its hand, forming a barrier of demonic energy before it, effortlessly blocking all attacks. Ants, you have enraged me. The giant demon spoke with human words, its eyes flickering with a cruel light. It suddenly smashed down a fist, condensing its demonic energy into a massive fist akin to a mountain, bearing down upon the crowd with the force to annihilate everything. Under this fist, all would likely be reduced to ashes. Just at this critical moment, Luo Feng let out a thunderous dragon roar. The golden-horned giant beast's avatar manifested uncontrollably, its size rapidly expanding until it matched that of the colossal demon. Is this a bloodline awakening? Lin Fan looked at Luo Feng in astonishment. Luo Feng's eyes shimmered with golden light. I can sense the call of the ancient golden beast god. The golden-horned giant beast let out a primal roar, exuding an aura of ancient wilderness. A golden beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping the golden-horned giant beast, as countless golden runes fused into its body. Ancient golden beast god inheritance activated. Golden law. Touching the threshold of the golden fusion law officially enters the realm of golden fusion law. Gain the innate secret arts beast god roar. Golden rift. The aura of the golden-horned giant beast surged wildly, temporarily breaking through the limits of stellar rank, reaching the pinnacle of cosmic level. Beast god claw. Luo Feng roared, and the golden-horned giant beast struck out with a claw. The golden claws tore through space, colliding fiercely with the giant demonic fist. Boom. A terrifying shockwave of energy swept outward, forcing even Lin Fan to deploy a time-space barrier to protect everyone. When the energy dissipated, a shocking scene emerged. The golden-horned giant beast was evenly matched with the domain lord-level demon. Impossible. The colossal demon was both astonished and furious. How could a mere stellar rank withstand my attack? Luo Feng gasped for breath. Although he had temporarily gained the blessing of the beast god inheritance, he still found it extremely taxing to confront a domain lord-level powerhouse. A look of determination flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He cannot fight alone. Everyone, lend me your strength. He formed hand seals, pushing the laws of time and space to their utmost limit. Time fusion. All laws converge into one. All the human talents felt their power uncontrollably flow toward Lin Fan. Even Luo Feng's beast god power was drawn in. Lin Fan erupted with resplendent light. As the laws of time, chaos, and golden space perfectly fused, transforming into a gray golden beam of light that shot skyward. This strike is for the human race. Lin Fan pointed at the colossal demon, and the beam transformed into a massive sword of creation, cleaving toward the enemy. The giant demon sensed the lethal threat and roared furiously. Blessing of the demon ancestor. It ignited its demonic energy, forming a massive black shield in front of itself. The gray golden giant sword collided violently with the black shield, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. A terrifying energy storm swept through everything, even smoothing out the spatial rifts momentarily. When the light faded, the colossal demon had vanished, leaving behind only a pulsating black heart. Lin Fan knelt on one knee, his face pale. That last strike had nearly drained him of all his power. Even the recovery of the Chaos Spirit Essence could not keep pace with the consumption. Is it over? A talented individual asked, trembling. Lin Fan shook his head with great difficulty. It has only just begun. More demons are on their way. He gazed at the Black Heart. The laws of time sensing the terrifying demonic energy contained within. This thing must be destroyed. But just as he prepared to act, the Black Heart suddenly exploded, shooting a beam of black light toward Lin Fan. Be careful, Luo Feng shouted. Lin Fan attempted to evade, but was a moment too slow due to exhaustion. The black light directly entered his brow and vanished. Demon Ancestor Mark detected. Beginning analysis. Analysis complete. Gained coordinates of the demon race. 137. Demonic cultivation methods. 12. Chaos Law begins to assimilate the Demon Ancestor Mark. The system's prompt left Lin Fan stunned. This Demon Ancestor Mark not only did not harm him, but was instead assimilated by the Chaos Law, becoming his nourishment. Lin Fan, are you alright? Hong and the others gathered around with concern. Lin Fan felt the newly acquired knowledge of demonic energy within him, his expression peculiar. I'm fine, in fact. I've gained some benefits. The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered by this unexpected twist. At that moment, the Virtual Universe System's announcement rang out once more. Attention all participants. The battlefield of myriad races is temporarily stable, but the threat of extraterrestrial demons persists. A special mission has now been issued. Locate and destroy the demon transmission nodes. Mission reward, 100,000 points for each node destroyed. Countless light points appeared in the sky, marking the locations of the demon transmission nodes. The nearest one was just 1,000 miles away. Lin Fan rose. His eyes reignited with fighting spirit. It seems that this battle of talents has only just reached its climax. He gazed into the distance, feeling the surging power within him. The schemes of the demon race had inadvertently become stepping stones for his growth. This conflict in the battlefield of myriad races was becoming increasingly fascinating. Chapter 71. The Mystery of the Demon Ancestor Mark and the Awakening of the Heart of Chaos as the Demon Ancestor Mark fused into Lin Fan's body. The Chaos Law began to operate autonomously, rapidly analyzing and assimilating this foreign power. Surprisingly, this mark not only caused no harm, but acted as the most nourishing sustenance, allowing the Chaos Law to grow at a visible rate. Chaos Law, Entry Level, 25. Entry Level, 35. Gained Demonic Secret Arts, Demon Devouring the World, All Demon Escape Technique. Demon Soul Seed Heart Method. Analyzed the Demon Ancestor Mark, gained essential information about demonic energy. The Chaos Law begins to fuse with the characteristics of demonic energy. Lin Fan closed his eyes, concentrating on the changes within him. Within the chaotic currents, a trace of dark demonic energy had emerged. But it was not evil or filthy. Rather, it was a pure energy assimilated by the Chaos Law. So that is how it is. Demonic energy is fundamentally a form of cosmic energy, albeit leaning toward the dark aspect. Lin Fan realized, as chaos encompasses all, it could naturally embrace demonic energy. He attempted to operate Demon Devouring the World, and the residual demonic energy on the battlefield surged into his body like rivers returning to the sea, transformed by the Chaos Law into pure energy. What a domineering absorption effect! Lin Fan was astounded. The absorption efficiency of this demonic technique was even more terrifying than Luo Feng's golden-horned giant beast talent. No wonder the demon race could rise so swiftly. Lin Fan, how are you doing? Luo Feng asked with concern, still haunted by the earlier black light. Lin Fan opened his eyes and smiled slightly. I turned misfortune into fortune and gained some demonic secret arts. He briefly explained, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Being struck by the demon ancestor mark not only caused no harm, but instead brought benefits? What kind of monstrous physique is this? Hong pondered. The chaos encompasses all things. It seems your chaos law is even more powerful than we imagined. Thunder God exclaimed. Who cares about magical skills or divine arts? Getting stronger is what matters. Lin Fan, can you teach me? Lin Fan shook his head. This demonic technique requires the foundation of the chaos law. Otherwise, one would be backfired by the demonic energy. You all should focus on cultivating your own paths instead. He gazed towards the distant, vaguely discernible node of the demonic teleportation. The immediate priority was to obliterate those nodes and prevent further demonic incursions. The group nodded in agreement and promptly organized themselves. After the recent battle, the talents of the human race had come to respect Lin Fan and willingly submitted to his command. Lin Fan divided the team into 3 groups. Luo Feng would lead the melee unit, Hong would command the ranged fighters, and Thor would oversee the assault team, while Lin Fan himself would remain central to provide support. The geniuses from various cosmic nations, including Ming Yuan, also took their respective orders, and the squad moved with remarkable orderliness. Let us set off. With Lin Fan's command, over 100 human talents rushed towards the nearest demonic teleportation node. Along the way, they encountered several scattered demons, but with their combined efforts, they dispatched them with ease. Lin Fan deliberately left a few alive to probe their memories using the newly acquired Mo Hanzhong XINDFA. What did you find? Luo Feng inquired. Lin Fan's expression grew grave. The situation is worse than we imagined. The demon race has not only dispatched an advanced team, but has also established a stable spatial passage, facilitating the transport of even more powerful beings. The leader is named Mo Luo Tian, a prodigy of this generation of demons, rumored to possess the bloodline of the demon ancestor. Upon hearing this, the group tensed. The bloodline of the demon ancestor was akin to that of a progeny of a being on par with the Lord of Chaos. Hong analyzed calmly. Since he is a contemporary prodigy, his strength should also be within the stellar range. We may still have the capability to fight. Lin Fan nodded. Precisely. Furthermore, according to the memories, Mo Luo Tian seems to be searching for something, and for the time being, he will not act personally. He pointed towards a faintly visible ancient temple in the distance. The memories of those demons indicate that deep within the battlefield of myriad races lies an ancient chaotic temple, said to contain the secrets to achieving mastery over the universe. Mo Luo Tian's primary objective is that location. The chaotic temple? The group's eyes brightened. Such ancient relics often held great opportunities. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. First, we must destroy the teleportation nodes to prevent more demons from descending. And then we shall investigate the chaotic temple. We must not allow the demon race to succeed. The group hastened their pace and soon arrived at the valley where the first teleportation node was located. This place had already been transformed into a demon stronghold, with numerous demons patrolling and guarding it, including at least 3 cosmic-level demon leaders stationed there. The defenses are quite tight, Hong observed. A direct assault could lead to heavy losses. A glint of wisdom flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. There's no need for a brute force attack. I have just acquired some secret arts of the demon race that allow me to disguise myself as one of them and infiltrate. He activated the wand Mo Dun Fa, enveloping himself in demonic energy, and in an instant, transformed into the guise of a young demon, his aura indistinguishable from that of the real thing. You all will provide support from the periphery, while I slip inside to sabotage the node, Lin Fan instructed. Luo Feng expressed concern. It's too dangerous. What if you are discovered? Lin Fan smiled confidently. Fear not. With the concealment of the chaos laws, even if a demon sovereign were to arrive, they would not discern any flaws. He strode boldly towards the demon stronghold. The guarding demons, upon seeing the pure demonic energy emanating from him, not only did not obstruct him, but instead bowed respectfully. Lin Fan successfully entered the stronghold and quickly located the core of the teleportation node, a constantly rotating black vortex, continuously channeling demons into the realm. This is the teleportation node. Lin Fan sensed the stable spatial fluctuations within. It appeared the demon race was quite adept in spatial technology. Just as he prepared to destroy the node, a sudden sense of danger surged within him, and he swiftly dodged to the side. A bolt of black lightning grazed past, melting a deep pit into the ground. Impressive reflexes, a chilling voice echoed, but unfortunately, you've still been seen through. Lin Fan turned to see a young demon clad in black armor emerging from the shadows. This youth was strikingly handsome, yet exuded an aura of malevolence, with what seemed like countless wailing souls reflected in his eyes. Mo Luo Tian. Lin Fan focused intently, although he had never seen him before. The pressure stemming from his bloodline indicated that this was indeed the progeny of the demon ancestor. Mo Luo Tian regarded Lin Fan with keen interest. Fascinating. You managed to disguise yourself so perfectly that I almost fell for it. You must be the human prodigy, Lin Fan. Lin Fan dispelled his disguise, revealing his true form. Since I've been uncovered, let us see what you can do. Mo Luo Tian waved his hand dismissively. No rush. I am curious how you withstand the mark of the demon ancestor. That mark could strip even a realm master. Lin Fan replied coolly. Though the mark of the demon ancestor is formidable, the chaos embraces all, and thus can accommodate demonic energy as well. Mo Luo Tian's eyes widened in shock. The laws of chaos? You have even touched upon the laws of chaos. No wonder the demon ancestor has ordered your extermination at any cost. His tone suddenly turned fervent. However, I am even more intrigued by the prospect that if we join forces, we might glimpse the ultimate secrets of the chaotic demonic path. What do you say? Join the demon race, and I will ensure you become the next candidate for the demon ancestor. Lin Fan scoffed. We are of divergent paths and cannot conspire together. The human race and the demon race are irreconcilable. There is nothing further to discuss. Mo Luo Tian shook his head regretfully. What a shame. Such a talent. And yet you shall fall here today. His demonic energy surged violently, and his aura broke through the stellar level limit, reaching the third tier of cosmic level. I forgot to mention, in the battlefield of myriad races, the demon race has a special method to temporarily break through their limits. Mo Luo Tian grinned wickedly. Now, do you still have confidence in battling me? Lin Fan's expression turned serious. The third-tier descendant of the demon ancestor likely possessed strength comparable to that of an ordinary domain lord. Yet he did not falter. Channeling the laws of chaos to their fullest, whether I can fight or not, we shall find out through experience. Such courage, Mo Luo Tian praised, then transformed into a streak of black light charging towards him. The speed was far greater than that of the previous domain lord-level demon. Lin Fan activated the laws of time and space, narrowly avoiding the strike. The spot where he had stood moments ago had become an abyss, with even the space having been corroded by demonic energy. Time and space laws. Not bad, but still insufficient. Mo Luo Tian formed hand seals, and the realm of demons descended. The entire stronghold was instantly enveloped by the demonic domain, and Lin Fan felt a heavy weight pressing down on him, as if he were sinking into a quagmire. The operation of the laws of time and space became sluggish. In my demonic domain, all laws are suppressed. Mo Luo Tian laughed heartily. Let us see how long you can evade. Lin Fan found himself in a desperate struggle. Under the suppression of the demonic domain, he could only exert 70% of his strength, while Mo Luo Tian gained a significant boost. The balance quickly tipped in favor of Mo Luo Tian. The onlooking Luo Feng and the others, seeing this, attempted to provide assistance, but were blocked by numerous demons and could not get close. Lin Fan, hold on. Luo Feng shouted, the golden-horned behemoth charging fiercely, yet failing to breach the demonic defenses. Lin Fan endured 3 consecutive punches from Mo Luo Tian, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The third-tier descendant of the demon ancestor was indeed terrifying. Is this all there is? Mo Luo Tian expressed disappointment. Expecting more surprises, Lin Fan wiped the blood from his lips, determination flashing in his eyes. Surprise? This is just the beginning. He focused his mind, and the laws of chaos within him surged violently. The assimilated mark of the demon ancestor suddenly exploded, transforming into pure energy that merged into the chaotic flow. Chaos Law, Entry 35, Entry 45. Chaos Heart Awakening Progress 102050. Lin Fan felt his heart racing violently, as if something was about to burst forth. The gray chaotic energy deepened, even sparkling with stars. Is this the Chaos Heart? Lin Fan's mind sparked with realization. During his contemplation in the Chaos City, he had heard that upon cultivating the laws of chaos to a certain level, one would condense a chaos heart within, which was the key to becoming the master of the universe. Though it was merely a preliminary awakening, the enhancement it provided was immense. Lin Fan's aura soared, temporarily breaking through the stellar level limit and reaching the first tier of cosmic level. A breakthrough in the heat of battle? Mo Luo Tian's eyes widened in surprise. But then he became even more exhilarated. Excellent. Now you are worthy of being my opponent. Lin Fan, sensing the surging power within him, slowly raised his hands. Now, it is my domain. In the realm of chaos, it unfolds. The grayish domain expands, clashing fiercely with the realm of demons. Astonishingly, the chaos domain not only withstands the pressure from the demon realm, but begins to assimilate and devour the demonic energy, steadily growing in strength. How can this be? Mo Luo Tian's expression shifts dramatically. His demonic realm is being consumed by the opponent. Lin Fan's gaze is filled with swirling chaotic energy. I have proclaimed that chaos embraces all. Your demon realm is merely my sustenance. He reaches out with a hand, causing the chaos domain to shrink dramatically, firmly imprisoning Mo Luo Tian, the true form of the demon ancestor. Mo Luo Tian roars, igniting the bloodline of the demon ancestor within him, transforming into a towering phantom of a demon god, forcibly breaking the constraints of the chaos domain. The two realms collide violently, shaking the entire stronghold. The surrounding dark creatures and the talents of the human race are thrown back, unable to approach. Lin Fan, I admit I underestimated you. Mo Luo Tian's voice is grave, but with the next move, I shall see how you respond. He clasps his hands together, a vertical eye opening in the center of his brow, a terrifying energy coalescing within. The eye of the demon ancestor, annihilating all. A jet black beam of light shoots forth, turning the very fabric of space into nothingness. This is the ultimate killing move of the demon ancestor's bloodline, capable of slaying domain masters of higher tiers. Lin Fan feels a deadly threat. His chaotic heart races wildly. He knows that ordinary means will not suffice to withstand this blow. It is time to gamble. A determined glint flashes in Lin Fan's eyes as he merges the chaotic principles with the laws of time and space. Chaotic time and space, the birth of annihilation. The gray chaotic energy intertwines with the silvery power of time and space, transforming into a spiraling beam of light that meets the black beam. The collision of these two extreme forces emits no sound, for in the center of the clash, space and time lose all significance, returning everything to the void. As the light fades, both Lin Fan and Mo Luo Tian are sent flying, blood spurting from their mouths. They have both suffered grievous injuries. What a fine Lin Fan! Mo Luo Tian struggles to rise, declaring that this time it is a draw, but next time, I will take your life. He tears open a rift in space and vanishes into the void. The dark creatures disband with his departure. Lin Fan kneels on one knee, his breath weak. The previous strike has nearly drained him of all his strength, and his chaotic heart falls into temporary silence. Lin Fan, Luo Feng, and the others rush over. Surrounding him with concern, Lin Fan waves his hand. I am fine, quickly destroy the teleportation node. Hong immediately leads the team to destroy the teleportation node. And soon the black vortex is completely obliterated. Destroying the dark creature teleportation node. Points gained. 100,000. Lin Fan's points. 387, 650. Ranking first. The virtual universe system's notification rings out, but no one pays attention to the points. They are deeply worried about Lin Fan's injuries. Just then, a majestic will descends upon the entire battlefield of the myriad races. All participants feel an overwhelming authority and involuntarily bow in respect. Lin Fan. The voice of the Lord of Chaos resonates in Lin Fan's mind. You have performed admirably. The chaotic heart has awakened to a preliminary degree. You are now qualified to become my direct disciple. Lin Fan struggles to bow. Thank you, Master. The Lord of Chaos continues. Anomalies have occurred in the battlefield of the myriad races, and the genius battle has concluded ahead of schedule. All survivors are granted core member status in the Virtual Universe Company. The top 3 may enter the Chaos City to cultivate. Lin Fan, you have secured first place in this genius battle and may enter the Chaos Palace to comprehend for 10,000 years. Everyone is astonished and delighted. The Chaos Palace. That is the very place where the Lord of Chaos personally cultivates. The Lord of Chaos adds, the Demon Clan's conspiracy will not cease. You must quickly enhance your power. Lin Fan, once you recover, come swiftly to Chaos City. I have important matters to discuss with you. The will recedes like a tide, and the group straightens up, exchanging glances, each feeling as if they are in a dream. With Luo Feng's assistance, Lin Fan stands, gazing towards the ethereal Chaos Temple in the distance. He has a premonition that the important matters the Lord of Chaos mentioned may be closely tied to that temple. The Demon Clan schemes, the invasion of extraterritorial dark beings, and the mysteries of the Chaos Temple all seem to conceal a greater secret. And all of this awaits his unveiling. Chapter 72. Cultivation in the Chaos Palace and Comprehensive System Upgrade. Inside the Chaos Palace, Lin Fan sits cross-legged in the midst of chaotic energy. This is the most sacred area of Chaos City, where the flow of time differs drastically from the outside world, 10,000 years inside, while only 1 year passes externally. Environment detection, chaos energy concentration at its peak, time flow rate 110,000. Recommendation. Operate Ho Tu Xing Chenju at full capacity to maximize absorption efficiency. With a thought, Lin Fan summons the system panel before him. The data fully updated. Host, Lin Fan. Life level, stellar grade 9th stage. Chaotic heart has awakened to a preliminary degree. Actual combat power comparable to cosmic grade 9th stage. Gene origin power, 999 units. Extremely compressed, containing chaotic characteristics, quality comparable to domain master level. Mental power, 999 units. Extremely refined, containing chaotic characteristics. Quality comparable to domain master level. Law comprehension, Earth law, source law acknowledged, perfect, star law. Entry, 89, space law, source law acknowledged, perfect, time law. Entry, 15, chaos law. Entry, 45, time-space fusion law. Entry, 5, domain, chaos initial domain, 3rd stage. Capable of assimilating the vast majority of domain powers. Cultivation method. Ho Tu Xing Chenju. Domain Master Chapter 100 Perfect Mastery. Unlocking the World Master Chapter requires 20. 000 authority points and 50 chaos laws. Secret techniques. Star Dust Escape. Extreme maximizes efficiency in traversing the dark universe Earth Pulse. Extreme perception range covers 10 light-years star armor. Extreme defense comparable to C9. Great Supreme Alloy Thousand Peaks. Extreme 9 Peaks Unite. Transforming into the Starfall Prison Peak Void Blade. Extreme mental attack is formless and elusive myriad line flow. Perfect 1000-line flow realm indestructible star core. Minor success recovery speed greatly increased time-space secret classic. Second level comprehension of time-space confinement. Leap, projection, retrogression, creation. Banishment chaos transformation. Minor success initial fusion of various law powers demon devouring heaven and earth. Entry capable of devouring demonic energy and converting it into chaotic energy. System authority. Domain master level, fully unlocked. Authority points, 18. 550. System points. 1, 208, 500. Special items. Chaos Spirit Essence, 87 remaining. Time-Space Inscription Imprint, 1 comprehension opportunity. Equipment, 5th Stage Origin Power Weapon, mission upgradable. 6th Stage Origin Power Weapon. Space Blade, new system features. 1 advanced analysis, complete version deep analysis of all items and life forms below immortal level 2 task customization. Enhanced version can consume authority points to generate specific tasks. Rewards tied to difficulty 3 energy simulation. Enhanced version can simulate most special energy environments in the universe 4 law deduction. Can consume authority points to deduce law fusion paths 5 combat simulation. Can simulate battle scenarios against known opponents 6 resource exchange. Opens more advanced resource exchange permissions. Current task, none. Can proactively request system to generate targeted tasks. Gazing at the new system panel. Lin Fan's heart swells with excitement. With the complete unlocking of domain master level authority, the system's functionality has undergone a qualitative leap, especially the law deduction and combat simulation features, which will greatly assist him in his forthcoming cultivation. The system devised the optimal fusion path between the chaos law and the time-space fusion law. Lin Fan attempted the new function. The projection consumed 500 permission points and was completed. The suggested path was to first elevate the time law to the beginner level 30, and then use the chaos law as a medium to merge with time and space, with a success rate of 78. Lin Fan's eyes brightened. With this function, he could avoid detours and significantly enhance his cultivation efficiency. He began his training without hesitation, fully activating the Hutu Xingqianju, fervently absorbing the surrounding chaotic energy. Under the tenfold time acceleration in the Chaos Hall, his cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace. Various law comprehensions rapidly advanced with the assistance of the system. The Time Law, Beginner, 15, to Beginner, 25. The Stellar Law, Beginner, 89, to Beginner, 99. The Chaos Law, Beginner, 45, to Beginner, 48. The Time-Space Fusion Law, Beginner, 5, to Beginner, 8. While Lin Fan was immersed in his training, the figure of the Chaos City Lord quietly appeared in the hall. Master, Lin Fan immediately rose to pay his respects. The Chaos City Lord nodded with satisfaction. After a millennium, you have elevated the Time Law to Beginner level 25, quite commendable. It seems the Time-Space Tablet Spirit has bestowed significant benefits upon you. Lin Fan respectfully replied, it is all thanks to the opportunities granted by Master. The Chaos City Lord waved his hand. While opportunities are important, what matters more is your ability to seize them. I have come today to convey an important matter. His expression grew serious. I have sensed the system within you. Lin Fan's heart jolted. He had not anticipated that the Chaos City Lord could perceive the existence of the system. The Chaos City Lord continued, do not be alarmed. Every era has its chosen ones, carrying various fortunes. Your system is likely a legacy created by a powerful being, aimed at cultivating human powerhouses. Lin Fan sighed in relief. Does Master know the origin of this system? The Chaos City Lord shook his head. The creator's level may surpass mine, making it impossible to fully comprehend. However, this system is profoundly linked to the Chaos Law and is likely derived from a formidable practitioner of the Chaos Path. He paused, his words laden with meaning. Make good use of this opportunity. It may be the key to the rise of humanity. Lin Fan nodded solemnly. I understand, Master. The Chaos City Lord added, another matter. The Demon Army has already begun its actions. The Virtual Universe Company has issued a conscription order. All talented victors must enlist early. Your millennium of cultivation must come to an early end. Lin Fan was taken aback. We must go to the battlefield now? The Chaos City Lord nodded. The situation is more dire than anticipated. The demon race has allied with the insect race, the mechanical race. and several other factions to launch a full-scale assault on the human territories. While you talented ones may lack strength, you represent the future of humanity and must grow rapidly on the battlefield. He handed Lin Fan a token. This is the Chaos Token, capable of mobilizing 3 immortal squads. Additionally, I have left a fragment of my consciousness within you, which may save your life at a critical moment. Lin Fan accepted the token, feeling the weight of responsibility it carried. The Chaos City Lord concluded, "Before you leave, you may visit the Chaos Tablet Forest for another enlightenment. The Time-Space Tablet Spirit likely has more to say to you." With that, his figure gradually faded away. Lin Fan took a deep breath, knowing that his tranquil training days had come to an end. The chaotic era had arrived, and he must hasten to enhance his strength. System, utilize the Time-Space Tablet Inscription. Time-Space Tablet Inscription successful, beginning connection with the Time-Space Tablet Spirit. Lin Fan's consciousness was once again drawn into that mysterious space of temporal flow. The Time-Space Tablet Spirit had been waiting for a long time. Little one, time is of the essence, so I will be brief. The demon race's actions are backed by a greater conspiracy. Their true target is the Chaos Source Core. Lin Fan queried, Chaos Source Core? The Tablet Spirit explained, that is the core energy maintaining the stability of human territories. Once destroyed, the cosmic laws governing all human territories will become chaotic, with unimaginable consequences. He continued gravely, the Chaos Source Core lies beneath Chaos City, personally guarded by the City Lord. However, the demon race likely possesses special means to temporarily restrain the City Lord, and at that time, it will fall upon you young ones to protect it. Lin Fan felt a tremendous weight of responsibility. With our strength, how can we guard such an important asset? The Tablet Spirit smiled. That is precisely why the City Lord has urged you to enlist early, to grow rapidly in battle. Moreover, I can assist you once more. He tapped Lin Fan's brow. This is the 3rd layer of the Time-Space Tablet's legacy, which normally requires you to reach the level of a Realm Master to receive. However, given the current circumstances, I bestow it upon you early. Obtain Time-Space Secret Classics 3rd Layer Legacy. Elevating Time Law to Beginner, 35. Elevating Space Law to Time-Space Fusion Law Beginner, 15. Elevating Chaos Law to Beginner, 52. Comprehending Secret Techniques, Time-Space Reincarnation, Time-Space Rift. Time-Space Prophecy. An overwhelming surge of information flooded his mind, elevating Lin Fan's understanding of time and space to a new pinnacle. Particularly, the Time-Space Prophecy enabled him to vaguely foresee fragments of the future. Thank you, Senior. Lin Fan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. The Tablet Spirit waved his hand. Go forth. The future of humanity needs your protection. Remember, the Chaos Source Core must never fall into the hands of the demon race. As his consciousness returned, Lin Fan opened his eyes, feeling as though he could see through the past and future. Upon exiting the Chaos Hall, he discovered that Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God were already waiting for him. They too had experienced significant enhancements. Their aura is now several times stronger than before. Lin Fan, I hear we are to enlist early? Luo Feng's eyes reflected both anxiety and anticipation. Lin Fan nodded. The chaotic era has arrived. This is the path we must tread for growth. Hong stated steadily. We just received notice that we have been assigned to the Special Operations Team of the Chaos Legion. With you as the captain. Thunder God grinned. Following Lin Fan, we are sure to achieve great deeds. Lin Fan checked the system panel and found a new function for the Legion system, allowing him to view team member statuses and issue commands. Chaos Legion Special Operations Team. Captain, Lin Fan, 9th level Stellar, Actual Combat Power 9th level Cosmic. Team member, Luo Feng, 7th level Stellar. Actual Combat Power 6th level Cosmic. Team member, Hong, 6th level Stellar. Actual Combat Power 3rd level Cosmic. Team member, Thunder God, 6th level Stellar. Actual Combat Power 3rd level Cosmic. Team skills, 4 symbols battle array, proficiency 85. Excellent. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Let us first retrieve our equipment from the armory, then head straight to the front lines. Just as they were preparing to depart, the system's notification tone suddenly chimed, detecting that the host is about to engage in a race war, triggering ultimate mission, the rise of humanity. Mission requirements, within a millennium. Elevate humanity to one of the peak races of the primal universe. Phase 1 objective, within 10 years. Advance to the Domain Master level and establish your own faction. Rewards, 50,000 permission points, 1,000,000 system points, 1 chaos treasure. Failure penalty, system disconnection. Deprivation of all system-related abilities. Lin Fan's pupils constricted. The ultimate mission. The rewards were extraordinarily generous, but the penalties for failure were equally severe. He felt an unprecedented pressure, yet it ignited an indomitable fighting spirit within him. Let us proceed. Lin Fan's gaze was resolute. Our era has begun. The four exited Chaos City, where a warship emblazoned with the insignia of the Virtual Universe Company awaited them. The ship slowly ascended, heading towards the distant front lines, where a war that would determine the fate of humanity awaited them. Chapter 73. The initial victory and the rise of the Chaotic Legion. The warship traversed through several wormholes, ultimately docking at the military stronghold of TB Shing, located on the periphery of the human territory. This stronghold serves as the first line of defense against the invasion of the demon race, with the air thick with the scent of gunpowder and blood. Lin Fan led his special operations team down from the warship, immediately feeling the oppressive atmosphere of the frontline battlefield. The stronghold bustled with activity, with many individuals bearing wounds. Yet their gazes were resolute, clearly indicative of seasoned veterans. Look at the newcomers, sneered a one-eyed man. Which noble family scion is here to gild themselves again? A companion restrained him, whispering, "Keep your voice down. That is the Chaotic Legion's special operations team. I hear their captain is a named disciple of the Lord of Chaos." The one-eyed man's expression shifted slightly, yet he muttered, "So what if he is a disciple of the Lord of Chaos? Survival on the battlefield doesn't depend on background." Lin Fan paid no heed to these discussions and made his way directly to the command center. A middle-aged man in a general's uniform had been waiting for quite some time. "Captain Lin Fan, I am Long Zhan, the overall commander of the TB Shing defense line." The general saluted. "By the order of the Lord of Chaos, the special operations team is under my direct command." Lin Fan returned the salute. "General Long, please issue the mission." Long Zhan pointed to the star map. "The demon race has been frequently attacking our supply lines. Your first task is to escort a transport convoy to the frontline base, Fengguo Tai." His expression grew serious. A formidable elite team of demons has recently emerged along this route, having already destroyed 3 of our transport convoys. The leader is the demon General Bloodblade, a universe-level 6th rank powerhouse, skilled in assassination. Luo Feng frowned. Universe-level 6th rank? Our highest combat capability is only universe-level 3rd rank. Is this task not too daunting? Long Zhan shook his head. Precisely because it is challenging, it is entrusted to you. Ordinary troops would be slaughtered by the Bloodblade's team, but you are geniuses. Fighting beyond your rank should pose no issue. He added. The transport convoy carries crucial supplies that must not fall into the hands of the demon race. If necessary, the supplies can be destroyed, but they must not be allowed to obtain them. Lin Fan nodded. Understood. When does the mission commence? 1 hour from now, Long Zhan replied, handing over a storage device. This contains detailed information on the Bloodblade team. Study it promptly. Upon returning to their temporary base, Lin Fan input the data into the system for analysis. Analyzing target, Bloodblade Demon Team. Members, Bloodblade, Universe Level 6th rank. Deputy Blood Shadow, Universe Level 4th rank. 8 members, Universe Level 1st to 3rd rank. Specialties, Combined Assault Formation. Assassination rates, Demon Blood Evasion Technique. Weakness, Weak Soul Defense, fearful of light-based laws. Lin Fan shared the analysis results with his team. The Bloodblade team excels in ambush tactics. We must prepare for passive defense. Hong, your light laws will restrain them. You will be responsible for main defense. Thunder God, you have the fastest speed and will be in charge of containment. Luo Feng, your golden horn giant beast's devouring ability can counter their demon blood evasion technique. The 3 nodded in acceptance of their roles. Lin Fan then instructed Ming Yuan, you take the others to provide support on the periphery to prevent any other demon ambushes. Ming Yuan replied solemnly, rest assured, not a single demon will escape. An hour later, the transport convoy set out as scheduled. Lin Fan and his 3 companions boarded a small escort ship to lead the way, while Ming Yuan commanded the other talented individuals to spread out around the transport vessels. The initial leg of the journey was remarkably calm, yet Lin Fan, utilizing his temporal foresight ability, sensed an impending danger ahead. Slow down, there is an ambush ahead. Lin Fan commanded. As the convoy reduced speed, the void before them suddenly tore open, and several beams of blood light shot forth. Defense. Hong bellowed as the domain of light expanded, forming a wall to block the incoming blood light. Amidst the explosions, 10 figures of the demon race emerged, with the leader being none other than the demon General Bloodblade. How could they detect us in advance? Bloodblade licked his lips. It seems you are not ordinary newcomers after all. Lin Fan remained calm, stating, Bloodblade, your demise is at hand. Bloodblade laughed maniacally. You think you can defeat us with just a few stellar-level warriors? How laughable. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing behind Lin Fan, thrusting his blade towards Lin Fan's back. Temporal jump. Lin Fan had anticipated this, instantaneously moving behind Bloodblade, the spatial blade slashing towards his neck. Bloodblade, startled yet composed, allowed his demon blood to surge, forcefully blocking the strike. Interesting. Temporal laws? No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. The two engaged in a flurry of exchanges, their speeds dazzling to behold. Meanwhile, Luo Feng and the others were also locked in combat with the members of the Bloodblade team. For Symbol's battle formation, activate. Lin Fan roared. The apparitions of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise emerged, enveloping the entire battlefield. Empowered by the formation, the four experienced a surge in strength, temporarily suppressing the Bloodblade team. Blood Rage. Seeing this, Bloodblade was left with no choice but to reveal his trump card. His demon blood ignited, instantly elevating his power to universe level 7th rank. Ants, feel true terror. Bloodblade roared as he cleaved his blade, the blood-colored blade light tearing through space. Aimed directly at Lin Fan. In Lin Fan's eyes, time and space flowed. The temporal foresight had foreseen it. At the moment Bloodblade struck, Lin Fan had already predicted the trajectory of the attack, sidestepping to evade it. The blade light grazed past him, cleaving a small asteroid in two. What? Bloodblade exclaimed in shock. His ultimate move had been foreseen. Lin Fan wasted no time, unleashing the domain of chaos. Chaos assimilation. The grayish domain enveloped Bloodblade, beginning to voraciously consume his demonic energy. Bloodblade felt his strength rapidly depleting, bewildered. What kind of domain is this? It can actually devour demonic energy. Especially prepared for you, Lin Fan sneered, combining temporal laws with the chaos domain to completely suppress Bloodblade. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's golden-horned giant beast displayed its might, devouring one demon after another with glee. With each demon consumed, his strength increased incrementally. Luo Feng devoured universe level 3rd rank demon. Comprehension of gold law enhanced. Luo Feng devoured universe level 2nd rank demon. Physical strength increased. Hong's light and dark domain perfectly countered the demons, with the purification of light causing them immense suffering, while the concealment of darkness rendered their allies elusive. Thunder God summoned the thunder of the heavens, specifically targeting the demons' weak souls, having already sent 2 demons fleeing in terror. Ming Yuan and the others did not remain idle, forming a net on the periphery to prevent any demons from escaping. The battle unfolded overwhelmingly in their favor. Although the Bloodblade team was stronger, they were completely suppressed and could not unleash their full combat potential. Realizing the tide had turned, Bloodblade felt the urge to retreat. Withdraw. He burned his essence blood and activated the demon blood evasion technique, transforming into a beam of blood light to escape. Trying to run? A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Temporal binding. The surrounding space suddenly solidified, momentarily freezing Bloodblade in midair. Though he broke free within a fraction of a second, it was already sufficient. Chaos annihilation. Lin Fan unleashed a full-force strike, the grayish airflow penetrating Bloodblade's body. Bloodblade looked down in disbelief at the gaping hole in his chest. Impossible. Boom. The universe level 6th rank demon general fell. Eliminated universe level 6th rank demon general. Points gained. 50,000. Chaos law proficiency enhanced. Permission points. 2,000. System points. 100,000. With Bloodblade's demise, the remaining demons' morale shattered, leading to their swift annihilation. Phase 1 task complete. Initial victory. Rewards. Permission points. 5,000. System points. 200,000. Special item. Chaos Crystal X3. The Chaotic Legion's Special Operations Team level has increased to LV2. Unlocking the team's skill, Chaos Enhancement, Lin Fan gazed at the system notifications with satisfaction. This battle yielded significant rewards, not only providing bountiful compensation, but also fostering the team's growth. Clear the battlefield and check on the transport convoy's condition, Lin Fan ordered. As the crowd began to clear the battlefield, Luo Feng suddenly exclaimed, "Lin Fan, come and see this." Lin Fan approached and discovered that Luo Feng had unearthed a black token from the corpse of Bloodblade, inscribed with the script of the Demon Clan and an unusual emblem. Lin Fan's pupils contracted. This was the token of the Demon Assault Regiment. They were not merely an ordinary squad, but the vanguard of the Assault Regiment. Hong's expression turned serious. The Assault Regiment typically undertakes special missions. Could their target be the transport fleet? Lin Fan immediately scanned the token through the system. Demon Assault Regiment token, serial number 007. Mission codename, Breaking the Wall. Breaking the Wall. Lin Fan pondered for a moment before his expression changed drastically. This is bad. Their target is the defensive array of Tai Baixing. He promptly contacted General Long Zhan. General, have there been any anomalies with the defensive array of Tai Baixing recently? Long Zhan replied in astonishment. How did you know? There have indeed been some unusual energy fluctuations in the array. The engineering team is currently conducting repairs. Lin Fan urged, stop the repairs immediately. This is a plot by the Demon Clan. I suspect there are infiltrators among the engineering team. Long Zhan was taken aback. What? I will issue the order at once. However, it was already too late. An explosion and alarm echoed from the communicator. Report to the general. The core of the defensive array has been compromised. There are infiltrators from the Demon Clan. The voice of the communications officer was frantic. Long Zhan bellowed. All personnel on alert. Activate the emergency plan. The communication abruptly ceased, indicating that Tai Baixing had plunged into chaos. Lin Fan's expression darkened. We are one step too late. Luo Feng clenched his fists. What should we do now? Should we return for support? Lin Fan shook his head. There isn't enough time. Our mission is to escort the transport fleet. We cannot abandon it midway. A spark of intelligence flickered in his eyes. Moreover, I suspect this is merely a diversion. The true objective of the Demon Clan may be something within the transport fleet. Everyone was taken aback and rushed toward the transport ship for inspection, utilizing the system's advanced analysis function. They quickly discovered abnormal energy fluctuations emanating from one of the transport ship's cargo holds. Open it, Lin Fan commanded. As the cargo hold opened, instead of military supplies, they found a slumbering silver-haired girl. She radiated a pure aura of light, starkly contrasting the darkness of the Demon Clan. Is this a descendant of the Light Angel clan? Hong exclaimed in shock. Isn't it said that they were long extinct, the nemesis of the Demon Clan? Lin Fan scanned the girl with the system. Descendant of the Light Angel clan, bloodline purity 99, contains the source of light, absolute restraint against the Demon Clan. Enlightenment dawned upon Lin Fan. The Demon Clan's target was her. Sabotaging the defensive array was merely a ruse. Their true goal was to prevent us from escorting the Light Angel to the front lines. He immediately ordered, set sail at full speed. We must protect this angelic girl. The fleet resumed its journey, but a heavy sense of pressure weighed upon everyone. The Demon Clan would undoubtedly dispatch more powerful beings to intercept them to thwart the arrival of the Light Angel clan. Indeed, shortly after, the radar indicated the presence of 3 demon fleets ahead, blocking their entire route. It appeared a fierce battle was imminent. Lin Fan's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Chaos Legion. Prepare for battle. The Special Operations Team echoed in unison, their morale soaring. The initial victory was merely the beginning. The true test lay ahead. Yet, none could foresee the twists that the slumbering Light Angel would bring to the human race. Chapter 74. The Awakening of the Light Angel and the Resonance of the Heart of Chaos. The 3 demon fleets encircled them in a triangular formation, their ships emanating a sinister aura, evidently comprised of elite troops. At the forefront, a terrifying demon general stood on a battleship, revealing himself to be a domain-level powerhouse. Lin Fan's expression grew grave. It seemed the Demon Clan was determined to claim the Light Angel clan. Luo Feng clenched his divine weapon tightly. What should we do? We cannot contend with a domain-level being. Hong calmly analyzed. Our mission is to escort, not to engage in a death struggle. Finding a way to break through is our best option. Thunder God shouted. How do we break through? 3 fleets are blocking us, and there's a domain-level being overseeing them. Lin Fan's eyes flickered with the flow of time and space as he rapidly calculated various possibilities. The time-space prophecy indicated that the probability of a successful frontal breakout was below 10. But if we... Before he could finish his thought, the domain-level demon general launched an attack. He struck with an outstretched palm, condensing demonic energy into a colossal hand that overshadowed the entire transport fleet. Chaos Domain, activate. Lin Fan unleashed his domain with all his might, attempting to withstand the blow. However, the power of a domain-level being surpassed all expectations, tearing through the Chaos Domain as if it were made of paper. The giant hand continued its descent, and it seemed poised to reduce the entire fleet to mere dust. In that critical moment, a radiant holy light erupted from within the transport ship. The slumbering silver-haired girl had inexplicably awakened, floating in midair. 3 pairs of luminous wings unfurling from her back. Sanctuary of holy light, she softly intoned, and a pure light barrier emerged, blocking the demonic hand. Light and darkness clashed violently, unleashing a terrifying energy storm. Surprisingly, the seemingly delicate barrier steadfastly withstood the assault of the domain-level demon general. The Light Angel clan. It truly is you. The domain demon general's eyes flickered with apprehension. But do you think a mere unripe angel can withstand me? The girl remained composed. Demon clan. Your ambition will ultimately be thwarted. She turned to Lin Fan, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar glow. Child of Chaos, I need your assistance. Lin Fan was taken aback. Child of Chaos? The girl nodded. The heart of chaos within you shares a source with the light's origin of my clan. We can resonate together. Lin Fan experienced a moment of enlightenment as the principles of chaos instinctively activated. Indeed, he felt a wondrous resonance with the girl's light power, the two forces intertwined. Not only without conflict, but enhancing each other. Detected the power of the source of light. The heart of chaos begins to resonate. Temporarily breaks through the cosmic level barrier. Strength elevated to domain level stage 1. Acquired temporary skill, Chaos Light Angel Transformation. Lin Fan felt a surge of power within him, temporarily breaking through the cosmic level limitations. The gray, chaotic energy now mingled with pure holy light, forming an entirely new force. Is this the fusion of chaos and light? Lin Fan marveled at the transformation within him, astounded by the strength of this newfound power. The Domain Demon General's face changed drastically. Impossible. How could chaos and light possibly fuse? Lin Fan disregarded the general's astonishment and struck decisively. Receive my blow, Chaos Light Break. A column of light, interwoven with gray and white, shot forth, dissolving the demonic energy in its path. The Domain Demon General dared not confront it directly and hastily evaded. The light beam grazed his shoulder, annihilating part of his demonic form. Ah! The Domain Demon General screamed in horror and fury. The fusion of chaos and light? This is impossible. Lin Fan, seizing the advantage, pressed the attack. With the enhancement of the Light Angel, each of his strikes bore the effect of purifying demonic energy, causing the Domain Demon General considerable distress. Meanwhile, Luo Feng and the others were not idle. They led the other elites into fierce combat with the demon fleets. Goldenhorn Behemoth. Devour the heavens and the earth. Luo Feng transformed into a colossal beast, swallowing a demon warship in one gulp. Hong's light and dark domain enveloped the battlefield, causing the demon warships to lose their bearings and attack each other. Thunder God summoned divine thunder from the heavens, specifically targeting the warship's power systems. 2 demon warships had already been rendered powerless by his strikes. Ming Yuan and the others formed a battle formation, engaging in close combat with the demon soldiers. Bolstered by the 4 symbols battle array, they managed to temporarily hold off an enemy force several times their number. The battle reached a stalemate. With the support of the Light Angel, Lin Fan was able to hold his own against the Domain Demon General for the time being. Yet everyone knew that this status quo could not last. System, deduce the optimal breakout plan, Lin Fan silently commanded. Commencement of simulation, consumption of 1,000 authority points. Simulation completed. Suggestion, utilize the purification power of the Angel of Light to temporarily cleanse a region of the demonic realm and through space-time leap. Directly arrive near the Fengguotai base. Success rate 67. Lin Fan promptly made a decision. Your Excellency, the Angel, please assist me in purifying the demonic realm ahead. The silver-haired maiden nodded, her hands clasped in prayer. Holy light purification. A pure radiance cascaded upon the demonic fleet, causing the dark energy to melt away like ice and snow. The purified area temporarily restored the original environment of the cosmos. Now is the moment. Space-time leap. Lin Fan exerted all his strength to manipulate the laws of time and space, enveloping the entire transport fleet. The fabric of space distorted, and the fleet vanished in an instant, reappearing light years away. Chase! The Domain Lord Demon General roared, tearing through space in relentless pursuit. A chase across the starry expanse commenced. Lin Fan continued to leap through time and space, while the Domain Lord Demon General relentlessly followed, occasionally launching long-range attacks. The transport ships sustained severe damage during the pursuit, with numerous compartments ruptured. The Angel of Light continually cast healing spells, yet it was evident that her strength would not last long. This situation cannot persist. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. He needed a way to shake him off. The silver-haired maiden suddenly spoke. I can temporarily seal his movements, but it requires time to prepare. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. How long do you need? 3 minutes. The maiden's expression was grave. During this time, I cannot move nor be disturbed. Lin Fan nodded. All right. I will buy you 3 minutes. He halted his space-time leaps and turned to face the pursuing Domain Lord Demon General. You will contend with me. The Domain Lord Demon General scoffed. So you've chosen to stand and fight? Then prepare to die. The two engaged once more in a fierce battle. This time, without the assistance of the Angel of Light, Lin Fan found himself at a disadvantage, barely managing to hold his ground using the laws of time and space. Combat simulation initiated. Analyzing target combat patterns. Target excels in demonic blood eruption, experiencing a power peak every 30 seconds. It is advised to counterattack post-peak. The target has an old injury on the left shoulder. Attack can be directed at this area. The system's prompts alleviated Lin Fan's pressure considerably. Based on the simulation results, he adeptly evaded fatal attacks at critical moments and retaliated against the Domain Lord Demon General's weaknesses. Damn it! How can you always see through my attacks? The Domain Lord Demon General exclaimed in a mix of shock and fury. He felt as though every move he made was anticipated by his opponent, leaving him frustrated. Lin Fan remained silent, focusing on buying time. Though he had sustained multiple injuries, he clung tenaciously to his adversary. Meanwhile, the silver-haired maiden floated amidst the stars, her hands forming seals as she chanted ancient hymns. Pure light energy gathered around her, forming a colossal cocoon of light. Luo Feng and the others guarded her, repelling any approaching demons. Time ticked by, and Lin Fan's situation grew increasingly precarious. The Domain Lord Demon General had completely subdued him, nearly landing decisive blows on several occasions. 10 seconds remaining. Hong shouted. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and persevered, the chaotic laws operating at their zenith. Time-space reincarnation. Time around him began to reverse, his injuries healing rapidly, albeit at a tremendous cost. Seeing this, the Domain Lord Demon General finally resorted to his trump card, True Body of the Demon Ancestor. He transformed into a towering demon god, a terrifying aura causing the entire starry expanse to tremble. This strike could annihilate stars. Despair engulfed everyone. Under this strike, it seemed unlikely anyone would survive. Just at this critical moment, the silver-haired maiden completed her preparations. Holy Light Seal. A beam of purest light descended from above, enveloping the Domain Lord Demon General. Countless runes manifested within the beam, forming chains that firmly bound the demon god. No, the Domain Lord Demon General struggled in terror, but the power of light perfectly countered the dark energy, rendering him unable to break free. Hurry and leave, the maiden said weakly. The seal can only last for 10 minutes. Lin Fan immediately led everyone in another space-time leap. This time, they finally evaded their pursuers. 10 minutes later, they could see the outline of the Fengguotai base in the distance. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. An aura more terrifying than before suddenly descended, enveloping the entire starry expanse in demonic energy. A figure shrouded in black mist slowly emerged, each step causing the stars to tremble. Demon Lord level. Luo Feng's voice quivered. This being was comparable to the human race's venerables, capable of crushing them all with a single finger. A cold voice emanated from the black mist. Angel of Light. The Son of Chaos is quite an unexpected gain. Come with me. The overwhelming pressure rendered everyone immobile, their thoughts nearly frozen. In this moment of despair, the chaotic heart within Lin Fan suddenly pulsed violently. The system's alert sounded urgently. Detected lethal threat. Chaotic heart forcibly awakened. Consumed 3 chaotic crystals. Temporary breakthrough to Domain Lord level 3. Comprehended ultimate skill. Chaotic Genesis. Lin Fan felt an explosive surge of power within him, momentarily breaking through to Domain Lord level 3. Yet he understood that this was still far from sufficient to contend with the Demon Lord. He had no choice but to fight. A resolute glint sparkled in Lin Fan's eyes as he prepared to unleash the ultimate skill he had just comprehended. At that moment, a gentle yet authoritative voice resonated across the starry expanse. Demon Corruptor, attacking the young is beneath your dignity, is it not? A flash of azure light appeared as the figure of the chaotic city lord stood before them. Though merely a projection of thought, it firmly shielded them from the demon lord's oppressive aura. Chaotic City Lord. The demon corruptor's voice turned grave. You have indeed left behind a contingency. The chaotic city lord replied calmly. Withdraw now. You shall take no one today. The demon corruptor remained silent for a moment before sneering. Very well. Consider yourselves fortunate this time. But the war has only just begun. We shall meet again. The black mist dissipated, and the demon lord's presence vanished without a trace. A collective sigh of relief escaped, as everyone felt as though they had narrowly escaped death. The chaotic city lord turned to Lin Fan, nodding in approval. Well done. The Angel of Light is crucial to the human race. You have rendered great service. He then looked towards the silver-haired maiden. Holy Maiden of Light, welcome back. The silver-haired maiden bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord of the City, for your rescue. Lin Fan was astonished. Master, do you know each other? The chaotic city lord chuckled. The Holy Maiden of Light is a piece I planted in the demon race many years ago. I never expected you to inadvertently rescue her. Everyone suddenly understood. It seemed that all of this had been part of the Chaotic City Lord's grand scheme. Let us head to the Fengwo base to regroup. The Chaotic City Lord instructed. Lin Fan, your performance was exceptional. This is your reward. A stream of light entered Lin Fan's body. Received reward from the Chaotic City Lord. 10,000 authority points. 500,000 system points. Chaotic Heart Awakening Degree 5. Chaotic Laws. Beginner, 52. Beginner, 57. Lin Fan rejoiced. Thank you, Master. The Chaotic City Lord's figure began to fade. The frontline war is tense. You must grow quickly. The true test lies ahead. With complex emotions, everyone soared towards the Fengwo base. None could foresee the profound changes this seemingly fortuitous encounter would bring to the entire battlefield between humans and demons. Chapter 75. The Defense of Fengwo and the Ultimate Evolution of the System. The Fengwo base resembled a colossal metallic planet, suspended in the vastness of space. At this moment, this military stronghold was surrounded by countless demonic warships, its energy shield flickering under relentless assault. Lin Fan led the Special Operations Team through the blockade of demon forces, struggling to gain entry into the base. What awaited them was a scene of devastation and a tense atmosphere. You have finally arrived. A battle-worn general hurried over. I am Lei Lai, commander of Fengwo. What of the transport team? Has the Angel of Light received them? Lin Fan nodded, acknowledging the situation. He had received the message, but encountered a powerful lord of the demon clan on the way, resulting in significant losses among his brothers. General Lei Lai's expression darkened momentarily before he resolutely stated, sacrifices are inevitable in war. What matters is the safe arrival of the Radiant Angel clan. This is crucial for the entire battle situation. He turned to the silver-haired maiden and bowed solemnly. Your Grace, the Radiant Saintess, thank you for coming to our aid. The purification array at the base is ready. We await your activation. The Radiant Saintess nodded slightly. This is the mission of my clan. At that moment, the base suddenly shook violently, and alarms blared. Report. The Demon Clan has launched a full-scale attack. The energy shield is about to break. The communications officer shouted in panic. General Lei Lai's face changed dramatically. So soon? Quickly. Escort the Saintess to the control room of the purification array. The rest of you, follow me to the defense wall. Lin Fan immediately assigned tasks. Luo Feng, Hong, Thor. Take a team to protect the Saintess to the control room. Ming Yuan, take your team to assist with the maintenance of the energy shield. The rest of you, follow me to the defense wall. Everyone received their orders and moved out. Lin Fan led the remaining team members to the defense wall. In the starry sky, countless Demon Clan warships descended like locusts, and each volley caused the energy shield to tremble violently. At this rate, it wouldn't hold for long. Lin Fan furrowed his brow. He sensed several Lord-level auras among the demon fleet, with at least one faintly reaching the realm of the Realm Lord. Emergency mission. Defend the Beacon Tower. Mission requirements. Ensure the Beacon Tower base remains unbreached. Protect the Radiant Saintess until the purification array is activated. Mission rewards. 50. 000 authority points. 1,000,000 system points. 1 chaos treasure. Ultimate evolution permission. Failure penalty. Collapse of the human front. System unbinding. Lin Fan's pupils constricted. Ultimate evolution permission. This is the highest reward from the system, said to unlock cosmic level authority. However, the difficulty of the mission is immense. With their current strength, it would be nearly impossible to defend the base against the onslaught of the demon army. They must find a way to enhance their power. Lin Fan's thoughts raced. System. Exchange for all items that can immediately enhance our strength. Exchange for 10 chaos crystals, consuming 10,000 authority points. Exchange for 3 temporal source liquids, consuming 6,000 authority points. Exchange for the rule comprehension crystal set, consuming 8,000 authority points. Remaining authority points, 4,550. Without hesitation, Lin Fan utilized these treasures. The chaos crystals fused into his body, causing the chaos heart to throb violently, rapidly increasing its awakening level. The temporal source liquids deepened his understanding of the laws of time and space. The rule comprehension crystals comprehensively enhanced his grasp of various laws. Chaos Heart Awakening Level, 1520. Chaos Law, Beginner, 57. Beginner, 65. Time Law, Beginner, 35. Beginner, 40. Space Law, Time-Space Fusion Law Beginner, 15. Beginner, 20. All other law comprehensions have improved. With his power surging, Lin Fan felt as if he was touching an invisible barrier, the threshold of the Lord level. Yet it was still insufficient. Lin Fan gritted his teeth. Despite his significant power increase, it was still inadequate against a Realm Lord level opponent. Just then, a brilliant holy light erupted from the center of the base. The purification array had been activated. Pure light surged forth like a tidal wave, dissolving the demonic energy in its wake. Human warriors enveloped in the light felt their spirits lift, their injuries healing rapidly. While the demons caught in the radiance let out piercing cries, their strength diminished. Wonderful! The purification array has been activated. The morale of the defenders surged. However, on the demon side, the Realm Lord level aura finally stirred. A figure cloaked in black robes stepped forward, effortlessly suppressing the light of the purification array. It's the Demon Corruption Sovereign. Someone exclaimed. Wasn't he repelled by the City Lord? The cold voice of the Demon Corruption Sovereign echoed through the starry sky. The avatar of the Chaos City Lord has been restrained. Today, no one can save you. He pointed a finger, and a black beam shot towards the energy shield. The shield trembled violently, developing cracks. Not good. General Lei Lai's face turned pale. The shield would not withstand a second attack from a Realm Lord level powerhouse. A resolute determination flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. I must stop him. He soared into the air, bursting out of the energy shield to confront the Demon Corruption Sovereign directly. Oh, a mere stellar level dares to obstruct me? The Demon Corruption Sovereign scoffed. Lin Fan did not respond. He channeled the Chaos Law with all his might. Chaos Domain, activate. The grayish domain unfolded, temporarily blocking the pressure from the Demon Corruption Sovereign. The Demon Corruption Sovereign raised an eyebrow. Chaos Law? Interesting. But to think this can stop me is far from enough. With a casual wave, Lin Fan's domain trembled violently, nearly shattering. He spat out a mouthful of blood, yet his gaze remained steadfast. Not enough. I need more power. He communicated with the system. Use all system points to exchange for temporary enhancement privileges. Exchange for cosmic level temporary privilege, consuming 1,000,000 system points. Remaining system points, 208, 500. Cosmic level temporary privilege activated. Power temporarily elevated to the first level of Realm Lord. Duration, 10 minutes. A terrifying force surged into Lin Fan's body, making him feel as though he could command the entire starry sky. Is this the power of a Realm Lord? The Demon Corruption Sovereign finally took him seriously. Temporarily elevated to Realm Lord? An interesting secret technique. But the fake is ultimately just that, a facade. Lin Fan remained silent and launched an attack. Chaos Opening. This was the ultimate skill he had comprehended, and now, under the enhancement of Realm Lord level power, its might surged 100-fold. A grayish sword energy slashed forth, causing the very fabric of space to collapse and time to distort. The expression of the Demon Corruption Sovereign shifted slightly as he finally made his move to counter. Demon Corruption World. Darkness and chaos collided, causing the entire starry sky to tremble. This time, Lin Fan actually matched the Demon Corruption Sovereign blow for blow. Good opportunity. General Lei Lai shouted from within the base. Concentrate all firepower to attack the Demon Fleet. Under the weakening effect of the Purification Array, the Demon Fleet's strength had diminished significantly, being suppressed by the human firepower. The Radiant Saintess floated in the control room, forming hand seals. Angel Battle Array, activate. Pure light transformed into countless ethereal angelic figures, resonating with the human warriors. Those enveloped in light experienced a surge in strength, temporarily gaining the ability to purify demonic energy. Kill. The morale of the human warriors soared as they began their counterattack. In the starry sky, the battle between Lin Fan and the Demon Corruption Sovereign intensified. Although he had temporarily elevated to the Realm Lord level, he was still not a true Realm Lord. As time passed, Lin Fan began to find himself at a disadvantage. Time was running short. Lin Fan sensed his strength rapidly waning and knew he must conclude the battle swiftly. A resolute determination flashed in his eyes as he prepared to reveal his final trump card. Just then, the voice of the Chaos City Lord resonated in his mind. Lin Fan, relax your mind and accept my legacy. A vast power transcended time and space, merging into Lin Fan's body. This was the true legacy of the Chaos City Lord, containing the secrets to becoming the master of the universe. Acquired the legacy of the Chaos City Lord, Chaos Heart Awakening Level, 2025. Chaos Law, Beginner, 65. Minor Completion, 5. Comprehended Chaos Secret Techniques. Chaos Opening of Heaven. Chaos Evolution of Worlds. Chaos Return to Origin. Lin Fan's aura surged once more, solidifying the temporarily enhanced power and astonishingly stabilizing at the Realm Lord level. How is this possible? The Demon Corruption Sovereign was utterly shocked. While he could understand a temporary boost, This sudden breakthrough to Realm Lord level was simply unheard of. Feeling the surging power within him, Lin Fan's eyes glimmered with chaotic energy. Demon corruption, your time of demise has come. He clasped his hands together. Invoking the ultimate essence of the chaotic laws, chaos returns to origin. A gray, murky energy swept across the starry sky, reducing everything in its path to ruins. The Mo Shirzunja, filled with terror, realized that his demonic form was being assimilated and dismantled by the chaos. No, Mo Zu, save me. The Mo Shirzunja let out a desperate howl, but there was no response. The chaotic energy completely engulfed him, and the realm-level demon lord perished. The notification sounded. Defeated a realm-level demon lord. Points awarded. 1,000,000. Authority points. 50,000. System points. 500,000. Guardian mission completion. 80. The demon army, witnessing the fall of their commander, lost morale and began to scatter in panic. The human army seized the opportunity to pursue, completely turning the tide of battle. Lin Fan returned to base, receiving a hero's welcome. General Lei Lai, filled with excitement, shook his hand. General Lin Fan, you have saved the entire Feng Huatai base. Lin Fan humbly replied, this is everyone's achievement. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Guardian mission completed. Rewards distributed. Authority points. 50,000. System points. 1,000,000. Chaos Supreme Treasure. Open Sky Axe. Ultimate Evolution Authority activated. Commencing evolution, Lin Fan felt a violent tremor in the system space. And the panel data began to update comprehensively. System evolution in progress. 105,0100. System evolution completed. Unlocking Cosmic Level Authority preview. New functionalities unlocked. 1. Cosmic Analysis. Can analyze all existences below the Immortal Level 2. Time-Space Traversal. Can perform short-distance time-space jumps. 3. Law Fusion. Can assist in fusing multiple laws. 4. Chaos Deduction. Can deduce subsequent paths of the Chaos Laws. 5. Legion System Upgrade. Can form a legion of 10,006. Resource Generation. Can consume points to generate rare resources. Lin Fan gazed at the newly updated system panel, his heart swelling with excitement. Cosmic Level Authority. This was a power coveted even by the Lord of Chaos. Just then, the Holy Maiden of Light approached, her expression grave. Lin Fan. The Mo Shirzunja sent a message before his death. The demon clan has learned of the resurgence of the Light Angel tribe. A greater crisis is imminent. Lin Fan nodded. I understand. However, the human race has been preparing for too long. It is time to counterattack. He looked toward the starry sky, determination glimmering in his eyes. The ultimate evolution of the system was merely the beginning. The path of the human race's rise was still long. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to all, in the distant demon territory, a lethal plan targeting the Light Angel tribe and the human race's talents was brewing. Chapter 76. The Open Sky Axe and the Demon Clan's Lethal Order. The Chaos Supreme Treasure. The Open Sky Axe hovered before Lin Fan, its blade ancient and unadorned, yet emanating a terrifying aura of creation. Lin Fan reached out to grasp the axe handle and immediately felt a vast power surge into his body, resonating with the heart of chaos. Chaos Supreme Treasure. Open Sky Axe has recognized its master. Acquired the Open Sky 9 Techniques Inheritance. First technique, Earthly Separation. Second technique, Heavenly Opening. Third technique, Return to Ruins. Chaos Law. Minor Completion. 5. Minor Completion. 8. A torrent of information flooded his mind, and Lin Fan envisioned the magnificent scene of chaos emerging and the separation of heaven and earth. The Open Sky 9 techniques contain the secrets of the universe's birth, each technique possessing immense power. What a formidable supreme treasure, Lin Fan murmured to himself. He sensed that with a mere swing of this axe, he could cleave apart the stars. Open Sky Axe, Chaos Supreme Treasure, born at the dawn of the universe, possesses the might to create worlds. Current unlock level, 30. Note: complete unlocking requires mastery of the chaos laws and substantial nurturing with chaos energy. With a thought, Lin Fan willed the Open Sky Axe to transform into a streak of light and merge into his body, nurturing beside the heart of chaos. The chaotic energy naturally nourished the axe, slowly increasing its unlock level. He then proceeded to test the newly unlocked Cosmic Level Authority functions. Cosmic Analysis. Targeting the Holy Maiden of Light, Lin Fan silently thought. Analyzing target. Holy Maiden of Light, Light Angel Tribe. Life Tier, Stellar Level 9, nurtured by the Source of Light. Actual combat power comparable to Domain Lord level. Innate abilities. Light Purification, Holy Light Protection, Angelic Battle Array, Light Prophecy. Weakness, dark origin restraint, not the demonic darkness, but the cosmic origin darkness. Potential, can grow to cosmic lord level. Emotional state, holds goodwill towards the human race. Has a special resonance with Lin Fan. Lin Fan was astounded. The cosmic analysis function could even analyze emotional states. Such power was terrifying. Time-space traversal, target, 3,000 kilometers outside the base. Lin Fan attempted again. The surrounding space fluctuated, and in the next moment, he found himself in the starry sky outside the base. The entire process was seamless, with even the energy fluctuations being exceedingly subtle. Such remarkable stealth. Lin Fan was delighted. This time-space traversal function would yield unexpected advantages in battle. He continued testing several new features, all of which left him in awe of the cosmic-level authority's might. In particular, the chaos deduction function could deduce subsequent cultivation paths of the chaos laws, a value beyond estimation. Chaos deduction, deducing the path from minor completion to major completion of the chaos laws, cost 10,000 authority points. Beginning deduction. Deduction completed. It is recommended to first comprehend the 4 foundational laws of earth, fire, water, and wind. Using them as a foundation to fuse with chaos. Success rate, 92. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. With a clear path, his cultivation would be far more efficient. Just as he was immersed in the system's new functionalities, an urgent assembly alarm rang throughout the base. In the command room, General Lei Lai's expression was grave. We have just received intelligence that the Demon Clan has issued a lethal order, dispatching 3 Demon Lord-level squads specifically to hunt down Lin Fan and the Holy Maiden of Light. The expressions of everyone changed dramatically. A Demon Lord-level squad is an elite force led by realm-level powerhouses. Which 3 are they? Lin Fan asked calmly. General Lei Lai accessed the data. The first squad is the Shadow Kill Squad, adept in assassination, led by the Shadow Demon Lord, a realm-level 3-tier powerhouse. The second squad is the Blood Slaughter Squad, skilled in frontal assaults, led by the Blood Demon Lord, a realm-level 4-tier. The third squad is the Illusion Destruction Squad, proficient in illusions and mental attacks, led by the Illusion Demon Lord, a realm-level 3-tier. 3 realm-level powerhouses. This lineup is sufficient to sweep through a small star system. Hong frowned. The Demon Clan has truly spared no effort to eliminate us. Thunder God shouted. What are we afraid of? 1 comes, we kill 1. 2 come, we kill 2. Luo Feng remained calm. A head-on confrontation is not the solution. We need to devise a detailed counter-strategy. The Holy Maiden of Light suddenly spoke. Perhaps I could attempt to contact the elders of my tribe. Although the Light Angel tribe has declined, a few elders still survive. Everyone turned to her. The secrets of the Light Angel tribe have always been a mystery. Lin Fan nodded. Please, go ahead. The Holy Maiden of Light softly spoke. My tribe originally lived in the Kingdom of Light, in direct opposition to the dark abyss of the Demon Clan. Millions of years ago, the Mo Zhu obtained a dark supreme treasure, vastly increasing his power, leading the Demon Clan to breach the Kingdom of Light. Pain flickered in her eyes. The elders of my tribe sacrificed themselves to send me away, hoping I could find a method to counter the Mo Zhu. After years of research, I discovered that the fusion of light and darkness can produce a power that transcends all, precisely the nemesis of the Mo Zhu. Fusion of light and darkness? Lin Fan pondered. Akin to how my chaos encompasses both light and dark? The Holy Maiden of Light nodded. Precisely. Chaos is the origin of all things and naturally encompasses light and dark. If you can merge the origins of light and dark, perhaps you can create the power to counter the Mo Zhu. Lin Fan fell into contemplation. The system's chaos deduction function indeed indicated that merging the 4 foundational laws of earth, fire, water, and wind was the path to achieving major completion in chaos. But what if we incorporate the light and dark origins? Chaos simulation. Integrating the light and dark origins into the chaotic path. Cost 20,000 permission points. Commencing simulation. Simulation complete. After integrating the light and dark origins, the laws of chaos will mutate, evolving into the laws of the chaotic universe, increasing power by 300. But difficulty rises by 500. Success rate 65. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with interest. Although the difficulty had significantly increased, an enhancement of 300 in power was too alluring. Furthermore, with the assistance of the system, a 65 success rate was already quite promising. I understand now. Lin Fan resolved to seek the power of the light and dark origins. The Holy Maiden of Light spoke. The light origin within me is gradually awakening. But the dark origin may require us to locate the naturally occurring dark realms in the universe. Just then, Lin Fan received a message from the Lord of Chaos. Lin Fan, The Chaos Core is exhibiting abnormal fluctuations, possibly related to the Dark Origin. You must immediately lead a team to investigate. How fortuitous. Lin Fan promptly inquired. Master, where is the Chaos Core? We shall depart at once. The Lord of Chaos provided a coordinate. It is located in the nearby Dark Star Realm. That place is a rare dark region in the universe, likely nurturing the Dark Origin. However, it is fraught with danger, so exercise utmost caution. Lin Fan checked the coordinates and discovered that the Dark Star Realm was merely 3 spacetime jumps away from the beacon base. General Lei Lai. We require a high-speed reconnaissance ship, Lin Fan stated. General Lei Lai nodded. I will prepare the latest model, the Shadow Shuttle, capable of reaching speeds up to 0.8 times the speed of light, equipped with the newest cloaking system. Half an hour later, Lin Fan boarded the Shadow Shuttle with key members of the Special Operations team. Besides the Earth Quartet and the Holy Maiden of Light, Ming Yuan also brought along 10 elite companions. Set sail. Destination, Dark Star Realm. Lin Fan commanded. The Shadow Shuttle silently departed the beacon base and initiated a spacetime jump. Unbeknownst to them, the Demon Clan had already intercepted intelligence, with 3 squads of Demon Lords laying a trap in the Dark Star Realm. The first jump concluded, and the Shadow Shuttle emerged in a desolate star field. Lin Fan suddenly sensed danger. Stop the ship. We are ambushed. Almost simultaneously, the void ahead split open, and countless black tentacles surged forth. It is the Shadow Kill Squad. Lin Fan recognized this attack style. Holy Light Protection. The Holy Maiden of Light immediately conjured a light barrier to block the black tentacles. A cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Since you have come, do not think of leaving. Spacetime confinement. The surrounding space solidified, forcing a shadow to reveal its true form. It was the Shadow Demon Lord. TSK, you do possess some skills, the Shadow Demon Lord sneered. But do you think I am alone? 2 more terrifying presences emerged around them. The Blood Demon Lord and the Illusion Demon Lord appeared simultaneously. The 3 squads of Demon Lords had gathered here. The 3 domain-level figures, Luo Feng, turned pale. How do we fight this? Yet Lin Fan remained unfazed, just in time to test the power of the Open Sky Axe. With a thought, the Open Sky Axe materialized in his hand. The ancient axe appeared unremarkable, yet it caused the 3 Demon Lords to change countenance simultaneously. A Chaos Supreme Treasure. The Blood Demon Lord exclaimed. How can this be? How could something like this be in the hands of a stellar-level brat? Lin Fan did not respond, directly unleashing the first strike of the open sky, earth-shattering. The axe light flashed, and the entire starry sky seemed to be cleaved in 2. The Shadow Demon Lord, caught off guard, let out a wail as its demonic form was nearly split apart. Altogether, the Illusion Demon Lord shouted, casting illusions to confuse Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan possessed the ability of time-space prophecy and easily saw through the illusions, countering with a strike. Open sky. This blow was even more terrifying, as if it sought to recreate the heavens and the earth. The 3 Demon Lords had no choice but to unite their strength to barely withstand this attack. Such a formidable supreme treasure. A glimmer of greed flashed in the Blood Demon Lord's eyes. Kill him, and the treasure will be mine. The 3 Demon Lords unleashed their full power, the terrifying energy fluctuations causing the entire starry sky to tremble. Although Lin Fan temporarily held his ground with the Open Sky Axe, the disparity in strength was too great, and he gradually fell into a disadvantage. This cannot continue. Lin Fan thought urgently. System, simulate the optimal countermeasure. Simulating consumes 5,000 permission points. Simulation complete. Suggestion, utilize time-space traversal to ambush the Illusion Demon Lord. Neutralizing the most threatening illusionist first. Success rate, 78. Lin Fan acted immediately. Time-space traversal. He instantly appeared behind the Illusion Demon Lord, bringing down the Open Sky Axe. Return to ruin. This strike contained the terrifying power to return all things to the void. And the Illusion Demon Lord had no time to react before being engulfed by the axe light. No. The Illusion Demon Lord screamed in despair as its demonic form rapidly disintegrated, ultimately fading into nothingness. Kill a domain-level Tier 3 Demon Lord. Points, 300,000. Permission points, 15,000. System points, 150,000. The remaining 2 Demon Lords were both astonished and furious. They had not anticipated that Lin Fan would prove so formidable, managing to counterkill one of their own in the blink of an eye. Retreat. The Blood Demon Lord decisively declared, with a Chaos Supreme Treasure in hand. Lin Fan was no longer someone they could contend with. But how could Lin Fan allow them to escape? Spacetime confinement. Chaos Domain. Under the dual confinement. The two demon lord speeds significantly decreased. Holy Maiden of Light, lend me your strength. Lin Fan bellowed. The Holy Maiden of Light understood and fully activated the light origin, Holy Light Enhancement. The pure power of light infused the Open Sky axe, making its brilliance even more resplendent. Open Sky and Split Earth. Lin Fan unleashed the fuse technique from the ninth form of the Open Sky with all his might. Wherever the axe light passed, all things returned to the void. The Blood Demon Lord and the Shadow Demon Lord did not have time to scream before being transformed into cosmic dust. Kill a domain level tier 4 Demon Lord. Points 400. 000. Kill a domain level tier 3 Demon Lord. Points 300. 000. Permission points 35. 000. System points 350. 000. All 3 squads of Demon Lords were completely annihilated. Everyone was left dumbfounded. 3 domain-level powerhouses were effortlessly dealt with by Lin Fan alone. Lin Fan panted heavily. This battle had taken a tremendous toll. Yet the rewards were astonishing, having gained a wealth of points and permission, as well as becoming more adept at wielding the Open Sky Axe. Open Sky Axe Unlocked Degree 30, 35. Chaos Law, Minor Accomplishment 8, Minor Accomplishment 10. The Holy Maiden of Light flew over, concern etched on her face. Are you all right? Lin Fan shook his head. I am fine. We shall continue. The Dark Star Realm lies ahead. The Shadow Shuttle set off once more, soon arriving at a completely dark star field. There were no starlight, no life, only pure darkness. Such dense dark energy, Lin Fan sensed the environment outside. It must be nurturing the dark origin. Just as he prepared to delve deeper, the system suddenly issued a warning. Abnormal spatial fluctuations detected. Suspected source of chaos core anomaly. Warning. The fluctuations contain a demon ancestor level aura. Lin Fan's expression changed. A demon ancestor level aura? Could it be that the demon ancestor has set its sights on the chaos core? He immediately commanded, full speed ahead. We must locate the chaos core as quickly as possible. The Shadow Shuttle surged into the depths of the darkness, unaware of the crisis awaiting them. Chapter 77. The Truth of the Dark Star Core and the Convergence of Light and Dark. The Shadow Shuttle traversed through pure darkness, all detection equipment rendered useless. Relying solely on Lin Fan's time-space perception and the Holy Maiden of Light's holy light guidance to navigate. The density of the dark energy here was extreme, capable of consuming even light. The Holy Maiden of Light upheld a holy light shield, but its radiance could only illuminate a radius of 100 meters. Beyond that lay absolute darkness. Lin Fan closed his eyes to sense. The chaos core is just ahead, but its fluctuations are quite abnormal. As if it is struggling in pain. Mingyuan gazed intently at the wildly fluctuating data on the instrument. The energy readings had exceeded the measurable range, and proceeding further could pose a grave danger. We must continue, Lin Fan asserted with determination. The Chaos Source Core was pivotal to the stability of the human realm, and any mishap was unacceptable. The Ying Suai vessel delved deeper into the encroaching darkness, where even the fabric of space-time began to waver. At last, a flicker of light emerged ahead, a luminous sphere shrouded in darkness. This was the Chaos Source Core. However, the core was no longer a pure embodiment of chaotic energy. It was marred by numerous black tendrils, as if tainted by some malevolent force. The corruption of the demon ancestor. The Holy Maiden of Light exclaimed, realizing he sought to control the Chaos Source Core. Lin Fan's expression turned grave. Can it be purified? The Holy Maiden attempted to unleash her holy light. But as soon as it touched the black tendrils, it was devoured. The corruption runs too deep. Only a more potent source of light could cleanse it. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed, it is too late. The Chaos Source Core now belongs to the demon ancestor. Darkness coalesced into a vague humanoid form, exuding an oppressive aura of terror. Though merely a projection, its power far surpassed that of the previous demon lord, a manifestation of the demon ancestor. Lin Fan gripped the Kaitian axe, preparing to defend himself. The projection chuckled softly. Lin Fan, I have been observing you. The son of chaos, indeed intriguing. Join the demon clan, and I can make you the next candidate for the demon ancestor. Lin Fan retorted coldly, in your dreams. The projection remained unfazed. What a pity. You shall witness the complete corruption of the Chaos Source Core. The black tendrils on the core deepened, and its brilliance began to wane. Should it become fully corrupted, the cosmic laws governing the human realm would spiral into chaos, with catastrophic consequences. We must act. The Holy Maiden declared resolutely. Lin Fan, buy me time. I will use the Angelic Clan's secret method to purify the core. Lin Fan nodded. Rest assured, leave it to me. He swung the Kaition axe and charged at the projection of the demon ancestor. Your opponent is me. The projection casually swatted him away, unleashing a terrifying force that sent Lin Fan hurtling. An ant dares to shake a tree? Lin Fan coughed up blood, yet his fighting spirit surged. Kaikian's ninth style, chaos returns to the ruins. The axe light rent the darkness, leaving a wound upon the projection. The projection expressed surprise. You can actually harm me? It seems you cannot be allowed to live. It grew serious, and a dreadful pressure made the entire space tremble. Lin Fan felt his movements hindered, his thoughts slowing. Is this the power of a cosmic sovereign? Even as a mere projection, it was overwhelmingly despairing. Meanwhile, the Holy Maiden hovered before the Chaos Source core, her hands forming seals as she chanted an ancient hymn. Her body gradually became translucent, transforming into the purest essence of light. With my soul, I ignite the sacred flame. With my blood, I cleanse the filth of all. The Holy Maiden's voice was ethereal and resolute. Lin Fan realized her intent. No, you will die? The Holy Maiden turned back, smiling. This is my mission. Lin Fan, remember the truth of the union of light and darkness. She wholly transformed into a radiant holy light, merging into the Chaos Source core. The clash of holy light and darkness erupted violently, causing the black tendrils to recede. No. The projection of the demon ancestor seethed with rage, attempting to intervene, but was firmly ensnared by Lin Fan. Get away. The projection unleashed its full might, shattering Lin Fan's chaos domain and nearly tearing his body apart. Yet amid this excruciating agony, Lin Fan experienced an epiphany. He beheld the Holy Maiden's final smile and sensed the secret of the clash between light and darkness. The union of light and darkness is not about fusion, but balance, Lin Fan murmured. The heart of chaos within him throbbed violently, beginning to absorb both the purity of light and the profundity of darkness simultaneously. The two opposing forces reached a delicate equilibrium through chaos, giving rise to an entirely new power. Comprehended the truth of the union of light and darkness. The law of chaos undergoes a qualitative change. Chaos law, minor achievement, 10, major achievement, 1. Gained a new talent, balance of light and darkness. Kaition axe unlock progress, 3550. Lin Fan's aura surged, and his injuries healed instantly. He opened his eyes, his left eye pure as light, and his right eye profound as darkness. This is the power of the union of light and darkness? Lin Fan felt the transformation within him. This power was neither light nor darkness, but a state of balance transcending opposition. The projection of the demon ancestor's expression shifted dramatically. Balance of light and darkness? Impossible. A realm even the demon ancestor and the god of light cannot attain. Lin Fan replied calmly, because you cling to opposition, while chaos embraces all. He swung the Kaition axe, and this time, the axe light contained the purity of light and the profundity of darkness, its might multiplying several-fold. Kaikian's ninth style, chaos, unveiled. As the axe light passed, all returned to the ruins. The projection of the demon ancestor realized with terror that its demonic form was being dismantled by this balanced power. No, the demon ancestor will not spare you. The projection screamed in despair, ultimately dissipating entirely. Defeated the projection of the demon ancestor. Points gained, 10, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Permission points, 100, 0, 0, 0. System points, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Completed hidden task, union of light and darkness. Reward, system ultimate permission unlock level, 50. Yet Lin Fan felt no joy as he approached the Chaos Source core. The core had regained its purity, yet the Holy Maiden of Light had vanished forever. A pang of sorrow struck Lin Fan. Though their acquaintance had been brief, the Holy Maiden's sacrifice profoundly affected him. At that moment, the pure Chaos Source core began to pulse, transmitting a stream of information into Lin Fan's mind. Receiving information from the Chaos Source core, cosmic secrets. Revealed, the 10,000-year wager between the Lord of Chaos and the demon ancestor. Wager details, the rise and fall of the human and demon races as stakes. The victor shall obtain the key to a higher dimension. Lin Fan was taken aback. The war between the human and demon races was, in fact, a cosmic-level wager between powerful beings. The stream of information continued to unveil. The Chaos Source core was originally a notarized object of the wager, but the demon ancestor attempted to corrupt it to cheat. The Holy Maiden's sacrifice not only purified the core, but also left behind a seed of the union of light and darkness. Lin Fan noted that at the core of the Chaos Source, a faint force of light and darkness was gestating. This was the final trace left by the Holy Maiden of Light. A flicker of hope ignited within Lin Fan. Perhaps one day, He could resurrect the Holy Maiden from this remnant. Just then, the system's final task notification rang out. Final task: conclude the 10,000-year wager. Task requirements: ensure the human race emerges victorious within a century. Task rewards: complete system unlock. Obtain qualifications for a higher dimension. Failure penalty: extinction of the human race. Permanent closure of the system. Lin Fan felt the heavy weight of responsibility. Not only did it pertain to the survival of the human race, but also the potential resurrection of the Holy Maiden of Light. He steadied his emotions and began to study the additional information transmitted by the Chaos Source Core. He discovered that the reason the Dark Star Realm was saturated with dark energy was due to its former status as the birthplace of the Dark Origin. The Holy Maiden's choice to sacrifice herself here was also to utilize the dark environment to balance the forces of light. The balance of light and darkness resonated with Lin Fan. He attempted to guide the power of balance within the Chaos Source Core to merge with his own Chaos Law. Chaos Law, Major Achievement, 1. Major Achievement, 3. Kaition Axe, Unlock Progress, 50-55. The results were remarkable. If he could fully master this balanced power, his strength would escalate rapidly. It was time to return. Lin Fan marked the coordinates of the Chaos Source Core, designating it as his future sanctuary for cultivation. On his way back to the Ying Suo, he tested the newly acquired ability of light and darkness balance. This formidable power not only has the ability to restrain the demon race, but also to balance various extreme energies. Its applications are limitless. Light and darkness balance, capable of balancing all opposing energies, with a conversion rate of 95, currently balanced. Light and darkness, water and fire, yin and yang. Time and space. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. This indicated that he could cultivate in various extreme environments, significantly enhancing his efficiency. Upon returning to the Ying Shuo, everyone gathered around with concern. Lin Fan, are you alright? The commotion earlier was terrifying. Luo Feng expressed his worry. Lin Fan briefly explained the situation, omitting details of the wager. Upon hearing about the sacrifice of the Light Saintess, everyone fell silent in mourning. Her sacrifice will not be in vain, Lin Fan asserted resolutely. We will make the demon race pay the price. Ming Yuan inquired, what shall we do next? Lin Fan gazed at the starry sky. Return to the Feng Huatai base. The demon race has lost 3 demon lord squads and a demon ancestor avatar. They will not let this slide. We need to be prepared. During the return journey, Lin Fan closed his eyes to consolidate his gains. Although this battle was brutal, the rewards were immense. Not only had he achieved a breakthrough in the Chaos Law to a consummate state, but he had also acquired the ability of light and darkness balance, with the unlocking degree of the Kaition Axe also raised to 55. More importantly, he had uncovered the truth behind the universe and had a clear goal. System. Deduce the fastest method to elevate to cosmic level, Lin Fan thought. Deduction consumed 20,000 permission points. Deduction completed. Suggestion. Proceed to the 4 extreme secret realms of the universe for cultivation, comprehending the 4 fundamental laws of earth, fire, water, and wind, using them as a foundation to propel the Chaos Law to completion. Estimated time: 30 years. Conventional cultivation requires over 3,000 years. 30 years? Lin Fan frowned. Although this was swift compared to conventional cultivation, the wager only allowed for 100 years, necessitating a quicker pace. What if I combine it with the light and darkness balance ability? Lin Fan queried. Rededuction consumed 50,000 permission points. Deduction completed. Combining with the light and darkness balance ability allows for accelerated cultivation in extreme environments. Estimated time shortened to 10 years. Success rate: 85, 10 years. This speed is acceptable. Lin Fan resolved, alright. Once we resolve the current crisis, I will begin closed-door cultivation. He gazed out at the boundless starry sky through the porthole, his eyes shimmering with determination. The sacrifice of the Light Saintess, the future of humanity, the mysteries of the universe. All of these require strength to protect. His journey was only just beginning. Chapter 78. Chaos, Cosmic Laws, and the ultimate form of the system. The pressure emanating from the true form of the demon ancestor froze the entire starry sky, and Lin Fan felt his very soul tremble. This was the true power of a cosmic sovereign, vastly more potent than an avatar. And to die at the hands of my true form is your honor. The demon ancestor's voice resonated deep within Lin Fan's soul, carrying an irresistible authority. Lin Fan struggled to raise his head, yet his eyes held no fear. What of the cosmic sovereign? Today, I shall slay a god. He fully activated the Chaos Law, and the Kaition Axe erupted with dazzling brilliance. However, under the pressure of the true form of the demon ancestor, all of this seemed trivial. The demon ancestor sneered, casually pointing, annihilate. A beam of black light shot forth, obliterating time and space in its wake. This was an overwhelming display of power, devoid of any technique. Lin Fan sensed death approaching, yet he did not relent. Under this extreme pressure, the chaos heart within him throbbed wildly. And the power of light and darkness balance operated at its zenith. Deadly threat detected, chaos heart forced to break through, consuming all permission points and system credits. Initiating ultimate evolution. Permission points, 2. 850, 500. System credits, 18, 585. 000. Chaos Law. Completion, 3. Introduction to Chaos Cosmic Law, 1. An unprecedented surge of power erupted from Lin Fan's body. The grayish chaotic energy became even more profound, seemingly harboring countless stars flickering in existence, with the mysteries of the entire universe flowing within. Is this the Chaos Cosmic Law? The demon ancestor displayed a look of astonishment for the first time. How is this possible? Even the Lord of Chaos has not reached this realm. Lin Fan felt the transformations within him. At this moment, the Chaos Law had transcended the realm of ordinary laws, as if a miniature universe was birthed within him. Various laws naturally derived and perfectly fused. Ultimate permissions of the system fully unlocked. Current permissions, cosmic level. New functions unlocked. 1. Cosmic creation. Can consume energy to create a small universe. Requires support from Chaos Cosmic Law. 2. Law derivation. Can automatically derive various subordinate laws. 3. Eternal spirit. Soul resonates with the universe. As long as the universe exists, one cannot die. 4. Mastery of time and space. Can fully control a specific time and space. 5. All things return to one. Can assimilate and absorb any form of energy. The ultimate form of the system shocked Lin Fan. This had transcended the realm of an auxiliary system, resembling a tool for managing the universe. What if I comprehend the Chaos Cosmic Law? You are still merely a domain lord. The demon ancestor quickly regained composure and launched another attack. However, this time, Lin Fan effortlessly blocked the assault. The Chaos Cosmic Law operated autonomously, assimilating and absorbing the demon ancestor's power. Useless, Lin Fan stated calmly. Before the Chaos Cosmic Law, all energy is merely nourishment. He swung the Kytion axe, and this time, the axe's light contained the might of the entire universe. Chaos opens a new universe. As the axe light passed, a miniature universe was born and annihilated, unleashing unimaginable destructive force. The demon ancestor's expression changed, and he braced himself with all his might. The entire dark star realm trembled, countless stars shattering. When the brilliance faded, the demon ancestor had actually sustained injuries. Although they were minor wounds, they were enough to astonish the entire universe. You actually wounded me? The demon ancestor found it hard to believe. A cosmic sovereign being wounded by a domain lord was simply absurd. Lin Fan felt the power within him. Although he was only at the introductory level of the Chaos Cosmic Law, he had gained the ability to momentarily contend with a cosmic sovereign. Demon ancestor, your era is coming to an end. Lin Fan's eyes shimmered with the flow of the universe, as if he could perceive the passage of eons. The demon ancestor, in a fit of rage, laughed. Good. Very well. Then I shall let you witness the true strength of a cosmic sovereign. He formed seals with both hands. Summoning the collective belief power of the entire demon race, demon descends upon the world. A terrifying energy converged, forming a colossal demonic shadow, its pressure even surpassing that of a cosmic sovereign. This was the demon ancestor's hidden trump card accumulated over millions of years. Lin Fan felt immense pressure. The Chaos Cosmic Law operated at its utmost, yet it remained difficult to withstand. The disparity in realms was too vast, a difference that the quality of the laws could not fully compensate for. In this critical moment, a gentle voice resounded. Demon ancestor. Using belief power against a junior is rather unbecoming. The figure of the Lord of Chaos appeared quietly, effortlessly dissolving the demon ancestor's terrifying attack. Lord of Chaos. The demon ancestor's expression soured. You finally deigned to appear. The Lord of Chaos smiled. The wager continues. I naturally cannot allow you to disrupt the rules. He turned to Lin Fan, nodding in satisfaction. Well done. Even better than I had anticipated. Lin Fan respectfully bowed. Master. The Lord of Chaos declared. It is time to reveal the truth. The system within you is, in fact, a cosmic seed created collaboratively by me and several great beings of the human race, aimed at nurturing an existence that can surpass the cosmic sovereign. Lin Fan was taken aback. Cosmic seed? The Lord of Chaos nodded. In every era, we select a genius to implant the cosmic seed, but only you have truly allowed it to sprout and evolve into the Chaos Cosmic Law. He glanced at the demon ancestor. It seems that in this wager, we have emerged victorious. The demon ancestor scoffed. Not necessarily. Even if he has comprehended the laws of the chaotic universe, he is merely at the domain master level. To truly surpass the master of the universe is still a distant goal. The Lord of Chaos remarked indifferently, "Then let us continue to gamble." Lin Fan, the future of the human race now rests upon your shoulders. Lin Fan nodded solemnly. I shall not fail the trust of my master. The demon ancestor's gaze shifted, ultimately letting out a cold snort. Humph, what if he possesses the seed of the universe? His growth still depends on whether he can survive until then. He tore through the fabric of space and departed, but not before casting a lingering glance at Lin Fan, clearly indicating that he would not relent easily. The Lord of Chaos advised, the demon ancestor will not easily give up. You must elevate your strength swiftly. Here lies all the inheritances of the Chaos City, now entrusted to you. A stream of light merged into Lin Fan's mind, containing the Lord of Chaos's cultivation insights accumulated over countless years along with all his secret techniques. Acquired the complete inheritance of the Lord of Chaos. Laws of the Chaotic Universe. Entry 1, Entry 5. All lower-level law comprehensions significantly enhanced as Lin Fan absorbed the vast knowledge. The path ahead became increasingly clear. The Lord of Chaos continued. The Holy Maiden of Light still holds a glimmer of hope for resurrection. Once your laws of the chaotic universe reach a minor achievement, you can reconstitute her true spirit from the core of chaos. A spark of hope flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. I will surely accomplish it. The Lord of Chaos nodded with satisfaction, his figure gradually dissipating. Go forth. The future of humanity requires your guardianship. Left alone in the vastness of the starry sky, Lin Fan felt the immense power within him and the heavy responsibility that accompanied it. He opened the system panel to review his current status. Host, Lin Fan, Life Level, Domain Master Level 1, enhanced by the laws of the chaotic universe. Actual combat power comparable to the peak of the Realm Master Level. Gene Primordial Force, 999,999 units. Inherent characteristics of the cosmic origin. Mental energy, 999,999 units. Inherent characteristics of the cosmic origin. Law comprehension. Laws of the chaotic universe. Entry 5. Laws of time. Entry 40. Laws of space. Entry 20. Laws of light. Entry 30. Laws of darkness. Entry 30. All other lower-level laws. All above entry. Domain. Chaotic universe domain. Level 1. Capable of manifesting a miniature universe. Cultivation technique. Chaotic universe secret art. Initial creation stage. Can automatically deduce and perfect. Secret techniques. Heaven opening 9 styles. Mastered the first 6 styles. Time-space secret tome. Mastered the first 3 layers. Chaotic transformation. Major achievement. Balance of light and dark. Major achievement. Several other secret techniques. System permissions. Cosmic level. Fully unlocked. Permission points. 0. System points. 0. Special items. Heaven opening axe. Unlocked degree 55. Coordinates of the core of chaos. True spirit mark of the Holy Maiden of Light. Equipment. Heaven opening axe. Chaos supreme treasure. Space blade. 6th order primordial weapon. System functions. Cosmic analysis. Time-space traversal. Law fusion. Chaotic deduction. Legion system. Resource generation. Cosmic creation. Law derivation. Eternal true spirit. Time-space sovereignty. Unity of all things. Gazing at the newly updated panel, Lin Fan felt an unprecedented surge of strength. Yet, this was still insufficient to truly protect humanity. He required even greater power. System, deduced the fastest method to reach the Realm Master level. Deduction completed. Consuming cosmic energy. Recommendation. Proceed to the 4 great secret realms of the universe to absorb the primordial powers of earth, fire, water, and wind. This will expedite your ascension to the Realm Master level. Estimated time. 3 years. 3 years. This pace was astonishing enough to shake the entire universe. Lin Fan resolutely declared, very well. I shall first venture to the Earth Abyss secret realm to absorb the primordial essence of the Earth. He tore through space, executing a time-space leap. The capabilities of the cosmic level system allowed him to traverse interstellar distances with ease. Soon, he arrived at the Earth Abyss secret realm, the place where the primordial essence of the Earth was most concentrated, a region that even ordinary realm masters dared not enter. However, Lin Fan boldly penetrated into the core area, the laws of the chaotic universe activated, voraciously absorbing the primordial essence of the Earth. Absorbing the primordial essence of the Earth. Gene Primordial Force enhanced. Life level. Domain Master Level 1 to Domain Master Level 2. Comprehension of the Earth Law enhanced. As he experienced the rapid enhancement of his strength, Lin Fan felt an overwhelming confidence regarding the path ahead. Meanwhile, within the domain of the demon race. The demon ancestor was concocting a new scheme. The laws of the chaotic universe must be eradicated before his growth. A ruthless glint flickered in the demon ancestor's eyes as he initiated the world annihilation plan. A greater crisis targeting Lin Fan and humanity was quietly approaching. Chapter 79. The World Annihilation Plan activated and the emergence of the chaotic universe's prototype deep within the Earth Abyss secret realm. Lin Fan floated amid the boundless energy of the Earth's veins. The primordial essence of the Earth surged like a yellow torrent, continuously flowing into his body, transformed by the laws of the chaotic universe into the purest form of energy, absorbing the primordial essence of the Earth. Gene Primordial Force elevated to Domain Master Level 3. Comprehension of the Earth Law reached the level of Origin Acknowledgement. Laws of the Chaotic Universe. Entry 5 to Entry 6. As he sensed the steady enhancement of his power, Lin Fan felt an undercurrent of unease. His ability to foresee through time and space revealed that significant changes were occurring within the human domain. System. Deduced the current state of the human domain, Lin Fan concentrated his thoughts. Deduction completed. Consuming cosmic energy. Warning. The demon race is allied with the insect race and the mechanical race to form a coalition, launching three-pronged assaults on the human domain. The Eastern Legion is personally led by the demon ancestor, directly assaulting the Chaos City. The Western Legion is led by the Insect Queen, targeting the Flame Beacon Star system. The Southern Legion is commanded by the Mechanical Father God, focusing on the Human Resource Star domain. The human defensive lines are in critical condition, suffering heavy losses. Lin Fan's expression changed dramatically, with three legions attacking simultaneously. They aim to annihilate humanity in one fell swoop. He must break through to the Realm Master level as soon as possible. A determined look flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. System, maximize absorption efficiency. Activating the unity of all things function. Absorption efficiency increased by 500. Warning. Excessive absorption may lead to bodily collapse. Lin Fan disregarded the warning and frantically absorbed the primordial essence of the earth. Terrifying energy surged into his body, nearly overwhelming him. Yet, the laws of the chaotic universe operated at full capacity, converting this energy into nourishment for cosmic growth. Gene Primordial Force broke through to Domain Master Level 9, initiating the assault on the Realm Master level barrier. The laws of the chaotic universe began to evolve the prototype of the universe. Lin Fan felt an earth-shattering transformation occurring within him. The once chaotic streams of energy began to coalesce, giving rise to stars and Earth, as if a miniature universe was being birthed. Successfully broke through to Realm Master Level 1. A prototype of the chaotic universe is born within, diameter, 1 light-year. Laws of the chaotic universe. Entry 6 to Minor Achievement 1. Acquired new ability. Cosmic projection, capable of projecting the internal universe to combat. Lin Fan opened his eyes. Within them flickered the essence of countless stars. He sensed the nascent universe within him. Though still minuscule, it already possessed infinite potential. Is this the power of the Realm Master level? Lin Fan murmured to himself. He felt he could annihilate stars and reshape galaxies with a mere thought. However, he quickly suppressed his joy of breakthrough and turned his attention to the battle situation of humanity. System, connect to the virtual cosmic network to obtain the latest battle updates. Retrieving the latest battle report. Eastern Front. Chaos City is besieged by the forces of the Demon Ancestor, with the City Lord personally overseeing the defense. Stabilizing the situation for now. Western Front. The Beacon Platform Star system has fallen. General Lei Lai is gravely injured. Luo Feng, Hong, and Thunder God are engaged in fierce combat. Southern Front. The Resource Star domain has suffered significant losses. With the Mechanical Clan plundering vast amounts of resources, Lin Fan's expression grew grave. The situation was far worse than he had anticipated. Releasing the Race War Mission. The survival of the human race. Mission requirements. Repel the enemy forces from 3 fronts. Defend the territory of the human race. Mission rewards. Reward points and system credits based on contribution. With the possibility of obtaining a portion of the cosmic source. Failure penalty. Annihilation of the human race. System shutdown upon seeing the reward of the cosmic source. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. This was a treasure coveted even by the masters of the universe, capable of greatly accelerating the growth of one's inner cosmos. It was time to break through. Lin Fan tore through space and proceeded with a long-distance space-time leap. Western Front, Beacon Platform Star System. Luo Feng transformed into a colossal golden-horned beast, fiercely battling the avatar of the Insectoid Queen. Hong's domain of light and darkness enveloped a vast star region, throwing the Insectoid army into chaos. Thunder God summoned the thunderous wrath of the heavens, targeting the insectoid mother nest for destruction. Hold on. Lin Fan will definitely come. Luo Feng roared, the golden-horned beast tearing apart a lord-level insectoid. Suddenly, Hong's domain of light and darkness underwent a transformation, perfectly merging light and dark, the unity of light and darkness, achieving the pinnacle of the domain. Pure light intertwined with profound darkness, forming a novel domain power. The insectoids caught within were reduced to ashes. Even the lord-level insectoids could hardly withstand it. Elder Brother has broken through, Thunder God exclaimed in surprise. Hong nodded steadily. I have gained some understanding, but there are too many insectoids. We cannot hold out for long. At that moment, the insectoid queen's cold laughter echoed. Desperate struggles. Children, activate the mother nest fusion. Countless insectoid mother nests began to merge, forming a super mother nest comparable to a star. Terrifying energy gathered within, capable of annihilating an entire star system. This is bad. Luo Feng's complexion changed greatly. We cannot withstand this strike. Just as despair set in, a calm voice rang out. Insectoids, you have crossed the line. Lin Fan's figure appeared silently, waving his hand. Cosmic projection. A miniature cosmic shadow enveloped the super mother nest. Before the might of the universe, the star-like mother nest was easily crushed like a toy. Lin Fan. The Earth Trio gasped in surprise. The insectoid queen's avatar was stunned. Lord level? How could he be so strong? Lin Fan did not respond. He directly unleashed the chaos cosmic law. Return to ruins. A grayish stream swept through the insectoid army, turning everything it touched into ruins. Countless insectoids were reduced to nothingness before they could even scream. Killing the insectoid army. Points 5 million. Authority points 100,000. System credits 500,000. The insectoid queen's avatar retreated in terror. Chaos cosmic law. Retreat. Quickly retreat. But Lin Fan would not let her escape. Space-time confinement. The surrounding space solidified, trapping the insectoid queen's avatar in place. The ninth style of opening the heavens. Cosmic reincarnation. Lin Fan wielded the opening heaven axe. The axe light containing the tremendous power of cosmic creation and destruction. The insectoid queen's avatar could not even struggle, completely obliterated. Killing the insectoid queen's avatar. Points 10 million. Authority points 200,000. System credits 1 million. The enemy forces on the Western Front were in disarray. Lin Fan, have you broken through to the Lord level? Luo Feng asked in astonishment. Lin Fan nodded. Let us not dwell on that. The Eastern and Southern Fronts are in urgent need, and we must split up to assist. He allocated tasks. Luo Feng, you go to the Southern Front to assist. Your golden-horned beast should be able to counter the technological means of the mechanical clan. Hong, Thunder God, you will go to the Eastern Front to help defend Chaos City. And you? Hong inquired. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. I will have a word with the demon ancestor. The three were taken aback. The demon ancestor is a being at the level of the master of the universe. Although Lin Fan had broken through to the Lord level, the gap remained vast. Lin Fan confidently replied, Rest assured, I know what I am doing. You all act quickly. He tore through space and headed directly to the Eastern Front. The Earth Trio also moved out separately. Eastern Front, outside Chaos City. The forces of the demon ancestor surrounded Chaos City, with the demon ancestor personally overseeing, causing the defensive array of Chaos City to tremble under his terrifying pressure. Chaos City Lord, surrender. The fate of the human race has run its course. The demon ancestor's voice was icy. The figure of the Chaos City Lord appeared atop the city. Demon ancestor, you underestimate the human race too much. The demon ancestor scoffed. Is it because of that Lin Fan? Even if he breaks through to the Lord level, he is still an ant before me. Is that so? Lin Fan's voice suddenly rang out. Then you shall test the might of this ant. He appeared before Chaos City, directly confronting the forces of the demon ancestor. Surprise flashed in the demon ancestor's eyes. Lord level? He broke through so quickly? It seems the cosmic seed is indeed remarkable. Lin Fan spoke calmly. Demon ancestor. It is not too late to retreat now. The demon ancestor laughed heartily. Just you? Even if you have broken through to the Lord level, you are still. Before he could finish his words, Lin Fan struck directly. Cosmic projection. The shadow of the chaos universe descended, enveloping the entire demon ancestor army. Before the might of the universe, countless demons appeared as insignificant as dust. What power is this? The demon ancestor's expression finally changed. He felt his demonic realm being suppressed. Lin Fan remained silent, fully activating the chaos cosmic law. Demon ancestor, take my move. Chaos opening. The opening heaven axe erupted with unprecedented brilliance, the axe light imbued with the power of an entire universe. The demon ancestor finally took it seriously. Invoking the power of demonic belief, demons descend upon the world. The terrifying energy collision caused the entire starry sky to tremble. When the light dissipated, a shocking scene emerged. The demon ancestor was actually pushed back 3 steps. Though merely 3 steps, it was enough to astonish all observers. A Lord-level being repelling a master of the universe. This was nothing short of a myth. The demon ancestor's expression darkened. What a formidable chaos cosmic law. It seems you cannot be spared. He prepared to unleash his full power, but the voice of the Chaos City Lord rang out. Demon ancestor. The wager is still in effect. Do you wish to break the rules? The demon ancestor's gaze flickered, ultimately snorting coldly. Consider yourselves fortunate. But the plan for world annihilation has already commenced. You cannot stop it. He tore through space and departed, the forces of the demon ancestor retreating like a tide. Eastern Front, temporarily safe. Lin Fan sighed in relief. That last strike had nearly drained all his energy. If the demon ancestor had truly unleashed his full power, he would have been unable to withstand it. The Chaos City Lord appeared beside him, nodding in satisfaction. Well done. The power of the Chaos Cosmic Law exceeded my expectations. Lin Fan inquired. Master, what is the plan for world annihilation? The Chaos City Lord's expression grew grave. The demon clan has united multiple races, preparing to activate an ancient artifact of world destruction. Once successful, the entire territory of the human race will be reduced to nothingness. Lin Fan's face changed dramatically. What kind of artifact is so terrifying? The Chaos City Lord replied, the Cosmic Zeroing Device. A dreadful weapon left over from the last cosmic era. The demon clan has somehow acquired it, and has been secretly studying it. Lin Fan felt an immense pressure. A weapon capable of annihilating an entire cosmic era exceeded the scope of conventional warfare. The Chaos City Lord continued. However, activating the Cosmic Zeroing Device requires immense energy and special conditions. The demon ancestor's urgency to attack is likely to secure time and resources for activating the artifact. A resolute glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. We must stop them. The Chaos City Lord nodded. This will depend on you. Only the Chaos Cosmic Law has the potential to counter the power of the Cosmic Zeroing Device. He handed Lin Fan a coordinate, revealing the possible concealed location of the Cosmic Reset Device. You shall investigate, while I will guard the territory of the human race. Lin Fan received the coordinates and nodded solemnly. I shall not fail in my mission. He gazed at the distant starry sky, feeling the weight of immense responsibility. The catastrophic artifact, the Cosmic Reset, had now become a matter of survival for the entire universe. It seemed that only he could halt this impending doom. Chapter 80. The Truth of the Cosmic Reset Device and the Growth of the Chaos Universe. Following the coordinates provided by the Lord of Chaos, Lin Fan ventured into the depths of the Forbidden Zone within the territory of the demon race. This area was known as the Jimmy Moxinjiu, where even the stars appeared dull and lifeless, as if all vitality had been siphoned away by some unseen force. High-intensity spatial shielding detected. Direct traversal is impossible. Recommendation: utilize the power of light-dark balance for infiltration. Lin Fan activated the power of light-dark balance, his form oscillating between reality and illusion, effortlessly passing through layers of shielding. The deeper he delved, the more potent the sensation of everything returning to the void became. At last, he arrived before a colossal metallic structure. This edifice was so immense it rivaled entire star systems, its surface etched with ancient runes, exuding an aura that sent shivers down his spine. Is this the Cosmic Reset Device? Lin Fan was profoundly shaken. He could sense that this contraption harbored the power to annihilate the entire universe. Beginning analysis of Cosmic Reset Device energy consumption. Analysis complete. Cosmic Reset Device. An ultimate weapon from the ancient era. Function: capable of resetting the universe to a singular state. Current status: Phase 1 charging, 35. Full activation requires the fulfillment of 3 conditions. 1. Absorb the life energy of 99 star systems. Current completion, 2,799. 2. Obtain the universe's fundamental recognition, not completed. 3. Sacrifice a being of universe lord level, not completed. Lin Fan's expression grew grave. It turned out that the demon race's frenzied assault on the human territory was not merely for resource plunder, but also to gather life energy to activate the reset device. They must be stopped, Lin Fan resolved. However, just as he prepared to act, the system suddenly issued a notification. Ultimate task updated. Break through to the level of Universe Lord within a century. Completely control the Cosmic Reset Device. Task reward. Acquire complete dominion over the universe, enabling the revival of the Radiant Saintess. Failure penalty. Cosmic Reset. Total annihilation of all existence. Lin Fan's pupils constricted. To break through to Universe Lord within a century? Such a task seemed utterly impossible. But the reward was the chance to revive the Radiant Sanctus. A determined glint flashed in his eyes. Very well. I shall achieve this breakthrough within a century. However, to prevent the activation of the reset device, he would need to buy time. Lin Fan's thoughts raced, and a plan formed in his mind. He quietly left a temporal mark at the core of the reset device and swiftly withdrew. This mark would allow him to monitor the device's status and disrupt it if necessary. Upon returning to a safe zone, Lin Fan immediately commenced seclusion and cultivation. Time was of the essence. He needed to enhance his strength with utmost urgency. System, maximize the growth rate of the Chaos Universe. Activating Universe Creation function. Accelerating the growth of the Chaos Universe. Consuming cosmic energy. Time flow rate adjusted to 1,000. Expected growth within a century. Diameter of 1,000 light years. The Chaos Universe within Lin Fan's body began to expand rapidly. Stars were born and extinguished. Laws evolved autonomously, as if replaying the cosmic evolution process. Chaos Universe diameter, 1 light year, 10 light years. Lin Fan's strength, 1st level Universe Lord, 3rd level Universe Lord. Chaos Universe laws, minor achievement, 1, minor achievement, 3. As he felt his power soaring, Lin Fan dared not relax for even a moment. A century might seem lengthy, but for a cosmic-level existence, it was merely the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the war in the human territory escalated to a fever pitch. The demon race launched increasingly frenzied assaults to expedite the collection of life energy. Star systems were obliterated, and countless lives became sustenance for the reset device. The quartet from Earth shone brightly on the battlefield. Luo Feng's golden-horned beast devoured vast numbers of demons, unexpectedly breaking through to Universe Lord and awakening the third innate secret method, Cosmic Devour, capable of momentarily consuming all energy in a star region. Hong's light-dark domain further perfected, achieving a grand mastery that allowed him to single-handedly fend off a legion of demons. Thor summoned the chaotic divine thunder, his physical form transcending to an incredible realm, withstanding attacks from Universe Lords without a scratch. Ming Yuan and others also made breakthroughs, becoming the backbone of the battlefield. Yet the demon race's onslaught was relentless. The charging progress of the reset device escalated rapidly. Cosmic Reset Device Charging, 355070. Once the charge reached 80, the first phase of the reset device would automatically activate. The terrifying power of reset began to spread, annihilating everything in its path, even returning time and space to chaos. This is bad. The Lord of Chaos's expression changed dramatically. The reset device had activated. The human territory began to collapse. He exerted all his strength in an attempt to halt the spread of the reset power. Yet, even a Universe Lord could not fully withstand such a cataclysmic force. One star system after another was reduced to nothingness, and countless humans perished within the reset's grip. The entire human territory was visibly shrinking. Warning, human territory loss, 305070. At this rate, humanity will be completely annihilated within 3 years. Lin Fan, deep in seclusion, was jolted awake by the urgent alarm. Through the temporal mark, he beheld the devastation outside, his eyes widening in horror. No more waiting. Lin Fan forcibly broke his seclusion. Although the Chaos Universe had only grown to a diameter of 100 light years, he had to act. He tore open space, appearing directly at the front lines where the reset power was spreading. At that moment, the Earth Quartet was struggling valiantly alongside the remaining human champions. The reset power was overwhelmingly terrifying. Even Universe Lords could not resist it for long. Lin Fan, you've emerged from seclusion, Luo Feng exclaimed in surprise. Lin Fan nodded. I am aware of the situation. Step back. I will confront the reset power. He harnessed the laws of the Chaos Universe, projecting a cosmic image, Cosmic Devour. The 100 light-year diameter shadow of the Chaos Universe enveloped the front lines, beginning to voraciously absorb the reset power. To everyone's astonishment, this force, which even Universe Lords could not withstand, was assimilated by the Chaos Universe. Absorbing reset power, Chaos Universe accelerates growth. Diameter, 100 light years, 120 light years, 150 light years. Lin Fan's strength, 3rd level Universe Lord, 5th level Universe Lord. The reset power had become nourishment for the Chaos Universe. Lin Fan was both shocked and elated, fully channeling the laws of the Chaos Universe to consume more reset power. The frontline situation stabilized momentarily. The spread of reset power was curbed, granting humanity a moment to breathe. Excellent. Thor rejoiced. Lin Fan, you truly are formidable. However, Hong furrowed his brows. but this is merely a temporary solution. The reset device is still operational, and the reset power will continue to be generated. Lin Fan nodded. I understand. We must either completely destroy or gain control of the reset device. He sensed the state of the reset device through the temporal mark, and his expression suddenly changed. Not good. The demon ancestor is attempting to fulfill the second condition to gain the universe's fundamental recognition. Everyone's faces shifted in alarm. Should the demon ancestor gain the universe's recognition, the reset device would unleash even greater power. They had to stop him. Lin Fan resolved. I will go to the core of the reset device. You must hold this position and delay as much as possible. Luo Feng expressed concern. It's too dangerous. The demon ancestor has certainly laid traps. Lin Fan replied confidently. Do not worry. I have a plan. Moreover, this is an opportunity. A glimmer of wisdom shone in his eyes. The core of the Guizero device resides in the most concentrated essence of the universe's origin, perhaps capable of accelerating the growth of the chaotic cosmos. Having arranged defensive measures, Lin Fan once again infiltrated the Silent Star domain. This time, he directly approached the core area of the Guizero device. Indeed, the demon ancestor was attempting to communicate with the universe's origin. Upon seeing Lin Fan's arrival, he displayed no surprise. You have finally come. I have awaited your presence for a long time. Lin Fan replied calmly. Demon ancestor, your ambition must come to an end. The demon ancestor laughed heartily. And? No, this is merely the beginning. Do you think you can stop me? Here, I am a god. He summoned the power of the Guizero device, the terrifying pressure rendering Lin Fan breathless. Within the range of the Guizero device, the demon ancestor could indeed wield power surpassing that of the universe's master. Yet, Lin Fan was well prepared. Cosmic projection. The phantom of the chaotic universe descended once more, fiercely clashing against the power of the Guizero device. The collision of these two cosmic forces caused the entire Silent Star domain to tremble. Detection of pure cosmic origin. Absorption commencing. Chaotic universe accelerating growth. Diameter 150 light-years, 200 light-years, 300 light-years. Lin Fan's strength. Realm Master level 5, Realm Master level 7. The demon ancestor's expression darkened. You can actually absorb the power of the Guizero device? It seems you cannot be left alive. He exerted all his strength to activate the Guizero device, unleashing an even more terrifying force towards Lin Fan. However, all of it became nourishment for the chaotic universe, inadvertently accelerating Lin Fan's growth. Futile, Lin Fan stated calmly. In the face of the chaotic universe, all energy is mere sustenance. He charged towards the core of the Guizero device, the most concentrated essence of the universe's origin. The demon ancestor attempted to obstruct him, but was blocked by the chaotic universe projection. In horror, he realized he could no longer fully control the Guizero device. Lin Fan arrived at the core, where a massive sphere of light manifested the essence of the universe. Discovery of the cosmic origin core, fusion commencing. Warning, the fusion process is extremely dangerous, with a success rate below 10. Without hesitation, Lin Fan declared, commence fusion. System assistance. Activating the one with all function, success rate raised to 50. Activating chaotic deduction function. Optimizing fusion path. Activating eternal spirit function, ensuring soul integrity. Lin Fan immersed himself within the light sphere. Terrifying energy battered his body and soul. Yet under the protection of various abilities, he endured. Fusion progress. 103050. Chaotic universe expanding rapidly. Diameter 300 light-years, 500 light-years, 1000 light-years. Lin Fan's strength. Realm Master level 7. Realm Master level 9, Half-Step Universe Master. As the fusion approached 90, the demon ancestor finally broke through the barrier and madly attacked the light sphere, shouting, You shall not succeed. But it was too late. Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes, which now contained the mysteries of the entire universe. Demon ancestor, you have lost. He gently raised his hand, and the power of the Guizero device responded to his command. Impossible. The demon ancestor retreated in terror. How can you possibly control the Guizero device? Lin Fan replied calmly, because the universe's origin has chosen me. Your ambition must come to an end. He summoned the power of the Guizero device, but instead of destruction, it became a force of creation. Galaxies obliterated by the zeroing power began to be reshaped, and the deceased human race began to revive. The Guizero device transformed from a weapon of annihilation into a divine instrument of creation. Completion of cosmic origin fusion. Chaotic universe laws. Minor achievement, 3. Major achievement, 1. Officially breaking through to the level of Universe Master. Ultimate task completion rate, 50. Lin Fan felt the power within him. At this moment, he truly became a cosmic being, capable of creation and destruction with a mere thought. The demon ancestor's face turned ashen. The universe master truly allowed you to achieve this. But then he suddenly grinned maliciously. But do you think this is the end? The Guizero device has one final condition, the sacrifice of a universe master. The demon ancestor abruptly ignited his demonic body and soul, transforming into a beam of blood light directed at the Guizero device. With my life, I complete the final sacrifice. Universe zeroing, activate. Lin Fan's expression changed dramatically. Not good. He sought to intervene, but it was too late. The demon ancestor's sacrifice fulfilled the last condition, and the Guizero device began to fully activate. The terrifying power of zeroing erupted once more, this time 100-fold stronger than before. Even Lin Fan found it difficult to withstand. Warning: full version of universe zeroing activated. Within 3 years the entire universe will revert to a singularity. The only method to stop it: break through to a higher realm before completion of zeroing. Fully mastering the Guizero device. A resolute glimmer flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. 3 years to break through from universe master to a higher realm? This was an almost impossible task. Yet, gazing at the resuscitating human realms and the hopeful glances directed towards him, he made up his mind. 3 years it shall be. I will undoubtedly break through. He sat cross-legged at the core of the Guizero device, commencing his final seclusion. This time, failure was not an option. Chapter 81. The Mysteries Beyond Dimensions, and the final breakthrough. Lin Fan sat cross-legged at the core of the Guizero device, enveloped by the pure cosmic origin. Time lost its meaning within this realm, the 3-year deadline looming like a sword suspended above his head, compelling him to achieve an unprecedented breakthrough. Commencing final breakthrough. Universe Master Creator. Deduction of breakthrough path consuming cosmic energy. Path confirmed. Complete fusion of the 4 fundamental origins: time, space, matter, and energy, and comprehension of the mysteries of dimensions. Lin Fan immersed himself in the understanding of the essence of the universe. The laws of the chaotic universe operated at their pinnacle, as the universe within him, spanning a diameter of 1,000 light-years, accelerated its evolution, stars giving birth and perishing. Laws unfolding. Time origin fusion degree, 305070. Space origin fusion degree, 406080. Matter origin fusion degree, 355575. Energy origin fusion degree, 456585. The fusion of the 4 fundamental origins elevated Lin Fan's comprehension of the universe to a new height. Yet, he sensed he was still one step away from grasping the final mystery of dimensions. Dimensions, Lin Fan murmured. He recalled the system's initial functions. Those seemingly simple analyses, deductions, and simulations contained the nascent forms of dimensional manipulation, initiating complete fusion of the system, revealing the true origins of the system, a legacy of a higher dimensional civilization. The primordial civilization. Function: assisting lower dimensional beings in understanding and mastering the mysteries of dimensions. An overwhelming tide of information surged into Lin Fan's mind. It turned out the system originated from a civilization of a higher dimension, aimed at nurturing beings capable of transcending dimensional limitations. Comprehension of the mysteries of dimensions, 1510. Lin Fan felt his consciousness elevate, surpassing the constraints of the 3-dimensional universe, allowing him to observe the entirety of the cosmos from a higher dimension. From this perspective, the universe resembled an intricate model, all its mysteries laid bare before him. Time origin fusion degree, 100. Space origin fusion degree, 100. Matter origin fusion degree, 100. Energy origin fusion degree, 100. Comprehension of the mysteries of dimensions, 50. Only one final step remained. But the 3-year deadline was approaching, and the power of zeroing had already spread to the vicinity of the chaotic city. Outside, the human race's strong warriors were making their final stand. Hold on. Lin Fan will surely succeed. Luo Feng transformed into a towering golden-horned beast, devouring the power of zeroing. Yet the speed of his consumption could not keep pace with the relentless encroachment. The realm of light and dark had expanded to a scale encompassing the entire star system, yet still struggled to halt the erosion of the zeroing power. Thor summoned the chaotic divine thunder, his flesh riddled with cracks, yet he continued to fight valiantly without retreat. The likes of Mingyuan and others formed battle formations, sacrificing their lives to buy precious time. The Lord of Chaos presided over the city of Huandou, striving with all his might to maintain the last bastion of purity. Yet, the power of nullification surged like a relentless tide, threatening to shatter their defenses at any moment. Time was running out for Lin Fan as he cast his gaze towards the direction of the Gemia starfield. In this final hour, a moment of inspiration dawned upon him. He realized that dimensions were not merely realms of existence, but perspectives. A brilliance transcending the cosmos ignited in Lin Fan's eyes, declaring, I am the dimension, and the dimension is me. Understanding of dimensional mysteries. 100. Successfully ascended to the creator realm. Chaos universe laws. Mastery. 1. Perfection. 100. The universe within his body transformed into a true cosmos, measuring billions of light years in diameter. Lin Fan felt himself surpass the dominion of the universe, entering a state beyond verbal description. In an instant, he could create countless universes or return all things to oblivion. Complete control of the universe nullification device. Nullification process terminated. Commencing universe restructuring. With a gentle gesture, Lin Fan reversed the flow of nullification energy. The obliterated galaxies re-emerged, and the fallen human souls were resurrected. The fractured fabric of space-time was mended, restoring everything to its state prior to the nullification, even surpassing it. During the restructuring, Lin Fan optimized the universal laws, facilitating human cultivation and significantly extending lifespans. Success. The crowd erupted in joyous celebration, tears of elation streaming down their faces. Lin Fan's gaze swept across the starry expanse, locking onto the trace of light and darkness balanced within the core of chaos. In the name of the Creator, he began to reshape the true spirit. Lin Fan summoned the power of creation, extracting the true spirit imprint of the radiant saintess from the cosmic source. The pure light converged, gradually coalescing into the form of a silver-haired maiden. The radiant saintess slowly opened her eyes, gazing around in bewilderment. "Was I not sacrificed?" she murmured. Lin Fan smiled. "Welcome back." The radiant saintess sensed the transcendent aura emanating from Lin Fan. Astonished, "You have broken through?" Lin Fan nodded. "Everything is over. The demon clan has been defeated, and the universe is safe." He led the radiant saintess back to Huindo, receiving a hero's welcome. The Earth Quartet eagerly surrounded him, celebrating this hard-won victory. However, just as everyone basked in joy, an unforeseen calamity struck. A pitch-black demon soul burst forth from the nullification device, charging directly at Lin Fan. It was the remnant soul of the demon ancestor. "Be careful," the radiant saintess cried. Yet, Lin Fan had anticipated this, effortlessly restraining the remnant soul with a mere wave of his hand. "Lin Fan, you have won, but I must reveal a truth." The remnant soul of the demon ancestor cackled madly. "This war was never a conflict between the demon clan and humanity. We have all been manipulated." Lin Fan frowned. "What do you mean?" The remnant soul sneered. "The universe nullification device is not a product of this era. It originates from a higher dimension, serving as an experimental apparatus. We are all mere subjects of an experiment." Lin Fan's expression shifted. He recalled the origins of the system, indeed stemming from a higher dimensional civilization. The remnant soul continued. "The primordial civilization is observing us. They are testing the evolutionary limits of low-dimensional life through the nullification device. Your ascension to the Creator perfectly fulfills their collection criteria." As if to validate his words, the universe suddenly froze. All life stood still. Even the flow of time and space came to a halt. Only Lin Fan remained active, sensing an otherworldly gaze scrutinizing him. Detected higher dimensional observer. Primordial civilization extends an invitation. Please proceed to a higher dimension. Lin Fan's expression grew grave. It became evident that everything was part of the higher dimensional civilization scheme. The system's assistance and the crisis of the nullification device were all orchestrated to cultivate a subject capable of transcending dimensional limitations. "What if I refuse?" Lin Fan inquired. "The lower dimensional universe will restart the experiment." Lin Fan understood. Should he decline the invitation, the primordial civilization would reset the universe, commencing a new round of experimentation, causing all humanity, the demon clan, and all life to begin anew. He glanced at the frozen figures of Luo Feng, Hong, and the Thunder God, at the recently resurrected Radiant Saintess, and at the multitude of expectant eyes. "I accept the invitation," Lin Fan stated calmly, "but I have one condition." "Please state your condition." "This universe shall remain independent, no longer serving as an experimental ground. All humanity shall possess the right to evolve freely." Condition accepted. Commencing dimensional leap, Lin Fan felt his consciousness elevate, transcending the limitations of the three-dimensional universe as he began to transition to a higher dimension. Before departing, he accomplished a few final tasks. First, he designated the Lord of Chaos as the new guardian of humanity, bestowing upon him partial creator privileges. Second, he assisted the Earth Quartet in ascending to the status of universe masters, solidifying their role as pillars of humanity. Third, he left a creator imprint within the Radiant Saintess to ensure her safety. Fourth, he separated the system, leaving it for a destined individual to continue its legacy. Finally, he gazed upon the universe that had nurtured him and softly declared, "I shall return." With the dimensional leap complete, Lin Fan vanished from the cosmos. All returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, all understood that Lin Fan had ascended to a realm beyond their comprehension. Under the guidance of their new guardian, humanity commenced reconstruction, entering a new golden age. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's legend continued in the higher dimensions.